Chapter 1. On a snowy night, little Taiping knocks on the door for charcoal. Bang, bang, banged it in the howling cold wind. A thinly dressed little boy shivered as he knocked on the gate of a household. It was New Year's Eve, and laughter could be heard from within the yard. Bang, bang, bang. After waiting a long time with no response, the little boy raised his hand to grasp the door knocker and gently tapped a few times. Who is it? Fortunately, at that moment, someone finally responded from inside the yard. The little boy's face brightened. "Uncle, it's me," he hurriedly replied. Squeak. Before long, the gate was opened, and a sturdy-looking middle-aged man poked his head through the gap. "Oh, it's Taiping. What brings you here so late?" The middle-aged man asked the little boy. Uncle, we've run out of charcoal at home. I wanted to borrow a few pounds of charcoal from you. When spring comes, I promise to return it after I go up the mountain to chop firewood." The little boy spoke shyly, avoiding eye contact. "A few pounds of charcoal isn't worth much. Just wait here, I'll get it for you." The man waved his hand and readily agreed. "Taiping, have you eaten?" After taking a few steps, the man suddenly stopped and turned to ask the little boy. I ate. Grandpa hasn't eaten." The little boy tightly clutched the hem of his clothes, and by the end of his sentence, his voice had become barely audible. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sighed lightly and then smiled broadly. "Just wait a moment. Uncle will be right back." "Okay." The little boy nodded gently. At that moment, another gust of cold wind blew by, causing the little boy to shiver, but he felt a little warmer inside. Taiping. Before long, the middle-aged man came out holding a large, shallow basket. "Take this." Breathing out white mist, the uncle quickly walked to the gate and handed the basket to the little boy. The boy looked down and saw that, in addition to a few pounds of charcoal, there were also 4 steaming white buns. "Uncle, Seeing the big white buns, the boy felt a bit anxious, but having not eaten all day, he couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw the buns. "Just take it." The middle-aged man smiled kindly. "Ernie, why are you still dawdling in the yard?" At that moment, a somewhat burly woman quickly walked to the gate. Seeing her, both the little boy and the middle-aged man changed their expressions. Taiping came to borrow some charcoal." The middle-aged man awkwardly smiled at the woman, his eyes darting around, filled with fear. Auntie, the little boy called out to the woman. The woman first shot an annoyed glance at the middle-aged man, then turned her gaze to the little boy, and finally landed on the basket in his hands. When she saw the white buns on top of the charcoal, her face immediately darkened. "These white buns were saved for Xiao, who I couldn't bear to eat them myself. And you were so extravagant." The woman glared fiercely at the middle-aged man and then angrily grabbed 2 of the white buns. "Mom, is the roast goose ready? I want to eat roast goose, not gnaw on white buns." At that moment, a chubby boy in a new cotton jacket came out from the house. Upon seeing the white buns in the woman's hands, he immediately looked displeased. "Son, why are you out here? It's cold outside. Hurry back in and don't catch a chill." The woman, seeing this, rushed towards the chubby boy with concern. "Mom, I want white buns. I want roast goose." The chubby boy stamped his feet in displeasure, seemingly about to cry. All right. The roast goose will be ready soon. These buns are for Ah Huang." The woman coaxed the chubby boy with a doting expression while casually tossing the 2 white buns into the dog cage under the eaves. Sigh. Seeing this, the middle-aged man frowned, then helplessly sighed. The little boy looked at the white buns being nibbled on by the dog, bit his lip, and then hugged the basket of charcoal tightly, looking up at the middle-aged man with a smile, and said, "Uncle, thank you. I'm leaving now. Duppy, eat careful on the way. When you burn the charcoal tonight, remember to leave a crack in the window and help your grandpa cover up with a blanket." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "Sue, Ernie, if you don't come back in, don't expect to sleep on my bed tonight." The woman's scolding voice came from inside the house again. I'm coming. The man hurriedly responded, giving the little boy an awkward smile before closing the gate. As the gate closed, the last bit of light in the snowy yard vanished, and the entire world was swallowed by the night, with only a small light still glowing in a nearby thatched house to the east. With his charcoal and 2 white buns, Grandpa will surely get better in the night. The little boy did not feel afraid. He tucked his head down, smiled, and murmured to himself before tightly holding the basket of charcoal and the 2 white buns, bouncing and skipping towards a small earthen house with a light on inside. In front of the small earthen house, squeak, the little boy pushed open the door. "Taiping, is it you?" As soon as he entered, an old, hoarse, and somewhat weak voice came from the brightly lit room. It's me, Grandpa. The little boy rubbed his frozen face vigorously, trying to force a smile, and quickly walked to the door, lifting the curtain and stepping inside. Upon entering the room, a strong smell of herbs hit him in the face. Without a stove, the indoor temperature was not much different from that outside. At the far end of the room was a bed made of several wooden planks, with a tattered quilt revealing its stuffing that a thin old man, whose body was almost nothing but skin and bones, was curled up beneath it. Grandpa, Uncle borrowed me a few pounds of charcoal and gave me 2 white buns. We can roast them to eat later. The little boy, Tai Ping, said joyfully as he poured the charcoal into the stove. Good, good, the old man smiled and nodded. Though the old man exuded an aura of old age, his murky eyes regained their sparkle upon seeing the little boy, Tai Ping. Tai Ping, you've had a hard time these years staying with Grandpa. The old man looked at Tai Ping with loving eyes, his mouth struggling to form words. Grandpa, I'm not suffering, not at all. Tai Ping, igniting the charcoal stove, looked up, grinned, and shook his head at the old man. Silly child, you're really a silly child. If it weren't for you taking care of me these years, Grandpa would have probably left long ago. The old man reached out to pat Tai Ping's little head, sighing with a face full of pity. Grandpa, don't say such ominous things. You will definitely live a long life. While roasting the buns, Tai Ping shook his head vigorously. Tai Ping, have you heard of immortals? The old man suddenly asked Tai Ping. Chapter 2, By the Sickbed, Grandpa's Final Gift. I have heard of them. Tai Ping nodded and then spoke with a look of yearning. Uncle Zhao at the village entrance said that there are immortals on Yunlu Mountain not far from our village. A few years ago, the snake demon in Qingshui town was killed by an immortal from that mountain. They can fly and disappear. How majestic. The old man chuckled upon hearing this and then asked, Then, Tai Ping, do you want to be like those immortals, living forever and flying through the sky? Yes, of course I do. Little Tai Ping nodded without hesitation, but then he scratched his head shyly and smiled, saying, But Uncle Zhao said that to cultivate, one must be born with a spiritual bone. If you have a spiritual bone, your name will automatically appear on the immortal register, and at that time, an immortal will personally come down the mountain to take you up to cultivate. Otherwise, a mere mortal bone cannot become an immortal. It was clear that Tai Ping's tone had a hint of disappointment. Tai Ping. The old man hesitated for a moment, then looked at Tai Ping with a serious expression and asked in a lowered voice, If there is an opportunity that can allow you to obtain the immortal register, but it comes with the risk of losing your life, would you be willing? Can't let me obtain the immortal register? Little Tai Ping was first taken aback, then began to ponder seriously. Grandpa, if such an opportunity truly exists, I would like to give it a try. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at the old man on the bed with determination in his eyes. Why? That comes with the danger of losing your life. The old man smiled and stared at the clean eyes of little Tai Ping. If I become an immortal, I can help you with your illness, right? Little Tai Ping answered as if it were a matter of course. The old man was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then smiled again. Tai Ping, take this. Then he struggled to raise his hand and handed a somewhat worn wooden box to little Tai Ping. Grandpa? Tai Ping looked at the wooden box in confusion. Since he could remember, his grandpa had carefully kept this wooden box, not allowing anyone to see it. Open it, the old man said with great effort. Okay. Though puzzled, Tai Ping nodded obediently and opened the wooden box. Once the box was opened, little Tai Ping only saw a scarlet wax pill and a plain yellow soybean seed inside. This red wax pill was given to me by a Taoist I encountered 10 years ago. It's also called a spiritual bone pill. After taking it, it can transform a mortal bone into a spiritual bone and allow your name to appear on the immortal register. Before Tai Ping could ask, the old man pointed at the red wax pill in the box and explained, There really is such an immortal medicine in the world. Little Tai Ping looked incredulous. The world is vast, and there are all kinds of wonders. What is a spiritual bone pill? The old man nodded seriously. Since this spiritual bone pill has such miraculous effects, why didn't you take it, Grandpa? Little Tai Ping suddenly thought of a question. The Taoist said that this spiritual bone pill must be taken by children aged between 9 and 11 to be effective. When I obtained the spiritual bone pill, I was already 63. Your father and your second and third uncles are also at an age of no confusion. It would be useless for us. The old man gave a bitter smile. It was clear that he felt a sense of regret. If possible, who would want to miss this opportunity for immortality? Moreover, the effect of this spiritual bone pill lasts only for half a year. If you cannot reach the transformation stage within half a year, your status as a mere mortal bone will be discovered by the sect, and your name will be removed from the immortal register. You may be lightly expelled from the mountain or severely have your memories erased, turning into a fool. The old man frowned as he continued. Taiping was startled to hear this. However, after thinking seriously for a long time, he still nodded and earnestly looked at the old man, saying, "Grandpa, I still want to give it a try." In his view, once he entered the immortal gate and cultivated immortal arts, he would be able to help Grandpa with his illness. So it was worth the risk. Good. Seeing Taiping's determination, the old man nodded in satisfaction, but he then took the wax pill from Taiping's hand, stripped off the outer layer of wax, and personally brought it to little Taiping's mouth. "Eat it." Little Taiping did not hesitate and swallowed the spiritual bone pill in one gulp. Once the pill entered his stomach, Taiping felt a warm current, as if a warm hand was caressing his whole body. But apart from that, there was nothing particularly special. "Is that all there is to it?" Little Taiping asked the old man in surprise. "In a few days, an immortal from the mountain will come down to take you." The old man nodded with a smile. At this moment, his expression was complex. He felt both joy and worry. The joy was self-evident. Taiping was his favorite grandson, and he was naturally happy that he could embark on the path of seeking immortality. The worry stemmed from the fact that this path would inevitably be fraught with difficulties. Little Taiping might not last even half a year, be expelled from the mountain, and lead a miserable life as a fool to eye in the long red dust road. A mortal bone seeks the chance for immortality. If one does not experience the various dangers of the world, how can one open the heavenly gate of the Jade Tower? The old man suddenly remembered the beggar Taoist who, before leaving, said those words leisurely. With this thought, his eyes regained their firmness. Let Taiping walk this path. It is the right choice. "Grandpa, what about this soybean? What is its use?" Feeling somewhat anxious, Taiping suddenly picked up the yellow soybean from the wooden box. This was also left by that old Taoist, but he didn't specify its exact use. He only said that if one day you have the chance to enter the immortal gate, you should use the spiritual soil of the mountain to plant this soybean. At that time, you'll gain another great opportunity. The old man answered weakly. Cough, cough, cough. After saying this, he began to cough violently. "Grandpa, drink some water, don't speak anymore." Taiping stepped forward with concern to support the old man. "Taiping, keep that soybean safe. Why, I told you tonight. Cannot be told to anyone." The old man tightly grasped little Taiping's wrist. "Grandpa, don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Little Taiping nodded vigorously. "Taiping, although you are precocious, the world is treacherous. You must be extremely careful." At this moment, the old man, whose mouth was bleeding from coughing, suddenly hugged little Taiping's shoulders tightly with both hands and stared at him intently, using all his strength to shout, "Taiping, your grandpa has spent his whole life seeking that immortal path, but in the end he was trapped by this mortal bone. You must fight for breath. Fight for breath for all the mortal bones in this world." After saying this, the old man stiffened and collapsed straight onto the bed. "Gr Grandpa." Little Taiping's heart sank. His small hand trembled as he reached to feel the old man's breath, only to find that he was already lifeless, and his gaze dimmed instantly. I no longer have Grandpa." Little Taiping stood there in a daze, tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, he cried out loud that he didn't cry when his parents died years ago. He didn't cry when he fell from the hillside while gathering herbs, and he didn't cry when he was trapped by wolves at the cave. Entrance for days without food or water. Because he knew he wasn't alone, he still had Grandpa. That night, little Taiping lost his Grandpa. That night, a new name appeared in the list of the spiritual bone monument of the Qingxian sect at the foot of Yunlu Mountain. Su Taiping. At the foot of Yunlu Mountain in Qingniu village, a young man named Su Taiping has been born with a spiritual bone. Quickly notify the master of the seventh peak to send disciples down the mountain to guide him. The elder guarding the spiritual bone monument placed a letter in the mouth of a white crane. The disciple obeys. The white crane spoke human language, then spread its wings and soared into the sky. Chapter 3. The first 7 days, the evil aunt sells her nephew as a slave. 6 days later, Su Taiping's second uncle's house. "What? You want to sell Taiping?" Su Taiping's second uncle, Su Erniu, looked at his wife with disbelief. "Sure. The second aunt, with a face full of flesh, raised a finger to signal Erniu to keep his voice down. What do you mean by selling? Working as a servant for the Bai family is an opportunity that ordinary people can't even beg for. The second aunt rolled her eyes at Erniu. That's true, but he will ultimately be registered as a slave. The second uncle looked somewhat troubled. I am the Bai family. You eat well, drink well, and use well. What does it matter if you're a servant? Don't worry about this. I've already accepted the deposit. Aunt Air waved her hand and decisively decided. All right. Ernyo couldn't argue with his wife, let out a gentle sigh, and nodded. What about Taiping? Aunt Air continued to ask. Still at the morning hall. Today is the 7th day. Taiping wants to keep vigil for the old man. Ernyo, dressed in mourning clothes, wiped his mouth and replied. The people from Bai family village are already waiting at the village entrance. You should hurry back. Aunt Air shot Ernyo a glare. Have they arrived so soon? Ernyo was a bit surprised. The young master from Bai family village is starting school next month and happens to need a boy attendant. Otherwise, why would they come so quickly? Stop wasting time and go bring that kid back from the morning hall. Aunt Air glared fiercely at Uncle Air and then urged him again. But today is the old man's 7th day. Shouldn't we let Taiping finish tonight before he leaves? Uncle Air scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. After Su Taiping's grandfather passed away, the couple was discussing how to deal with Su Taiping, the burden. However, Uncle Air still had some old feelings and was reluctant to let Taiping leave for the Bai family without completing the mourning period. 7th day, what's the big deal? Is money more important? You. Aunt Air poked Uncle Air's forehead with disappointment. Then, with a mysterious look, she leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Do you know how much silver the Bai family is willing to pay? 30 taels, 30 taels. Aunt Air's eyes were filled with greed. Upon hearing this, Uncle Air was first stunned, then nodded vigorously and said, I'll go call Taiping right now. Half an hour later, Qingyo village, at the village entrance, Su Taiping reluctantly looked in the direction of the morning hall, then turned to his Uncle Air and Aunt Air and pleaded, Uncle, can't I leave tomorrow? Taiping, going to Bai family village as a servant is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't leave now, by tomorrow, you won't be able to go even if you wanna. Aunt Air said to Su Taiping with a beaming smile. Aunt, are you worried that if I wait until tomorrow, you won't be able to sell me for a good price? Su Taiping coldly glanced at Aunt Air. Although he had been keeping vigil these days, he had tasted the warmth and coldness of human relationships since childhood. How could he not know about the secret dealings between Aunt Air and Uncle Air? The reason Taiping did not refuse or resist was, on one hand, because he had no way to resist, and, on the other hand, he felt that going to Bai family village might not be a bad choice. After all, his grandfather had passed away, and he had no more ties here. How can you speak to your aunt like that? Your aunt is doing this for your own good. Upon hearing Su Taiping's words, Uncle Air glared at him fiercely. Stop dawdling and get in the carriage. There are rat demons lurking around here at night. We need to reach Qingzhou Ridge before dark. At this moment, the Bai family steward, who was on the carriage behind Su Taiping, urged, Coming, coming. Hearing this, Uncle Air and Aunt Air each grabbed one of Taiping's arms and forcibly dragged him towards the carriage. Su Taiping did not resist, but felt a bit heartbroken. Little guy, pay attention. This is the contract of servitude you signed with the Bai family. From today on, you're a servant of the Bai family and have no more ties to Qingyo village or the Su family. In front of the carriage, after Su Taiping pressed his handprint, the Bai family steward raised the contract in his hand. Taiping nodded expressionlessly. It seems the elixir my grandfather gave me has expired. It's been 6 days, and no immortal has come to take me. While the Bai family steward communicated with Uncle Air and Aunt Air, Su Taiping quietly raised his head and looked up at the sky. He wasn't too disappointed about seeking immortals after all. His biggest motivation to become an immortal was to cure his grandfather's illness. Hey, there's a white crane up there that's bigger than a water buffalo. Where? Wait, there seem to be 2 people standing on that white crane. Suddenly, the villagers gathered at the village entrance exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping, the Bai family steward, and Uncle and Aunt Air all looked up and indeed saw a gigantic white crane in the sky, with 2 figures faintly standing on. It's back, immortal. Immortal? After being stunned for a few seconds, Su Taiping slowly uttered 2 words. Yes, it's definitely an immortal. At this moment, many villagers began to shout excitedly. Chirp! Just then, with a crane's call, two figures descended from the sky and gently landed in front of the villagers. These two were a man and a woman. One wore a light blue long robe, and the other wore a red dress. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome and elegant, while the woman's features resembled a celestial maiden, beautiful enough to overshadow the surrounding scenery. Sorry to disturb everyone. I am a disciple of the Qingxian sect from Yunlu Mountain. Today, I came down with my junior sister to find a young man. The young man politely bowed to the crowd. Upon hearing this, the villagers of Qingniu village were in an uproar. They did not expect these two to actually be immortals, and from the nearby Yunlu Mountain at that. May I ask, is there a young man named Su Taiping in the village? At this moment, the female disciple in red also bowed to the crowd and smiled as she inquired. When the woman smiled, not only the men but also the women felt a flutter in their hearts. Su Taiping? That's him, he's Su Taiping. After a few seconds of being stunned, several villagers immediately pointed towards Su Taiping, who was beside the carriage. Most of the villagers in Qingniu village were familiar with one another, and given that Su Taiping's family was one of the few different surnames in the village, most of them recognized him. Are you Su Taiping? The female disciple in red stepped forward, looking at the young man, Su Taiping, with joy. Su Taiping nodded. In his heart, he had already guessed the identities of these two. Senior brother. Seeing Taiping nod, the woman quickly turned to the young man behind her. The transmission jade slip has responded. He is the person we need to find. The young man nodded, raising a jade slip in his hand that was emitting a faint green light towards the female disciple. This immortal, has my nephew done something wrong? At this moment, Uncle Su-er Nyo could no longer hold back and asked, who told you to meddle in other people's affairs? As soon as Uncle Su-er spoke, An-er pulled him back, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 feet from Su Taiping. Not just them, but the other villagers also retreated, keeping their distance from Su Taiping. Clearly, most villagers, like Uncle Su-er, speculated that Su Taiping must have done something wrong that prompted the immortals to descend. After all, Qingniu village was close to Yunlu Mountain, and the matter of immortals coming down to exorcise demons was something they had heard of, if not witnessed. Chapter 4. 30 Tales. Little Taiping cuts off dusty bonds. What crime has been committed? Hearing this, the red-clothed female disciple chuckled and waved her hand, saying, We are not here to subdue demons. We have come to take this young man, Su Taiping, up the mountain. Up the mountain. The crowd, including Su-er Nyo, still looked puzzled. Su Taiping has developed a spiritual bone, and his name is on the immortal register. We are here today to take him to the Qingxian sect. The young man explained calmly to the crowd. To join the Qingxian sect? Does that mean he will also become an immortal? My Su family is going to produce an immortal? Upon hearing this, Su-er Nyo felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there in a daze, repeatedly mumbling to himself. The male and female disciples of the Qingxian sect ignored the villagers and simultaneously extended their hands towards Su Taiping. Little Taiping, come with us. You will be our junior brother at the 7th peak, the red-clothed female disciple said sweetly and gently. Hearing her voice, Su Taiping inexplicably felt warmth in his heart, as if he had regained a family. Wait. Just as Su Taiping was about to grasp the hand extended by the female disciple, his second aunt behind him grabbed his arm, stopping him. You two immortals, you can't just take my Taiping away. He is the backbone of our Su family, destined to become the top scholar and bring glory to us. The plump second aunt looked at the two disciples of the Qingxian sect with a forced smile. Her eyes filled with reluctance. Hearing this, Su Taiping felt a chill in his heart. Ever since he was young, this second aunt had treated him as a burden. A jinx. When had she ever hoped for him to bring glory to the family? The two disciples of the Qingxian sect, unaware of the situation, thought the second aunt was genuinely reluctant to let Su Taiping go. A mere worldly top scholar cannot be compared to our Qingxian sect disciples. However, since you are Taiping's aunts, this gold bowl can be considered a meeting gift from us. The young disciple of the Qingxian sect took out a gold bowl from his sleeve and handed it to Su Taiping's second aunt. No. Su Taiping was about to reveal the truth to the disciple of the Qingxian sect when the steward of the Bai family suddenly jumped down from the carriage, grabbed his arm with one hand, and held up the contract with the other, loudly declaring, Su Taiping has already been sold to my Bai family by his aunts. It is clearly written in black and white. He is already a member of my Bai family, so this gold bowl rightfully belongs to us. Who wouldn't be tempted by a gift from an immortal? Upon hearing this, the young male and female disciples of the Qingxian sect frowned in unison. 2 immortals, he's lying. I only sent Taiping to work for the Bai family, not to sell him into slavery. The plump second ant, in a fit of rage, tried to snatch the contract from the steward's hand. That's right. My nephew is already a disciple of the immortals. This contract with your Bai family must be void. Su Taiping's second uncle also joined the fray. Stop it. Seeing the chaos, the young male disciple of the Qingxian sect couldn't help but shout. As he spoke, an invisible pressure emanated from him, making him appear like an enraged tiger, scaring both Su Taiping's second aunt and the Bai family steward into silence. Taiping, is it true that you have been sold into the Bai family as a slave? After everyone quieted down, the red-clothed female disciple stepped forward and asked with concern. Su Taiping glanced at the female disciple and nodded, yes. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly felt a sense of liberation, as if the shackles binding him had been removed. After receiving Su Taiping's response, the red-clothed female disciple's gaze toward him clearly held more sympathy and compassion. You little ingrate. How can you speak such nonsense? The plump second aunt was furious, preparing to grab Su Taiping, but the red-clothed girl waved her long sleeves, sending a strong gust of wind that directly pushed the woman's plump body away. You may be immortals, but you should still be reasonable, shouldn't you? The woman was clearly frightened by the red-clothed girl's powers. Although she continued to argue, she was retreating step by step. Immortal, 2 immortals. I have the contract signed with Su Erniu, written clearly in black and white with a red handprint. Su Taiping is now a member of my Bai family, and they can't deny it. The greedy steward of the Bai family handed over the contract. The young disciple of the Qingxian sect took the contract, glanced at it, and then smirked coldly at Su Taiping's uncle and aunt. Is a disciple of our Qingxian sect worth merely 30 taels? Upon hearing the young man say that a couple sold Su Taiping for only 30 taels, the red-clothed girl immediately pouted in anger. You couple! How could you sell your own nephew for just 30 taels and still dare to ask us for benefits? It seems you want to be punished. The red-clothed girl, fiery like a flame, loved to stand up for the underdog and was about to wave her sleeve again. Immortal, spare us. Immortal, spare us. Su Erniu and his wife hurriedly begged for mercy. Junior sister, don't forget the master's instructions. The young man in the green shirt patted the girl's shoulder, looking deeply at her. Hearing this, although the girl still had an angry expression, she retracted her hand. Since this contract is not false, how much silver do you think is appropriate for us to redeem him? The young man in the green shirt looked at the Bai family steward while holding the contract. The Bai family steward hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and holding up 3 fingers. 300 taels. A disciple of the Qingxian sect is only worth this mere 300 taels? The young man sneered again upon hearing this. As he spoke, he took out a bulging cloth bag from his sleeve and casually tossed it to the Bai family steward. This. The Bai family steward opened it to find it filled with pure gold ingots, instantly becoming dumbfounded. The villagers, including Su Taiping's second uncle and aunt, gasped in surprise upon seeing the bag of gold ingots. Is this enough? The young man asked with a smile. Enough, more than enough. This gold is worth 3,000 taels of silver. The Bai family steward nodded excitedly. Upon hearing this, Su Erniu and his wife turned pale. They weren't well educated, but they understood the difference between 3,000 taels and 30 taels. 2 immortals, this silver shouldn't go to the Bai family. We will take their mere 30 taels. The plump second aunt lunged at the young man, but to her surprise, he seemed to vanish, causing her to fall flat on the ground. Taiping, quickly tell the 2 immortals that the 3,000 taels should belong to my uncle. Seeing the plump second aunt fall, Su Erniu rushed to pull Su Taiping. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, Su Taiping was held by the red-clothed girl, and in a flicker, he retreated 4 or 5 feet. Seeing that they couldn't grab him, the greedy Su Erniu and his wife turned to the Bai family steward, shouting that the money was theirs, and started to wrestle with the steward and 2 servants. Taiping, the worldly ties have been severed. Are you willing to follow us to Yunlu and seek your immortal destiny? The young disciple of the Qingxian sect tore up the contract in his hand and extended his hand to him. Chapter 5. Crossing the Cloud Sea. Hidden Qingxian and Yunlu on the other side. The girl holding Su Taiping's hand simply smiled at him without saying a word. Su Taiping looked at the young man in front of him, then at the red-clothed girl beside him, and finally at his second uncle and aunt who were still wrestling with the Bai family steward. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes vanished. I am willing. Su Taiping nodded firmly at the young disciples. Hearing this, the young man laughed heartily, then waved his large sleeves, summoning a gentle breeze from within to lift Su Taiping and the girl in red, who then soared into the air and landed on the back of a celestial crane. Taiping, my name is Duga Qingxiao, the second disciple of the seventh peak of Qingxian sect. I am Zhao Linglong, the seventh disciple of the seventh peak of Qingxian sect. And from now on, I will be your little senior sister. I've met my senior brother and senior sister, Su Taiping replied. Amidst their laughter, the villagers only saw the celestial crane gradually disappear into the sea of clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone without a trace. Su Taiping's uncle and aunt, in the end, were unable to defeat the steward and servants of the Bai family, leaving them empty-handed, sitting under the old elm tree at the village entrance, pointing at the sky and cursing. Yunlu Mountain. In just one day, Su Taiping rode the celestial crane to the legendary Yunlu Immortal Mountain. To be precise, the worldly Yunlu Mountain is merely the entrance to the Qingxian sect. Just like the iceberg in the sea of the extreme cold, the iceberg visible above the water is often just a corner of the entire iceberg. The Yunlu Mountain you refer to in the mundane world is but a barrier to the 7 peaks of Yunlu. The true 7 peaks of Yunlu are shrouded in a barrier of clouds and mist year-round, and one must have a spiritual bird to enter and exit. As they were about to break through the cloud sea at the mountain peak, Linglong, who was riding on the celestial crane, excitedly began to introduce the true Yunlu Mountain to Su Taiping. How big is the real Yunlu Mountain? After hearing senior sister Linglong's introduction, Su Taiping became a bit curious about Yunlu Mountain. The peaks of Yunlu Mountain stretch for thousands of miles, with the 7 main peaks rising over 10,000 feet high. The area is probably not smaller than your Great Liang Kingdom. However, because the entire Yunlu Mountain constitutes a separate world, it only appears as a small mountain peak in the eyes of the mundane world. The answer to Su Taiping's question came from Qingxiao, who was originally sitting nearby. Not smaller than the Great Liang Kingdom? Su Taiping's understanding was once again shocked. Indeed, in the cultivation world, there are many secret realms like Yunlu Mountain. Our Qingxian sect can only be considered a third-rate cultivation sect. Linglong nodded with a smile. Above the third rate. Boom. Just as Su Taiping was about to ask more about the cultivation world, a gust of fierce wind suddenly rushed towards them, and the celestial crane they were riding let out a sharp screech. Little junior brother, this is the barrier wind activated by the mountain protecting formation. Hold tight to your senior sister's hand, or you might fall, Linglong shouted, grabbing Su Taiping's hand. Okay. Su Taiping nodded and then tightly gripped that soft hand. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent winds before Su Taiping completely dissipated, leaving only the clear blue sky, the rolling mountains, towering peaks that reached into the clouds, and floating mountains hidden within the sea of clouds. This is the true Yunlu Immortal Mountain. Zhao Linglong proudly stood up and gazed into the distance. Qingxiao brother. Linglong Jr.'s sister. At that moment, a sweet and gentle voice came from beside them. Su Taiping turned to look and saw a blue light flying out from the sea of clouds. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a tall and beautiful woman, who was riding on a jade gourd in the air, accompanied by a little girl. Senior sister Ziyun, why did you come down the mountain too? Zhao Linglong waved at Ziyun with a smile. Not long after you came down, the spirit bone steel sensed something again. My 6th peak also has a new disciple selected by the spirit bone steel. Ziyun smiled, glancing at the little girl behind her. The little girl was dressed in a white dress, her skin as fair as jade, looking like a perfect porcelain doll from a distance, very beautiful. What a pretty little girl. Zhao Linglong exclaimed sincerely. Congratulations, congratulations. The 6th peak has gained a good seedling at the next 7 peaks competition. The 6th peak will likely take the lead. Qingxiao smiled and cupped his hands towards Ziyun. Hearing this, Ziyun covered her mouth and smiled, a hint of charm unconsciously revealing in her eyes. No need for formalities. Quickly greet senior brother Qingxiao and senior sister Linglong. Ziyun patted the shoulder of the girl behind her. Xiaoyu, greet senior brother Qingxiao and senior sister Linglong. The little girl awkwardly bowed to Qingxiao and Linglong. No need to be polite, Qingxiao smiled. Linglong then looked at Su Taiping beside her and patted his little head, saying, Taiping, quickly greet 6th peaks, senior sister Ziyun, and your future little junior sister. Among the 7 peaks, the 6th peak is the most affluent, so you should curry favor with her. Taiping, greet senior sister Ziyun and sister Xiaoyu. Although Su Taiping was a bit dazed, he still respectfully bowed to Ziyun. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. Once you become an official disciple of the 7th peak, I'll give you a Peiyuan Dan, Ziyun said with a smile. Thank you, senior sister Ziyun. Seeing that Taiping was still in a daze, Zhao Linglong hurriedly pressed down on his head, prompting him to thank Ziyun. Thank you, senior sister Ziyun, Su Taiping said in a confused manner. Brother Qingxiao, are you all going to the Dragon Gate Hall? Ziyun changed the subject. That's right. Before taking Taiping up to the 7 peaks, we must first go to the Dragon Gate Hall to test the spirit bone, Qingxiao nodded. Then I will go with senior brother Qingxiao. Ziyun controlled her flying sword and approached the celestial crane that Qingxiao and the others were riding on. Let's go together then. Qingxiao nodded. TSK, senior sister Ziyun. How about you ride the celestial crane with my senior brother, and I'll take Xiaoyu flying on my sword? Zhao Linglong said with a mischievous smile. Zhao Linglong, are you asking for a beating? Ziyun's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful I kick you down. Qingxiao shot a glance at the mischievous Zhao Linglong. I wouldn't dare. Zhao Linglong hugged Su Taiping's shoulders and repeatedly pleaded for mercy. At this moment, Su Taiping's face also felt a bit hot. It was the first time in his life that a strange girl had hugged him. However, more than this embarrassment, he was more concerned about Qingxiao's earlier words about testing the spirit bone at the Dragon Gate Hall. Brother Qingxiao, why do we need to test the spirit bone? Su Taiping couldn't help but ask. Although you are a disciple personally selected by the spirit bone steel and can directly become a disciple of the 7th peak without examination, it is still necessary to test the type and grade of your spirit bone. This will benefit your future cultivation, Qingxiao explained to Su Taiping. Little Taiping, you probably don't know, but in the cultivation world, even though having a spirit bone allows you to cultivate, there are still types and grades of spirit bones. Zhao Linglong hooked her arm around Su Taiping's shoulder and began to explain using her fingers. The most common types are the 5 elemental spirit bones of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Besides these, there are also rare spirit bones like ice, thunder, and wind. As for the grades, they are divided into 4 levels: purple spirit bone, gold spirit bone, black spirit bone, and white spirit bone, with purple spirit bone being the rarest, known as heavenly spirit bone, while white spirit bone is the least useful. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping suddenly understood. Why is the white spirit bone the least useful? He curiously asked. White spirit bone, also known as pseudo-spirit bone, can still cultivate, but the speed of cultivation is extremely slow. Often, it takes decades to break into the opening door realm, which is not much different from those without spirit bones. Zhao Linglong sighed. If I am tested to be a white spirit bone, can I still become a disciple of the 7th peak? Su Taiping hesitated for a moment before finally asking this question. In his view, although the pill left to him by his grandfather could make his name appear on the spirit bone steel, it might not deceive the Qingxian sect's detection of disciple spirit bones. After all, he was very clear that he did not have a spirit bone. That may be true, but Taiping, since you are a disciple selected by the spirit bone steel, even if you are not that rare heavenly spirit bone, you should at least have a golden spirit bone, or at worst, a black spirit bone. It is impossible for you to have a white spirit bone, Zhao Linglong said confidently. You are right, senior sister Linglong said. The disciples chosen by the spirit bone steel are often of golden spirit bone or even heavenly spirit bone, so you don't need to worry too much, junior brother. At this moment, Qingxiao smiled and patted Su Taiping's head. Yes, even if it's a white spirit bone, there is no need to worry. Even disciples with white spirit bone can cultivate at the foot of the mountain for 3 years, and if they can pass the test after 3 years, they can still become disciples of the 7 peaks. Zhao Linglong added with a smile. Su Taiping nodded, forcing a smile on his face. Hearing that even those with white spirit bone would not be immediately sent down the mountain, he felt slightly relieved. A moment later, at Qingxian sect, Longmen Hall. This is a palace located on a suspended mountain, with vibrant flowers and rare beasts everywhere, and the road to the palace at the mountain's peak is particularly rugged. If it weren't for Zhao Linglong and Qingxiao beside him, Taiping might not have been able to reach the top even after spending several days. Who goes there? As soon as they arrived at the open space in front of the hall, an old but imposing voice, like rippling water, came from within the hall. 7th peak. Duga Qingxiao. 7th peak, Zhao Linglong. 6th peak, Su Ziyun. Greetings, Elder Black Dragon. Upon hearing this voice, the 3 of them announced their identities while bowing respectfully. Although Su Taiping did not know this Elder Black Dragon, seeing how respectful Qingxiao and the others were, He also bowed towards the hall. However, Lin Buyu remained calm throughout, silently standing in place. What brings you here today? The old and imposing voice sounded again. Today, I, along with 6th Peak's junior sister Xian, have brought back a disciple chosen by the Spirit Bone Steel and wish to ask Elder Black Dragon to assess their spirit bones before returning to the peak. Qing Xiao answered respectfully. Come in. Soon, that voice flew out again from Longmen Hall. Inside the hall, is this Elder Black Dragon? As soon as Su Taiping entered, he was startled by the Elder Black Dragon sitting in the hall. In the center of the hall sat an extraordinarily burly man on a huge palm leaf, and standing in front of him, Su Taiping felt as if he was standing in front of a small hill. Even more terrifying was that although this man wore a purple robe made of satin and looked like an adult man, his head resembled a fierce dragon in the water. Extremely hideous. The true form of Elder Black Dragon is a spirit dragon from the Xuanyang River. After 500 years of cultivation, he attained human form and followed our Qingxian sect's ancestor, becoming one of the guardian spirit beast elders of Qingxian sect. Although he looks frightening, he is actually very kind-hearted. So you don't need to be afraid. Sensing that Su Taiping might be scared, Zhao Linglong quickly explained to him. Senior sister, I'm not afraid. Su Taiping nodded. He was more surprised than scared. Junior sister Xian, what a coincidence. At this moment, a man in white, accompanied by a richly dressed young boy, stepped out from beside Elder Black Dragon. Senior brother Jean? Upon seeing this man, Xian couldn't help but frown. What are you doing here? Qing Xiao asked somewhat rudely. Although he didn't know the reason, Su Taiping could tell that both of them did not like this man. A few days ago, I was exorcising demons in the Tianlang Kingdom and happened to discover that this little prince has a spirit bone. So I brought him up the mountain and came to Elder Black Dragon to assess his spirit bone. The man said with a smile. Throughout his speech, he didn't even glance at Qing Xiao, but instead brazenly sized up Xian and Linglong. It's been years. I didn't expect junior sister Linglong has grown into a beautiful young lady. He looked at Zhao Linglong with a hint of wickedness in his smile. Jin Heji, if you don't want those eyes of yours anymore, I can help you take them out right now. Qing Xiao stepped forward, blocking the man's gaze. Then I'd like to see you try. Just as Jin Heji was about to argue with Qing Xiao, Elder Black Dragon, who had been silent with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, revealing a pair of strange golden vertical pupils. This is not the 7 peaks, nor is it the first peak. This is my Dragon Gate Hall. Elder Black Dragon's gaze swept over both of them. Yes, Qing Xiao and Jin Heji both retreated. Bring the few children for the spirit bone assessment. Elder Black Dragon instructed as he reached into his sleeve and took out a dragon pearl. This dragon pearl was as large as Taiping's head, its surface crystal clear, resembling a transparent amber ball, with a green halo spreading around it like rippling water. Meanwhile, Su Taiping, Lin Buyu, and the richly dressed young prince stood in front of Elder Black Dragon. You 3 little ones, come forward one by one and place your hands on this pearl. Elder Black Dragon held the dragon pearl, his gaze sweeping over Su Taiping and the others. I'll go first. As soon as he finished speaking, the richly dressed young prince stepped forward and pressed his hand onto the dragon pearl. Elder Black Dragon frowned slightly, but said nothing. Close your eyes and concentrate. Only open them when I call you. Elder Black Dragon coldly instructed. Then golden light emanated from his body, and streams of golden energy first gathered into the dragon pearl, then enveloped the young prince. Buzz. After a moment, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, the dragon pearl in Elder Black Dragon's hand radiated brilliant golden light, while flames surged around it. Fire Element Gold Spirit Bone. It's actually Fire Element Gold Spirit Bone, huh? Seeing this scene, Jin Heji, standing next to Qing Xiao, suddenly burst into loud laughter. Although Elder Black Dragon wore an unhappy expression at Jin Heji's loudness, he did not stop him, as having another disciple with Fire Element Gold Spirit Bone in Qingxian sect was indeed a joyful matter in his eyes. Chapter 7. Assessing Spirit Bones. Su Taiping's ineligibility for the 7 peaks. Senior brother Jin, I've said it long ago, I am definitely not an ordinary spirit bone. At this moment, the young prince in splendid clothing opened his eyes, and, upon seeing the change in the dragon pearl, he also wore a proud expression. Su Taiping remained calm, showing no envy or jealousy. Lin Buyu beside him was the same. Little fellow, what's your name? As Elder Black Dragon retracted the dragon pearl, he asked the proud young prince. I am the 9th prince of Tianlang Kingdom. My surname is Yi. My given name is Xian. I have been all right. You can go to the side now. Before the young prince could finish, Elder Black Dragon waved his hand, signaling him to step aside, seemingly displeased with his arrogant demeanor. Although Yi Xian felt somewhat displeased, he did not dare to say much and could only walk to Jin Heji's side with resentment. You come here. At this moment, Elder Black Dragon pointed to Lin Buyu. Lin Buyu nodded, then took small steps to Elder Black Dragon's front and extended a small hand to place on the Dragon Pearl. Seeing this scene, Xian from Sixth Peak felt a tightening in her heart. Although the Spirit Bone Steel rarely makes mistakes, there is always a possibility after all. The achievements of cultivators with Gold Spirit Bone and Shin Spirit Bone are not just a little different, not to mention the differences in the types of spirit bones. Therefore, it was impossible for Xian not to be nervous. Buzz, as another faint buzzing sound rang out. The Dragon Pearl in Elder Black Dragon's hand lit up with golden light again, but this time, the flames surrounding the Dragon Pearl turned into crackling electric sparks. Its Thunder Anomaly Bone, and its Gold Spirit Bone level Thunder Anomaly Bone. Upon seeing this, even the originally reserved Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Congratulations, Junior Sister Xian, Gold Spirit Bone level Thunder Anomaly Bone. Our Qingxian sect hasn't had one in hundreds of years. Junior Sister Xian. Sixth Peak has picked up such a great treasure. You must treat us to a feast at Drunken Immortal Pavilion later." Qing Xiao and Ling Long immediately stepped forward to congratulate Xian. Congratulations. Jin Heji reluctantly stepped forward to say a word of congratulations. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the usually serious Elder Hilong suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice shaking the entire hall. One thunder, one fire. Both are golden spirit bones. Our Qingxian sect has hope for revival. Elder Hilong laughed. Seeing all this, Su Taiping's heart remained calm as still water. Only when Lin Buyu walked past him did he softly say, "Congratulations, Sister Buyu." Lin Buyu turned to look at Su Taiping, then nodded and said, "Thank you." Both of them had a temperament that remained unfazed by praise or humiliation, but Lin Buyu seemed a bit calmer. "Little one, it's your turn now." At this moment, Elder Hilong's voice rang out again. Su Taiping raised his head and saw Elder Hilong's vertical pupils filled with anticipation staring at him. At the same time, Qing Xiao and Ling Long became tense, their gazes fixed on Su Taiping. Yes. After exchanging a glance with Elder Hilong, Su Taiping calmly nodded. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Taiping placed his hand on the Dragon Pearl held by Elder Hilong and began to close his eyes and concentrate. Buzz. As he felt a warm power slowly enveloping him, it wasn't long before he sensed the Dragon Pearl in his hand trembling. Su Taiping opened his eyes and found that the originally transparent Dragon Pearl had now turned a pale white, resembling the color of abandoned beast bones by the roadside. As expected, Su Taiping murmured to himself. His guess was correct, the pill left to him by his grandfather, while allowing his name to appear in the immortal register, could not make him a true spirit bone. White bone. Looking at the bone-colored Dragon Pearl, Senior Sister Zhao Linglong's eyes were filled with disbelief. Although Qing Xiao didn't speak, the surprise in his expression was no less than that of Zhao Linglong. The Spirit Bone Monument actually picked out a white bone. Your luck at the Seven Peaks is as poor as ever. Jin Heji from the First Peak suddenly laughed again upon seeing this, then spoke with a tone full of sarcasm. You, Junior Sister. Hearing this, Zhao Linglong was about to argue but was stopped by Qing Xiao beside her. Elder Hilong, could you please test again? Qing Xiao requested of Elder Hilong. Qing Xiao, you should know very well that this pearl of mine will not be wrong. Elder Hilong retracted the Dragon Pearl, his tone filled with authority. Sigh. Qing Xiao sighed deeply upon hearing this. Xian, Heji, you two take this little one down the mountain. There's nothing for you here. Elder Hilong glanced at Xian and Jin Heji. Elder Hilong, Junior Brother Qing Xiao, Junior Sister Linglong, I take my leave. Jin Heji smiled as he took Yi Xian's hand and turned to leave. Brother Jin, our Qingxian sect won't even accept a white bone, right? This kind of waste, our First Peak will definitely not accept. The voices of the two echoed from the doorway, causing Qing Xiao and Ling Long to seethe with anger, but they were helpless. Xian knew the two were in a bad mood, so she didn't say anything and left with Lin Buyu. After the few left, Elder Hilong finally reopened his eyes. White bones are not qualified to become disciples of the Seven Peaks. You can either stay at the foot of the mountain as an unnamed disciple for 3 years and challenge the Seven Peaks selection after 3 years, or you can go down the mountain immediately. He directed his gaze to Su Taiping, who stood silently. Clearly, he wanted Su Taiping to make a choice. Taiping, let him decide for himself. Linglong seemed to want to remind Su Taiping of something, but was interrupted by Elder Heilong. Upon hearing this, Linglong wisely closed her mouth and stopped speaking. If I can pass the 7-peak selection, can I still join the 7th peak and become a junior brother to Sister Linglong and Brother Qing Xiao? Su Taiping did not immediately answer Elder Heilong, but turned to look at Qing Xiao and Linglong. I can guarantee this to you. If you can pass the selection, the doors of the 7th peak will definitely be open for you, Qing Xiao said with a serious expression. He actually felt a bit guilty for not being able to bring Su Taiping up the mountain. Taiping, passing the selection is naturally good, but it's very difficult. Linglong shook her head worriedly at Su Taiping. Su Taiping smiled at Linglong, then turned to Elder Heilong and said, Elder, I want to stay at the foot of the mountain to train for 3 years. Su Taiping would not go back on his promise to his grandfather. Seeing Su Taiping make his decision, Elder Heilong nodded calmly, then took out a jade slip and handed it to Su Taiping. Take this jade slip. Someone will take you to the foot of the mountain and explain the matters you need to pay attention to next. Thank you, Elder. Su Taiping took the jade slip. Elder Heilong, this child was brought up the mountain by me, so I should take him down and settle him. Linglong stepped forward and made a request to Elder Heilong. Disciples of the 7 peaks are not allowed to go down the mountain casually and cannot interfere in matters at the foot of the mountain. But since this child was brought up the mountain by you, I will make an exception this time. Elder Heilong pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded in agreement. Thank you, Elder Heilong. Linglong was overjoyed at having received permission. You cannot stay at the foot of the mountain for more than 2 hours. And don't try to play any tricks. I do not care about matters on the 7 peaks, but anything that happens at the foot of the mountain, even if it involves a blade of grass or a tree, cannot escape my perception. Elder Heilong warned Zhao Linglong. Rest assured, Elder, I guarantee that I will not do anything excessive. Linglong, who was seen through by Elder Heilong, stuck out her tongue and then squinted her eyes with a smile to assure him. A moment later, in front of the Dragon Gate Hall, Junior sister, I need to report this matter to Master. I leave Taiping to you. You must arrange everything for him since it will be difficult for us to come down the mountain to find him later. Qing Xiao instructed Linglong. Brother, don't worry. I will arrange everything properly. Linglong assured Qing Xiao. Qing Xiao nodded, then leaped into the air, stepping on a jade flute, his figure shooting through the sky like a streak of light. Let us go, Taiping. We will first register, then help you find a place at the foot of the mountain where you can earn merit and cultivate. Linglong patted Taiping's shoulder and smiled. Earn merit? Su Taiping was somewhat puzzled by this term. Exactly. Linglong sighed, then explained to Su Taiping. Disciples at the foot of the mountain in Qingxian sect must earn merit every year. Only by earning enough merit can they continue to stay in Qingxian sect. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the mountain. How can one earn merit? Su Taiping asked next. Every outer disciple, after registration, can receive a residence, several acres of immortal fields or medicinal gardens. They can raise livestock in their residence and plant immortal grain rice or herbs in the immortal fields, and when they mature, they can sell them for merit money. Linglong introduced Su Taiping in great detail. Thank you, Sister Linglong. I understand now. This merit is equivalent to our worldly money. Su Taiping nodded upon hearing this. You are not wrong to say that. Linglong smiled, then took Su Taiping's hand and said, Let us go, Taiping. We will first register at the West Wind Pavilion, and then see if there are suitable tasks for you. Chapter 8. Qingzhou Residence. Su Taiping bids farewell to Linglong. Yunlu Mountain, West Wind Pavilion. This is one of the places where Qingxian sect handles matters for outer disciples. Fairy Linglong, the registration for this little brother has been completed. Please keep this copper mirror and this transmission jade slip. In the West Wind Pavilion, an elderly man with graying hair handed a wooden box containing a copper mirror and a white jade-made jade slip to Linglong. Taiping, keep this bronze mirror well. It is not only proof of your identity as an outer sect registered disciple, but also that you will use to listen to the elders of the sect giving lectures in the future. Linglong first handed the bronze mirror and the jade slip to Taiping. That's right, outer sect disciples cannot receive direct guidance from their masters like inner sect disciples. They can only observe the lectures given by the elders of the sect from this bronze mirror on the 1st and 15th of each month. The old man from the West Wind Pavilion added with a smile. What about this jade slip? Su Taiping nodded, then picked up the jade slip and asked. This is a transmission jade slip, which contains a set of qi cultivation techniques. When using it, you just need to calm your mind and press it against your forehead. It was still the old man speaking. That's right. The usage of the bronze mirror and some rules to pay attention to after entering the sect are also detailed in the jade slip. Once you settle down, you can start using it. Linglong added at this time. Good. Su Taiping nodded. Pavilion Master Lu, do you have any medicinal gardens that need someone to oversee? Linglong looked towards the Pavilion Master of the West Wind Pavilion. The expression of Pavilion Master Lu stiffened. In the outer sect, the easiest place to earn merit is undoubtedly the spiritual medicine garden. Not only is the work light, but the merit earned is also considerable. Pavilion Master Lu. This child is my distant relative. If you can help with this matter, I, Zhao Linglong of the Seventh Peak, will owe you a favor. Zhao Linglong said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Pavilion Master Lu's eyes suddenly brightened. He knew Zhao Linglong's identity, the direct disciple of the Seventh Peak Master, who surely has a bright future ahead. Her favor is quite valuable. Since you, Fairy Linglong, have spoken, I will naturally help with this. Pavilion Master Lu pondered for a moment and then nodded. Hearing this, Zhao Linglong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Su Taiping cast a grateful glance at Zhao Linglong, silently remembering this kindness in his heart. To be honest, Fairy, there is indeed a medicinal garden in the western mountains of Yunlu Mountain under the jurisdiction of our West Wind Pavilion that has no one to look after it. Pavilion Master Lu said while pointing to a map on the wall, then stroked his beard and said, the place is within the Yunk Valley, 3,000 miles from the West Wind Pavilion, named Qingzhou Residence. There, in addition to 3 acres of spiritual medicine garden, there is also a ready-made small courtyard for you to live and cultivate. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the West Wind Pavilion, Pavilion Master, wasn't there a report from a cultivator saying that there were evil spirits appearing in Qingzhou Residence? If you arrange that little guy there, what if something happens? It would be hard for us to explain to Fairy Linglong, right? A steward from the West Wind Pavilion looked worriedly at the old Pavilion Master while watching Fairy Linglong and Su Taiping leave on the celestial crane. It was just a rumor. A few disciples from the Fourth Peak already went to check a while ago, and there was no abnormality. Pavilion Master Lu shook his head dismissively. Besides, even if something really happened, a mere outer disciple from the mountain, if they die, they die. It would be good if half of these new outer sect registered disciples can survive in the mountain each year. If I have to take responsibility for every death, how can I continue being the Pavilion Master? He then shot a glare at the steward. The Pavilion Master is right. I was overthinking it. The steward retreated with an awkward expression. Another half an hour later. Qingzhou Residence. Fairy Linglong, we have arrived at Qingzhou Residence. The celestial crane that spoke human language gently shook its wings, allowing Linglong and Su Taiping to land steadily on the ground. After Su Taiping steadied himself, he looked ahead. He saw a small courtyard with a mud wall quietly nestled within a verdant bamboo forest, with fallen bamboo, leaves almost covering the threshold. Little Taiping, from now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Linglong looked at the sky and then reluctantly said to Su Taiping, the time agreed with Elder Black Dragon has come. Thank you, Sister Linglong. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the 7th peak as soon as possible. A determined expression that did not match his age appeared on Su Taiping's youthful face. I believe in you, little brother. Linglong smiled as she reached out to touch Su Taiping's small face, then took out a bone flute and a money pouch from her sleeve and handed them to Su Taiping, saying, this bone flute can be used to attract nearby spiritual birds, and the money pouch contains 30 merit coins given by the West Wind Pavilion to each new outer sect disciple. If you have urgent needs, you can spend a merit coin to have nearby spiritual birds take you to purchase items. However, unless absolutely necessary, these 30 merit coins should not be used recklessly because, barring any accidents, your medicinal garden in the backyard should be abandoned. You will need to use this money to buy seeds and food. I won't use them recklessly. Sister Linglong. Su Taiping nodded and took the bone flute and money pouch. Little Taiping, may we meet again by fate. Take care. Linglong, now back on the celestial crane, smiled and waved at Su Taiping. Goodbye, Sister Linglong. Su Taiping also waved back at Linglong. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial crane flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind and soaring up into the sky. Little Taiping, I hope to see you again. Linglong looked at the shrinking figure below with a deep sigh. Growing up in the Qingxin sect, she knew very well that such outer sect disciples with only white spirit bones rarely make it to the 7 peaks. Most cannot pass the selection within the 3-year period. Creak. As soon as Linglong left, Su Taiping pushed open the courtyard door and walked in with big strides, stopping only when he reached the medicinal garden in the backyard. Just as Sister Linglong said, this medicinal garden is indeed abandoned. Looking at the overgrown weeds and desolate medicinal garden before him, Su Taiping muttered softly. However, he was not in a hurry to confirm this. He carefully took out a wooden box from his bosom, then took out a small porcelain bottle from inside, and poured out the yellow bean seed from the small porcelain bottle. That's right, this is the yellow bean seed left to him by his grandfather. Grandpa said that when he arrived at the fairy mountain and planted this seed, he would gain a great opportunity. He whispered to himself as he crouched down, then dug a hole in the soil of the medicinal garden with his hands, and then planted the yellow bean seed. Since the pill is real, it means this seed is also real. Su Taiping said to himself as he carefully covered the yellow bean seed with soil using his small hands. Chapter 9. Planting yellow beans, gaining opportunities from the pods. Should I water it? Just as Su Taiping was about to go find water, the clump of soil he used to cover the yellow bean seed was suddenly pushed aside by something. It's sprouting? So soon. He curiously crouched down and was dumbfounded to find that the yellow bean he had just planted had already sprouted tender shoots. Not only that, but after breaking through the soil, the tender shoot began to grow stems and leaves at a visible speed, then flowered and bore fruit. In just a moment, a mature bean plant appeared right in front of Su Taiping. This bean plant was about 4 feet tall, its leaves so green they seemed to glisten with dew, and the 3 pods hanging from it were as translucent as jade, clearly not ordinary items. The opportunity Grandpa spoke of, could it be the beans inside these 3 pods? Su Taiping curiously reached out his hand to pick the 3 pods. Little one, just as Su Taiping reached out towards the 3 pods, a very melodious voice suddenly rang out from the bean plant before him. Following that, Su Taiping saw a milky white light, like smoke, rising from the stems and leaves of the bean plant, eventually coalescing into the figure of a stunning fairy in front of him. Don't be in a hurry to pick. The fairy smiled sweetly as she looked at the stunned Su Taiping. You are a monster, or are you a fairy? Finally coming to his senses, Su Taiping tried hard to calm his mind, but his voice still stuttered a bit. An immortal? Perhaps once, but now. I can only be considered a wisp of residual soul, surviving parasitically within this being. The woman thought for a moment and then smiled wryly. Little one, you don't need to be afraid. I won't harm you, nor can I. I only reveal myself now because I wish to make a deal with you, she said to Su Taiping. Deal? Su Taiping asked, somewhat confused. My real name is Chu Linghua. 600 years ago, I was ambushed by enemies, my physical body sealed, and my soul shattered, leaving only this wisp of residual soul to escape by clinging to this bean. Later, this bean traveled thousands of miles and ended up in your grandfather's hands, and finally, he passed it down to you. Until today, you planted it in this spiritual land, allowing the seed to be reborn, and I am finally able to see the light of day again. The beautiful woman spoke sincerely to Su Taiping. If I hadn't gone up the mountain, wouldn't you have to stay in the bean forever? Su Taiping asked curiously. Although he was mature for his age, he was still a boy of about 10, and his curiosity outweighed his fear. Yes, and not only would I have to stay in the bean, but in a year or two, when the spiritual power in the bean completely dissipates, this wisp of residual soul will likely vanish as well. Chu Linghua nodded, not hiding anything from Su Taiping. So what does the deal you just mentioned refer to? Su Taiping didn't let his curiosity distract him from the main issue. From the 3 pods on this bean plant, can you only take 1 and leave the other 2 for me? Chu Linghua asked Su Taiping seriously. According to what you said, only I can harvest the pods from this bean plant? Su Taiping blinked his big eyes at Chu Linghua. With such a clever grandson, Su Jian can rest in peace in the underworld. Chu Linghua was taken aback by Su Taiping's words. She smiled wryly and then nodded. That's right. Only the one who planted it can harvest the fruits on it. I understand now, Su Taiping nodded. Since it's a deal, what do you plan to exchange with me? He asked Chu Linghua. If you can only take 1, I am willing to share with you some secrets about this bean and a recipe that can help ordinary bones cultivate, Chu Linghua said earnestly. Her gaze clearly no longer regarded Taiping as a mere child. Upon hearing that Chu Linghua had a recipe to assist ordinary bones in cultivation, a glimmer of joy flashed in Su Taiping's eyes. How can you make me trust you? Su Taiping continued to ask calmly. I can give you the recipe first. You can try it, and if you find it effective, we can trade then, Chu Linghua said openly. Su Taiping stared at Chu Linghua's eyes without blinking. And after a long while, he nodded. No need to try. I agree to the deal with the immortal. What? Aren't you afraid I'll deceive you? Seeing Su Taiping agree so readily, Chu Lingyue found it somewhat strange. My grandfather said that after I planted that bean, I would gain an opportunity. And it seems my opportunity is you, immortal, Su Taiping replied earnestly. Chu Lingyue was first taken aback, then covered her mouth and smiled. I didn't expect you to be quite articulate, which is much better than your grandfather. Are you familiar with my grandfather? Su Taiping suddenly asked curiously. From Chu Lingyue's words, Su Taiping could vaguely hear that she had indeed interacted with his grandfather. I don't have much time to come out. So let's talk about this bean first. Chu Lingyue changed the subject. Su Taiping nodded, not dwelling on the previous question, and sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to listen attentively. The bean your grandfather gave you is also known as the Dizong fruit. This is an extremely mysterious spiritual object. When planted in a celestial mountain, it can absorb the spiritual energy of the mountain and, based on this spiritual energy, give birth to unique treasures within its fruits. Lingyue explained directly without beating around the bush. Are you saying that the fruit produced by this seed buried in different celestial mountains will be vastly different? Su Taiping, feeling surprised, also raised a question. Exactly, Lingyue nodded approvingly. The spiritual energy contained within each celestial mountain is different, just like people, each with their own characteristics. Therefore, the fruits produced by the Dizong fruit on different mountains, as well as the treasures nurtured within those fruits, are all different. She explained in further detail. This tiny yellow bean is so extraordinary. No wonder my grandfather said it's a great opportunity. After hearing Lingyue's detailed explanation, Su Taiping looked astonished. Initially, he thought this yellow bean seed was merely some kind of treasure, but he didn't expect it to be a divine object that could nurture treasures. Pick one of the pods and open it. Lingyue pointed to the 3 pods on the bean plant. Okay, Su Taiping complied and carefully pulled off one of the pods, then opened it with his hand. Immortal, what is this? After opening the pod, Su Taiping saw not beans, but small crystal beads emitting a shimmering light. This is a spiritual crystal, the crystallization of the spiritual power contained in this land. In the future, when you cultivate, you can hold one in your mouth. And combined with the recipe I give you, even ordinary bones can cultivate rapidly, Lingyue said confidently. Really? Su Taiping couldn't help but blurt out. Cultivating ordinary bones isn't particularly difficult. However, many cultivation lineages have already been severed in this land, which leads to the situation where ordinary bones cannot cultivate. Lingyue nodded dismissively. Then continued, among the treasures nurtured by the Dizong fruit, this spiritual crystal is actually the lowest grade. This land is too barren, so it can only nurture treasures of this level. Even if it grows for a longer time, it can only improve the grade of the spiritual crystals produced, and cannot nurture true magical treasures with divine powers. After hearing this, Su Taiping nodded thoughtfully and then asked, if I plant this seed on Qifeng, can it produce the kind of magical treasure you mentioned? You're quick to understand. If I were not just a wisp of residual soul, I would want to take you as my disciple. Lingyue increasingly liked Su Taiping. Su Taiping felt a bit embarrassed from the praise and scratched his head awkwardly. However, to help the Dizong fruit produce even more powerful treasures, besides planting the seed on a more spiritually abundant Qifeng, there is one more thing we need to do. Lingyue said. What is it? Su Taiping hurriedly asked. First, you need to pick the remaining 2 pods from the bean plant. Then open them and hold them in your palms. Lingyue pointed to the remaining 2 green pods on the bean plant without rushing to explain. Okay, Su Taiping, having chosen to trust Lingyue, decisively picked the 2 pods and opened them without hesitation. After opening the 2 pods, Su Taiping found that, as Lingyue had said, these 2 pods also contained small spiritual crystals resembling yellow beans. Immortal. Su Taiping collected his few yellow bean spiritual crystals and then held out the remaining ones towards Lingyue's ethereal figure. He didn't take a single one that he had promised to leave behind, nor did he give her any extra from his own. Seeing this scene, Lingyue secretly nodded in approval. She secretly praised in her heart again. At such a young age, he is cautious in his actions, yet not afraid of trouble. And when he gets to work, he is straightforward and carefree, indeed one of our kind. However, she did not say this to Su Taiping, only nodding at him, then opened her mouth to inhale the few yellow bean spirit crystals in Su Taiping's hand. With a slight sucking sound, Su Taiping saw the 7 or 8 yellow bean spirit crystals in his palm instantly transform into strands of purple energy, flowing into the mouth of the ethereal figure of the spirit moon fairy like a river converging into the sea. After the Spirit Moon Fairy absorbed the purple energy formed from these yellow bean spirit crystals, Su Taiping could clearly feel that her figure had become much clearer, no longer swaying like mist in the wind. Thank you, young friend Taiping, for extending my life. The Spirit Moon Fairy did not hesitate to express her gratitude. You don't need to be polite. This is a transaction between us. Su Taiping shook his head calmly, looking unbothered. That's true. The Spirit Moon Fairy nodded in agreement, then pointed to the yellow bean plant below and said, "Look at what changes have occurred to this plant." Hearing this, Su Taiping looked down and was quite surprised to find that the once vibrant yellow bean plant had completely withered, resembling a piece of wild grass. Fairy, this plant has withered. How are we supposed to obtain the seeds? Su Taiping was somewhat shocked, but not to the point of being frightened, as he knew that this fairy must have a way. Regarding this matter, the Spirit Moon Fairy smiled. It is the second thing I just mentioned that you need to do. She continued, after the earth treasure fruit bears fruit and all the fruits have been harvested, it will wither on its own. Even if you wait until next year, it will not bear fruit again. If you want it to continue bearing fruit, you must use the rootless fire to burn this withered plant. When it is completely turned to ash, its seeds will emerge from the ashes. This step is what we call burning the seeds. The Spirit Moon Fairy's answer undoubtedly surprised Su Taiping once again. However, more than the surprise in his heart, he was more concerned about the rootless fire that the Spirit Moon Fairy mentioned. Fairy, what is rootless fire? Su Taiping asked. The Spirit Moon Fairy seemed to be waiting for Su Taiping to ask, so upon hearing his question, she revealed a pleased smile before explaining. The so-called rootless fire, as the name suggests, is a flame that does not require external objects to ignite. There are two types of rootless fire. One arises from nature, and the other is refined by cultivators using true energy combined with techniques, which we call true fire. The natural rootless fire is also known as spirit fire. Such divine objects are rare and cannot be sought after. Therefore, the only rootless fire you can find is the true fire refined by cultivators, which often resides within treasures and talismans. If she were only explaining rootless fire, the Spirit Moon Fairy wouldn't need to go into such detail. It was clear that her words were meant to guide Su Taiping in his cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, Fairy. Su Taiping felt greatly benefited and immediately expressed his gratitude. So, Fairy, you want me to look for talismans that contain true fire, right? He then confirmed with the Spirit Moon Fairy. Exactly. The Spirit Moon Fairy nodded with a smile. Although true fire talismans are not particularly rare, and the first burning of the earth treasure fruit does not require very high-grade true fire, given your current situation, you probably don't have the money to buy one. So either you cultivate successfully and refine true fire yourself, or you work hard to manage this medicinal garden, earn enough merit rewards, and then exchange for it. There's no need to rush. The Spirit Moon Fairy advised Su Taiping. Fairy, don't worry. I will work hard to cultivate and manage this half-acre medicinal garden, striving to obtain true fire for burning the seeds as soon as possible. Su Taiping nodded earnestly. Chapter 11. Gift of the Recipe. Su Taiping receives the bone cleansing decoction. Very good. The Spirit Moon Fairy smiled faintly at Su Taiping. For some reason, although he was just a boy of over 10 years old, she felt that his determination was stronger than that of many adults, quite similar to someone she once knew. Come a little closer. The Spirit Moon Fairy suddenly beckoned Su Taiping. Fairy, is there anything else you want to instruct? Su Taiping stepped forward, somewhat puzzled. Smack. At this moment, the Spirit Moon Fairy extended a finger and gently tapped Su Taiping's forehead. Before Su Taiping could react, he felt a refreshing coolness penetrate his brain. And soon a piece of white paper appeared in his mind, detailing a recipe and instructions for preparing the medicine. The bone cleansing decoction? There really is a recipe that allows mortals to cultivate. Su Taiping couldn't help but show a joyful expression after seeing the effects of the recipe. Little one, don't be too happy too soon. This bone cleansing decoction recipe is meant to be used in conjunction with another decoction. But the materials required for that other recipe are too precious. Giving it to you would be useless. Therefore, you will encounter some difficulties during the soaking process of this bone cleansing decoction. The Spirit Moon Fairy poured a bucket of cold water over Su Taiping. What kind of difficulties? Su Taiping immediately asked. Without the other decoction, when you soak in the bone cleansing decoction, your whole body will experience extreme pain. Just like being flayed. The Spirit Moon Fairy's expression turned serious. I'm not afraid of pain. Su Taiping thought for a moment, and then shook his head vigorously. Although Lingwei wanted to say that he had never tasted that kind of suffering, otherwise he would not have answered so readily. For some reason, She could not bring herself to say it. Today, I am in a good mood. Besides the recipe I originally promised you, I will give you one more thing. The Spirit Moon Fairy suddenly smiled and then extended her hand to gently grasp. In an instant, Su Taiping saw strands of white light gathering in the Spirit Moon Fairy's palm like ribbons. When she opened her hand again, 3 translucent beads appeared in her palm. At the moment these 3 beads took shape, Su Taiping could clearly feel that the figure of the Spirit Moon Fairy in front of him had become much more transparent. Whoosh! Before Su Taiping could ask what these were, the Spirit Moon Fairy suddenly raised her hand and scattered the 3 beads, throwing them to 3 different positions in the medicinal garden. After doing all this, Su Taiping heard the Spirit Moon Fairy begin to softly chant a spell, while pale blue lights started to gather into a mysterious rune pattern centered around the 3 beads, enveloping the entire medicinal garden. This is the Little 3 Talents Spirit Gathering Array. Although it is not as good as a true Spirit Gathering Array, it will ensure that your half-acre medicinal garden will triple its harvest within a year. After doing all this, the Spirit Moon Fairy explained to Su Taiping, looking somewhat weak. Triple? Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was first filled with surprise. Then he took out the 4 yellow bean spirit crystals from his pocket and handed them to the Spirit Moon Fairy, saying, "Fairy, please accept these 4 beans. My grandfather said that when trading with others, fairness is the most important, otherwise it won't last long." Seeing Su Taiping say this with such seriousness, the Spirit Moon Fairy couldn't help but chuckle, but immediately became serious again and said, "What you said is correct. Since it's a transaction, it should be fair. However, you will need these spirit crystals for your cultivation, so consider it as me lending them to you for now. You can return them to me when the next Earth Treasure bears valuable items." Hearing this, Su Taiping thought seriously for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then when I return them next time, I have to include interest. I must give you 5 spirit crystals." Not bad, not bad. Interest must be included." The Spirit Moon Fairy chuckled again. At this moment, the figure of the Spirit Moon Fairy became a bit more transparent, and her aura noticeably weakened. "Little Taiping, my true self is too weak in this remnant soul and needs to rest and recuperate in the earth store fruit for at least a month or 2. From now on, this medicinal garden and your own cultivation affairs will all rely on you. Don't hold me back, as I still need the earth store fruit to restore my true form," the Spirit Moon Fairy advised with a slightly teasing tone. "Rest assured, Fairy, cultivation is something I must do myself, and I will not hold you back," Su Taiping said with a very firm gaze. "You said it well. Cultivation is indeed a personal matter. The long path of cultivation, others can help for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Ultimately, it still relies on oneself." The Spirit Moon Fairy smiled with satisfaction, then pointed to the already withered beanstalk and said, "Taiping, go inside and see if there is a shovel. Dig out this beanstalk and bury it in a pit at the center of the medicinal garden." "Okay." Su Taiping nodded and went inside without further ado. Just as he turned to go back inside, the Spirit Moon Fairy, who had always worn a gentle smile, suddenly had a sharp look in her eyes and turned to gaze at the courtyard wall behind her. Following her piercing gaze, one could see a pair of eyes gleaming with a faint blue light, sneaking a glance at the courtyard. At the moment the Spirit Moon Fairy turned her head, those eyes clearly noticed her and quickly rolled down from the courtyard wall. Whoosh! At the same time, the Spirit Moon Fairy's originally somewhat ethereal figure suddenly transformed into a gust of wind, howling out from the courtyard, and knocked the falling figure away. "Spare me, Fairy. I am just a mere ghost, forced here by the Tiger Lord of Qingfeng Gorge to harm others." Before the Spirit Moon Fairy could speak, a corpse ghost with a pale face and a decaying body, revealing white bones, fell to the ground before her in a bow. "Being a lackey to a tiger, that describes you scoundrels." The Spirit Moon Fairy snorted coldly and then, with a wave of her hand, sent the corpse ghost flying. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a different person compared to when she faced Su Taiping. "Wait, my strength has not yet recovered. I may not be a match for that tiger demon. Killing this ghost might bring trouble. It would be better to cast a soul-confusing spell on it, making it forget about this place for now. When Taiping's cultivation is accomplished in the future, he can subdue that tiger demon. That would be a good experience." Just as the Spirit Moon Fairy was preparing to kill the ghost, she suddenly withdrew her hand, murmuring a quiet phrase, and then a happy smile appeared on her face. Chapter 12. Opening the Copper Mirror, Su Taiping listens to the teachings for the first time. Slap. Then the Spirit Moon Fairy reached out and pointed at the ghost's forehead, drawing a rune with a milky white light. As the rune entered the ghost's forehead, it stood up with a dazed expression, then turned away from the spirit moon fairy as if she didn't exist, muttering to itself while walking away, "How did I fall here? Forget it. I should go back and report to the king. When I see the king, I'll tell him that a little cultivator has come to oversee the medicinal garden at Qingzhou residence. We can wait until his spiritual herbs mature and then come to take his life along with the medicinal herbs. Perhaps the king will reward me with a piece of tender heart and liver. How wonderful." As it finished speaking, the ghost couldn't help but shake its head, clearly quite satisfied with its plan. Alas, although letting a tiger return to the mountain is a risky thing, I still hope little Taiping can understand the good intentions of his teacher in the future, the spirit moon fairy murmured as she watched the ghost sway away. Although she had not yet made Su Taiping her disciple and did not know if he was willing to be one, that did not stop her from imagining herself in the role of a teacher. However, she would never admit that the main reason for doing so was her loneliness after staying in the Earth Store fruit for hundreds of years and wanting to find some fun. The next day, Su Taiping woke up early. He first went to the medicinal garden to clear the weeds, then added some soil to the spot where he buried the Earth Store fruit. After all, for him, the Earth Store fruit would be a significant support for his future cultivation, and he couldn't let it be stolen. The spirit moon fairy had not appeared since returning to the Earth Store fruit last night, and Su Taiping thought she might really take a month or so to come out. After clearing the weeds in the medicinal garden, he spent the entire morning organizing the 3 thatched cottages of Qingzhou residents. The thatched cottage was very simple, with one room that only had a bed, one living room, one kitchen, and a toilet built behind the medicinal garden. While cleaning the kitchen, Su Taiping discovered 2 very interesting items: a water tank that could not be emptied and a rice tank that could produce a whole tank of rice with just 1 merit coin. With water and rice, plus a piece of dried fish hanging on the wall, Su Taiping easily solved his first meal at Qingxian sect. After eating, he spread the sheets and blankets from the cupboard on the bed, then sat cross-legged on the bed, taking out the jade slip and the copper mirror that Shifeng Pavilion had given him earlier. The spirit moon fairy had passed the recipe for the marrow cleansing soup to him by tapping his forehead. This jade slip also passed on knowledge by pressing it to the forehead, so this must be the common method of passing on knowledge in the cultivation world. He murmured to himself as he picked up the jade slip. According to the words of the head of Shifeng Pavilion, this jade slip contained a cultivation method for refining qi from Qingxian sect, as well as many rules of the sect and instructions on how to use the copper mirror. Phew, the information transmitted from this jade slip is much more than that single point from the spirit moon fairy. Feeling the segments of text continuously pouring into his mind, Su Taiping felt dizzy and nearly fell off the bed. Fortunately, it wasn't long before no new text emerged in his mind, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he soon discovered another problem. The text that entered his mind was like books placed on a bookshelf, requiring him to read through them to see and understand the contents. So, the method of passing knowledge through the jade slip was still somewhat different from the way the spirit moon fairy taught him. Her pointing directly told him how to prepare and brew the medicine according to the recipe, while this jade slip could only stuff these things into his head. Su Taiping carefully felt the difference between the 2 methods. However, it could also be that the difference in content led to this distinction. He quickly added in his mind, then stopped dwelling on these matters, calming down to read the lines of text in his mind bit by bit. 3 days later, after spending nearly 3 days, Su Taiping finally finished looking through all the contents of the jade slip. Just as the head of Shifeng Pavilion had said, the jade slip contained 3 main things: a Tsangxia Sutra, a summary of the copper mirror's functions, and a Qingxian sect code. During this time, he had also been digging the land in the medicinal garden while reading. Following the methods taught in the jade slip, once he finished digging the land, he could collect some animal dung and dry twigs and leaves to enrich the soil. However, this step was not urgent. Today was the first day of the month, the day Elder Xiang was giving teachings, specifically on the Tsangxia Sutra and the basics of entering the cultivation path. It only happened once every 3 months, and he must not miss it. After listening to the teachings, he could also pick out the seeds he wanted to buy from the copper mirror, so as not to waste that merit coin. While eating alone in the living room, Su Taiping began to plan what he needed to do today and casually tore off a page from the calendar hanging on the wall. When the page was torn off, it revealed the words for the first day of the month, and the annotations beside it were written in red ink, stating that it was suitable for studying and not suitable for moving earth, among other notes. This was bought yesterday when he summoned a spirit bird to help him purchase daily necessities, and it cost him a total of 6 merit coins, which made him feel quite pained for a while. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom. Su Taiping carefully took out a bronze mirror from a box and placed it on a broken table in front of him. At this moment, besides the bronze mirror, there was half a bowl of clear water, a few flower petals, and a merit coin from the Qingxian sect on the table. Su Taiping recalled the usage method of the bronze mirror, then dipped his hand into the bowl to sprinkle some clear water onto the mirror, followed by placing a few flower petals and the merit coin on it. Almost at the moment he placed the merit coin on the mirror, a gust of fresh wind suddenly blew out from the mirror, carrying a faint scent of sandalwood. Immediately after, a voice emerged from the mirror. Su Taiping, registered disciple of the outer sect of Qingxian sect, please do not leave. Elder Ziyang will soon begin the lecture. If you miss it today, you will have to wait another 3 months. Having already read the contents of the jade slip, Su Taiping was not startled by this voice, as it was mentioned in the record of the functions of the mysterious mirror that this was the voice of the spirit of the mirror. According to the record of the functions of the mysterious mirror, the spirit of the mirror acts like a guide, helping you find what you want to see in the bronze mirror. Of course, this excludes the forbidden areas of the Qingxian sect, and each guidance requires 1 merit coin. Thank you, Great Mirror, Su Taiping said with a nod. The spirit of the mirror was not entirely inanimate, so he felt it was necessary to express his gratitude. Chapter 13. Listening to the lecture. A glimpse into the path of cultivation, no need for pleasantries. To Su Taiping's surprise, the mirror spirit actually responded to him, though its tone was very cold and stiff. Great Mirror, I am ready. At that moment, a very authoritative voice came from the bronze mirror. Su Taiping immediately turned his gaze toward the mirror. He saw that the mirror, which originally reflected his own face, suddenly displayed a misty mountain peak at the moment the elder's voice sounded, and on that peak, he could vaguely see the figure of an elder with an ethereal aura. Taoist Ziyang, there are a total of 396 disciples listening to this lecture, among which 218 are new entrants, and 200 have no cultivation. The voice of the mirror spirit echoed again from the mirror. As he spoke, the image in the mirror kept zooming in until Su Taiping could clearly see Taoist Ziyang sitting on a stone platform. 400 is enough. No need to let more in. Taoist Ziyang slightly closed his eyes and gently opened his lips. Yes, the mirror spirit replied in a cold tone. It turned out that Taoist Ziyang would limit the number of people for the lecture. Fortunately, he arrived early today. After hearing the conversation between Taoist Ziyang and the mirror spirit, Su Taiping felt a sense of relief. Whether you are listening to this Zangxia Sutra for the first time or have heard it many times, I will treat all equally and start from the beginning. After a brief pause, Taoist Ziyang's voice rang out again. Knowing that Taoist Ziyang was officially starting the lecture, Su Taiping straightened up and fixed his eyes on the bronze mirror without blinking. Among you, many have not practiced before entering the sect. So before I lecture on this Zangxia Sutra, I will first explain to you what cultivation is and what it means to have cultivation. Cultivation, simply put, involves using body refinement techniques to strengthen the body and using opening techniques to refine essence into qi. Our Qingxian sect has always placed more emphasis on opening. Only by nurturing a good amount of innate true qi can one perform spells and divine abilities, extend lifespan, and glimpse the path of ascension and immortality. The Zangxia Sutra that I will lecture on today is one of the most important heart methods for opening in our sect. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping nodded inwardly. Taoist Ziyang's words were very similar to the introduction of the Zangxia Sutra, and this was the only part he could understand. The subsequent specific steps of practice left him confused. Having explained what cultivation is, next I will talk about what cultivation level is. In simple terms, cultivation level refers to the different stages of cultivation in the cultivation world. According to the length of lifespan and the strength of power, cultivation levels are generally divided into 5 realms. From weak to strong, the first level is the opening realm, which is also referred to as the entering sea realm. At this stage, cultivation has just found its way, and one's vitality is far beyond peers. With a lifespan that can reach 2 cycles of 60 years, over 120 years, Su Taiping's eyelids couldn't help but twitch at this moment. He didn't expect that the opening realm mentioned by his grandfather was actually the lowest level in the cultivation world. While surprised, he also felt a bit relieved. If the opening realm were the 2nd or 3rd level, he estimated it would be very difficult for him to break through within 6 months. By then, his forged immortal credentials would surely be exposed. However, these thoughts only flashed through his mind. He quickly refocused and continued listening to Taoist Ziyang's lecture. The second level is called the Viewing Shadows realm, with a lifespan that can reach 3 cycles of 60 years. Only upon reaching this level can one truly be called a cultivator. Over the years, among the disciples I have encountered, at least 60% have been stuck at this level, some even being direct disciples of the 7 peaks. The third level is called the Understanding Mystery realm. After breaking through this level, one's lifespan can reach 6 cycles of 60 years, and one can be revered as a true monarch, possessing their own Taoist temple in Yunlu Mountain. As for the 4th and 5th levels, you need not consider them at present. Do not be overly ambitious. At this point, Taoist Ziyang took a cup of tea from a disciple beside him and savored it, seemingly allowing everyone to reflect for a moment. It turns out that breaking through to the Understanding Mystery realm is so difficult. No wonder Taoist Ziyang is revered as an elder. Su Taiping felt a sense of emotion in his heart at this moment. He wondered what level of cultivation Fairy Lingyue was at. Suddenly, he became curious about Fairy Lingyue's cultivation. Alright, next, I will explain the Zhangxia Sutra in detail. Just as Su Taiping was slightly distracted, the voice of Taoist Ziyang in the mirror instantly pulled his thoughts back. Following this, Taoist Ziyang began to refer to the scroll of the Zhangxia Sutra, step by step explaining the key points of its practice to the disciples listening to the lecture. Since Su Taiping had already read the Zhangxia Sutra thoroughly beforehand, listening to it was not difficult for him. He often showed a look of sudden enlightenment and couldn't help but dance with joy at the wonderful parts, feeling that the various confusions he had encountered before were gradually being unraveled by Taoist Ziyang. Although he did not have a spirit bone, Su Taiping had a natural talent for studying since childhood, so in terms of understanding the techniques, he was not inferior to some disciples with spirit bones. Rather, he was much better. At this moment, while he was enjoying the splendid narration, among the disciples facing the bronze mirror, 80% were scratching their heads in great distress. And all of this was seen by Taoist Ziyang. Besides a few exceptional disciples, most of the people, including Su Taiping, did not know that at this moment, in front of Taoist Ziyang, there was also a bronze mirror, a huge bronze mirror. The images displayed in that mirror were the more than 300 disciples listening to the lecture. Great Mirror, who brought Su Taiping from Qingzhou residence into the Qingxin sect. After the lecture ended, Taoist Ziyang suddenly asked the mirror spirit. Su Taiping was originally a disciple chosen by the Spirit Bone Monument to be sent to the 7th peak. But during the Spirit Bone test, Elder Hailang discovered that he was merely a white bone and was not qualified to enter the 7th peak. Thus, he was arranged at the foot of the mountain to cultivate by himself, awaiting the selection of the 7 peaks. 3 years later, the mirror spirit replied to Taoist Ziyang. What a pity. After hearing the account from the mirror spirit, Taoist Ziyang shook his head with a hint of helplessness. He could see that Su Taiping's understanding of the techniques was extraordinary, and thus had a thought of taking him under his wing. But he didn't expect that he was merely a white bone. A mere white bone, no matter how well one comprehends the techniques, is of no use. Not everyone is Su Chan. Taoist Ziyang's side. Xinjuan, it's better not to mention the name Su Chan too often, as the sect master will be unhappy if he hears it. At this moment, Xianjing reminded Ziyang Xinjuan. So what if I bring it up? Can Zhou Tong really cover the sky with one hand in the Qingxin sect? Ziyang Xinjuan snorted coldly upon hearing this, and then swept his sleeves and left. Just as he was about to return to his cave dwelling, he suddenly turned around to look at the bronze mirror behind him and said, "The next lecture is cancelled. I will enter seclusion for 3 years this time." After saying this, his figure flashed and disappeared at the entrance of the cave. Is this really necessary? A helpless sigh came from the bronze mirror. Back at Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping, who had been sitting on the bed cultivating for a long time, suddenly let out a long sigh. After listening to Ziyang Xinjuan's lecture, the time had just reached noon, which was the best time to practice the Zhanxia Jing. Su Taiping began to cultivate based on the insights he gained from the lecture today. However, he did not expect that after working hard for a full hour, he still could not guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body and refine it into true qi as described in the Zhanxia Jing. It seems I can only rely on the prescription from Fairy Lingyue. Su Taiping wiped the sweat from his forehead and said unwillingly. This attempt made him truly realize the difficulty of cultivating with a white bone constitution. Thinking of this, he made up his mind and took out the bronze mirror again, placing a merit coin on it. Su Taiping from Qingzhou residence, what do you seek from me? The voice of the mirror spirit echoed from the bronze mirror. Xianjing, I want to buy a batch of medicinal materials and seeds. Su Taiping replied. With your current rank, you can only purchase medicinal materials and seeds at the Baichao Hall at the foot of the mountain. Here is the list of herbs from Baichao Hall. After you select them in the mirror, a spirit bird will deliver them to your courtyard. As the mirror spirit spoke, a list of herbs began to appear on the bronze mirror. Thank you, Xianjing. After expressing his gratitude, Su Taiping began to search carefully. After spending the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Su Taiping finally gathered all the medicinal materials listed in Fairy Ling Yue's prescription. To avoid revealing the prescription, he added several inexpensive herbs and made some adjustments to the weights of the materials. As for the seeds for the medicinal garden, he only chose the 9-leaf perilla, buying enough for 3 plantings over 3 acres. He had his reasons for this choice. According to the records about planting in the transmission jade slip, the leaves, stems, and fruits of the 9-leaf perilla can all be used as medicine. The leaves can be eaten as high-quality vegetables, and the price of the seeds is the lowest among all spiritual herbs. They grow easily, with a sprouting to fruiting cycle of only 3 months. And Yunlu Mountain enjoys spring all year round, allowing for 3 plantings. The only downside is that they sell for too low a price. Under normal circumstances, each acre of 9-leaf perilla can only yield 30 merit coins per year for the Qingxin sect, which is far lower than the profits from other spiritual herbs. It should be noted that in the Qingxin sect, each outer sect registered disciple is required to pay 120 merit coins each year. Under normal circumstances, even if Taiping planted 3 acres entirely with 9-leaf perilla, he still wouldn't be able to accumulate the merit required to pay the sect. However, with the formation set up by Fairy Ling Yue in the medicinal field, everything would be different. According to Fairy Ling Yue, the harvest from the medicinal field with the small gathering formation would triple within 3 years, making planting 9-leaf perilla the most cost-effective choice. If all goes well, planting 3 acres of 9-leaf perilla across 3 seasons should yield at least 270 merit coins. After deducting the 20 merit coins for costs and the 120 merit coins required to be submitted each year, I would still have 130 left, which I could use to buy better seeds or perhaps save some for purchasing techniques and talismans next year. After paying the bronze mirror, Su Taiping picked up a pen and paper to carefully record his accounts. After buying the medicinal materials and seeds, he was left with only 3 merit coins. Fortunately, he had already purchased a jar of rice, and there was enough oil and salt, so he could set traps in the mountains to hunt some game, which should last until the first season's 9-leaf perilla matured. While recording his accounts, he was also calculating in his mind. Choosing 9-leaf perilla as the seed was largely because it matures quickly, allowing him to exchange merit coins swiftly in 3 months to acquire the medicinal materials needed for cultivation. As for the true fire talismans required for burning seeds, he had inquired about them from the mirror spirit yesterday and learned that he could only purchase talismans after being initiated for a year. And even the most ordinary true fire talismans cost over 1,000 merit coins, which he could not afford in the short term. Once I have a harvest, I need to consider saving money to buy true fire talismans. Su Taiping noted this down in his account book. The next evening, a spirit bird, a gray crane, landed in front of Su Taiping's small courtyard, carrying a large package. The seeds and medicinal materials that Su Taiping had purchased finally arrived. After somewhat painfully paying a merit coin to the gray crane, Su Taiping carried the medicinal materials into his bedroom. At this time, there was a bathtub filled with hot water in his bedroom, which he had prepared in advance for soaking the medicine. The prescription given by Fairy Ling Yue stated that the materials for this medicine were ordinary, and to maximize its efficacy, the materials must be added according to the time and order specified in the prescription. After categorizing and weighing the medicinal materials again with the old scale in the room, Su Taiping stood in front of the bathtub, quietly recalling the order and timing for adding the ingredients. It should be fine. After a moment, Su Taiping nodded secretly, as if encouraging himself. Then he picked up a portion of the medicinal materials laid on the oil paper and poured them all into the steaming bathtub, starting to count down with his fingers, 8, 7, 6. When he reached 1, Su Taiping quickly poured the second portion of materials into the bathtub. With the addition of the second portion, the hot water in the bathtub suddenly began to bubble and emitted a series of fragrant aromas reminiscent of orchids and musk. Looks like I didn't add the wrong ingredients. Su Taiping's face lit up with joy, and he quickly added another pack of medicinal materials. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, when all the medicinal materials had been added to the bathtub according to the instructions, Su Taiping saw that the originally clear hot water had now transformed into a thick white slurry. The medicinal soup was as lustrous as jade and as thick as paste, just as described in the prescription. Su Taiping let out a sigh of relief, at least from the appearance. This batch of washing bone and marrow soup he concocted was successful. Immediately, Su Taiping quickly removed his clothes, revealing his lean body, and plunged into the washing bone and marrow soup. TSK, TSK, TSK. Perhaps due to the potency of the medicine. Even after the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the soup in the bathtub was still very hot, causing Su Taiping to wince and bare his teeth. If it weren't for the prescription stating that leaving midway would greatly reduce the efficacy, he might have already jumped out of the bathtub. Chapter 15. Soaking in the medicinal soup, enduring pain to cultivate the marrow. After soaking in the medicinal soup, he had to use the method of breathing to stimulate the medicinal power. Once he adapted to the temperature of the soup, Su Taiping began to breathe in the way taught by the Zhanxiagong. Before long, he felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen and dantian. The breathing steps were all taught by Zhang Zhenjuan during the lecture, and Su Taiping had practiced them many times over the past few days. Although he had been unable to refine the spiritual energy into his body, he was already very familiar with the steps. Hiss! Just as Su Taiping was wondering why the medicinal power had not yet taken effect, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his back, as if a nail was being slowly hammered into him. If this kind of pain, just as Su Taiping was about to say he could still hold on, he unexpectedly felt an identical pain in his chest, rendering him completely speechless. What's even more terrifying is that this is just the beginning. After experiencing pain in those two areas, the various acupoints in his body began to feel intense pain, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath. Normally, under such pain, a person would faint, but for some reason, Su Taiping, soaking in this medicinal soup, could not faint no matter how much pain he felt. He could only endure it. The pain lasted for a full hour. During this time, Su Taiping wanted to climb out of the bathtub countless times, but every time he had this thought, the image of his grandfather's dying moments would appear in his mind, with his grandfather wide-eyed looking at him, saying, "Breathe, Taiping, you must breathe for yourself, for the sake of this world." Gasping for breath, Su Taiping leaned wearily against the bathtub, and once his breathing calmed down, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and proudly murmured, "Grandpa, did I embarrass you?" However, at this moment, although the major pain in his body had diminished, the minor pains still persisted. His body felt as if it had countless cuts. Even the slightest movement could tear those wounds open and bring excruciating pain. The medicinal soup for washing bones and marrow needs to be soaked 6 more times over 7 days without interruption, or all previous efforts would be in vain. Just thinking about having to endure 6 more sessions of such pain made even someone as determined as him begin to doubt whether he could hold on until the end. 6 days later, it was the last time. Looking at the steaming medicinal soup before him, Su Taiping suddenly felt as if he had been transported to another world. The past 6 days felt longer than the 10 years he had lived. After soaking in the medicinal soup for 6 consecutive days, both his mind and body had reached their limits. On the first day, he hadn't made a sound while soaking, but he certainly didn't expect that in the following days, he would be screaming in agony, crying, and continuously calling out for his parents and grandfather. Su Taiping had never imagined he could be so fragile. This shows just how intense the pain from the medicinal soup was. Yet even so, despite crying and shouting, Su Taiping finally made it to this 7th day. In fact, during these 7 days, he also managed to turn over the entire 3 acres of medicinal field and plant all the seeds of the 9-leaf white perilla. "Breathe, Su Taiping, you must breathe." Su Taiping hesitated for a long time in front of the bathtub, constantly reminding himself. At this moment, his face was pale, devoid of any blood, and his body was as thin as a stick. He had lost at least 10 pounds in just 6 days, and he was on the verge of collapse. Finally, Su Taiping stepped into the bathtub, and his body was quickly engulfed by the white liquid. Although he wanted to endure it, the intense pain still made him scream. If it weren't for the desolate surroundings, he might have already attracted curious onlookers. Of course, this scream was not unheard. For instance, at this moment, the spirit moon fairy, transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, was floating outside Su Taiping's window. "Little Taiping, it's the last day, hang in there. Whether you step onto the path to the heavens or live your life like drifting duckweed, it all depends on your determination." Listening to the painful groans from inside the house, the spirit moon fairy couldn't help but mutter to herself, You say that so lightly. But the pain of washing the essence and marrow increases day by day, and by the seventh day, it is exactly 7 times worse than the first day. Without another prescription, who could endure it? However, as soon as these words left her mouth, she couldn't help but bitterly smile at herself, feeling guilty for having rashly given that prescription to Su Taiping. An hour later, did he really make it through? When she saw strands of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathering toward the small courtyard like a tide, the Spirit Moon Fairy revealed an expression of disbelief. This was a sign of the success of washing the bones and marrow. She had previously been afraid to look inside the house, but now she couldn't help but peek through the crack in the window. Inside the bedroom, Su Taiping, who had already fainted, was half lying in the bathtub. The medicinal soup he was soaking in had long turned from jade white to pitch black, stained by the filth continuously seeping from his body. At the same time, streams of spiritual energy visible only to the Spirit Moon Fairy were gently brushing over Su Taiping's body and then entering him. The Spirit Moon Fairy looked at Su Taiping in the house, then at the newly renovated medicinal garden behind the courtyard, and a smile appeared on her lips. I initially thought I was taking a gamble with little time left, but now it seems I wasn't mistaken. After saying this, her figure dissipated in place, leaving behind a lingering voice in the small courtyard. Little one, I must refine the spirit crystal to extend my life for a few more years. See you again in a while. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Su Taiping, still soaking in the bathtub, just happened to open his eyes. He had the sweetest sleep of his life. Did I succeed? Noticing the thick, foul-smelling black liquid in the bathtub, Su Taiping was not frightened. Instead, a look of joy appeared on his face. According to the description of the marrow cleansing soup, this was indeed a sign of success in washing the sinews and marrow, indicating that the impurities within the cultivator's body had been expelled, truly qualifying him for cultivation. Excitedly, Su Taiping stood up from the bathtub, then ran naked to the well in the backyard. He first drew a bucket of water to wash off the filth from his body, then sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to operate the Zhangxia Gong breathing technique. Chapter 16. Selling Medicinal Herbs, Hunting Sheep in the Sheep Deer Mountain. As soon as he began to operate the Zhangxia breathing technique, a gentle breeze swept through the small courtyard, and strands of spiritual energy from heaven and earth flowed into his body through the acupoints that had already opened. Su Taiping easily sensed the meridians and acupoints that he had previously been unable to feel, and even the process of guiding the spiritual energy into his meridians for refinement went smoothly. Eventually, Su Taiping spent half a stick of incense's time successfully sending a refined true energy into his dantian. Refining just this one true energy in half a stick of incense was insignificant compared to the so-called geniuses described by Zhang Zhenjuan, but for him, it meant he was truly stepping onto the path of cultivation. Su Taiping did not feel too discouraged about his extremely slow refinement speed. His grandfather had said that diligence could make up for lack of talent. If they practiced for 2 hours a day, he would practice for 4 hours. And if they practiced for 4 hours, he would practice for 8 hours. One day, he would catch up. Su Taiping secretly made up his mind. By the way, I also have this soybean spirit crystal. The Spirit Moon Fairy said that holding it while cultivating can yield twice the result with half the effort. He suddenly remembered the few soybean spirit crystals that had formed inside the earth store fruit, so he took one out and began to cultivate once more. With the help of the soybean spirit crystal, his speed of refining the spiritual energy was more than 3 times faster than before. The Spirit Moon Fairy really didn't lie to me. This spirit crystal is very beneficial for me. With this, I might really be able to break through the threshold in half a year. Feeling the increase in his cultivation speed, Su Taiping's face lit up with joy. With the help of this soybean spirit crystal, his current cultivation speed was at least comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. In the following days, apart from spending 2 hours each day tending to the medicinal field, Su Taiping devoted all his time to cultivation, not daring to waste a single moment. Before he knew it, 3 months had already passed. During these 3 months, Su Taiping could clearly feel that the true energy in his dantian was becoming increasingly abundant, and he vaguely sensed that he was about to break through to the condensation stage. The so-called condensation period is actually a term from the Zhangxia Gong, which describes the depth of true qi of cultivators who have not yet broken through to the opening door realm. In Zhangxia Gong, before breaking through to the opening door realm, the depth of a cultivator's true qi is divided into 3 levels: condensation, frost transformation, and ice formation. Only when the depth of true qi surpasses the ice formation level can the cultivator attempt to break through to the opening door realm. However, after breaking through the condensation period and entering the frost transformation period, a cold ice protective true qi will emerge around the cultivator while practicing Sanxia Gong, equivalent to putting on a layer of top-grade iron armor, even if he hasn't broken through the condensation period yet. The changes in Su Taiping's body are already quite evident as his Dantian true qi has filled up. For example, his eyesight and hearing have improved significantly compared to 3 months ago. In terms of eyesight, he can now see a sparrow standing on a tree 500 meters away very clearly. In terms of hearing, he can identify what wild animals are within a mile in the surrounding mountains and forests just by listening. Additionally, his physical strength and leg strength have greatly increased. Although Su Taiping looks thin now, he can easily lift a 200-pound stone mill with one hand. As for his leg strength, he once chased a wild deer in the nearby mountains and managed to keep up without any trouble. Moreover, when he was in Qingyo village, he often went hunting with his grandfather, using a bow and arrow and setting traps. So for the past month, he has been able to eat game every day. The combination of purple perilla leaves with roasted deer meat and roasted rabbit meat never gets old for him. Speaking of which, it's time to check the traps he set a few days ago in the back mountain. He might catch a yellow goat to eat. At noon, after practicing for 3 hours, Su Taiping rubbed his stomach, stood up from his bed, and prepared to go check the traps he had set in the back mountain. Due to his cultivation, he hadn't had much time to hunt, so he had set quite a few traps on several nearby mountains over the past 3 months. And now he just needed to check them occasionally to reap some rewards. However, before that, he had something more important to do: selling medicinal herbs. It had been 3 months since he sowed the first batch of 9-leaf white perilla seeds, and Su Taiping had harvested over 300 pounds of perilla roots and more than 60 pounds of perilla seeds, exactly 3 times the usual harvest from a regular medicinal field. In terms of weight, this batch of 9-leaf white perilla could sell for at least 96 merit coins, far exceeding his initial expectations of 3 times. After placing all the medicinal herbs he was going to sell at the entrance, Su Taiping took out the bone flute given to him by the West Wind Pavilion and blew it forcefully. After a while, a white-headed eagle with wings spanning a length of 10 feet arrived at the entrance of his small courtyard. "Uncle White Eagle, please help deliver these medicinal herbs to Bai Chao Hall for sale, and you can take 3 merit coins from the proceeds." Su Taiping clasped his hands to the white-headed eagle standing in front of him. Sending a spirit bird to sell medicinal herbs is also a method he learned from the transmission jade slip, which stated that ordinary medicinal herbs could be sold directly by spirit birds, saving time and effort, though 3 merit coins would need to be paid afterward. "I will bring the money tomorrow." The spirit bird, the white-headed eagle, did not waste words, slightly nodded, and then grabbed the batch of medicinal herbs with its claws and soared into the sky. "By tomorrow, I will have money to buy martial arts techniques from Wanwan Tower." Watching the white-headed eagle depart, Su Taiping crossed his fingers and stretched a big yawn. Although he still needed to save money for the true fire talismans, it was still necessary to buy a martial arts technique for self-defense. Previously, while hunting in the mountains, he had nearly been injured by several wild boars. Currently, he had a full dantian of true qi but had no idea how to wield it. In fact, for cultivators, purchasing a spell for cultivation would be better, but unfortunately, he was financially constrained and couldn't afford it, so he would have to wait until he saved more money. Moreover, even if he practiced Sanxia Gong before breaking through to the opening door realm, the amount of true qi in Su Taiping's body would not be sufficient to support him in casting spells. It was also time to replace his bow and hunting knife. At this point, Su Taiping had already taken his bow and hunting knife from the small room and was ready to head to the back mountain. The bow and hunting knife were left behind by the previous owner of Qingzhou residence. The knife's blade was all nicked, and the bowstring had broken once, which Su Taiping had a hard time reattaching. Living in the mountains, with many wild beasts around the courtyard, having these basic self-defense weapons was essential. Half an incense stick later, in the back mountain. Although Su Taiping referred to this place as the back mountain, according to the map in the jade slip, this mountain should be called Yanglu Mountain, named for the many yellow goats and elk found within. However, during his several trips into the mountain, Su Taiping had found that there were actually not many yellow goats and elk, but rather a lot of wild boars in groups. If he could hunt a wild boar, that would be great. At least he wouldn't have to worry about food for the next half-month. As Su Taiping ran through the mountains, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings, muttering to himself. Although cultivators can fast, the prerequisite is that they must at least break through to the opening door realm. Currently, Su Taiping not only could not fast, but also needed to rely on a substantial amount of meat to replenish the physical strength consumed during cultivation. Chapter 17. Ambush. Slaying the demon wolf in Yanglu Mountain. Just as Su Taiping was about to approach the trap, he suddenly heard the sound of a sheep bleating. Could it be that he really captured a yellow goat? Su Taiping's heart immediately filled with joy. The taste of roasted yellow goat meat is far superior to that of wild boar, especially when paired with the purple perilla leaves from his medicinal garden. It seems he will have a feast tonight. As he thought this, he quickly rushed to the trap. Upon arriving at the trap, Su Taiping saw that the branches covering it were missing, which made him even more certain that he had caught something. Just as Su Taiping was about to move closer to check what was inside the trap, he suddenly heard a low growl from behind him. Bang! Almost instinctively, Su Taiping leaped from his spot, using his leg strength to jump to the opposite side of the trap. Roar! At the moment Su Taiping jumped to the other side of the trap, a gray wolf, the size of an ordinary tiger, pounced on the spot where he had just stood, knocking down a small tree as thick as a bowl beside it. A wolf? No, a demon wolf. Su Taiping's hair stood on end as he looked at the massive gray wolf. He had seen wolves while hunting with his grandfather more than once, but compared to the wolf in front of him, those were nothing. A woo. Just as Su Taiping was filled with shock, the gray wolf leaped again, pouncing towards Su Taiping on the opposite side of the trap. Bang! Su Taiping rolled to the side to avoid the wolf's pounce, then drew his hunting knife at his waist and ran wildly towards the east of the mountain forest. Roar! Although his speed was far beyond that of an ordinary adult at this moment, he still couldn't compare to the demon wolf in front of him, and within a few breaths, he was caught up. However, Su Taiping had calmed down by this point and did not panic, despite the demon wolf being right behind him. Instead, he skillfully twisted and turned as he ran through the forest. This was something his grandfather had taught him when encountering wild beasts in the mountains. One should never run in a straight line, but should take a winding route. Bang! At that moment, the demon wolf turned too sharply and accidentally crashed into a large tree that was thick enough for a person to hug, breaking it in the process. Su Taiping caught a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye, immediately stopped, and decisively nocked an arrow. He did not aim for the wolf's head, but targeted its lungs instead. Whoosh! Just as the demon wolf stood back up, Su Taiping pulled the bowstring fully and decisively released the arrow. Bang! Perhaps due to luck or the significant improvement in his eyesight and arm strength after his training, this arrow from Su Taiping accurately struck the demon wolf. Roar! However, what Su Taiping didn't expect was that the fur of the demon wolf was incredibly tough. His arrow merely pierced the surface and failed to be fatal, instead provoking the demon wolf to become even more frenzied. Seeing this, Su Taiping didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed his bow and arrow, dashing eastward into the forest once more. This time, the frenzied demon wolf paid no heed to the trees in its path and crashed through them all. As a result, the distance between Su Taiping and the demon wolf quickly closed. Come on! Just as Su Taiping was within 3 zhang of the demon wolf and reached a large tree with a cloth strip hanging from it, he suddenly stopped, drew his hunting knife from his waist, and turned to the demon wolf, shouting fiercely as he assumed a posture of a life-and-death struggle. Roar! The demon wolf, already enraged by Su Taiping, let out a roar upon seeing his provocation, leaping into the air and showing its sharp fangs as it viciously lunged at Su Taiping. Bang! Just as the demon wolf was about to swallow Su Taiping whole, he suddenly turned the knife edge and struck at a vine on the large tree beside him. Whoosh! At the moment the vine was severed, a wooden spike, about the thickness of a bucket and carved from a log, was propelled by a thick vine, flying out from beside Su Taiping and just meeting the lunging demon wolf. A woo! With a cry of agony, the massive wooden spike, propelled by momentum, plunged heavily into the demon wolf's chest. This wooden spike was originally intended for dealing with wild boars, but unexpectedly it came in handy at this moment. Roar! However, Su Taiping quickly realized that the demon wolf's skin and flesh were so thick that even the wooden spike couldn't completely pierce through. He could only give it a try. In a critical moment, Su Taiping jumped up, gripping the hunting knife with both hands, and without caring whether it would cause chaos in his qi flow, he forcefully gathered the qi from his dantian into his arms, and with one final strike, he chopped down at the demon wolf's lung wound. Bang! Another loud sound echoed through the forest. The knife strike, fueled by his qi, actually cut open the demon wolf's lung, and blood immediately sprayed out like rain. Crack! Before Su Taiping could regain his senses, his hunting knife broke into several pieces, and his arms began to swell rapidly, swelling to the size of elephant legs in the blink of an eye. The intense pain jolted him awake. Not good. The qi is starting to run wild. Seeing this, Su Taiping's heart tightened, and he quickly sat cross-legged, began to circulate the Zhangxia Gong, and directed all the chaotic qi in his arms back to his dantian. After a moment, Su Taiping finally sighed in relief as the qi in his body stabilized. At this moment, he was filled with fear. His impulsive decision to suddenly circulate his qi almost caused his internal qi to run out of control, with unimaginable consequences. I remember that in the description of Yanglu Mountain, there have always been no jackals. How could a wolf suddenly appear? And it's a demon wolf at that? Su Taiping stood up, cautiously walking over to the demon wolf's side. By now, the demon wolf was on the verge of death, with its abdomen opened by Su Taiping's hunting knife. Even with its strong vitality, it couldn't last much longer. The sky was getting dark. It was better to return to the small courtyard first. He would ask about the demon wolf later with the copper mirror. For the time being, he should refrain from hunting here, and also, this time he must buy a martial skill no matter what. Looking at the sky, Su Taiping decided it was best to head back. Although his residence, Qingzhou residence, was dilapidated, according to the Jade Slip's description, there were also formations and barriers set up around the courtyard, making it safe from ordinary beasts and monsters. Wait, the corpse of this demon wolf should be able to exchange for some merit coins, right? Forget it. Regardless of its worth, I'll drag it back first. Just as Su Taiping was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to drag the demon wolf's corpse, then walked out of the forest with it. Although he still looked like a boy and his frame was somewhat slender, he now possessed great strength and had no problem dragging such a demon wolf. Not long after Su Taiping left, a decayed figure emerged from the forest. This foolish wolf, it couldn't even handle this small matter. Upon seeing the pool of blood on the ground and the thick wooden spike, the figure suddenly cursed angrily. Now that the grass has been disturbed, it seems that only I can personally draw him out from that courtyard. I need to think of a way quickly. The king is already urging me. And if I don't bring that kid's heart back soon, I will become the king's food. The figure stomped its foot and cursed. If Fairy Linghua were not asleep, she would certainly recognize this person. Indeed, this person was the ghost who peeped outside the courtyard that night. Chapter 18. Earn merit and get the Qingyo fist to pierce the target one day later. Squeak. While Su Taiping was practicing, he suddenly heard a cry of a spirit bird coming from the courtyard gate. It must be Uncle Jiao coming to deliver money. Su Taiping jumped off the bed. When he reached the courtyard gate, he indeed saw the white-headed eagle from yesterday. Clap. The white-headed eagle wasted no time and directly threw a bag of money to Su Taiping, then coldly said, a total of 97 merit coins were sold. Deducting my 3 coins, there are 94 left. You can count them. No need to count. Thank you, Uncle Jiao. Su Taiping cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude. The spirit birds of Yunlu Mountain had a blood contract with the Qingxian sect and would never engage in such petty theft. Su Taiping's action made the white-headed eagle's gaze soften significantly. If you need anything, just blow the flute. I am currently managing this area, the white-headed eagle said blandly. Then I will trouble you, Uncle Jiao. Su Taiping nodded. Huh, how can there be a demon beast's aura in your courtyard? Just as the white-headed eagle was about to leave, it suddenly turned its head back, looking at Su Taiping's courtyard with suspicion. The eagle could actually sense the aura of the demon wolf in my courtyard? Su Taiping was somewhat surprised. However, he had no intention of hiding it. So he recounted the events of yesterday to the spirit bird, as there was nothing to conceal. How could there be a demon wolf on Yanglu Mountain? After hearing Su Taiping's account, the spirit bird, the white-headed eagle, also wore a puzzled expression. You kid are quite lucky, but you should avoid going to Yanglu Mountain for the time being. I will also inform the West Wind Pavilion about this matter. The white-headed eagle seemed to have no intention of probing further into the issue. That's even better. Su Taiping gratefully nodded. It was good to have someone from the sect come and take a look, as he could not deal with any monsters at his current cultivation level. By the way, do you plan to sell the corpse of that demon wolf? At this moment, the white-headed eagle asked again. Sell it, of course. Su Taiping nodded without thinking. You can sell it to me. My little son is preparing for a breakthrough recently. Although that demon wolf's grade is not high, it would be more than enough to nourish our spirit bird's qi and blood. The white-headed eagle said. If Uncle Jiao wants it, please take it. Su Taiping said readily. He didn't mind using the corpse of this demon wolf to make a friend with the white-headed eagle before him. How could I take something from a young man without compensation, especially since you risked your life for it? The white-headed eagle shot Su Taiping a glance. But his fondness for this young man increased a bit more in his heart. How about this? If you sell the demon wolf's corpse yourself? It would probably only fetch about 10 merit coins, but I'm willing to offer 20 merit coins for it. What do you think, young man? The white-headed eagle inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping didn't say a word and returned to the courtyard, then dragged the demon wolf's corpse out. Uncle Jiao, please take it. He placed the demon wolf's corpse in front of the white-headed eagle. Young man, keep it safe. The white-headed eagle smiled brightly upon seeing this, then waved its wings and accurately threw 20 merit coins in front of Su Taiping. Additionally, the former sect master gave me the name Bai Hong, so you can just call me Uncle Bai. As the white-headed eagle spoke, it grabbed the corpse of the demon wolf from the ground and then soared into the sky with a flap of its wings. It turns out that the sect master personally named me. Su Taiping murmured to himself as he watched the white-headed eagle depart. Having unexpectedly gained 20 merit coins, he decided he must choose a better martial art and a suitable weapon. Looking at the pouch in his left hand and the 20 merit coins in his right, Su Taiping showed a rare childlike joy, happily bouncing back to his small courtyard. Upon returning to his bedroom, Su Taiping directly tossed a merit coin into the bronze mirror. Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence, what business do you seek with me today? The voice of the mirror's spirit immediately rang out. Master Xinjing, I would like to select a few martial arts and weapons. Do you have any recommendations? Although Su Taiping already knew that this mirror spirit was just an emotionless object, he still addressed it very politely. You outer sect loose cultivators can only purchase martial arts and weapons from the West Wind Pavilion's armory. The current martial arts and weapons available in the bronze mirror are displayed. You may choose for yourself. The mirror spirit's voice remained devoid of any emotion. Thank you, Master Xinjing. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude and then began to browse through the selections on the table. He remembered that the true monarch Xiang once said during a lecture that the best martial arts for the Zhangxia skill were fist techniques, as this would maximize the advantage of the profound true qi cultivated by disciples of the Zhangxia. After operating the Zhangxia true qi, each punch and palm strike could be as powerful as a full-force blow from an ordinary person wielding a weapon. Recalling the content of Xiang True Monarch's lecture, Su Taiping unhesitatingly focused on the various fist and palm techniques displayed in the bronze mirror. Ultimately, he chose a fist technique called Qingyou Fist. According to the introduction of this fist technique, after practicing Qingyou Fist and using it in conjunction with True Qi, each punch could smash rocks in the mountains. Additionally, the Qingyou Fist had two ultimate moves. One move was called Niu Jiao Beng Shan, which, when fully unleashed, had a force like a green bull charging at a mountain, 8 times stronger than an ordinary Qingyou Fist strike. The other move was called Ben Niu Zhao Zhan, which, when fully unleashed, had a punch that was increasingly stronger with each strike, not stopping until exhaustion. In summary, Qingyou Fist was very suitable for Su Taiping at the moment and complemented the rapidly recovering true qi of the Zhangxia skill. Of course, there were actually better and more suitable fist techniques in the West Wind Pavilion's armory, but unfortunately, most of those techniques cost over 100 merit coins, while the Qingyou Fist only required 30 merit coins. As a technique that served merely as a transitional measure for self-defense, the Qingyou Fist was perfect. Besides Qingyou Fist, Su Taiping also spent 10 merit coins to purchase a bow and arrow technique called Chuanyang Arrow. This technique was rather ordinary, merely teaching practitioners how to enhance their vision and steadiness using true qi, and how to infuse true qi into arrows to increase their power. In simple terms, it elevated ordinary archery to the level of a cultivator. However, for Su Taiping, being able to acquire such a martial art for the price of 10 merit coins was very worthwhile. For example, if he had known the method of infusing true qi into arrows last time, he could have killed that demon wolf without needing to use the mechanism in the mountains. After selecting the martial arts, Su Taiping spent another 10 merit coins to buy a fine steel goose feather knife, a cowhorn hardwood bow, and over 100 arrows. Master Xinjing, I have made my selections. In fact, Su Taiping also wanted to purchase a movement technique, but the cheapest movement techniques were priced at over 300 merit coins, which he simply could not afford. Once the items are selected, they cannot be returned. Tomorrow at noon, a spirit bird will deliver these items to Qingzhou residents. Please prepare the merit coins. The mirror spirit's cold voice echoed again. Thank you for your trouble, Master Xianjing. Su Taiping respectfully cupped his hands towards the bronze mirror. That evening, at the Qingzhou residence, in the tranquil courtyard, the warm afternoon sun shone through the window, just hitting Su Taiping's sweating face. At this moment, Su Taiping had his eyes tightly closed, sitting cross-legged on the bed, with wisps of lead-colored mist emanating from his body, eventually gathering above his head. At this time, Su Taiping had completely entered a state of forgetting both himself and the world, with only cultivation in his heart. Following the guidance of true monarch Xiang, cultivating during the Zi, Wu, and Yu hours each day often yielded twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, at this time, Su Taiping would diligently lock the courtyard door and practice his techniques. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of explosive energy resonated from within Su Taiping's body. Following this, the lead-colored mist around him suddenly dispersed, and wisps of pure white mist like snow rose from Su Taiping's body, gathering once again above his head. If a cultivator who had practiced the Zhangxia skill were present, they would surely recognize this scene, as it marked the transition of a practitioner from the condensation stage to the transformation stage of the Zhangxia skill, washing away the lead and returning to purity. After a moment, Su Taiping opened his eyes, filled with surprise. He hadn't expected to break through from the condensation stage to the transformation stage today, as according to true monarch Xiang, he still had at least 10 days before he could make this breakthrough. Could it be that my battle with the demon wolf while using Zhangxia true qi accelerated my breakthrough? Su Taiping speculated in his heart. Before he had time to ponder this question in detail, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the house. Su Taiping, your things have arrived. As he stepped out of the courtyard, Su Taiping saw the spirit bird Bai Hong squatting at his doorstep, with a large wooden box sealed with a tag placed in front of it. Thank you, Uncle Bai, Su Taiping said happily, quickly walking up. Little one, earning merit isn't easy, and at the end of the year, you still have to pay the regular fees to the West Wind Pavilion, so save where you can. Bai Hong kindly reminded Su Taiping. Rest assured, Uncle Bai, Taiping knows his limits. These are just a few self-defense weapons and martial arts. Bai Hong's kindness made Su Taiping feel very warm. As long as you know your limits, that's good. Bai Hong nodded. After the incident of purchasing the demon wolf's bones and flesh yesterday, it had increased its fondness for Su Taiping, no longer viewing him as a stranger among the outer sect's small cultivators. I observe that your true qi is much purer than yesterday. Could it be that you have made a breakthrough? Bai Hong suddenly scrutinized Su Taiping seriously. Indeed, Uncle Bai, my Zhangxia true qi has reached the transformation stage. Once I break through to the freezing stage, I can attempt to break through to the opening stage. Su Taiping did not hide anything from Bai Hong. Very good. Bai Hong nodded in acknowledgement. He had been observing Su Taiping's diligence, so it wasn't surprising. Continue your cultivation with peace of mind. Even upon reaching the freezing stage, it merely grants you the qualification to break through to the opening stage. Do not become complacent. He then advised Su Taiping once more. Taiping will remember Uncle Bai's teachings. Su Taiping earnestly cupped his hands to Bai Hong. Go back to your cultivation. After delivering this, I will accompany Elder Si Feng down the mountain, and I may not return for a few months. After saying this, Bai Hong spread its wings and soared into the sky, accompanying Elder Si Feng down the mountain. Could it be to exorcise demons and eliminate evil in the secular world? Looking at the distant figure of the white rainbow, Su Taiping suddenly felt a surge of excitement. According to the introduction in the transmission jade slip, disciples and elders of Qifeng receive many tasks from external sects every month. After completing these tasks, the sect rewards them with a significant amount of merit. It's worth noting that even a casual task from an external sect rewards over 1,000 merits, which made Su Taiping envious. Su Taiping, do not be overly ambitious. Realizing a change in his mindset, Su Taiping quickly reminded himself. He then moved the wooden box into the courtyard. 5 days later, in the backyard of Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping, surrounded by a faint aura of frost, after gathering his strength for a long time, punched a rock taller than a person in front of him. At the moment his fist was unleashed. Besides the sound of breaking wind, one could even faintly hear the roar of a bull. Bang! With a loud bang, the massive rock in front of him was smashed into a hole by Su Taiping's small fist. However, Su Taiping did not retract his punch. Instead, after that punch, he immediately stabilized his stance, adjusted his breath, and then alternated his punches. Bang, bang, bang. Su Taiping's fist struck the rock one after another, like a herd of bulls charging at it. Boom. Eventually, that rock was smashed into a pile of rubble by Su Taiping's dual fists. However, after shattering the rock, Su Taiping's true energy was already depleted, and the icy true energy that surrounded him like a translucent spherical shield dissipated completely. After retracting his fists, Su Taiping leaned on his knees and started to breathe heavily. What he had just performed was the Qing Miao Fist, which he purchased from the West Wind Pavilion's arsenal. Specifically the two ultimate moves, Bullhorn Smash and Charging Bull Formation. It seems that with my current depth of true energy, I can only perform Bullhorn Smash and Charging Bull Formation once each at most. Su Taiping gasped, because this set of fist techniques is simple and brutal. After practicing for a few days, he had managed to get the hang of it. But these two ultimate moves still gave him a headache due to their high energy consumption, even though the recovery speed of the residual Twilight true energy is very fast. Su Taiping could only practice 2 or 3 times a day, any more than that, and he couldn't recover his true energy. Let us call it a day. Later, when the sun is a bit lower, I still need to weed the 9-leaf white perilla. Su Taiping picked up a towel and wiped the sweat off his body. With 2 more martial skills to cultivate, his time was extremely tight, wishing he could split an hour into 2. However, after breaking through the frost transformation stage, his energy had increased significantly compared to before. Sometimes, even if he didn't sleep for 2 or 3 days, he wouldn't feel overly fatigued. So the time available for cultivation had also increased considerably. Just as Su Taiping was contemplating whether to get something to eat, he suddenly heard a wolf howl. It seemed to come from Sheep Deer Mountain. Could it be that a wolf demon has appeared there again? As he thought this, he quickly dashed out of the backyard, leaped over the courtyard wall, and then jumped onto the roof. Chapter 20. Encountering a call for help. The initial display of the Yang Arrow's power, it really is a demon wolf. Standing on the roof and looking towards Sheep Deer Mountain, Su Taiping spotted a giant demon wolf rapidly running through the forest. At first, he wasn't too surprised. After all, the entry Jade Slip had already mentioned that in these mountains, except for the areas designated by the sect, there was a possibility of demon beasts appearing anywhere else. However, gradually, he began to sense something was off. Soon, he saw a second and a third demon wolf, all chasing down the mountain. Help, help! Is anyone there to save me? Just as Su Taiping was curious about what these 3 demon wolves were chasing, a woman's voice suddenly cried out for help from within the mountains. Upon hearing this voice, Su Taiping's ears twitched, and he immediately circulated true energy to his eyes, focusing on the direction from which the voice came. This was precisely the method taught in the martial skill Yang Arrow to enhance vision. As this spell was activated, the scene 2 miles away in Sheep Deer Mountain became clear to Su Taiping, and he quickly noticed a frail woman running frantically through the forest, trying to escape the pursuit of the 3 demon wolves. Where did this sister come from? I don't remember any cultivators near Qingzhou residence. Su Taiping was quite puzzled. Is anyone there? Help me, I'm injured. The woman, holding her bleeding shoulder, was running and shouting, evidently aware of Qingzhou residence. Forget it. No time to think too much. Saving people is the priority. Su Taiping shook his head, then took the bow and arrow off his back, began to knock an arrow, and used the method of Yang Arrow to gather the residual Twilight true energy from his dantian to the arrow. In an instant, a layer of frost covered the arrow. Bang! Just as the closest demon wolf behind the woman was only 500 meters away from Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping released the fully drawn bowstring along with the arrow. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound cutting through the air, the arrow, wrapped in residual Twilight true energy, struck the demon wolf's forehead and pierced it through. After mastering how to use residual Twilight true energy, the power of Su Taiping's arrows had far surpassed the last time. The demon wolf let out a mournful cry and then fell to the ground. The other 2 demon wolves, seeing this scene, were frightened and fled back into the forest, too scared to continue the chase. The woman was initially startled, but when she saw the 2 demon wolves fleeing and noticed Su Taiping standing on the roof, she immediately burst into tears of joy. Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. The woman almost tumbled as she rushed to the small courtyard in Qingzhou residence. From her nervous expression as she glanced back occasionally, it was clear that she was still somewhat fearful of those demon wolves. The 2 demon wolves have already run away. You don't need to worry. Su Taiping, standing on the roof, turned to look at the woman at the door. This woman appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, petite, and quite beautiful, resembling the daughters of wealthy families from Su Taiping's hometown. Well, Thank goodness you were here, or I would have ended up as a meal for those two demon wolves. The girl first patted her chest in relief, then looked at Su Taiping with gratitude and asked, "May I ask how to address you, young hero?" "My surname is Su, and my name is Taiping. You can just call me Taiping, sister." Su Taiping replied. He was still standing on the roof, bow and arrow in hand, and his gaze towards the woman was clearly cautious. "Taiping, young hero, I am Lu Qingmei, a registered outer disciple of Qingxian sect. A few days ago, while I was gathering herbs in the nearby mountains, I lost my way and, along the way, lost my cloud-piercing flute. When I encountered these demon wolves, I could only flee, ultimately being chased to this place." The girl explained while taking out a bronze mirror from her bosom. Seeing the bronze mirror, Su Taiping's vigilance significantly decreased. This Xianling mirror is only possessed by outer disciples. The fact that the girl could produce this item verified her identity. "May I ask, young hero Taiping, if I could stay here for a night? The sun has already set, and I am injured, making it extremely inconvenient to travel at night." The girl earnestly requested Su Taiping. "All right." Su Taiping was just about to agree, having already confirmed the other person's identity, but before he could finish speaking, his eyes unintentionally swept down to the woman's footwear. She was wearing a pair of embroidered shoes with a multi-layered sole on the surface. They looked like very ordinary cloth shoes. However, after considering what she had said earlier, Su Taiping felt something was off. These shoes were too clean. Not to mention whether it was appropriate to wear such cloth shoes while gathering herbs. Just the fact that she had been chased by that wolf demon all day, yet her shoes remained intact, was enough to prove she was lying. Su Taiping thought to himself, "Sister Qingmei, my home is humble. You might not be used to it." Su Taiping leaped onto the top of the gate and said calmly, "Young hero is joking. I, Qingmei, have fallen into such circumstances. How can I be picky? Besides, although my family was well off when I was young, by the time I was 10, we had fallen on hard times. After coming to Yunlu Mountain, I have become accustomed to a life of hardship. As long as I have a place to stay, I wouldn't be picky," Lu Qingmei said with a bitter smile. The sincerity in the woman's words was palpable. If Su Taiping had not already seen through her lies, he might have felt sympathy for her. Chapter 21. The Ghost. Qingmei pleads for the truth. It turned out that Sister Qingmei was also a person of misfortune, just like me. "Sister, since you don't mind, please stay in my courtyard tonight." Su Taiping pretended to be very sympathetic and nodded. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingmei immediately showed a look of joy, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Thank you, young hero Taiping. Once Qingmei's injuries heal, I will certainly bring a generous gift to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace," Lu Qingmei said with tears in her eyes, full of gratitude. "Sister Qingmei, that wolf demon might still be lurking nearby. If I open the gate carelessly, it might come in. Why don't you turn around and keep an eye on the surroundings for me? Once I open the door, you can rush in quickly. That would be safer," Su Taiping said to Lu Qingmei with a vigilant expression. Lu Qingmei was momentarily taken aback by this, but then nodded repeatedly, saying, "You are right, Taiping. I will watch for you. Let me know when you open the door." After saying this, Lu Qingmei swiftly turned around. At the moment she turned her head, the gentle expression on Lu Qingmei's face vanished like a mask, revealing a fierce look instead, and then she smirked, whispering in an almost inaudible voice, "Looks cautious, but actually foolish. Death is imminent, yet completely unaware. How ridiculous." However, as soon as she spoke, her ears twitched, and a crisp sound of a bowstring being drawn reached her ears. Whoosh. Just as Lu Qingmei intended to escape, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air erupted behind her, and an arrow covered in frost pierced straight through her chest. "You seek death." Whoosh. Looking at the arrow in her chest, Lu Qingmei's face turned ashen as she roared in anger, but just as her shout escaped her lips, another sharp arrow arrived, completely penetrating her throat. At this moment, Lu Qingmei had turned around, her gaze locking with the young man standing at the courtyard gate, and she incredulously asked, "How did you notice?" Whoosh. Su Taiping drew another arrow, shooting it directly through Lu Qingmei's forehead, leaving a hole the size of a fist. "Sister, next time you go out to gather herbs, remember to wear a suitable pair of shoes." In the face of Lu Qingmei's furious gaze, Su Taiping continued to knock arrows calmly and spoke with a tranquil expression. As if receiving a great humiliation, Lu Qingmei suddenly became enraged, disregarding her injuries, leaping up, and with her suddenly enhanced claws, she swiped at Su Taiping, who was standing on top of the gate. Bang! before Su Taiping could react. A blue light burst forth from the courtyard's barrier, striking Lu Qingmei, who had been hit by 3 arrows and still hadn't died, sending her flying back. Lu Qingmei, who fell to the ground, suddenly let out a piercing scream. Then, a black smoke was expelled from her mouth, which then transformed into a swirling black wind, kicking up a cloud of dust in front of the courtyard. Kid, unless you never leave this courtyard again, sooner or later, you will fall into my hands. When that happens, I will make you wish you were dead. A sharp, fierce voice echoed from within the black whirlwind. I don't think I've offended you. Why do you want to harm me? Su Taiping, encountering such a demon for the first time, was trying hard to calm himself as he questioned the creature while drawing back the bowstring again. You will know soon enough. Accompanied by a burst of wild laughter, the black whirlwind howled away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Could this be the spirit demon mentioned in the Jade Slip? Su Taiping muttered to himself as he watched the direction the black whirlwind had vanished. According to the Jade Slip, besides the beast demons in the depths of the mountains, there were also spirit demons and ghosts lurking in this forest where the outer disciples resided. These spirits often liked to possess wild animals or the corpses of the dead, luring other living people to feed on their flesh and life force for cultivation. Because they were all spirits and lacked a physical body, the only way to completely exterminate them was through magical techniques. With such a creature hiding in the shadows to ambush, hunting in the surrounding area would become troublesome. The most critical thing was that I knew nothing about it. Su Taiping glanced at the corpse on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly. In this situation, he should report it to the sect, but after this period of understanding, he was very clear that even if he reported to the sect, no one would come to check. In his eyes, these outer disciples were dispensable and would not expend much effort on them. Just as Su Taiping was troubled about how to guard against that ghost, a chill wind suddenly swept through the courtyard gate again. The sky had completely darkened, and when the wind blew, it felt particularly eerie. Could that ghost have arrived so quickly? Su Taiping immediately became vigilant, knocking an arrow and scanning his surroundings. Young man, I am here. Just as Su Taiping found nothing, specks of green fireflies suddenly flew out from the corpse at the gate, ultimately transforming into a nearly transparent female figure. This apparition bore an exact resemblance to the corpse on the ground. You dare to reveal yourself? Su Taiping immediately aimed his arrow at the female apparition. Before the freezing period, although the bow and arrows in his hands could not kill the ghost's soul, arrows wrapped in the residual true energy could still inflict some damage on them, as the Xiang True Monarch had mentioned in his teachings. Young man, spare me, spare me. I am only here because I was coerced by that ghost. I had no choice but to come and lure you out. The female spirit pleaded repeatedly. Ghost? Su Taiping observed her tone did not seem false, and hearing her mention the identity of the earlier creature, he immediately shifted his arrow slightly aside. Yes, it was indeed a ghost. I was harmed by it, and became its ghost servant, enduring its humiliation every day. The female ghost spoke with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with regret and hatred, seemingly filled with genuine resentment toward the ghost. However, having learned from the earlier lesson, Su Taiping naturally would not easily trust her one-sided claims, nor would he go out to meet her. Young man, don't worry, I won't harm you. My soul is already incomplete, and after being struck by your 3 arrows empowered by true energy, I will dissipate within a tea's time. The female spirit seemed to have sensed Su Taiping's thoughts and hurriedly explained to him, but by the end, her tone was filled with a sense of desolation. Chapter 22. Seeking the dust-scented incense, falling into slavery due to a villainess. Sister, did you specifically appear to say this to me because you have a request? Su Taiping guessed the female ghost's intentions. The young man guessed correctly. I have come to seek your help. I have a younger sister named Lu Zijin, who ascended the mountain with me 3 years ago, but she was exceptionally talented and was directly taken as a disciple by the 5th peak. Originally, we had agreed that after passing the selection of the 5 peaks next year, I would be able to cultivate alongside her at the 5th peak. However, around this time last year, a disciple of the 5th peak suddenly came to my residence. He claimed to be my younger sister's 3rd senior brother and had come down the mountain to deliver a letter to Zijin and to check on my well-being. Upon hearing he was Zijin's senior brother, I naturally did not dare to neglect him and entertained him with good food and wine for a while. But after a few rounds of drinks, he became unruly, defiling my innocence like a beast, and afterwards threatened me not to tell anyone about this, intending to imprison me as his concubine for his pleasure. I initially wanted to end my life, but he threatened me with my sister Zijin, saying if I did not comply, he would frame Zijin and have her expelled from the Five Peaks. With no other choice, I could only submit to him, hoping to find a way to inform Zijin once she had secured her position at the Five Peaks. But just a few months ago, while he was drunk, I overheard him planning to use me to blackmail my sister Zijin, intending for her to also become his plaything. If it were just me being humiliated, I could endure it, but he actually set his sights on Zijin, so I naturally could not let him succeed at all costs. Thus, when he was heavily intoxicated, I took out the weapon I had hidden in my home, intending to end the life of that shameless scoundrel. However, I ultimately underestimated the cultivation of the disciples on the mountain. As soon as I revealed a hint of killing intent, I was captured by him in turn. That shameless scoundrel, furious and ashamed, humiliated me further before killing me and throwing my body into the deep mountains near my residence. Not long after, I was captured by that wraith and became a ghost slave. After listening to the female ghost's lengthy account, Su Taiping felt a surge of anger. He never expected that such a vile person existed on this immortal mountain. Compared to the third disciple of the Five Peaks, that wraith was almost a good person. Of course, this was under the premise that what the female ghost said was true. How can you prove that what you say is true? After calming down, Su Taiping asked the female ghost. To expose this shameless scoundrel, I used the only piece of dust-scented incense I had on me. The female ghost pointed to the sleeve of the corpse below, continuing, this dust-scented incense has 1 mother and 3 children, a total of 4 sticks. Lighting the mother incense will capture everything that happened in the room before the incense burns out. To view it, you only need to light a child incense, and all past events will be revealed. Hearing this, Su Taiping secretly nodded. He had seen this treasure in the copper mirror before. So, you want me to give the remaining incense sticks to your sister, Zijin? Without waiting for Lu Qingmei to speak, Su Taiping directly asked. Exactly. Lu Qingmei nodded vigorously, her tone filled with a hint of despair as she said, that third disciple of the Five Peaks, Lu Chun, is said to be the nephew of an elder of the Five Peaks. The Qingxian sect would never punish him for my mere status as an outer disciple. Therefore, I do not seek to clear my name, but I only wish for my sister Zijin to no longer be deceived by that shameless scoundrel. As soon as she finished speaking, a cool breeze swept through the courtyard, and her figure began to fade little by little. Young man, if you have the opportunity to ascend the Five Peaks, please hand that dust-scented incense to my sister. Seeing her soul about to scatter, Lu Qingmei's tone suddenly became urgent, eagerly waiting for Su Taiping's response. If what you said is true, I will definitely deliver this dust-scented incense to Sister Zijin, Su Taiping promised with a firm gaze. Without much hesitation. Thank you, young man. After receiving Su Taiping's promise, the female ghost Lu Qingmei immediately knelt on the ground, her head heavily hitting the ground. Young man, the wraith will not give up easily after failing today. Although it is hard to deal with, it is not without weaknesses. During the time I was captured by it, I accidentally learned that this wraith died from drunkenness in life. Alcohol is like poison to its soul. Perhaps you can find a way to force it out of its possessed body and use alcohol against it. Lu Qingmei suddenly raised her head and informed Su Taiping of the wraith's weakness. The wraith's weakness is actually alcohol? Thank you for the reminder. Su Taiping exclaimed in surprise, feeling his trust in Lu Qingmei increase even more. Young man, you must hand the dust-scented incense to my sister. The female ghost shook her head, again with a pleading expression. Sister Qingmei, rest assured, as long as I can ascend the mountain, I will find a way to deliver this dust-scented incense to Sister Zijin. Su Taiping nodded seriously. Hearing this, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Lu Qingmei's bitter face. By the way, young man, there is also a tiger spirit behind that wraith, which is extremely powerful. If possible, do not confront it. Just as the female ghost's figure was about to vanish completely, she suddenly reminded Su Taiping in a slightly hurried voice. Tiger demon? Looking at the scattering green flames above Lu Qingmei's corpse, Su Taiping murmured in surprise. The story of the tiger serving as a henchman was actually true. After hearing that there was a tiger spirit backing the wraith, Su Taiping was shocked and suddenly recalled the story of the tiger serving as a henchman. Although he now knew the wraith's weakness, according to what Xiang Zhenjuan said, if one was not careful when encountering ghosts before breaking through the door realm, one might lose their life on the spot. Therefore, it was better not to confront it directly, but to report it to the sect and let the sect send someone to handle it. As Su Taiping thought this, he jumped down from above the courtyard gate. In any case, he should report this matter to the sect first, and then bring the corpse of the demon wolf from the mountain over. They surely could not ignore it, right? He muttered softly to himself while taking a small wooden box from Lu Qingmei's sleeve. Upon opening it, he found that it contained 3 sticks of incense. As for the dust-scented incense and Sister Qingmei's matters, he would first light 1 stick today to verify its authenticity. And tomorrow he would see how the sect would handle the wraith. If they were willing to deal with it, he would then inform them of Lu Qingmei's plight and hand over the 3 sticks of incense to them. Su Taiping stood up and put away the wooden box containing the dust-scented incense. Chapter 23. The Gale Hall. 2 disciples speak boldly. According to Lu Qingmei, Lu Chun is the nephew of an elder from the 5th peak, so he would definitely receive protection from the sect, which means he wouldn't be foolish enough to directly hand over the dust-scented incense and Lu Qingmei's corpse. If Sister Qingmei's words are true, with Lu Qin's treacherous nature, he might even find a way to track down the person who reported him and then kill me to silence me. As Su Taiping dragged Lu Qingmei's corpse back into the courtyard, he thought to himself, bang! That night, a loud explosion suddenly erupted in Su Taiping's bedroom at Qingzhou residence, followed by Su Taiping's slightly childish voice filled with anger, "Beast." After properly placing Lu Qingmei's corpse, he lit a stick of dust-scented incense and saw scenes of Lu Chun tormenting Lu Qingmei through the smoke gathering from the incense. The scene he saw was far from being described by just a few simple words. Cursing Lu Chun as a beast was entirely because he only knew a few curse words, as Lu Qin's actions were indeed worse than those of a beast. "Qingmei, I will definitely hand over this Xuanchen incense to Sister Zijing. Your grievances, as well as Lu Qin's crimes, I will certainly make public." Su Taiping put away the last 2 sticks of Xuanchen incense, clenched his fists tightly, and stared blankly at the table he had smashed to pieces on the ground. He did not consider himself a person with a chivalrous heart. He even thought it was acceptable to be a little selfish to survive. However, if a villain like Lu Chun could escape retribution, it would make him doubt the meaning of his existence as a human. Grandpa often said that out of sight is out of mind, but even if I close my eyes now, I cannot forget the scene of Sister Qingmei begging that beast for mercy. Su Taiping looked at the pile of table fragments, and his tone became unusually cold. The next day, noon. "Did you report the case?" 2 men in the robes of Qingxian sect disciples arrived at Su Taiping's small courtyard. "Senior brothers, I reported the case." Su Taiping replied politely. "You, an outer disciple, dare to call us senior brothers?" The hawk-nosed man on the left glared at Su Taiping fiercely. These 2 disciples belonged to the Lai Wind Hall of the West Wind Pavilion, specifically handling cases of disciples being attacked by monsters below the mountain. Although they were also down the mountain, they were genuinely inner disciples, with status only slightly lower than that of the 7 Peaks disciples. "Get to the point. Don't try to curry favor." The pockmarked disciple waved his hand impatiently. Su Taiping then stopped talking nonsense and recounted his encounter with the ghost and the monster it had commanded. Naturally, he omitted anything related to Lu Qingmei. "This matter is quite troublesome. I have to report it to our Lai Wind Hall master first, then the master will report it to the West Wind Pavilion master, and finally, the West Wind Pavilion master will inform Elder He Lung to handle it." The pockmarked disciple stroked his chin and said with a troubled expression, "How long will it take?" Su Taiping quickly asked. "At best, 3 months. At worst, a year or more." The hawk-nosed man crossed his arms and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking slyly at Su Taiping. "It'll take that long. Can't it be faster? That ghost has already targeted me." Su Taiping frowned immediately. "Do you think our Lai Wind Hall is just for you? We handle matters as we see fit." The hawk-nosed man glared fiercely at Su Taiping. "Oldswood, let us talk nicely. Why be so fierce to the little brother?" The pockmarked disciple stepped in to mediate. "Actually, if you want to get rid of that ghost faster, there is a way." He grinned at Su Taiping, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "What method?" Su Taiping was curious at this point. "It depends on how much merit money you can offer." The pockmarked man stretched out his hand, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Su Taiping realized that they wanted to extort these outer disciples under the guise of eliminating monsters. He understood why Lu Qingmei had hesitated to report the case. "Senior brothers, I haven't been at Qingzhou residence for long, and I really don't have much merit money on me." Although he had seen through their true colors, Su Taiping did not expose them on the spot, wanting to see just how shameless they could be. "No merit money is fine. As long as you wear this bracelet and sign a contract with us, promising to give us 70% of this year's harvest, we can naturally ensure your safety." The hawk-nosed man then took out a copper bracelet from his pocket. 70%? Su Taiping gasped inwardly. He had thought they would make a high demand. But he didn't expect them to ask for 70% right away. If he gave that much away, he would probably be kicked out for not being able to pay Qingxian sect next year. 70% isn't too much. You must know, you are currently being targeted by a ghost. If something goes wrong, you won't even be able to keep your life. The pockmarked man threatened Su Taiping. The faces of these two made Su Taiping feel increasingly disgusted, and he thought, Sister Linglong was indeed right. Down here in the mountains, one can only rely on oneself. The last bit of hope he had for the sect to solve the ghost problem was also extinguished. However, in order to avoid conflict, he did not outright refuse. And with a troubled expression, he said, Seniors, 70% is really too much. Let me think about it. Fine, consider it. This communication talisman is my gift to you. Next time you encounter the ghost, just tear the talisman, and we will come quickly. Just as the hawk-nosed man was about to lose his temper, he was stopped by the pockmarked man, who then handed Su Taiping a talisman. But we need to take this demon wolf away. It's evidence and must be brought back to Liwind Hall. The hawk-nosed man then grabbed a leg of the demon wolf on the ground and glared fiercely at Su Taiping again. The people managing the outer disciples are like this. No wonder it said that few outer disciples can last more than 3 years. Su Taiping muttered to himself as he watched the two drag the demon wolf's corpse away. Senior brother, why are we just leaving? This kid has a medicinal garden behind his courtyard. He could earn a lot of merit in a year. As long as the contract is signed and the bracelet is worn, he will have to serve us day in and day out for years. What is the rush? Ghosts hold grudges. After some time, he will definitely come to us obediently. Senior brother is brilliant. Lower your voice. Don't worry. This kid hasn't even reached the opening door realm. He can't hear us. Just as Su Taiping was about to enter the house, he suddenly heard the pockmarked man and the hawk-nosed man whispering to each other. He didn't expect these two to be so malicious, and immediately glanced at the communication talisman the pockmarked man had given him, sneering inwardly. Don't worry, that day will never come. Chapter 24, Fighting the Ghost. Su Taiping fights back desperately. He. Not long after the two from Liwind Hall left, a ghost possessing a decaying corpse, cloaked in a robe and riding a demon wolf, arrived at Su Taiping's courtyard. You want to ask those useless people to catch me? Do you think they dare? The ghost called out mockingly to Su Taiping, who was standing on the roof. As long as I close my door, what can you do? Su Taiping retorted to the ghost, and then, with a flick of his finger, shot out an arrow wrapped in residual true energy. Bang! What Su Taiping did not expect was that the ghost in the black robe suddenly drew a long sword from within its robe and accurately severed the arrow he shot. If you hadn't ambushed me yesterday, how could a little kid like you, who hasn't even reached the opening door realm, have hurt me? The ghost sneered. Its sword pointed directly at Su Taiping, who was standing on the roof. Su Taiping's expression changed and became serious. From the ghost's sword just now, he could tell that its strength was indeed far beyond his own. Yesterday, he had forced the ghost to leave Lu Qingmei's body solely by surprise attack. The opportunity for a sneak attack was only once. From now on, this ghost would definitely be extremely cautious. It would be very difficult to force it out of its shell again and kill it with alcohol. Su Taiping thought as he knocked another arrow. Little guy, don't think that hiding in your courtyard means I can't do anything to you. At most, in 10 days, I can dig up the hidden waterway leading to your medicinal garden in the backyard. Once I block it, your medicinal garden will have no water to irrigate, and all the spiritual herbs will turn into withered grass. The ghost threatened Su Taiping with a cunning smile. Hearing this, Su Taiping couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. The water source for his backyard herb garden is indeed a deep underground drainage ditch, with a continuous flow of water passing through the garden's channels, making watering very convenient. If that wraith really manages to cut off that drainage ditch, he will truly have to go out to fetch water. Otherwise, it won't be long before all the freshly planted perilla in the herb garden dies. If I store water in advance, I can hold out for at least 4 or 5 days after the water is cut off in 10 days, which means I have only 15 days left to prepare. Su Taiping's little mind was racing. Little one, the reason I am telling you all this is because I see you are somewhat clever and want to point you towards a way to survive. Otherwise, you can just surrender and become my ghost servant. If not, I will make you end up like Lu Qingmei, using your soul as a wick, letting you experience what it means to live worse than death. After a round of threats, the wraith finally revealed its true purpose for coming today. After yesterday's events, it had set its sights on Su Taiping's cleverness and wanted to claim his physical body as a sacrifice to the Tiger King, then take its ghost to serve as its own ghost servant. In this day and age, even ghosts are short on manpower. I am a righteous cultivator of the Qingxian sect. How can I serve as your accomplice? Su Taiping scoffed, then released his fingers and shot another arrow with a whoosh. Swish. Unsurprisingly, this arrow was once again deflected by the wraith's blade. Righteous cultivator? After cutting down Su Taiping's arrow, the wraith laughed as if it had heard a hilarious joke. You Taoists say, 1 gives rise to 2, 2 gives rise to 3, and 3 gives rise to all things. All things eventually return to 1. So the ways of the world are merely different paths leading to the same destination. Where is the distinction between good and evil? If you follow me, I will teach you the way of ghost cultivation, and in time, you too can achieve the right fruit. After failing to intimidate, the wraith began to change tactics, resorting to temptations. The way may not distinguish between good and evil, but people do have distinctions of good and evil. The sage of books said, born as a human, you should cultivate yourself, help others, and be like water, dwelling in the depths of evil while doing good. At this point, Su Taiping knocked an arrow and proudly raised his head, looking directly at the wraith, continuing. You were born a human, not only failing to do good deeds, but also acting as an accomplice to the tiger, harming your kind, and bullying the weak. That is great evil and must be punished. At this moment, Su Taiping was less than 5 feet tall, but when he spoke these words, he seemed much taller than the 8-foot wraith. Since you are seeking death, I shall fulfill it. The enraged wraith snorted coldly, turning its body to direct the wolf beneath it while threatening Su Taiping. Do you think that once the water vein is cut, it will only cause your garden's spiritual herbs to wither? I don't mind letting you know that the channel in your garden is the source of the spiritual power for the barrier of your residence. Once the water vein is severed, the barrier around your small courtyard will collapse without a fight, perhaps due to anger or underestimating Su Taiping. The wraith actually revealed such an important matter. Just wait, within half a month, I will take your life. After saying this, the wraith rode its wolf and disappeared into the nearby mountains with a swift movement. Half a month is enough. Su Taiping glanced at the place where the wraith had vanished, then clenched his fist tightly. The arrows he shot were not random. He had intentionally tested the wraith's strength. After 3 consecutive arrows, the wraith had chosen to block each time, proving that when the physical body it possessed was injured, its ghost would also be harmed. Furthermore, the force behind each of my 3 arrows was actually different, and it was evident that it was somewhat sluggish when blocking the last 2 arrows. It seems that if my cultivation can advance further, it may not be able to block my next arrow so easily. If I can catch it off guard, I might be able to injure it. With this thought in mind, Su Taiping leaped down from the rooftop, then surveyed the small courtyard, muttering, based on my true cultivation, unless I break through to the opening door realm, I cannot fight it. In half a month, even if I can raise the remnant twilight skill to the ice stage. To kill that wraith, I can only set a trap and catch it by surprise. There is only one chance. I must be fully prepared. Su Taiping could choose to escape, such as by dousing himself in a few bottles of strong liquor to deter the wraith. But the problem is, within a radius of several hundred miles, there are only wild mountains. How long can he escape? Rather than thinking about how to run away, it is better to fight to the death. Su Taiping turned and quickly walked towards his bedroom. His time was extremely precious now, and he couldn't afford to waste a moment. However, what Su Taiping did not know was that the confrontation between him and the wraith today was being observed by a figure several miles away in the forest. It was an old man lying on a tree branch, his hair gray and his clothes ragged. A bronze sword hung at his waist, and he held a wine gourd in his hand. Chapter 25. Barrier damaged. Remnant Twilight skill breaks the ice stage after pouring a large mouthful of wine into his mouth. He suddenly grinned and said, born as a human, you should cultivate yourself, help others, and be like water, dwelling in the depths of evil while doing good. How well said. After saying this to himself, he took another swig of wine, then wiped his mouth with his ragged sleeve and continued to mutter. I never expected that years later, I would hear these words from an unnamed outer disciple. Truly ridiculous, laughable. After finishing this, he turned to his side, propping his head with his hand and yawning, then suddenly looked towards the direction of Qingzhou residence, his tone becoming extremely sharp. Dwelling in the depths of evil while doing good. If this is your heart of the Tao, then show me your means of protecting the Tao. I, Sword 9, detest those who boast. On an evening 9 days later, Yanglu Mountain, Purple Bamboo Forest. Bang! Su Taiping executed the Green Bull charge, smashing a wolf demon that lunged at him, sending it flying. However, soon, two more wolf demons pounced from behind him. His true energy was almost exhausted. It seemed he had to retreat. Su Taiping looked reluctantly at the depths of the bamboo forest. There, a rotting corpse demon wielding a large axe was vigorously chopping at a rock on the ground. Beneath this rock was the spring that fed the water source of Qingzhou residence. As long as he could split the large rock covering the spring and block it, the water vein flowing to Qingzhou residence would be severed. At that time, not only would the spiritual herbs in the herb garden wither, but even the barrier of Qingzhou residence might fail. Bang! At this moment, the corpse demon struck the rock heavily with its axe, sending ripples of spiritual energy and countless fragments flying. This strike cracked the rune-engraved rock further. Little one, it's not too late to regret now. The corpse demon, holding the axe, turned to Su Taiping with a terrifying smile. There was no doubt that this corpse demon was the new physical body possessed by the wraith. Who will the deer die in the hands of is still uncertain, Su Taiping said while channeling his true energy, performing a bull charge. Accompanied by a roar-like explosion of energy, the two wolf demons charging at him were struck back by several sudden fist shadows, howling in pain. Swish! Taking advantage of the moment when the wolf demons were pushed back, Su Taiping deftly grabbed a piece of purple bamboo and, using its elasticity, leaped out of the encirclement of the wolf demons. If I can't even deal with a few wolf demons, how can I stop you from severing the water vein? Hide. Continue to hide. In a few days, I will see where you hide. Watching Su Taiping flee, the wraith's face revealed a stiff smile. Ever since discovering that the spring of the water vein was in the purple bamboo forest in these past 9 days, Su Taiping had come here several times to stop the wraith, but each time he returned defeated, which made the wraith increasingly smug. Returning to Qingzhou residence. Hull. Su Taiping took a basin of cold water from the water tank and poured it all over himself, washing away all the sweat and dirt. After doing all this, he quickly dried himself off, changed into a clean set of clothes, and walked into the bedroom, sitting down at a simple desk he had made himself. After failing the 5th ambush against the ghost, he had used about 60% of his strength this time, which was a 10% reduction from the last time. And the ghost did not notice anything unusual. He had also figured out the weaknesses of the 3 demon wolves. The one with a scar on its eye had an injury on its hind leg and could be killed from behind. The smallest one had an eye injury and reacted slightly slower than the other 2. Su Taiping took notes on the insights gained from this ambush. During these 5 ambushes, especially the last 2, he actually had the opportunity to kill the 3 demon wolves, but to confuse the ghost and avoid getting injured before the decisive battle with it. He had deliberately held back. After 5 consecutive tests, the ghost should have assumed that was all his strength. Next, he just needed to focus on improving his skills, ideally raising the Zhangxia skill to the ice phase in one go. Su Taiping put down his pen, pondered for a moment, and then sat down by the bed. After raising the Zhangxia skill to the ice phase, not only would the protective power of the Zhangxia's body-protecting energy greatly increase, but it would also allow the Zhangxia true energy to condense water into ice. If he broke through to the ice phase, he could seal the several jars of liquor he bought in ice blocks, ensuring that the ghost would not discover them. He glanced at the jars of strong liquor placed on the bedside. Although the people from Shifeng Pavilion could not see the ghost, they would still send spirit birds when Su Taiping wanted to buy something. Unfortunately, the spirit birds that delivered goods these times were not Bai Hong and were all very indifferent. Otherwise, Su Taiping could have sought their help. He reminded himself not to rely on others too much. Didn't Sister Linglong say that down the mountain? For the unnamed outer disciples, the only one they could rely on was themselves? Su Taiping shook his head to refocus his mind. He then tossed a yellow bean spirit crystal into his mouth and began to attempt to raise the Zhangxia true energy in his body to the ice phase. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these days, Su Taiping had almost not eaten or drunk while practicing the Zhangxia skill. Even when the water source in the garden was cut off, he remained undeterred, as if he had entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Little brat, come out and die? One afternoon, the ghost, accompanied by the 3 demon wolves, arrived once again at the door of Qingzhou residence. Although Su Taiping had delayed it for a few days, the ghost ultimately managed to completely block the spring in the Zizhu forest of Yanglu Mountain today. Bang! Seeing that no one in the house responded for a long time, the ghost leaped down from the demon wolf and slashed his sword, filled with ghostly energy, at the door of Qingzhou residence. Boom! Although the barrier around Qingzhou residence had not completely dissipated, Its power had already weakened considerably, no longer capable of harming the ghost like before. The ghost revealed a sinister smile. "Little brat, this lord will guard here tonight. When the barrier completely dissipates, it will be your death time. At that time, you will know what it means to seek life and not find it, and seek death but cannot." He laughed loudly at the door of Qingzhou residence. Just then, Su Taiping, who had been practicing in the bedroom for several days, opened his eyes. In that instant, the gray-white mist that had been swirling around him suddenly solidified into ice, and even the bed beneath him froze over a large area, condensing energy into ice. "I have broken through to the ice phase." Su Taiping looked at the ice crystals swirling around him, his eyes filled with excitement. After breaking through the ice phase of the Zhangxia skill, he was now qualified to challenge the opening door realm. More importantly, with this layer of Zhangxia ice-protecting true energy, his odds against the ghost would undoubtedly increase a bit. Chapter 26. Setting Traps. Charging the bull to fight the ghost. Don't rush, there's one last step. After calming himself down, Su Taiping's gaze fell on the jars of strong liquor by the bedside. Ignoring the ghost's incessant taunts and provocations outside, he took the jars of liquor to the front yard and went to the trap he had already dug in the center of the yard. "As long as I can force your soul out of your body, these jars will be your decapitation wine." Su Taiping glanced at the door of the yard and hung the jars above the trap. Late at night, bang, bang, sensing that the barrier had weakened further, the ghost began to command the 3 demon wolves to charge repeatedly at the door of Qingzhou residence. At this moment, Su Taiping had already taken his position in the center of the yard. He pulled the bowstring to a full moon, and the arrow covered with Zhangxia true energy transformed into an ice arrow, constantly emitting cold air. Bang! At this moment, under the continuous impact of the 3 demon wolves, the remaining spiritual power of the barrier around Qingzhou residence was exhausted, and the door was directly smashed open by one of the demon wolves. Roar! The demon wolf, which had already sensed Su Taiping's presence in the yard, let out a roar and charged at him like 3 gusts of wind, with the cautious ghost following closely behind. Whoosh! Su Taiping released his fingers, and the prepared arrow flew with a whooshing sound, piercing through the neck of the first demon wolf. The Zhangxia true energy wrapped around the arrow instantly transformed into ice crystals, completely freezing the demon wolf. The ghost was somewhat surprised by this scene because he had never seen Su Taiping use this move in their previous encounters. Crack! Just as the ghost was momentarily distracted, Su Taiping had already discarded his bow and arrow, rolling forward as if it had been calculated perfectly, narrowly dodging the pounce of the second demon wolf. Swish! Without any hesitation, as soon as Su Taiping rolled to his feet, he drew out the steel-long knife at his waist, activated the Zhangxia true energy, and slashed down. Since he had not learned any knife techniques, Su Taiping's slash was very clumsy. The demon wolf could have easily dodged it just by turning. But it was the one with the injured hind leg, so it couldn't dodge in time and ended up having a leg chopped off. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 demon wolves were gone, leaving only the one the ghost was riding. Clop, clop, clop. After killing 2 demon wolves, Su Taiping did not pause at all, his small figure darting like the wind towards the ghost riding on the demon wolf. "You seek death." The ghost, both shocked and angry, sat on the demon wolf and slashed his sword towards Su Taiping from a distance of 1 or 2 zhang. Boom! Before the sword reached him, the sword energy surged ahead, a black sword energy over a zhang long, resembling a massive sharp sickle, swept towards Su Taiping with incredible ferocity. However, facing this sword from the ghost, Su Taiping not only did not dodge, but instead leaped towards the fierce sword energy, as if he were risking his life, and punched towards the ghost. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Taiping's Zhangxia protective true energy was shattered by the sword energy, turning into a cloud of ice crystal debris. But he himself sustained no injuries and continued to leap high while punching towards the ghost on the demon wolf. How is this possible? How could he withstand my sword? The ghost had thought that even if he couldn't kill Su Taiping with that sword, it should at least heavily injure him, or at worst, stop him in his tracks, never expecting that Su Taiping's Zhangxia protective true energy would actually withstand the blow. Boom! Just as the ghost was filled with confusion, Su Taiping's fist came crashing down, with no time to swing his sword again. The ghost could only gather his ghostly energy and use his arm as a shield to block. Bang! What shocked the ghost once more was that Su Taiping's punch was far beyond his imagination, actually knocking him off the back of the demon wolf. This kid must be hiding his strength. Damn it, I should have used all my strength with that last sword. As he fell to the ground, the ghost suddenly became alert. But Su Taiping, after landing a successful hit, clearly had no intention of giving him a chance to breathe. Bullhorn Smash Mountain. Like he was cheering himself on, Su Taiping let out a roar with his still somewhat immature figure, and a burst of frost and cold air erupted around him. In an instant, this cold air coalesced into a massive cow's head, which, along with Su Taiping's descending fist, heavily struck the ghost's body. Bang! With another loud sound. The heavy energy that was entangled around the ghost was shattered by Su Taiping's bullhorn crashing down, causing the ghost's corpse to fall heavily to the ground. Bull charge. Before the ghost could get up, Su Taiping's icy crystal-covered fist had already landed on the ghost's body. Bang, bang, bang. The most special thing about this bull charge technique was that as long as the practitioner had enough true energy, the punches would not stop, and the power of each punch would continue to stack. Unless one had overwhelming cultivation, it was impossible to interrupt the punch momentum. Moreover, since Su Taiping was using the residual glow true energy to execute this punch, each punch that struck the opponent would also cover them with a layer of ice crystals. After just 4 or 5 punches, the ghost's corpse had already turned into a large block of ice. Of course, this technique also had obvious drawbacks. Once the punches were retracted, it would require a long time to recover true energy, during which time one would be extremely weak. Kid, no matter how fierce your punches are, there will come a time when your true energy runs out. If you retract your punches now, I might consider giving you a quick death. Obviously, the ghost saw through Su Taiping's flaw in his punches and, while enduring the intense pain, began to threaten him verbally. Bang, bang, bang. Su Taiping didn't even glance at him, continuing to alternate his punches without stopping. Even when his fists were already bloodied, he didn't blink an eye. However, after throwing out more than 20 punches in a row, his fists had obviously become heavier, and the speed of his punches began to slow down. Come on, keep punching. As long as you show even the slightest sign of slackening, I can kill you with a single sword strike. Seeing Su Taiping's punch momentum weaken, the ghost immediately laughed maliciously and roared. Bang! Just then, after Su Taiping's right fist heavily struck out, his left hand was still unable to lift up. Haha, you really have run out of true energy. Seeing this, the ghost burst into wild laughter, preparing to leave its ghostly body. But its laughter quickly came to an abrupt halt. Bang! With a loud noise, the ground beneath the ghost suddenly collapsed, and its ice-sculpted body fell into the trap pit that Su Taiping had long prepared. That's right. Su Taiping exerted such great effort to execute the bull charge technique just to force this ghost to fall into this pit that was about 10 feet deep. Chapter 27. Slaying the Ghost. The tiger demon scolds, Su Taiping, you think such a simple pit can trap me? After confirming that it was just a pit, the ghost's laughter rang out again, filled with mockery towards Su Taiping. Even if you trap this body, so what? I am a ghost cultivator, able to leave my ghostly body. Amid the ghost's sarcastic words, Su Taiping silently drew the long knife from his waist, standing silently by a taut rope, as if waiting for something. Boom. At that moment, a gust of cold wind surged out from the pit. Swish. Su Taiping's long knife decisively slashed down at the rope. Crack. Several jars of strong liquor hanging from the rope fell with a crash, landing right in the deep pit. A rich aroma of alcohol instantly spread out. Trying to crush me with stones, wait. Alcohol. This is alcohol. The ghost, already out of its body, suddenly saw the heavy objects falling and thought Su Taiping was trying to crush it in the trap. But when the scent of liquor began to fill the pit, it was too late to escape. Who told you my life essence is alcohol? Could it be that wretched person? That wretched person. The sounds of painful wails and curses echoed in the pit. After the ghost's essence was tainted by the smell of alcohol, it was like encountering a deadly poison with no antidote, transforming into streams of black energy that frantically darted around the pit. Standing at the edge of the trap, Su Taiping let out a long breath upon witnessing this scene. If he hadn't known that the ghost's weakness was alcohol, he probably would have had no chance of winning this time. Reflecting on the recent events, Su Taiping felt a pang of fear. If he hadn't taken a series of reckless actions that made the ghost underestimate him, if he hadn't spent this time desperately cultivating to break through the freezing period, if he hadn't had these jars of strong liquor, his path of cultivation might have truly come to a halt here. Young hero, save me. As long as you let me possess you, I can tell you the locations of the treasures I have collected over the years. At that moment, A ghostly face formed from Yin energy struggled to emerge from the trap, pleading with Su Taiping in great difficulty. Let me ask you a question. Su Taiping ignored the ghost's plea. Besides you, who else knows the location of the water vein spring of Qingzhou residence? Pull me out, and I will tell you. The ghost tried to make a deal with Su Taiping. Will you tell me? Su Taiping shook the jar of liquor in his hand. No. Upon seeing the liquor jar, the ghost immediately let out a shrill scream, its ghostly hands flailing wildly. Besides me, no one knows. I only learned about it by chance after killing the previous owner of Qingzhou residence. The ghost explained rapidly. You're not telling the truth. No. Everything I said is the truth. I beg you, please put that liquor jar away. Su Taiping tested the ghost again and found that it seemed not to be lying. However, even so, he did not put down the liquor jar. Instead, he removed the mud seal on top. Young man, what are you doing? I really didn't lie to you. The ghost, thinking Su Taiping was about to pour the liquor on itself, cried out in panic, its voice trembling. Let me ask you another question. Su Taiping brought his head close to the jar and sniffed, then looked up at the ghost's essence. How powerful is the tiger demon you call the king, and does it have any weaknesses? This. Hearing Su Taiping ask about the tiger demon, the ghost immediately became cautious, stammering, and hesitant to speak. If I say anything about the king, it will truly lead to my death. The ghost looked at Su Taiping with a pleading tone. If you don't speak, I will immediately make your soul scatter. Su Taiping dipped his hand into the liquor jar, splashed some liquor on the ghost, and revealed an innocent smile. The ghost's screams echoed through the mountains. However, this area was desolate, and even if it screamed loudly, no one would hear. Have you made up your mind? After the screams subsided, Su Taiping dipped his hand in the liquor again, once more revealing his innocent smile to the ghost. The king is the king of all beasts, a spirit tiger, unlike us ghosts, and has no weaknesses. However, half a month ago, it was ambushed and seriously injured by several disciples of the Seven Peaks. It will take at least 3 months to heal, and that is why it sent us ghosts to search for blood food. At this point, the ghost paused, looking at Su Taiping with a hint of disdain. To be frank, even in a seriously injured state, it would be easy for my king to kill you. It will take 3 months to heal. The timeline coincides with my need to break through the opening realm. Su Taiping furrowed his brows, deep in thought. This expression, in the eyes of the ghost, seemed to indicate fear of the tiger demon. The ghost felt a surge of joy, enduring the intense pain from the alcohol, and warned Su Taiping in a threatening tone. So I advise you to let me go. After all, if I perish, the king will surely know. Hearing this, Su Taiping looked at the ghost seriously and suddenly threw the liquor jar he was holding high into the air, channeling his true energy to strike it from a distance. Bang! The wine jar was shattered by Su Taiping's air shock, and the wine sprayed down like rain, completely falling into the trap below. Shameless scoundrel. Just wait. The king will come to avenge me. The wretched screams instantly echoed through the mountains and fields. Su Taiping remained indifferent, simply throwing in a torch he had prepared earlier. Grandpa said that evil should be countered with evil, and good should be rewarded with good. One must never conspire with tigers or collude with the wicked. Listening to the wails of the wraith in the trap, Su Taiping muttered to himself without changing his expression. Boom. The torch ignited the dry firewood laid beneath the trap, and the dry wood caught fire with the wine's aroma, flames soaring over a yard high. Roar! Just as the flames erupted, a tiger's roar suddenly resounded from within the fire, followed by the flames transforming into a giant tiger's head. You dare to kill my wraith? The tiger roared angrily at Su Taiping. I heard you were heavily injured by several Seven Peaks disciples and would need 3 to 5 months to recover. But what is the truth? Due to the previous words of the wraith, Su Taiping was not too surprised by the appearance of this tiger demon's phantom. Instead, he smiled and asked the tiger demon, Nonsense, my injuries will heal in at most 3 months. The tiger king blurted out. However, as soon as the words left its mouth, it realized something was wrong and immediately became furious. Do you dare to trap my words? Chapter 28. Inviting for a meal. Su Taiping meets old Jiu for the first time. Su Taiping said nothing in response, just grinned. The tiger demon did not expect this reply, which confirmed the wraith's earlier words, relieving its concerns significantly. Little thing, 3 months later, I will definitely skin you alive, strip your tendons, and turn your soul into a wick, suffering the torment of soul-burning day and night. The Tiger King had never been toyed with like this, and its furious roar. Even as a mere soul phantom, shook the houses within Qingzhou residence violently. Su Taiping, standing directly opposite it, was even jolted, his blood surging. If it weren't for the protection of the remnant radiance true qi, he feared he would have fainted. However, after this roar, the Tiger King's phantom dissipated with a crash, as if it had exhausted the power hidden within the wraith. This was still its strength after being heavily injured. How powerful would the Tiger King be if it weren't injured? Su Taiping was greatly shocked, gaining a new understanding of the Tiger King's strength as mentioned by Qing Mei and the wraith. However, despite his shock, he did not feel intimidated. Instead, a strong fighting spirit arose within him. This was likely related to his upbringing, as he had to face difficulties head-on alone, unlike other children who could choose to escape by relying on their parents. Just as the flames extinguished, a sound of coins falling suddenly echoed from within the trap. Su Taiping cautiously leaned in to take a look. Under the moonlight, he saw a pile of merit coins and two indistinct objects lying in the center of the ashes. Could it be something hidden by the wraith using secret methods? Su Taiping speculated in his heart. He had read in the introductory books before that ghosts and monsters often had their own ways of hiding items. For example, tiger demons like to hide things in their bellies, while elephant demons preferred to hide things in their noses. To prevent any tricks, I should wait a few nights before checking, after I restore the great formation of Qingzhou residence, regardless of whether there are treasures inside, for safety's sake. Su Taiping did not plan to go down just yet. Behind Qingzhou residence, on Yanglu Mountain, with both courage and wisdom, I did not misjudge. An old man with white hair, leaning against a tree fork, smiled and nodded, seemingly very satisfied with Su Taiping's performance tonight. However, the path of cultivation is long. Momentary bravery and momentary wisdom are trivial paths. Ultimately, one must rely on talent. If you can break through to the opening door realm in 3 years and perform well in the 7 peak sword questioning, I can consider making an exception to accept you as a disciple. The old man gently stroked his beard and then tilted his head to finish the wine in his gourd. Those lazy and greedy scoundrels at West Wind Pavilion not only ask for money and goods from outer disciples, but even dig up the water veins and springs of the cultivation area without anyone coming to check. It's truly lawless. As he spoke, the old man's expression suddenly turned cold, and a gleam shot from his small eyes. Such trivial matters, they actually expect me, their ancestor, to intervene. Ridiculous, ridiculous. After saying this, the old man stood up unsteadily, tucked the wine gourd at his waist, and took a step forward into the air, a bronze sword flying to his feet, propelling him through the sky with a thunderous roar. Boom. Finally done. Yanglu Mountain, purple bamboo forest. Su Taiping spent 4 to 5 days finally reopening the blocked spring and activated the mechanisms around the spring, hiding it once again. Today was a good day. Not only had he restored the spring, but he also hunted a yellow goat. Looking at the yellow goat next to him, frozen into a block of ice by his remnant radiance true qi, Su Taiping couldn't help but smile slightly. Having resolved the wraith problem and brought his remnant radiance cultivation to the freezing stage, everything was going smoothly. Taiping, you finally returned. Uncle Bai? Just as Su Taiping dragged the yellow goat back to Qingzhou residence, the long unseen spirit bird, the white-headed eagle, suddenly appeared at the courtyard gate. And beside the eagle stood an old man with graying hair and a wine gourd at his waist. Uncle Bai, when did you come back? Su Taiping put down the yellow goat. Although he was asking Bai Hong, his gaze was on the gray-haired old man. Just returned. This is a friend I met on the road. Everyone calls him Old Gio. We happened to pass by Qingzhou residence and thought we'd come here for a meal. Bai Hong, who usually spoke with great authority, was stuttering today, which surprised Su Taiping. Young friend Taiping, I have traveled over 1,000 miles with Bai Hong, and my stomach is unbearably hungry. Could you please light a fire and cook us a meal? Old Gio asked, rubbing his hands with a smile. Uncle Bai is my friend. Don't mention just one meal. Even if he comes here to eat every day, I would welcome him. But elder, you must pay for your meal. Treat friends generously and strangers sparingly. Su Taiping was just like his grandfather in this regard. Taiping you. Haha. Young friend Taiping is right. Meals must be paid for. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong looked visibly tense, as if he wanted to explain something to Su Taiping, but was interrupted by Old Gio's hearty laughter. Slap. Old Gio tossed a money pouch in front of Su Taiping. Young friend, there are 300 merit coins in here. Is that enough for a meal? He asked Su Taiping with a smile. Su Taiping did not answer immediately. Instead, he counted out 7 merit coins from the pouch before tossing it back to the old man, saying, My home doesn't have much good food. 7 merit coins will be enough for this meal. After receiving the money, Su Taiping looked at old Gio with a smile on his face. Hearing this, old Gio laughed heartily and gave Su Taiping a thumbs up. Fair. Bai Hong, seeing this, wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed with relief. Little Taiping, do you know who you are standing in front of? Fortunately, he is not angry. However, before coming here, old Gio had already informed him. So he could only keep these words to himself and dare not speak them out loud. Elder, the fire shouldn't be too big. Keep it small. Uncle Bai, help me peel some garlic and chop some scallions. In the kitchen of Qingzhou residence, old Gio was tending the fire, Bai Hong was chopping vegetables, and Su Taiping was stir-frying, all busy and lively. Young brother Taiping, look, I've already started the fire. Can you reduce the meal price a bit? Old Gio flicked his hair and smiled at Su Taiping, negotiating. You old man, why are you still bargaining? If you don't help me start the fire, this meal will cost 8 merit coins. Su Taiping wiped the sweat from his forehead and glared at the old man. That's reasonable, that's reasonable. The old man chuckled upon hearing this. Bai Hong, who was cutting vegetables nearby, was startled and almost cut his finger. Chapter 29, A Visitor. Uncle Gio invites Lu Songhan moments later. All right, the last dish, stir-fried yellow goat meat, is ready. Su Taiping served the stir-fried goat meat from the pot and then carried the plate to the dining room. By this time, the dining table was already filled with a variety of dishes. Although most of the ingredients were yellow goat meat, the cooking methods were quite different. There was goat heart soup, goat kidney soup, goat bone soup, and for the meat dishes, there were stir-fried yellow goat meat, steamed goat head, roasted yellow goat leg, baked goat meat, and wine-braised goat meat. These dishes were all ones Su Taiping's grandfather had eaten when he traveled around in his youth. Su Taiping listened to him talk about them every day, drooling at the thought, and asked him for the recipes, intending to make them when he could afford meat in the future. To his surprise, he actually got to use them today. It smells so good. These 7 merit coins were well spent. The old man sniffed and his expression changed, unable to help but pound the table. If I had known you had this skill, Taiping, I should have come over for more meals. Bai Hong looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but feel his fingers itching. Uncle Bai, if you like it, you can come over often to eat. Su Taiping replied seriously. Hee, I was just joking. How could I frequently disturb your cultivation? Bai Hong smiled and shook his head. The old man, hearing Su Taiping's invitation, felt envious and, after secretly pinching a piece of meat into his mouth, tentatively asked Su Taiping, Taiping, after this meal, can we consider ourselves friends? Of course not. Su Taiping replied sternly. Taiping, you can't be biased. Look, I helped you start the fire and clean the table. We should be friends now. As soon as the old man heard this, his face fell. Bai Hong, while feeling a bit nervous for Su Taiping, secretly felt a sense of pride, thinking, I didn't expect that I, Bai Hong, would have a day where I could surpass my master. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the three of them were enjoying their meal, the courtyard door was suddenly knocked on. Bai Hong, why did you invite me here? An old man's voice came from outside the courtyard. Taiping, besides old Gio, I also invited a few friends. Can you add another set of chopsticks? Bai Hong didn't answer the person outside, but put down his chopsticks and smiled as he asked Su Taiping. Since he's also Uncle Bai's friend, let him in. Su Taiping nodded. Don't forget to make him pay. I just spent 7 merit coins. The old man looked at Bai Hong with a jealous expression. Of course, of course. Bai Hong nodded repeatedly and got up to open the door. Bai Hong, what exactly do you want me here for? I don't have time to reminisce with you. Before long, Su Taiping and old Gio, who were each gnawing on a goat rib, saw Bai Hong bring in an elegantly dressed old man whose hair was meticulously combed. Brother Lu, there's no other intention. It's been a long time since I, Brother Gio, and you have gathered, so I wanted to share a meal. After entering the dining room, Bai Hong smiled and pointed to the old man who was gnawing on the goat rib. Brother Gio? What Brother Gio? The old man, who was addressed as Brother Lu, looked impatiently at the table, just as his gaze met old Gio's. Why are you so talkative? Sit down and eat. In that instant, the old man, surnamed Lu, clearly showed a hint of horror in his eyes when he locked eyes with old Gio. But it was quickly replaced by a glare from the old man. Yes, yes. The old man, surnamed Lu, quickly sat down. Oh, aren't you the head of the West Wind Pavilion? Su Taiping recognized the old man who had just entered. If he remembered correctly, this old man was Lu Songhan, the head of the West Wind Pavilion, whom senior sister Linglong had taken him to meet when he first arrived on the mountain. I'm talking to my master and 2 senior brothers. When do you get to speak? Upon hearing Su Taiping interject, the head of the West Wind Pavilion immediately looked displeased and glared at him. Lu Songshan, your cultivation isn't impressive, but you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Before Su Taiping could speak, Old Joe suddenly put down his chopsticks and sneered at Lu Songshan. Master Uncle Gio, Brother Lu. Let's talk nicely. Uncle Gio is just reminding you to be a bit more polite. All the dishes on this table were made by young Brother Taiping. Upon hearing this, Lu Songshan's face turned pale, and he trembled violently, almost sliding off his chair, but Bai Hong quickly supported him. Yes, we were able to gather today, thanks to young Brother Taiping. You, on the other hand, came in and started barking orders. That's rude. Old Joe stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, his tone slightly softened. Yes. What Uncle Gio said is correct. Upon hearing Uncle Gio's tone soften, Lu Songshan looked relieved and nodded repeatedly. Brother Lu, try the dishes made by young Brother Taiping. Uncle Gio just praised them without end. Bai Hong then took out a set of chopsticks and placed them in front of Lu Songshan. If Uncle Gio praised them, they must be good. Lu Songshan cheerfully accepted the chopsticks, his smile filled with flattery towards Old Gio. Wait, just as Lu Songshan was about to pick up food with his chopsticks, Old Gio suddenly grabbed his chopsticks and shot him a glare, saying, "Pay up." Su Taiping, who was watching the fun from the side, also reacted and immediately reached out his hand towards Lu Songshan. Head Lu, like Uncle Gio, this meal costs 7 merit coins. He naturally saw that Uncle Gio's identity was not ordinary and that the three of them were not just here for a simple meal. But he didn't intend to pass up the free merit coins. As for what these big shots were up to, he didn't want to meddle in. After all, they might just be passing by. I'll just treat it like watching a show, Su Taiping thought to himself. Meanwhile, Old Gio was very satisfied to see Su Taiping collect money without hesitation and nodded in approval. He then casually asked Lu Songshan, "Who is the current hall master of the Gale Hall under your command?" The current hall master of Gale Hall is Su Yoji, a disciple from the second peak. Lu Songshan hurriedly put down his chopsticks and answered seriously. Su Yoji, huh? His master brought him to meet me once. I have met him before, so why not call him over for a meal? Uncle Gio ladled a bowl of soup and took small sips, not even glancing at Lu Songshan. Uncle Gio, isn't that inappropriate? Gale Hall is a bit far from here. Lu Songshan's forehead broke into a sweat. Chapter 30, Squeeze or Not. Su Taiping watches the show at the table really? Uncle Gio put down the bowl of soup in his hand and looked at Lu Songshan with an amused expression. I will send a message to him right now. Lu Songshan immediately stood up and took out a talisman from his pocket. Young Brother Taiping, would you mind if I added a pair of chopsticks? Uncle Gio looked at Su Taiping with a smile while holding the soup bowl. Will you pay? Su Taiping hesitated for a moment before asking. You must pay? Uncle Gio replied decisively. Then there's no problem. Su Taiping nodded. He couldn't be bothered with what these big shots were playing at. After all, today he was just the cook, the one collecting money, and the one watching the show. By the way, it seems I don't have any chopsticks at home. Su Taiping suddenly remembered something. It's fine, let him bring his own. Uncle Gio waved his hand dismissively. But Uncle Gio, my message talisman has already burned out. Lu Songshan immediately explained to Uncle Gio. Burn it out and just light another one. Stop rambling or nothing will get done. Uncle Gio looked at Lu Songshan with a face full of disdain. Yes. Seeing Uncle Gio's change of expression, Lu Songshan immediately took out a communication talisman from his pocket, while feeling a pang of pain in his heart. This little master uncle is really a pain. One communication talisman is more than enough to buy 1,000 pairs of chopsticks. As for the actions of the few people, Su Taiping had no comments, only sighing inwardly. Having money is really good. Moments later, another person appeared at the dining table in the small courtyard of Qingzhou residence. He was a tall man with a square face, because of his large size. He looked like he was sitting on the ground while on a small stool at Su Taiping's house. Why don't we move to the courtyard to eat? It's too cramped here. Seeing Su Yoji squatting there, drenched in sweat, Su Taiping couldn't bear it anymore and suggested to the others. No. To Su Taiping's surprise, the first to raise an objection was not the eccentric Uncle Gio, but the sweating leader of the Lai Feng Hall, Su Yoji. Little brother, there's no need to go through all that trouble. I'm fine sitting here. I like it here. Su Yoji shook the pair of chopsticks he brought from home and smiled at Su Taiping to explain. All right then. Su Taiping frowned, thinking, these people must have some issues. I should keep Uncle Bai away from them in the future. Hey, little guy, you're meddling too much, aren't you? It's hard to buy what I like. He likes it, so we naturally can't take away someone else's joy. Uncle Gio chuckled and winked at Su Taiping, reaching out to take the last piece of lamb rib from the bowl. By the way, Yoji, which two brothers from Lai Feng Hall are responsible for this area around Qingzhou residence? Uncle Gio asked Su Yoji casually while gnawing on the rib. In response, Su Yoji instinctively wanted to stand up, but was shot a glance by Uncle Gio, causing him to sit back down. Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Uncle Gio, the two disciples responsible for this area are named Zhuju and Zhou Gu. Both have reached the peak of the opening door realm. Since they took over this area, we have rarely seen cases of monsters and spirits harming people. These two are his subordinates, and he naturally wouldn't hesitate to praise them. Although we only passed by chance, it's thanks to you, little friend Taiping, that the four of us could gather here. As for cultivation matters, the sect has regulations that limit our help. But when you Lai Feng Hall patrols nearby in the future, do take care of Qingzhou residents. Uncle Gio casually reminded Su Yoji. Upon hearing this, Su Yoji exchanged glances with Lu Songshan, both of them relieved, thinking, so, the little master uncle called us here just to ask us to look after Qingzhou residents. You can rest assured, Uncle Gio, from now on, we will ensure that Zhuju and Zhou Gu patrol Qingzhou residents closely. Su Yoji patted his chest and assured Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio, for such a small matter, you just need to have Baihong contact me. There is no need for you to host a banquet personally. Lu Songshan also looked relieved at this moment. However, Su Taiping, who had been watching the show, became confused after hearing their conversation, thinking, why did Uncle Gio suddenly ask these leaders to take care of me just because of this meal? It certainly can't be just for this meal. As he pondered, he turned his gaze to Uncle Gio. At this moment, Uncle Gio was gnawing on a lamb leg, and upon seeing Su Taiping looking at him, he immediately grinned and winked at him. Su Taiping frowned, thinking, this old man looks cunning. He definitely isn't that kind-hearted. Then he shifted his gaze to Baihong beside him. After Baihong noticed Su Taiping's gaze, he immediately smiled at him. Sure enough, Uncle Bai intentionally brought Uncle Gio to Qingzhou residence so that he could take this opportunity to look out for me. Su Taiping thought to himself. Realizing this, he slightly nodded at Baihong, throwing him a grateful glance. After seeing this, Uncle Gio immediately frowned, thinking, this brat, I'm the one helping him. So why is he thanking someone else? No way. I need to make him see more clearly. I can't let this kid only be fond of Baihong. Then, he put down the lamb leg in his hand and looked at the trembling Lu Songshan and Su Yoji beside him. Since you two are here today, calls with Zhu and Zhou Gu to eat together. Remember to let them bring their own chopsticks. Lu Songshan and Zhou Gu exchanged glances. Uncle Gio, I don't have any communication talismans on me, Lu Songshan said with a troubled expression. Uncle Gio, I came in a hurry, and I didn't bring any either. Su Yoji echoed. Communication talismans capable of transmitting messages over long distances are very expensive. Lu Songshan carrying two is already quite extravagant. Little guy, do you have one? Uncle Gio turned to Su Taiping. Surprisingly, Su Taiping actually had one on him, just the ones Zhuju had given him last time. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Taiping decided not to hand over this communication talisman, and he also didn't want to get involved in these people's disputes. I don't have one. I can pay double the price to buy one. Su Taiping was about to refuse when he was suddenly interrupted by Uncle Gio. I have one. Su Taiping unhesitatingly took out the communication talisman from his pocket. That's more like it. Uncle Gio happily accepted the communication talisman from Su Taiping's hand. Isn't this our Lai Feng Hall's communication talisman? Su Yoji immediately recognized the talisman in Uncle Gio's hand. Yes. It just so happens that it was given to me by the patrolman from Lai Feng Hall named Zhua. Su Taiping nodded. For the sake of merit coins. He had to reveal this matter, but he decided to keep the incident of those two threatening him to himself. Grandpa once said, leave some room for others. It will be easier to meet again in the future. Su Taiping thought quite generously to himself. This is an ordinary communication talisman. It can't transmit sound. Lu Songshan took a look at the talisman, and then his face turned pale again, his head buzzing. Having been the leader of the West Wind Pavilion for so many years, how could he not know the tricks of his subordinates? This kind of talisman, which can only transmit messages and not sound, is mostly used by subordinates to extort outer disciples. What are you still dawdling for? Pay up. Uncle Gio's cold gaze swept over Lu Songshan and Su Yoji. Yes. Lu Songshan stopped talking and immediately pulled out a bag of merit coins and placed it on the table, then shot a fierce glare at Su Yoji beside him. At this moment, Su Yoji stood still beside him, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like raindrops, his whole person trapped in a dazed state. Stop dawdling. This talisman just happens to be given by Zhuju and can notify him. Uncle Jiao said coldly. Both Zhuju and Zhou Gu are kind-hearted. They were afraid I would encounter monsters, so they specially gave me this communication talisman. Su Taiping decided to be a good person to the end and took the opportunity to praise Zhuju and Zhou Gu. But little did he know, the people present were all seasoned veterans who had already guessed about Zhuju and Zhou Gu's behavior that day. Little brother Taiping, now that you say that, we should invite those two to join us for a meal. Hurry, hurry, Lu Songshan, stop hesitating and quickly call those two. Uncle Jiao urged impatiently. Okay, I'll go call them right now. Lu Songshan went outside to activate the communication talisman, nearly in tears. Moments later, little guy, have you finally come to your senses? It took you more than half a month to call us. You must have suffered quite a bit, right? If I had known this earlier, why bother in the first place? Uncle Jiao, who was eating grilled lamb wrapped in perilla leaves, along with Su Taiping and the timid Su Yoji, all heard two voices shouting outside the courtyard. Is that them? With his mouth full of meat, Uncle Jiao mumbled and pointed outside with his chopsticks. I'll go open the door. Lu Songshan and Su Yoji, already sweating profusely, stood up together and said in unison, we can't let those two guys outside speak again. Outside the courtyard, where's everyone? Open the door. Hurry up. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the delay in someone opening the door, Zhuju and Zhou Gu's tones became impatient, and Zhou Gu even began to kick the door. Brothers, what? Could this kid be playing us? Zhou Gu looked at Zhuju with a wary gaze. He dares. Zhuju snorted coldly. This area is our brother's territory. Even if Su Hall Master and Lu Hall Master see us, they have to give us some face. Smack. Just as Zhuju finished speaking, the courtyard door was forcefully pulled open. You still recognize your place, Lu Hall Master and Su Hall Master. Zhou Gu's words were abruptly cut off. Lu Songshan and Su Yoji stood side by side, their faces pale as they looked at Zhou Gu and Zhuju, their eyes almost bursting with anger. You two, how could you be here? Zhuju, recovering from his daze, asked the two with a trembling voice. What are you all lingering at the door for? Come in quickly. The food is going to get cold. Before Lu Songshan and Su Yoji could respond, Uncle Jiao's somewhat impatient voice came from inside. We're coming, Uncle Jiao. We're on our way. Lu Songshan and Su Yoji's faces instantly changed, their expressions shifting from winter to spring, and they turned to look into the courtyard with smiles. However, when they turned back to face Zhuju and Zhou Gu, their expressions returned to winter. Get in. Lu Songshan glared at the two, then harshly commanded them in a short, urgent voice. Yes. At this moment, Zhuju and Zhou Gu were already so scared that they were at a loss for what to do. No matter how foolish they were, they could tell that there was someone in the small courtyard whom even Lu Songshan and Su Yoji had to curry favor with. Once inside, as soon as Zhuju and Zhou Gu saw Uncle Jiao, their legs went weak, and they stood at the door stuttering, sweating profusely. Call him Uncle Jiao. Su Yoji kicked Zhuju and Zhou Gu hard. Oh, Uncle Jiao. We meet Uncle Jiao. The two were jolted awake by Su Hall Master's kick and hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects to Uncle Jiao. Stop standing there, sit down and eat. Uncle Jiao didn't even look at the two, just pointed to the spots next to Lu Songshan and Su Yoji, indicating they should sit. Since Lu Songshan and Su Yoji were already sitting closely together, with Zhuju and Zhou Gu joining, they could only sit tightly against each other. You Uncle Jiao, how about we wait at the side? Zhuju glanced at Lu Songshan, who was sweating profusely from being squeezed, and stammered a suggestion. Oh, just squeeze a bit. There's enough room to sit. Uncle Jiao's tone became impatient. What nonsense are you talking about? Sit down quickly. Isn't there enough space for you? Lu Songshan shot Zhuju a fierce glare. Yes. Zhuju immediately became as docile as a lamb, sitting down close to Lu Songshan without saying a word. And in just a moment, his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. What kind of grudge did these people have against Uncle Jiao? To scare the Lu Hall Master like this, Uncle Jiao's identity must be quite extraordinary, right? Could he be of the Elder Black Dragon level? Watching the four people squeezed tightly together across from him, Su Taiping found it amusing, but was also somewhat curious. Forget it, these big shots grudges. A small outer sect cultivator like me shouldn't get involved. None of the people present are ones I can afford to offend. Su Taiping couldn't figure it out, so he continued to eat in silence. They only finished the meal by evening. I have to say, Uncle Jiao really has a large appetite. Su Taiping had to add a few dishes halfway through just to barely fill his stomach. Fortunately, he collected the money, Otherwise, this meal would have been a huge loss. Looking at the mess on the table, Su Taiping secretly felt relieved. Chapter 32. The Demonic Lotus is born. Uncle Jiao and Bai Hong head to the Northern Territory. However, this meal was pure torture for Lu Hall Master and the others. Not only were the four of them squeezed together, but they would also tremble all over from a glance or a word from Uncle Jiao. They looked like a few lambs that had accidentally wandered into a wolf pack. Taiping, thank you for the hospitality today. My friends and I were very satisfied with this meal. Uncle Jiao, while picking his teeth, patted Su Taiping's shoulder. You really are satisfied? Su Taiping glanced at the still squeezed Lu Hall Master and the others, unable to help but ask. Very satisfied. We are very satisfied. Taiping's cooking skills are truly remarkable. That's right, this grilled lamb is rich in flavor, truly a rare delicacy. The four praised Su Taiping's culinary skills in unison. Their words sincere and heartfelt, moving. Satisfied is good. Su Taiping smiled awkwardly and nodded. At the courtyard door, Taiping, we've troubled you today, we should be leaving. Bai Hong smiled and bid farewell to Su Taiping. Not a trouble at all. Uncle Bai can come visit often if you have time. Su Taiping smiled. What about me? Uncle Jiao, who was still picking his teeth, suddenly leaned forward. If you come, it's best to do so every 2 or 3 months. After all, this is my place of cultivation, not a restaurant. Also, Uncle Jiao, your appetite is 4 or 5 times that of an ordinary person. So the meal cost has to be added. All right, I don't care about your meal. Uncle Jiao interrupted Su Taiping, who was speaking very seriously. After that, he shot a glare at Lu Songshan and the others, saying, What are you looking at? Get lost. I don't want to see you guys again. Yes. The few of them quickly fled. Bai Hong, let's go. You and I have things to do. After driving the others away, Uncle Jiao saw Su Taiping and Bai Hong being so friendly and immediately called Bai Hong over with a jealous look. Okay, Uncle Jiao. Bai Hong first nodded to Uncle Jiao, then turned to Su Taiping and said, Taiping, we're leaving. You can focus on your cultivation here. No one will disturb you anymore. If I have free time in a few months, I will come to see you again. Thank you, Uncle Bai, for specially bringing Uncle Jiao to my little courtyard. Su Taiping sincerely bowed to Bai Hong to express his gratitude. In his view, if it weren't for Bai Hong, how could someone like Uncle Jiao come to his little courtyard for a meal? So in his eyes, Uncle Jiao could only be considered a guest. And Uncle Bai was the one he should truly thank. Taiping, you probably. Bai Hong. Just as Bai Hong was about to explain, he was interrupted by Uncle Jiao from behind. Stop dawdling, we should leave. Uncle Jiao glared at Bai Hong, then stepped on his flying sword and soared into the sky. The wind from the sword split the clouds in two. Uncle Jiao, wait for me. Bai Hong flapped his wings and chased after him. Why didn't you tell Taiping the truth? He should be grateful to you. After catching up to Uncle Jiao, Bai Hong asked him in confusion. I, Jin Jiao, need a little guy to be grateful? Uncle Jiao rolled his eyes. You don't need to. Bai Hong could naturally see through Uncle Jiao's insincere words. But he didn't expose him. However, if this kid keeps flattering and fawning over me today, I would rather dislike it. His performance today is quite to my liking. He knows my identity is not simple, yet he can still maintain his composure. This quality far surpasses that of his peers. And it's even rare among the inner disciples of the Seven Peaks. Uncle Jiao expressed his approval. Bai Hong has known Jiao Shu for many years. But this is the first time he has seen him evaluate a junior in such a way, and a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Could it be that Jiao Shu is considering taking a disciple? Bai Hong tentatively asked. In the heavenly pool of the northern border's greedy wolf kingdom, a demonic lotus has emerged. If we continue to let it be, I'm afraid another demonic kingdom will arise in Shenzhou. I want to cut it down before the demonic lotus is born, which will take at least 2 years. If that little guy can successfully break through to the opening door realm in these 2 years, even if his talent is just like Bones, I, LV Jianjiao, would be willing to accept him as my personal disciple and pass on my swordsmanship to him. Jiao Shu's expression became unusually serious. Bai Hong was stunned. He did not expect Jiao Shu to genuinely consider taking a disciple and even be willing to impart his swordsmanship. It is known that disciples from the Seven Peaks of Qingxian sect have begged the sect leader to learn his sword techniques. Yet even when the sect leader asked, Jiao Shu still refused to teach. Xiao Bai, this trip to Greedy Wolf Kingdom is fraught with danger. If you are afraid, you can turn back now. Jiao Shu suddenly turned to Bai Hong. Bai Hong, undaunted, expressed his willingness to follow Jiao Shu and cut off the roots of the greedy wolf demons. Bai Hong's expression changed, and he spoke with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, in a forest several dozen miles away from Qingzhou residence. Slap. Bang. Su Yoji, the leader of the fierce wind hall, used both hands and feet to slap the kneeling Zhuju and kick Zhou Gu. You two fools. He pointed at the two kneeling on the ground and shouted angrily. This time, it was Master Ancestor's generosity that spared you two. If it were in the past, you two would have long been dead. Master Lu also glared fiercely at the two. Master Lu, Hall Master Su, we will never dare again. They cried out in desperation. Yes, how could we know that kid has Master Ancestor as a backing? The two pleaded on the ground. Master Lu, do you really think Master Ancestor won't pursue this any further? Su Yoji asked Lu with some worry. The implication was that if Master Ancestor would still pursue it, these two could not be kept alive. I observed earlier that Su Taiping seems not to know Master Ancestor, but is quite close to Bai Hong. I suspect Bai Hong is using Master Ancestor's influence to intimidate us. Lu Songshan pondered with a frown. Indeed, this guy is causing trouble. Su Yoji stomped his foot in anger, crushing a rock beneath him. Let's keep these two for now. Master Ancestor wouldn't care about the life or death of an ordinary outer disciple. It's just a momentary whim. Lu Songshan ultimately decided. Are we really letting Bai Hong go just like that? Su Yoji asked again. I heard Bai Hong will accompany Master Ancestor to Greedy Wolf Kingdom soon. He won't be back for at least 3 years, and he might even die there, Lu Songshan murmured. Bai Hong has been opposing our West Wind Pavilion, relying on his ability to command the spirit birds in the Western Mountains. If he dies in Greedy Wolf Kingdom, it would be a rare joy for both of us, Su Yoji said with a greedy look in his eyes. After Bai Hong leaves, his wife, Yi Kei, will likely lead the spirit birds in the West Mountains. But her cultivation is far inferior to Bai Hong's. Perhaps we can think of a way to bring her down. And then the entire West Mountain will be under the management of our West Wind Pavilion. Even if Bai Hong returns alive, it will be too late. And he will be helpless. Lu Songshan squinted his eyes, looking at Su Yoji with a cunning expression. Brother Lu, you speak well. Su Yoji smiled at his words. Chapter 33. Acquiring the magic tool. Please call me Sister Lingwei in front of the gate of Qingzhou residence. Jiu Shu is indeed a big figure. He can actually perform the legendary sword flight. I wonder if I will be able to soar through the skies like Jiu Shu in my lifetime. Su Taiping couldn't help but mutter as he watched Jiu Shu flying away on his sword. Little Taiping, why envy this old man? At that moment, a woman's voice rang in Su Taiping's ears. Turning around, he saw the somewhat ethereal figure of Fairy Lingwei standing gracefully in the center of the courtyard. Taiping, it's time to break through to the opening door realm, Fairy Lingwei said with a determined smile as she looked at Su Taiping. That night, Su Taiping recounted everything that had happened during the days of her slumber to Fairy Lingwei, including how he devised the plan to capture the wraith. And these items were dropped from the wraith after I killed it. Su Taiping then placed a small wooden box on the table. He had originally planned to use the wraith to test the little guy's adaptability to see whether he would hide in Qingzhou residence or seek help from the cultivators of West Wind Pavilion. But unexpectedly, he managed to kill the wraith by himself. Fairy Lingwei glanced at the small wooden box on the table, reflected on Su Taiping's earlier narration, and then looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Sister Fairy, did I do something wrong? Seeing Fairy Lingwei staring at him without speaking, Su Taiping felt confused. No. Fairy Lingwei shook her head with a smile. You did very well. Couldn't be better. Really? I was just lucky to encounter Sister Qingmei's ghost and learned about the wraith's weakness. Su Taiping scratched his head, feeling a bit shy from the praise. However, Sister Fairy, there is also a tiger demon behind that wraith, and it is currently recovering from its injuries. Once it heals, it might come back for revenge. Can you help me figure out if there is a good way to deal with that tiger demon? Su Taiping suddenly remembered the tiger demon. Little Taiping, you needn't worry. During this slumber, I have stabilized this remnant soul. Although I cannot act personally, I still have plenty of means to deal with a tiger demon. 500-year-old tiger gall is best for brewing wine and medicine. Fairy Lingwei smiled. The smile sent chills down Su Taiping's spine, making him feel that this fairy sister beside him might be even more terrifying than that wraith or tiger demon. By the way, don't call me fairy sister anymore. Call me Sister Lingwei. We are now on the same boat. No need to be so formal. Fairy Lingwei gestured to Su Taiping. All right, Sister Lingwei. Su Taiping almost called it wrong again, but quickly corrected himself. Fairy Lingwei nodded in satisfaction. Open this wooden box, and let me see what the wraith was hiding on it. She pointed at the wooden box on the table. Su Taiping nodded and then opened the wooden box. These 300 merit coins should have been robbed from the slain cultivators. This short sword was not used during our fight, and as for this small bronze furnace, I have no idea what it is for. He took out the short sword and the palm-sized bronze furnace from the wooden box. This short sword should be a magic tool. The reason it wasn't used during our fight is that low-level ghost cultivators cannot use magic tools. They would be backfired by the magical power contained within the tools. Fairy Linghua examined it carefully and then introduced it to Su Taiping. Sister Linghua, what is a magic tool, and how does it differ from a magic treasure? Su Taiping naturally would not miss the opportunity to ask Fairy Linghua. Magic tools are mostly used by low-level cultivators, while magic treasures can only be refined and used by high-level cultivators. The difference between the two generally lies in the disparity in power. In terms of power, even a high-grade magic tool may not be as powerful as a low-grade magic treasure. Additionally, most magic tools are used to store the power of spells, and their usage is often limited. Some can even be used only once, while magic treasures are used by cultivators to cast spells and typically do not have usage limits. Fairy Linghua provided a very detailed explanation. Su Taiping looked bewildered, and his doubts immediately lessened. You can try to infuse a strand of true qi into this short sword. Fairy Linghua pointed at the short sword. Su Taiping nodded and immediately drew a strand of spiritual power from his dantian. Using the guiding technique he learned from the Qingyo fist to inject that strand of spiritual power into the short sword in his hand. Clang! Almost the moment the spiritual power was infused, the short sword in Su Taiping's hand suddenly emitted a sword cry, and then with a swoosh, it broke free from its sheath and began to fly around the bedroom. Is it actually a flying sword? Su Taiping was astonished. This kind of flying sword is only a few times faster than an ordinary arrow. How can it be considered a flying sword? Fairy Linghua made a disdainful expression. Sister Linghua, I found that this sword seems to move according to my will. At this moment, Su Taiping's attention was completely captivated by this flying sword artifact, and his face showed a rare childlike joy. Seeing this, Fairy Linghua felt inexplicably pained and thought to herself, after all, he is just a boy of over 10 years old. In an ordinary family, this is still the age to be pampered by his parents. As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze softened significantly, and she gently nodded, guiding Su Taiping. This is how artifacts work. Once you infuse it with spiritual power, it can communicate with your intentions, and you will naturally know how to use it and how many times you can use it. Hearing this, Su Taiping nodded vigorously and said, Sister Linghua is right. This flying sword can now only be used twice. After saying this, he controlled the short sword that was flying around the room, and with a clang, it flew back into its sheath. Moreover, Sister Linghua, I just discovered that just letting it fly around a few times has already consumed a lot of the residual true qi in my dantian. Su Taiping informed Fairy Linghua with a look of curiosity. Yes, the lower the grade of the artifact, the greater the consumption of true qi and spiritual power. This is one of the biggest drawbacks of artifacts. Therefore, high-level cultivators often do not bother refining artifacts, Fairy Linghua explained. She wanted to reach out to wipe the beads of sweat from Su Taiping's forehead, but halfway through, she realized she couldn't touch him at all. It's okay. Sister Linghua, I can wipe it myself. Su Taiping picked up a towel nearby and vigorously wiped his face. He was very happy to have obtained such an artifact that night. Chapter 34. Obtaining the Alchemy Furnace. Preparing to refine the Gathering Qi Pill. Sister Linghua, can you help me see what this copper furnace is used for? Su Taiping then lifted the copper furnace with curiosity and presented it to Fairy Linghua. Your luck is really quite good, little Taiping. Fairy Linghua didn't answer directly, but looked at Su Taiping with a smile. Why do you say that, sister? Su Taiping felt that there was something more to her words. This is an alchemy furnace, a tool used by cultivators to refine pills. It just so happens that you can use it to refine the Gathering Qi pill needed for your upcoming breakthrough. Fairy Linghua explained to Su Taiping. Refining the Gathering Qi pill? But I heard from Master Xiang during his teachings that to break through to the opening door realm, one only needs to cultivate the residual haze technique to the freezing stage, accumulate qi in the dantian, and break through all the meridians in one go. Su Taiping was a bit confused. Little Taiping, you are a mortal body. The obstacles on the path of cultivation will naturally be more than those of other cultivators. Fairy Linghua sighed sympathetically. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was first taken aback, a flash of discontent in his eyes, but soon his expression firmed up again as he said, Sister Linghua, please teach me how to refine the Gathering Qi pill. 2 months later, Yinlu Mountain was like spring all year round. and the scenery in the mountains had not changed. Su Taiping's life was mostly the same. He practiced the residual haze technique at the hours of Zi, Wu, and Yu. Practiced fist techniques, archery, chopped wood, watered plants, hunted, and learned alchemy. His days were very fulfilling. The only thing he felt a bit regretful about was that since that meal, Uncle Bai hadn't come again, and the spirit bird that delivered goods was replaced by a bad-tempered white-headed eagle. Additionally, the 9-leaf white perilla in the medicinal garden had ripened for another season, and he finally gathered enough materials to purchase the gathering chi pill. After deducting the money for purchasing the materials and the expenses over the past month or two, he still had 96 merit coins left. Although it was still a long way from being able to buy the true fire talisman, at least he didn't have to worry about not having merit coins to submit to the sect. That evening, in the backyard of Qingzhou residence, looking at the herbs placed in the bamboo basket beside him, Su Taiping was filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, at this moment, Su Taiping still faced his biggest crisis. In half a month, if he could not break through to the opening door realm, his name would be erased from the Spirit Bone Monument, and he would face the risk of being expelled or even punished by the Qingxian sect. The moon had reached its zenith. It was time to call Sister Lingwei out to refine the gathering chi pill together. Su Taiping glanced at the full moon above and murmured to himself. According to the agreement he made with Fairy Lingwei, the full moon 2 months later was the time for them to refine the gathering chi pill together. During these 2 months, he had secretly tried to break through using the methods taught by Master Ziyang, but no matter how hard he tried, he ultimately failed. So now, the only path before Su Taiping was to refine the gathering chi pill. Sister Lingwei, the time has come. Su Taiping stood up and called out to the medicinal garden. Not long after, a lazy voice came from the direction of the medicinal garden. That was a really comfortable nap. Shortly after, Fairy Lingwei, still with a hint of sleepiness in her eyes, stretched and yawned as she appeared in front of Su Taiping. Sister Lingwei, did you not sleep well when you were outside the mountain? Su Taiping asked curiously. The outside world has poor spiritual energy. Sleeping is a torture for my remnant soul. But here it's different. The spiritual energy is abundant, and sleeping is not only harmless but beneficial, nourishing the soul. Fairy Lingwei smiled. Su Taiping's question made her drowsiness visibly decrease. Have you gathered all the materials? Fairy Lingwei asked Su Taiping. Before falling asleep, she had already agreed with him to prepare all the materials needed for the gathering chi pill during this time. I have gathered them. Su Taiping nodded, pointing to the small bamboo basket set aside, where the materials were neatly categorized into packages. These are all ordinary herbs. The merit coins I saved are just enough to buy a set. He added, the materials needed for the gathering chi pill, like the bone washing and marrow cleansing soup, are not precious. The important thing is still the refining method. Fairy Lingwei glanced at the herbs on the ground, then raised her head with a serious expression to look at Su Taiping. However, after reaching the opening door realm, the materials and pills used to assist cultivation are very expensive. Taiping, you need to be mentally prepared. Yes. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. No matter the cost, I will definitely gather these materials. Then let us get started. Fairy Lingwei nodded in satisfaction. Su Taiping took out the small copper furnace from his pocket and placed it on the ground, then placed his other hand on it and began to infuse true chi and spiritual power into it. Boom! With a loud bang, the originally fist-sized copper furnace suddenly grew to the height of a stove. Su Taiping remained calm. After all, he had seen this many times before. You must have understood the manipulation of the alchemy furnace by now, so you can start adding charcoal into it. Fairy Lingwei instructed Su Taiping. This alchemy furnace is also a very ordinary artifact. It will exhaust its spiritual power and become an ordinary furnace after refining a batch of pills. So Taiping, you must listen carefully to my commands, control the heat of the furnace well, and time the addition of the materials. As Su Taiping added charcoal to the furnace, Fairy Lingwei continued to remind him, her expression showing rare seriousness. Sister Lingwei, don't worry. In the past 2 months, I have practiced many times in advance and will not make any mistakes. After adding the charcoal, Su Taiping stood up, his gaze incredibly firm as he looked at Fairy Lingwei. The alchemy process that followed was just as Su Taiping had promised Fairy Lingwei, with not a single mistake from beginning to end. The little guy actually mastered the complex timing of adding medicine and controlling the furnace's fire temperature so skillfully that he was on par with some cultivators who had studied alchemy for several years. How much effort did he put into this? Looking at Su Taiping, who was pressing his hand against the medicine furnace and continuously using his true energy to control the furnace's temperature. Fairy Lingyue's gaze became increasingly fiery. Because compared to cultivation, alchemy was what she, Lingyue, was best at. Now that she saw such a talented young alchemist, how could she not feel envious? Little Taiping, be my disciple. Fairy Lingyue almost blurted out, but when the words reached her lips, she held them back. Right now, I am not capable of being a competent master. And if someone discovers the inheritance of his cultivation method and knows he is my disciple, it is likely to bring him countless troubles in the future. Forget it. Forget it. Fairy Lingyue's expression darkened. Chapter 35. Gathering Qi Pill. The cost of mortal bone cultivation. Sister Lingyue. All the herbs have been added to the furnace. Su Taiping turned to Fairy Lingyue with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Well done. Now we just need to maintain the furnace temperature and wait half an hour for the pill to be ready. Fairy Lingyue immediately regained her focus and nodded with a smile at Su Taiping. Not being able to take a disciple, having a well-behaved younger brother is also good. Looking at Su Taiping, who was meticulously keeping the furnace fire as she requested, Fairy Lingyue's lips curled up slightly, revealing a warm smile. Half an hour later, boom. Su Taiping stood on tiptoe, opened the furnace lid with both hands, and a wave of heat surged out, transforming into a white mist that spread across the backyard. Sister Lingyue, we got 2 pills. Under the moonlight, Su Taiping joyfully discovered that among a few clumps of black medicinal residue, 2 jade-red pills lay quietly, their color warm and inviting. We actually made 2 pills? Fairy Lingyue was equally surprised, although she rarely refined such low-level pills, based on her experience. Given the quality of the herbs Su Taiping bought, producing even 1 pill was already impressive. It seems the little guy really has a talent for alchemy. The secret methods within the sect cannot be taught to him for now, but sharing some pill recipes is fine. Moreover, if I want to restore my cultivation, I will need the assistance of a pill master. She secretly resolved in her heart to train Su Taiping in the direction of becoming a pill master. Sister Lingyue, what's wrong? Seeing Fairy Lingyue lost in thought, Su Taiping gently called out to her. Oh, I was thinking that you can keep this remaining gathering Qi pill to deal with that tiger demon. Fairy Lingyue looked down at the 2 gathering Qi pills in Su Taiping's hand. The gathering Qi pill can be used against the tiger demon? Su Taiping was somewhat surprised. The gathering Qi pill can provide you with a huge amount of spiritual power in a short time. When it transforms into true energy, it is equivalent to having an extra dantian, allowing you to perform some techniques beyond your current realm, for example. At this point, Fairy Lingyue looked up at the moon and tried to recall, then lowered her head to Su Taiping and said, for instance, you can use the ice breath technique that is said to only be usable by someone at the great completion stage of the opening door realm in conjunction with your remnant summer technique. The ice breath technique can freeze the air into ice. Even with your current cultivation, as long as you use the gathering Qi pill in conjunction, you can freeze everything within a Tinjiang square area in a single breath, including that tiger demon? Su Taiping asked excitedly. Although the ice breath technique is not a secret art, in your cultivation world, as long as you are not prepared in advance, even an opponent 1 realm above you will still fall victim to it. Fairy Lingyue nodded firmly. Sister Lingyue, once I break through to the opening door realm, you must teach me the ice breath technique. Su Taiping requested with shining eyes. If you are willing to learn, I am of course willing to teach you. Don't forget, we are partners now. Fairy Lingyue patted Su Taiping's little head and smiled faintly at him. The ice breath technique, in her original cultivation world, was barely considered a profound-level technique, mostly favored by loose cultivators, while disciples of sects typically had better choices, not to mention her own sect. So there was no need to worry about exposing her identity because of it. After a moment, Su Taiping returned to his bedroom, preparing to break through to the opening door realm. At this moment, Fairy Lingyue's remnant soul was also in the room. Little Taiping, relax a bit. You have 2 gathering Qi pills now. There's no way you can't break through to the opening door realm. Fairy Lingyue saw Su Taiping's tense expression and smiled to indicate that he should relax a bit and not be so nervous. Su Taiping nodded heavily, then closed his eyes and let out a long breath of stagnant energy from his chest. Sister Lingyue, I am ready. Su Taiping opened his eyes and looked at Fairy Lingyue. Then take the gathering Qi pill and break through. Fairy Lingyue nodded. She saw that Su Taiping's expression had obviously relaxed a lot, which immediately reassured her. Glialu. Su Taiping no longer hesitated and directly popped one of the gathering Qi pills into his mouth, and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering, and Su Taiping didn't even have time to feel its taste. He only felt a faint aroma spreading through his body, then escaping through his nostrils. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Su Taiping began to operate the remnant summer technique, a buzzing sound rang in his ears, and the medicinal power of the gathering qi pill suddenly took effect. A surge of spiritual power quickly transformed into remnant summer true energy under the guidance of the remnant summer technique, rushing toward his entire body's meridians like a torrent, violently impacting various acupoints. The acupoints that originally required immense effort to open were now breached within just a few breaths. The first step of breaking through to the opening door realm is to open all the acupoints in the body. The second step is to operate the remnant summer technique, guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body through the acupoints, and finally converge it at the dantian, pushing open the walls of the dantian, allowing it to transform into a sea of energy. Su Taiping was fully focused on operating the remnant summer technique, while silently reciting the essentials of breaking through the opening door realm that Zhang Jinjuan taught him that day. How to transform the small dantian, like a fish pond, into a sea of energy. If this step is not achieved for the rest of his life, the greatest achievement he can attain is to be a martial artist who only knows how to fight with fists and feet. Boom. At this thought, Su Taiping unhesitatingly mobilized the true energy guided by the acupoints throughout his body and began the first impact on the small dantian. The remnant summer protective true energy unexpectedly spread out from his body. But what followed was a piercing pain, and Su Taiping felt as if his scalp was being torn off piece by piece. Far more painful than the pain he experienced when soaking in the marrow-extracting soup that day. Even someone as resilient as he was eventually succumbed to this pain, and the immense true energy he had painstakingly gathered dispersed into clouds of smoke. Su Taiping, this is the cost of mortal bone cultivation. If you can't endure this little pain, I suggest you give up early. Fairy Lingwei deliberately provoked Su Taiping. How could she not know the pain Su Taiping was facing at this moment? But she understood even more how cruel the heavenly path is to mortal bones. Even if you step onto the cultivation path, as long as there is a hint of slackness or fear in the future, you will face pain 100 times worse than today. Therefore, in her view, even if Su Taiping fails to break through, he must not bow to this pain. However, her concern was clearly unnecessary. After failing the first impact to break through, Su Taiping immediately began his second attempt. He endured the lingering pain that had yet to fully dissipate, continuing to draw on his true energy from various acupoints, calm and skilled. To the side, Fairy Lingwei observed that at this moment, Su Taiping was nothing like a child in his teens. Chapter 36. The Descent of the Celestial Demon. A spell of extinction and karmic fire. However, some things cannot be achieved merely by enduring pain and exerting efforts far beyond that of ordinary people. The Tao of Heaven favors those with extraordinary talents. Just like Su Taiping at this moment, he had attempted 6 times, and despite enduring the pain, he still could not break through. Even Fairy Lingwei began to doubt whether a mortal could really cultivate in this realm of cultivation. In her original realm, mortals could indeed cultivate with the help of pills, but in this cultivation continent, not only was the spiritual energy scarce, but the laws of the Tao were also far stronger than in her original realm. It looks like it's going to rain. Glancing at Su Taiping, whose entire body was soaked in sweat on the bed, and then at the flashing lightning outside the window, Fairy Lingwei's expression was very serious. At this moment, she even regretted giving Su Taiping hope, regretted not having met this little guy when she was at her peak. On the contrary, Su Taiping did not think too much at this time. These repeated failures did not discourage him. After all, he had always lived this way. When hungry, he would find something to eat. When he fell, he would get up by himself. When sick, he would climb the mountain to gather herbs. The efficacy of the qi-gathering pill seemed to have diminished significantly, so let's try again. In pain to the point of numbness, Su Taiping told himself this in his heart, and then without hesitation, he completely opened all his acupoints once more, fully activating the remnant twilight technique. When he once again channeled all his true energy to impact the small dantian, the intense pain still made him involuntarily let out a painful groan. Just as his consciousness began to blur, 2 voices suddenly erupted in his heart lake. The water in the fish pond, no matter how clear, can only yield fish and turtles. Only rivers and seas can nurture dragons. Therefore, the first realm of cultivation, the opening door realm, is also known as entering the sea. You cultivators, Do you wish to be like the fish and turtles in the pond, or do you want to be the dragon in the sea? Taiping, take a breath. Fight for the mortals of this world. These two voices echoed like rolling spring thunder in Su Taiping's heart lake, perfectly resonating with the thunder outside the window. Grandpa, I refuse to accept it. Originally, Su Taiping, who had been staring with closed eyes, suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared almost like a lion defending its territory, his face contorted. Fairy Lingyue was startled by Su Taiping at this moment. She thought he had made a mistake in his true energy operation and was going astray, but soon her anxious expression turned to surprise. Su Taiping, with wide-open eyes, seemed to be staring at something, and suddenly, the remnant twilight true energy that enveloped his body began to spin violently, as if a large vortex was crazily drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into Su Taiping's body. Fairy Lingyue could sense that the spiritual energy in the mountains and forests within several miles was being devoured by Su Taiping using the remnant twilight technique. To connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with divine consciousness. This should be a capability obtained after comprehending the second level of remnant twilight technique, right? But this little guy doesn't even have the qualifications to practice the second level of remnant twilight technique. How on earth did he comprehend it? Fairy Lingyue was shocked. She didn't know much about the remnant twilight technique. But most of the second levels of energy cultivation techniques taught the methods to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just like what Su Taiping was doing now, without anyone to teach him, yet he could understand it intuitively. Could it be that he relied on instinct? The instinct of cultivation? Then doesn't that make him the legendary Clear Dao Heart? An astonishing thought emerged in Fairy Lingyue's mind. In her original cultivation continent, there were countless talented individuals with cultivation qualifications, but a cultivator with a Clear Dao Heart might only appear once every few thousand years. To allow a mere mortal to possess a Clear Dao Heart, how cruel, how sinister, and how laughable the Tao of heaven is. Fairy Lingyue couldn't help but curse in her heart. The Clear Dao Heart is indeed a rare and enviable talent. Many of the legendary Taoist source methods can only be passed down through a Clear Dao Heart. However, it is also a constitution that easily attracts outer celestial demons, especially during breakthroughs. Ordinary cultivators usually attract outer celestial demons only after becoming high-level cultivators. But those with a Clear Dao Heart are likely to attract outer celestial demons upon breaking through the first realm. A single misstep could lead to the demon entering the body, ultimately falling into the demonic path with no chance of return. If Su Taiping had a decent spiritual bone qualification, it would be fine, but he is merely a mortal, and the path of cultivation itself is fraught with danger. Now, with the backlash of a Clear Dao Heart added, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his future path of cultivation is one of life and death. If possible, Fairy Lingyue would prefer Su Taiping to have dull cultivation talent rather than this Clear Dao Heart. Boom. At this moment, the remnant twilight true energy swirling around Su Taiping suddenly retracted into his body, and a wave of pure spiritual power spread from within him. Is he about to break through? Seeing this scene, Fairy Lingyue frowned. If she had seen Su Taiping about to break through earlier, she would have been overjoyed. But upon discovering that Su Taiping was likely to have a Clear Dao Heart, she couldn't help but feel worried. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual power rippled around Su Taiping again. Above his head, 3 differently colored air masses of lead, gray, and white gathered. This was a sign that a cultivator was about to break through. There's no other way. If it really is an outer celestial demon, I can only use this last spell of extinction and karmic fire borrowed from the Buddhist sect. At worst, I'll just sleep a few more decades. Fairy Lingyue silently stood in front of Su Taiping, her beautiful slender hands quickly forming a strange hand seal. Her eyes revealing a chilling divine light as she stared fixedly at the stormy window, coldly saying, I, Chu Lingyue, will protect him. Even the demon lord cannot harm him in the slightest. Boom. Just then, the thunder outside and the fluctuations of spiritual power within Su Taiping's body resonated together, and the entire world visibly fell into silence, with the sounds of thunder, wind, and raindrops all vanishing. Su Taiping breaking through to the opening door realm naturally would not attract such an anomaly. The existence that brought about this anomaly could only be an outer celestial demon. Not to mention a small sect like Qingxian sect. Even the barriers of top sects in Chu Lingyue's original cultivation continent cannot completely prevent the arrival of outer celestial demons. It really has come. Chu Lingyue smiled slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang. A chilling gust of wind suddenly broke through the windows of the small courtyard, and a huge black hand slowly reached in from outside. The hand looked as if it were formed from dense ink, and as it reached through the window, it gradually swallowed the light emitted by the lanterns inside the room. In the face of the outer celestial demon, the barrier of Kingswooju's outer door was merely a decoration. Chapter 37. Repel the celestial demon. The tiger roars in Qingfeng Gorge. Humph. At this moment, Chu Lingyue let out a cold laugh. As soon as she laughed, the black hand that was about to continue reaching in suddenly froze. Then, Chu Lingyue pointed with her hand forming the seal, coldly addressing the large black hand. All that receives and continues, extinguished. Hence it is called shadowless. It is called extinction. As these words left her mouth, a terrifying aura of destruction surged forth, like the sudden appearance of the stench of a decaying corpse, rushing towards the black hand like a tidal wave with Chu Lingyue's proud gesture. Boom! A sound of silent explosion followed, and the massive black hand shrouded in black mist suddenly recoiled, with sparks igniting on its fingertips. Is it extinction without a shadow, or retreat back to the demon realm? Choose one. Chu Lingyue's voice was as cold as ice. The black hand retracted its fingers slowly, forming a fist, as if hesitating. Just at that moment, the previously silent world suddenly echoed with a dragon's roar, followed by an old voice angrily bellowing. Which demon dares to offend me? Qing Xian. As soon as this was said, the black hand transformed from the outer realm no longer hesitated and abruptly withdrew back through the window, vanishing as if it had never appeared. The sounds of thunder, wind, and rain suddenly returned to this world. The little black dragon guarding the gate of Qing Xian's sect could actually sense this outer realm demon? I underestimated him, but it seems he only sensed it and did not truly discover its existence. The figure of Chu Lingyue, now much more transparent, glanced towards the mountain gate of Qing Xian's sect, then slightly raised the corners of her mouth, turning to continue murmuring to Su Taiping, who was lost in a daze. However, today, I owe it to him. Without his roar, I would have had to use the Desolation Fire curse, and that would mean I wouldn't see the little guy for at least 30 years. Although 30 years was just a moment for her, after spending time together, she found it hard to part with the little guy. Originally, she had planned to deal with the tiger demon alongside him, but it seems she was powerless now. If she didn't return to the fruit of the earth to sleep, this remnant soul might run into problems. Forget it. I'll leave a letter for the little guy, informing him of the ice breath technique. With the ice breath technique, combined with his comprehension talent, he would surely be able to deal with that tiger demon. As Chu Lingyue muttered softly, she used her divine sense to control a brush on the table, starting to write on a piece of white paper. This brush was one of the few things her current remnant soul could still handle. Sister will sleep. At least a month, at most half a year. Little Taiping, you must take care of yourself. If you encounter anything interesting, make sure to remember it, and tell me when I wake up. After finishing the last line, Chu Lingyue's strength was completely exhausted, turning into a wisp of light smoke that drifted out of the room, eventually burrowing into the withered branches of the fruit of the earth buried in the medicinal garden. Meanwhile, Su Taiping finally broke through the invisible wall surrounding his dantian with the remnants of his true energy. He successfully broke through to the opening door realm. Is this the Qi Si? At the moment of breaking through to the opening door realm, Su Taiping gained the ability to look inward. With a single thought, he saw the Qi Si after the barrier was broken. His vision placed him in the Qi Si, akin to being in a grayish expanse where occasionally he could see several clusters of true energy floating around. Just this shallow observation allowed him to intuitively feel the vast difference between the Qi Si and the Dantian. No wonder Taoist Ziyang said that only upon reaching the opening door realm could one practice Tao techniques. The small Dantian simply couldn't contain the true energy needed to perform them. Su Taiping, filled with astonishment, sighed inwardly. Right. I need to quickly tell Sister Lingyue this good news. Suddenly, he thought of the Lingyue fairy who was still guarding at his bedside, immediately calming his mind and reopening his eyes. To Su Taiping's surprise, the Lingyue fairy was not in the room, and the window was wide open, with a strange and unsettling aura pervading the room, as if some extremely dangerous presence had just entered. Sister Lingyue? Growing increasingly uneasy, Su Taiping rolled off the bed and shouted towards the door. Still, no one responded. Just as he was considering whether to check the medicinal garden, he caught a glimpse of the letter on the table pressed under a weight. He hurried over to pick it up and read, Little Taiping, by the time you see this letter, Sister will have returned to the withered branches of the fruit of the earth to sleep. Leaving this letter to inform you of a few matters. What caught Su Taiping's eye was a line of very elegant and free-spirited handwriting. The writing matched the person, clearly left by the Lingwei fairy. However, as Su Taiping continued reading, the joy that had just surged in his heart due to his breakthrough vanished in an instant. Just as you broke through, you attracted the outer realm demon, which is likely related to your soul's quality. An outer realm demon? Su Taiping never thought that such an existence, which he had only read about in the legends of Qing Xian sect, would appear beside him. Moments later, Su Taiping finally finished reading the letter. Although there were still many things he did not fully understand, such as what the transparent Dao heart was and the nature of the outer realm demon. He clearly understood the situation regarding Sister Lingwei suddenly falling asleep again, just when I thought I had succeeded in breaking through. Sister Lingwei was risking her life to help me drive away that outer realm demon. Upon realizing this, he put away the unfolded letter, and the look of joy and surprise in his eyes gradually faded like a tide. He closed the window and solemnly placed the letter into the wooden box his grandfather had given him, then silently sat back down on the bed to meditate. The events of that night allowed the young Su Taiping to catch a glimpse of the dangers in the path of cultivation. If it weren't for Sister Lingwei, even if he had broken through to the opening door realm that night, he would have likely had his soul devoured by the demon. The road ahead is long. I can't always rely on Sister Lingwei. Since I now have the qualifications for cultivation, I must work 100 times harder than other cultivators, striving to let this mortal body step onto the path to ascend. If the one who obstructs my way is that tiger demon, I will slay that tiger demon. If the one who obstructs me is that demon from the heavens, I will slay that demon. Su Taiping silently made up his mind. In fact, perhaps even the Lingwei fairy couldn't see that Su Taiping's greatest reliance on the path of cultivation was not some transparent Dao heart, but rather the resilient will he had forged under his grandfather's guidance since childhood. On this very night, in the cave of the tiger demon in Qingfeng Gorge, the tiger demon stood atop the canyon peak, roaring forcefully, the waves of power from his voice rippling out like the surface of water, causing many ferocious beasts in the mountains to instinctively cower on the ground. My injuries are finally healing, and in a month, I will fully recover. The tiger demon grinned, then touched the long scar on his face, his eyes shining fiercely as he looked towards the red maple forest outside the cave. Emo June from the fifth peak. You want me to be your mount? You're not worthy. After I recover, if you dare come to Qingfeng Gorge again, I will make you taste the secret treasure of the Shuofeng tiger clan, the devouring cloud pearl. As he spoke, he suddenly reached into his mouth and pulled out a silver-white pearl. Boom. At the moment the devouring cloud pearl appeared, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the red maple forest outside the cave, snapping many trees thick as two people embracing in half. Watching the chaotic scene outside the cave, the tiger demon happily swallowed the devouring cloud pearl back, then retracted his smile, turning his gaze toward the direction of Qingzhou residence, and coldly declared, "And you, little brat from Qingzhou residence, if you dare harm my ghost servant, I will turn you into a ghost servant, making you suffer at my hands for eternity." Chapter 38. A month later, Lu Chun comes to knock on the door 1 month later. Qingzhou residence. Rip. Su Taiping tore off a page of the yellow calendar on the wall, revealing a new page. July 9th. Suitable for receiving guests, not suitable for travel. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since Sister Lingwei fell asleep. He stretched lazily and murmured to himself. The injuries of that tiger demon must have healed by now, right? Thinking of the tiger demon that had been eyeing him, Su Taiping's gaze suddenly sharpened. After breaking through to the opening door realm, the childishness on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by the sharpness of a cultivator. If he didn't deliberately restrain himself, even his slightest movements could give ordinary people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Even if it comes, I won't be afraid. Su Taiping clenched his fist and looked resolutely out the window. Although only a month had passed, he had been practicing almost without rest during this time. After breaking through to the opening door realm, he could now fast for half a month without causing any harm to his body and could replace sleep with meditation. As a result, his training time had doubled. Those cultivators who could only practice for 3 or 4 hours a day were naturally far from being able to compare with him. During this period of hard training, Su Taiping had nearly mastered the ice-breathing technique taught by Fairy Lingwei, and the martial skill he had previously practiced, the Green Ox Fist, had also seen significant improvement. For instance, He could now perform the complete 108 punches of the Charging Ox formation, which had impressive power. Additionally, he had purchased a 7-kill blade during this time to make up for his lack of mid-range attack power, and he was now almost able to master it. Coupled with the flying sword he obtained from the ghost, as well as the remaining Qi-gathering pill, Su Taiping now had at least the ability to protect himself against the demon tiger. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Su Taiping was preparing to wash up, someone suddenly knocked on the door of Qingzhou residence. The friends of Qingzhou residence are inside. We are disciples of the 5th peak of Qingxian sect, and we have something to inquire about today. A pleasant voice of a girl came from outside. Disciples of the 5th peak? Su Taiping's heart stirred. He remembered that Lu Qingmei's younger sister and the one who had killed her, Lu Chun, were also disciples of the 5th peak. May I ask if the friends of Qingzhou residents are inside? The girl asked again. Bang. At this moment, Su Taiping had almost reached the front yard and was about to respond when the door was kicked open. The barrier of Qingzhou residents only prevented demons, but not people. An outer sect loose cultivator didn't need to be so polite with him. After the door was kicked open, a tall and handsome young man walked in, cursing. Oh, isn't this the courtyard? Upon seeing Su Taiping standing in the center of the yard, the young man raised his chin slightly and gave Su Taiping a disdainful glare. Su Taiping remained silent, just quietly looking at the young man. He was not intimidated by the strong aura radiating from the young man, but recognized his face. Indeed, this person was Lu Chun, the disciple of the 5th peak who had caused Lu Qingmei's death. Speak quickly. Why have you been silent for so long? Are you up to some shady business? Seeing that Su Taiping did not speak, Lu Chun immediately sneered and accused him. According to the rules of Qingxian sect, trespassing into someone else's residence would result in outer sect disciples being directly expelled from the mountain, while inner sect disciples would receive a warning and be confined for 3 months. Su Taiping's dislike for Lu Chun flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by calmness as he met his gaze. Do you dare to threaten me? You, an unnamed outer sect disciple, actually dare to threaten me, Lu Chun? Lu Chun scoffed, his eyes filled with killing intent. If you don't leave my courtyard now, I will report to the higher-ups. Su Taiping took out a communication talisman. This was sent by the Linfeng Hall after that meal, specifically to curry favor with Uncle Jiao. You dare. Although Lu Chun remained tough, his flickering gaze revealed that he was indeed quite wary of the sect's rules. The reason Su Taiping was not afraid of Lu Chun was that he knew the rules of Qingxian sect were strict, especially for inner sect disciples. If they made too many mistakes, they would definitely be expelled from the 5 peaks. Brother Lu. At this moment, the girl beside him pulled Lu Chun back and then looked at Su Taiping with an apologetic expression. Please calm down, little friend. Brother Lu is just a bit impatient. He means no harm. Su Taiping glanced at the icy-faced Lu Chun and then at the beautifully stunning girl before silently putting away the communication talisman. Seeing Su Taiping's expression soften, the girl immediately showed a hint of joy on her face and continued, I will compensate for the damage to this door, but before that, I have a question to ask you, little friend. What do you want to ask? Su Taiping looked at the girl with a calm expression. I want to ask if you have seen a woman nearby who looks somewhat similar to me in the past 6 months. She is a bit taller and has longer hair than I do. As the girl spoke, she gestured earnestly, trying to describe the appearance of the woman she was looking for. She probably looks like this, little friend. Have you seen her? After finishing her description, the girl looked at Su Taiping with anxious eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Chun beside her remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Taiping, seemingly more concerned about Su Taiping's answer than the girl was. In the past 6 months, I did encounter a woman, Su Taiping said casually, glancing inadvertently at Lu Chun beside the girl. As soon as Lu Chun heard this, a killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his hand instinctively pressed on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Chapter 39. Rising Killing Intent. The girl's name is Lu Zijing, really? The girl looked overjoyed. Su Taiping paused for a moment, then looked at her with regret, and said, but the woman I encountered was at least 40 years old. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression of joy immediately turned to disappointment, while Lu Chun's face showed a hint of relief. Su Taiping noticed the changes in their expressions. You brat. How dare you tease my junior sister? Just wait. Lu Chun was about to reprimand Su Taiping again when the girl stopped him once more. Thank you, little friend, for the information. Here are 30 merit coins. Please accept them as compensation for the repairs. The girl, looking a bit downcast, took out a pouch of coins and tossed it to Su Taiping. You brat, 30 merit coins are more than enough to fix your broken door. Enjoy it. Lu Chun glared fiercely at Su Taiping. Let's go, brother. Don't make things difficult for this little friend anymore. The girl said with a hint of disappointment as she persuaded Lu Chun. Since you spoke, junior sister, I will let this kid off the hook this time. Don't be sad. If we can't find her here, we can go to Qingfeng Gorge and have a look. Lu Chun said with a forced smile. That's all we can do. The girl nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Su Taiping suddenly called out to the girl. What is it, little friend? The girl turned around, looking puzzled at Su Taiping. What is your name, sister? Su Taiping asked. You think you deserve to know my junior sister's name? Lu Chen's eyes glinted with menace. If I encounter the woman you mentioned next time, I can inform her that you came looking for her. Su Taiping replied earnestly. Little friend, my surname is Lu, and my name is Zijing. If you do encounter my sister, please tell her that Zijing has been looking for her. No matter what trouble she encounters, Zijing is here. She need not be afraid. The girl said with a bright smile, and then quickly requested Su Taiping. All right. Su Taiping nodded. If I encounter her, I will convey your message word for word. Thank you. Lu Zijing clasped her hands in a solemn bow to Su Taiping. Let's go, junior sister. The senior brother and several other brothers from the sixth peak are still waiting for us near Qingfeng Gorge. If we are late, senior brother will scold us. Lu Chen shot Su Taiping a glare and then urged Lu Zijing. Let us go, brother. Lu Zijing nodded and left Qingzhou residence with Lu Chun. Phew. As soon as the two left, Su Taiping let out a long breath. Although he appeared calm and composed, he was actually a bit nervous inside. After testing Lu Chen's reaction, he could be sure that if he had shown even the slightest sign of knowing Lu Qingmei or wanting to inform Lu Ziqin of something, Lu Chen would have taken action against him. Although he did not know Lu Chen's specific cultivation level, after breaking through to the sea-entering realm, he could clearly feel Lu Chen's powerful true qi fluctuations. If I were to confront him directly, what are my chances of winning? 40%? No. It might be less than 20%. Su Taiping thought to himself. The pressure Lu Chun brought him was many times greater than that of the ghost. And if they really fought, he estimated he wouldn't even have the chance to strike. Therefore, under these circumstances, handing over Lu Qingmei's seeking dust fragrance to Lu Ziqin was obviously unwise. However, by observing the reactions of Lu Chun and Lu Ziqin, Su Taiping finally confirmed once again, from a side perspective, that what Sister Qingmei had said that day was not false. The scene in the seeking dust fragrance was real, and she was indeed harmed by Lu Chun. Su Taiping stepped to the gate of the courtyard. He needed to think of a way to hand over the seeking dust fragrance to Sister Ziqin while Lu Chun was not present, allowing her to see Lu Chen's true colors. However, the relationship between these two did not seem very close, at least indicating that Sister Ziqin had not been swayed by Lu Chen's sweet words. Looking in the direction Lu Ziqin and Lu Chen had left, Su Taiping murmured to himself. They just said they were going to Qingfeng Gorge. Could it be that they are investigating that tiger demon? Su Taiping suddenly recalled the conversation between Lu Chun and Lu Ziqin, and a thought flashed through his mind. The most ferocious demon in this area was that tiger demon. So it made sense for Lu Ziqin to blame her sister's disappearance on it. If I arrive at Qingfeng Gorge early, perhaps I can make contact with Sister Ziqin. But doing so would risk encountering that tiger demon. He began to weigh the risks of going to Qingfeng Gorge in his mind. Su Taiping had indeed promised Lu Qingmei to hand the seeking dust fragrance to Lu Ziqin, but all of this was contingent on ensuring his own life. Just then, a gigantic white-headed eagle suddenly descended at the entrance of Qingzhou Courtyard. Su Taiping from Qingzhou Courtyard, this is what you bought, a total of 20 merit coins. And you need to pay me one more. The white-headed eagle tilted its head, and a package it was holding in its beak was thrown high into the air, landing accurately in front of Su Taiping. Compared to Bai Hong, the voice of this white-headed eagle was noticeably younger, indicating it was likely not very old. Thank you. Su Taiping reached out to catch the package, then took out the prepared money pouch from his pocket and tossed it to the white-headed eagle. This package contained about 100 arrows he had purchased, a set of leather armor suitable for mountain walking, and some miscellaneous daily supplies. Basically, he bought these items once every 3 months. Just as Su Taiping was about to return to the house, he suddenly noticed that the young white-headed eagle, after receiving the merit coin, did not leave immediately, but stood in place and scrutinized him. Is there anything else, Brother Eagle? Su Taiping asked curiously. I heard my father say that the roasted yellow goat legs you make are very delicious. Did you roast any today? The white-headed eagle asked straightforwardly. Father? Is your father Bai Hong, Brother Eagle? Su Taiping took a closer look and suddenly realized that this young white-headed eagle bore quite a resemblance to Uncle Bai. That's right. Bai Hong is my father. My name is Bai Yu. Recently, I have often heard my father mention you. If you didn't know, you might have thought you were his son. Bai Yu replied with a hint of jealousy. Su Taiping smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Brother Bai Yu, I haven't been able to hunt yellow goats these past few days. Once I catch one, I will definitely invite you to feast. He extended an invitation to Bai Yu. There's no need to wait for another day. It's just a yellow goat. I have nothing to do today, so I'll go help you hunt one. Just wait here. Bai Yu said proudly. That's fine, Brother Bai Yu, wait a moment. Su Taiping was about to nod in agreement, as he was indeed willing to cook a meal for Uncle Bai's child. But just as he was about to speak, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What? Are you having second thoughts? Bai Yu asked, sounding a bit unhappy. No. Su Taiping waved his hands repeatedly, then explained to Bai Yu. Brother Bai Yu, you may not know, but to make the most delicious roasted yellow goat leg, it's more important to select the best yellow goat meat than the roasting technique. So I would like to ask Brother Bai Yu to take me along so I can personally choose. Chapter 40 Qingfeng Gorge. The brothers ambush the tiger demon. You have a point there. Bai Yu, seeing Su Taiping's reasoning, nodded in agreement. However, if I take you along, you need to give me 10 merit coins. Don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm stingy, but this is the rule of Qingxian sect. When a spirit bird carries a person, merit coins must be collected, or there will be a penalty for violating the oath. He then looked at Su Taiping and said, No problem, I have merit coins. Su Taiping smiled and waved the pouch of merit coins in his hand. This is exactly the pouch of merit coins Lu Ziqin had just given him. Then hurry and prepare. I will take you with me, and we will hunt a few more while we're at it. Seeing Su Taiping so straightforward, Bai Yu's tone became much friendlier than before. Good. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. By the way, where do you plan to hunt yellow goats? Just as Su Taiping was about to return to the house to prepare, Bai Yu suddenly asked again. Qingfeng Gorge. Su Taiping turned around and replied. Qingfeng Gorge. That's at least 400 miles from here. Why go to such a far place? Bai Yu tilted his head, confusion evident in his large eyes. Because the yellow goats in Qingfeng Gorge are the most delicious. Su Taiping answered with a smile. Upon hearing this, the confusion in Bai Yu's eyes immediately vanished and was replaced by excitement. Then let's go to Qingfeng Gorge. Qingfeng Gorge, by Ma Pe. Lu Chun, Ziqin. Why have you two been gone for so long? A young man dressed in the disciple robe of Qingxian sect looked coldly at Lu Chun and Ziqin, who had just dismounted. This young man had a long face, narrow eyes, a tall and thin build, and an aura of coldness between his brows. Sorry, senior brother. Senior brother, Ziqin's horse was feeling unwell, so we were a bit late. Lu Chun lied to the young man. The young man, referred to as senior brother by him, was Mo Jun, the eldest disciple of the fifth peak of Qingxian sect and a peer of Lu Chun, with a cultivation level that stood out among his peers. Is that so? Mo Jun's gaze turned icy as he looked at Lu Ziqin. Yes, senior brother. Although Lu Ziqin felt that there was no need to lie about finding her sister, she did not want to expose Lu Chen's lie. Mo Jun, since both of you have arrived, let's set off. Just then, a girl riding a spirit horse not far away called out to Mo Jun and the others. The girl was accompanied by a white-clad girl riding a white spirit horse. Although both wore veils, they could not hide their stunning beauty. Senior brother, who are these two? Lu Chun was almost stunned. Those are senior sister Xian from the sixth peak and the newly initiated junior sister Wu Yu. I happened to run into them on their way to Qingfeng Gorge for training. The tiger demon is easy to kill, but capturing it alive to use as a mount is not so simple, so I invited her to accompany me. Mo Jun introduced as he mounted his horse, his face still cold. With senior sister Xian's assistance, you will surely be able to capture the tiger demon as a mount this time, senior brother. Lu Chun said with a flattering smile. Mo Jun shot Lu Chun a cold glance, then turned his gaze to Lu Ziqin. Ziqin, once we reach Qingfeng Gorge, you and junior sister Wu Yu from the sixth peak will just observe from the side. You don't need to get involved in the hunt for the tiger demon. Master brother. Can you? Junior sister, just listen to master brother. Let's wait until we catch the tiger demon to discuss everything. Lu Ziqin couldn't help but want to ask master brother to help her inquire if the tiger demon had seen her sister. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she was interrupted by Lu Chun beside her, whom Lu Ziqin finally nodded. Then let's go, together to Qingfeng Gorge. Mo Jun threw out a sentence, clamped his legs around the horse's back, and his figure flew out like the wind. The horses beneath their group were all spirit horses, running swiftly through the mountains like the wind, and in just a moment, they arrived at the eternally sunless Qingfeng Gorge. Qingfeng Gorge, the Red Maple Forest. The Tiger Demon's cave is deep within this maple forest. Xian and I will go hide our figures first. Lu Chun, after I transmit my voice to you. You must lure the Tiger Demon to the ambush position where Xian and I are waiting. In the middle of the Red Maple Forest, Mo Jun seriously instructed Lu Chun. What about me, Master Brother? Lu Zijing asked Mo Jun with some urgency. She really wanted to take a look at the Tiger Demon's cave to see if her sister had been captured by the Tiger Demon. Zijing, you and junior sister Wuyu stay here and don't go anywhere. When the three of us lure out the Tiger Demon, you two can come forward to assist as needed. Mo Jun looked seriously at Lu Zijing. Sister Zijing, please take care of junior sister Wuyu. She has only been in the sect for half a year, and this is her first time officially encountering a demon. Lu Zijing was just about to argue for a chance to join Lu Chun in luring the Tiger Demon when senior sister Xian suddenly brought Wuyu over to her, sincerely asking her to take care of Wuyu. Wuyu has met sister Zijing. The young girl Wuyu greeted Lu Zijing with an indifferent expression. Senior sister Xian, don't worry. I will take good care of Miss Wuyu. Lu Zijing ultimately gave up the thought of going with Lu Chun to lure the Tiger Demon, took Wuyu's hand, and stood side by side with her. Whoosh! Just then, a gust of mountain wind blew by, lifting Wuyu's veil and revealing her nearly flawless face. Not only Lu Chun, even Lu Zijing beside her was momentarily stunned. Wuyu seemed to have long been accustomed to the gazes around her, simply raising her head to look through the gaps in the branches and leaves at a giant eagle soaring in the sky above Qingfeng Gorge. At this moment, Su Taiping was hugging Baiyu's neck, flying high in the air, then looking down at the mountain forest below. Su Taiping, there are only a few disciples of Qingxian sect down there. Where are the yellow sheep? Baiyu, who was also overlooking below, said somewhat unpleased. Baiyu, can you see clearly the situation in the mountain forest below? Su Taiping withdrew his gaze, looking at Baiyu with astonishment. He had just looked down for a long time and only vaguely saw a few figures. And this was after his eyesight had improved due to breaking through to the sea realm. Of course, hearing Su Taiping's tone of surprise, Baiyu was quite pleased. The vision of the white-headed eagle clan is indeed terrifying. Su Taiping's tone was filled with surprise and admiration. Our white-headed eagle clan's eyesight is among the best in spirit beasts. Don't mention a few large figures. Even a few ants can be seen clearly. Hearing Su Taiping's praise, Baiyu immediately put aside the matter of searching for the yellow sheep. Baiyu, can you help me see if there is a girl in a green dress among those disciples below? Su Taiping immediately asked. There is indeed a girl in green. Baiyu, who was very happy with Su Taiping's compliment, immediately glanced down. However, the other girl beside her seems even prettier. It added another comment. Chapter 41 Red Maple Forest. Su Taiping observes the tiger. Just keep an eye on the girl in the green dress for me, Su Taiping said with a wry smile. All right, Baiyu nodded. This girl in green is currently standing with a girl in white, while the others have dispersed into the Red Maple Forest ahead, likely preparing to hunt a certain demon beast. To showcase his extraordinary eyesight in front of Su Taiping, Baiyu deliberately described the situation below in great detail, which was exactly what Su Taiping wanted to know. Sister Zijing actually came to Qingfeng Gorge, if nothing unexpected happens. The demon beast they are hunting should be that tiger demon. Su Taiping silently speculated in his heart. Su Taiping, how did you know there is a girl in green in the mountain forest below? Baiyu suddenly reacted. Well, that's an elder sister I met outside the mountain before. I heard her say she would come to Qingfeng Gorge for hunting soon. Su Taiping, who was caught out by the flaw in his words, remained calm and fabricated a reason. Oh, so, you came out with me to look for yellow sheep is a lie, but to see that girl in green is the truth, right? However, Su Taiping was surprised to find that Baiyu was not angry about being deceived. Instead, he was very interested and began to ask Su Taiping questions. Brother Baiyu, to be honest, looking for the yellow sheep is true, and meeting this elder sister is also true. Su Taiping decided to stop hiding. Su Taiping, you probably have a crush on that girl in green, right? Baiyu suddenly chuckled and asked. Baiyu's sudden leap in thinking caught Su Taiping off guard. How far have you two gone? Have you held hands? Have you kissed? Or have you? Before Su Taiping could figure out how to respond, Baiyu threw out a series of questions that made Su Taiping's face flush. Baiyu, brother, I am just friends with Sister Zijing. Su Taiping stammered a reply. Friends? You humans, men like women, isn't it just to hold hands, to kiss? Baiyu was very surprised. Su Taiping was embarrassed. Who taught him all this? Uncle Bai? Impossible, he muttered in his heart. Roar. Just as Su Taiping was unsure how to answer Bai Yu's questions, a tiger roar suddenly echoed from the mountain forest below. Even from such a distance, this tiger roar still sent chills down Su Taiping's spine. Oh, the one they want to hunt is actually that tiger who likes to raise ghosts. Bai Yu not only was not startled by the tiger roar, but instead mocked the Tiger King. Brother Bai Yu, you also know this demon tiger? Su Taiping looked up at Bai Yu with great curiosity. I heard my father mention it before. At that time, this Shua Foam tiger hadn't become a threat yet. The West Wind Pavilion didn't manage it. Now, they want to manage it, but have no ability. They can only ask the disciples on the mountain to come down and hunt. However, this fellow is particularly cunning and has raised 5 or 6 ghosts under it. So it has been allowed to roam in this mountain until now. Bai Yu casually replied at first, then immediately looked at Su Taiping with vigilance and asked, You don't want me to help your little girlfriend, do you? Who? Who said she is my little girlfriend? Su Taiping was startled by Bai Yu's sudden mention of a little girlfriend and almost fell off its back. I can tell you the truth. The spirit birds in Yunlu Mountain have all signed soul contracts with Qingxian sect, unless their own safety is threatened and they have the sect's permission. They cannot interfere in the mountain's battles, even to help the disciples of Qingxian sect. Bai Yu continued on its own. Brother Bai Yu, I'm not asking you to help. I'm just a bit worried about Sister Zijing and want to ask you to keep an eye on the situation below. Su Taiping answered honestly. This is possible, but I can't just help you for free. Bai Yu pondered for a moment and then nodded. I can pay you 10 merit coins. Su Taiping said generously. I don't want merit coins. Bai Yu shook its head and then revealed a sly look. But after you kiss that girl in green, you must tell me what it feels like, whether it's sweet or fragrant. In the red maple forest. Oh, whoa. With a roar of the tiger, a gust of wind swept through the entire red maple forest, causing the maple leaves to dance in the air. Don't speak, sister, let's hide first. Lu Zijing said as she pulled Lin Buyu's arm. Stepping on a maple leaf, she leaped gracefully to the top of a giant maple tree. It was hard to spot the two from a distance. With this vantage point, Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu finally saw the figure of the demon tiger battling Lu Qin deep in the red maple forest, accompanied by 2 wraiths. Since the main task was to lure the enemy, Lu Qin mostly fought while retreating, rarely engaging directly with the demon tiger and the wraiths. Instead, using his agile movements to dodge and harass them continuously. Clang! Just as Lu Qin led the wraiths and the demon tiger to the predetermined position, he suddenly drew his sword, spinning his body while slashing at the 2 wraiths. Ding! At the moment the sword cut through, the condensed sword energy resonated with a metallic clang, slicing through the 2 wraiths like spinning rings. Boom! In an instant, several deep wounds appeared on the 2 wraiths, their bodies knocked back by the tremendous impact of the sword energy. More importantly, unlike ordinary sword wounds, these sword injuries imbued with pure sword energy would not only harm the internal organs through the meridians, but also affect the wraith souls. In no time, the 2 wraiths were rolling on the ground in pain. No wonder the senior sister said that sword cultivators can cut through anything. Lin Buyu, who had been silent, suddenly murmured expressionlessly, Sister, you are right. Sword cultivators have the strongest killing power, but their training requirements are also extremely strict. They must break through the Qi Palace and condense several times the true energy into a strand of sword energy. Talents like Brother Lu are rare. Lu Zijing nodded. Lin Buyu did not respond, still observing the situation before her with an unruffled gaze. Lu Zijing was unaware that at this moment, there was a strand of sword energy coiling around Lin Buyu's wrist like a swimming snake. Roar! Just then, the demon tiger leaped out, its massive body crashing down and pressing down on a large area of maple trees, a claw carrying 3 sharp claw shadows and fierce wind swiping toward Lu Qin. Chapter 42. The Shua Wind Pearl, the tiger demoness scheme to trap everyone. Clang! At the critical moment, Lu Qin activated the flying sword in his hand, merging with the spirit sword, transforming into a streak of light that barely evaded the demon tiger's claw. Boom! The tiger demon's claw struck the ground, instantly plowing 3 long claw marks over 100 meters long, causing more maple trees to fall around. The unity of man and sword was the most powerful and fastest move for sword cultivators who could not yet control their swords. Boom! Just as Lu Qin's feet landed, the demon tiger's long tail swept toward him like a long knife. However, this time Lu Qin did not dodge, but raised the corner of his mouth, allowing the demon tiger's tail to sweep toward him. Clang! Just as the tiger's tail was about to bisect Lu Qin, A sword light broke through the air from 100 zhang away in the west of the maple forest, nailing the thick tiger tail to the ground with a single strike. Roar! The furious demon tiger opened its massive mouth and roared toward the direction of the flying sword. A swirling gust of wind shooting from its mouth like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud bang. The western part of the maple forest was directly torn apart by the gust of wind spat out by the demon tiger, revealing a figure surrounded by swirling protective sword energy charging toward the demon tiger. It's you, Mo Jun. The demon tiger, with its tail pinned to the ground, roared angrily at the figure flying in from the west, then spat out another gust of wind like a cannonball. Bang! The cutting wind, spinning like a sharp blade, violently struck Mo Jun, causing him to stagger and momentarily stop to defend. Demon, take this sword from your grandpa. At this moment, Lu Chun, who had been standing still, suddenly surged with powerful momentum, merging with the sword energy again, transforming into a streak of sword light, accompanied by hundreds of sword shadows, crashing down on the demon tiger like a torrential rain. Brother 3 has actually mastered the storm style of the Funtian sword technique? Lu Zijing was astonished at this scene. Roar! Just as she spoke, the demon tiger suddenly opened its mouth wide and roared in anger. Then, its demonic power surged, gathering into a whirlwind that shot out of its mouth, meeting the rain of swords. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, Lu Zijing was shocked to find that the rain of swords transformed by Lu Chun was completely swept away by the wind produced by the demon tiger. And even Lu Chun himself was knocked back. This demon tiger's strength is actually not inferior to Brother 3. Lu Zijing could hardly believe it. Lin Buyu, on the other hand, furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of vigilance for the first time. However, her brows soon relaxed again, and she slightly raised her gaze toward the eastern sky. There, in a place unnoticed by everyone, a figure descended quietly like a falling leaf. This figure was none other than the hidden fairy Xian. Die! At this moment, the demon tiger remained oblivious, leaping into the air, trying to swallow Lu Chun whole. Boom! Just as there was only about a yard between the demon tiger and Lu Chun, the previously undetectable fairy Xian suddenly released an aura like raging flames. Burning gold finger. With a sharp shout, the blazing true energy gathered on her fingertip pointed at the demon tiger. In an instant, her finger turned as red as a hot iron, with powerful spiritual waves emanating from it. You despicable and shameless. The demon tiger clearly sensed the threat from above, but at this moment, it could do nothing but roar in anger. Bang! As the demon tiger's roar echoed, Xian's red-hot finger heavily struck its forehead. Boom! At the moment Xian's finger made contact with the demon tiger's forehead, pure fire energy erupted like lava flowing from a volcanic crater, enveloping the entire demon tiger and exploding violently. Roar! As the demon tiger crashed to the ground, its body was engulfed in raging flames, letting out a series of tragic howls. Mo Jun beheaded. Even at this moment, Fairy Xian did not let her guard down. While adjusting her energy to recover her power, she shouted to Mo Jun, who was flying toward her. Woofing! Hearing her voice, Mo Jun suddenly beckoned to the sword lodged in the tiger's tail. Clang! Accompanied by a metallic tremor, the sword named Woofing flew automatically into Mo Jun's hand. Mountain opening style? Holding the Woofing sword, Mo Jun stepped on a maple leaf, wielding it with the might of thunder, slashing down at the demon tiger's head. Boom! In an instant, the sword energy surged through the maple forest. Mo Jun and the Woofing sword merged into one, transforming into a sword shadow over 10 zhang long, fiercely striking down at the demon tiger's head. Ha ha ha, you all fell for my trick. But just then, the demon tiger, which had been howling in pain, suddenly raised its head from the flames and laughed wildly. As the words left its mouth, a crystal-like pearl was spat out from the demon tiger's mouth. Boom! In an instant, the flames surrounding the demon tiger were all absorbed by the pearl, swirling around it like fiery winds, violently charging toward Mo Jun and Fairy Xian. Bang! With a loud bang, Mo Jun's sword energy shattered, and even he was struck back, suffering dozens of wounds from the fierce winds of the demon pearl, rendering his protective robe useless. Boom! Xian reacted immediately, transforming her fingers into a palm and striking fiercely at the demon orb, using her palm power to stop it from advancing further. The cold wind rose. Almost simultaneously, the tiger demon roared again, and a more violent gust of wind began to emanate from the demon orb. In an instant, Mo Jun and Xian were swept into a massive tornado. and many trees and rocks in the maple forest were also caught up in it. If it weren't for Lu Ziqin and Lin Buyu being far away, they would probably have been swept in as well. Buyu, you and junior sister Ziqin go back to the sect to find help. This demon orb can't hurt me, but it can trap me. Just as the two were preparing to rescue Fairy Xian and Mo Jun, Xian's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Buyu and Lu Ziqin's minds. It was clearly a soul transmission. Go. Lu Ziqin hesitated a bit, but Lin Buyu had already made up his mind. Grabbing Lu Ziqin's hand and preparing to leap down from the tree. Senior brother, save me. At that moment, a cry for help suddenly came from behind them. Turning around, they saw Lu Chun, covered in injuries, being pursued by the tiger demon and coming towards them. How did this person attract the tiger demon? Lin Buyu frowned. Senior brother. Lu Ziqin immediately turned around without hesitation and leaped towards Lu Chun, ready to stab the tiger demon with her sword. Not knowing Lu Chen's true identity, she would never abandon her senior brother. Swish. Under Lu Ziqin's full-powered strike, the tiger demon had to retract its claw that was aimed at Lu Chun. Senior brother. Let's go back to the sect. Junior sister, you hold off this tiger demon for a bit, and I will go find help. Lu Ziqin was about to pull Lu Chun to escape together and find help from the sect, but before she could finish, Lu Chun forcefully pushed her back. Lu senior brother. Looking at Lu Chun, who had pushed her down and was now flying away with his spirit sword, Lu Ziqin, who was knocked down, was filled with disbelief. Boom. Before Lu Ziqin could get up, the tiger demon had chased over and swiped at her with a claw. Swish. In a moment of danger, Lu Ziqin threw out a golden bell talisman she carried and activated it with her spiritual power. Clang. Just as the tiger claw was about to tear Lu Ziqin apart, a large bell-shaped light shield suddenly burst out from her body, enveloping her completely. With a loud clang, it absorbed the heavy blow from the tiger demon. Dodge. Immediately, Lu Ziqin quickly recited the body technique mantra and dashed towards the exit of the forest like the wind. Do you think a mere golden bell talisman can stop me? The tiger demon laughed wildly, then took a deep breath and roared, suddenly spitting at Lu Ziqin. Bang, bang, bang. The spiraling gusts of wind, sharp as blades, violently struck against the golden bell shield, forcing Lu Ziqin to halt her steps to resist the onslaught of wind blades. But in just a blink of an eye, she realized that the light shield transformed from the golden bell talisman was beginning to crack. In a moment, Lu Ziqin found herself in a dilemma. Boom. At that moment, a rolling thunder suddenly erupted in the forest. Lu Ziqin looked up and saw a talisman emitting purple golden light hovering above the treetops. And the thunderous sound was coming from that talisman. 5 Thunder Talisman. The tiger demon also noticed the talisman that was brewing thunder power, initially stunned, then leaped up, trying to evade the impending lightning strike. Boom. However, it was still a moment too slow. Its already injured tail was directly struck by a bolt of lightning from above, turning it to charred remains, and its body went numb, unable to move. Even using all its demon power couldn't help it regain mobility. Roar. The tiger demon, in pain and fury, looked up and roared at a figure on a nearby tree branch. Neither of you can escape. Today, you will all become my blood food. It had spotted Lin Buyu, who had not come down from the tree. Go. Lin Buyu leaped down from the branch, grabbed Lu Ziqin, and began to run. Thank you. Junior sister. Lu Ziqin, having survived a calamity, kept up with Lin Buyu's pace while expressing her gratitude. Boom. But the two had underestimated the tiger demon's strength. Before they could escape the maple forest, they were already blocked by the tiger demon. This lord will see where you two think you can escape. The tiger demon sneered at them. Monster, do you dare to harm disciples of Qingxian sect? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by my Qingxian sect? Lu Ziqin raised her sword to shield Lin Buyu behind her. At this point, do you think I still have a way out? Rather than waiting to be hunted down, I might as well eat you two to increase my strength. At this point, the tiger demon suddenly grinned and said, to tell you the truth, I'm just one step away from breaking through to the Demon King realm and becoming a true royal-level demon beast. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqin's brows furrowed even tighter. A royal-level demon beast's cultivation and power were very close to that of a Wanyu realm cultivator. Coupled with its demon beast body and the unique abilities of royal-level demon beasts, even a small success cultivator in the Wanyu realm might not be able to handle it. The scent on you too is quite pleasant, especially that little girl behind you. The tiger demon suddenly sniffed hard and greedily looked at Lin Buyu, who was behind Lu Ziqin. A disciple who can produce a 5 Thunder Talisman must be highly valued by the sect and possess the best roots. Perhaps she even has the extremely rare golden spirit bone. If I eat you, not only will I directly become a king, but I might even awaken a layer of bloodline power. As it spoke, it slowly paced in front of the two, growling deeply in its throat, as if it could pounce on them at any moment. Buyu, I'll hold it off. You don't need to care about me. Just find a way to escape. Lu Ziqing secretly circulated her true energy in her dantian, while simultaneously transmitting her voice to Lin Buyu beside her. Disciples like Lin Buyu, who possessed golden spirit bones, were surely given means to escape by the sect, which is why Lu Ziqing said this. Lin Buyu remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing. Boom. At that moment, the tiger demon took another deep breath and then suddenly spat at Lu Ziqing and Lin Buyu. Swish. Almost simultaneously, Lu Ziqing drew her sword, and streams of sword energy converged on her arm, slashing towards the tiger demon. Bang! With a loud bang, the tiger demon spewed out a gust of wind, which was cleaved apart by Lu Ziqing's sword. Boom! But Lu Ziqing did not expect that just as she cut through the gust of wind, the tiger demon's severed tail stealthily swept towards her from the side. Just as despair began to set in, a rather slender figure appeared beside her, holding a golden talisman. Who else could it be but Lin Buyu? Clang! Accompanied by a metallic ringing sound, the talisman in Lin Buyu's hand suddenly transformed into a golden flying sword, slashing towards the tiger demon's tail. Swish! With a sound of breaking air, the tiger tail fell in response, followed by the golden flying sword targeting the tiger demon's head. Boom! But at that moment, a very beautiful crystal orb appeared in front of the tiger demon, and the corner of its mouth lifted into a smile, revealing its cunning scheme had succeeded. Bang! A huge collision sound rang out as the golden flying sword transformed from the talisman was shattered by the violent wind that surged from the crystal orb. Boom! Immediately after, before Lu Ziqing and Lin Buyu could react, they were enveloped in a circular barrier of raging wind along with the tiger demon. From above, it appeared as if the three were surrounded in a circle composed of wind. Did you not expect this? I can still activate my Frostwind Pearl once more. The tiger demon swallowed the crystal pearl in one bite, and then walked towards the two with a smug expression. Chapter 44, Bang Bang Bang. The boy falling from the sky. The reason the tiger demon didn't use the Frostwind Pearl immediately wasn't because it underestimated the two, but to confirm whether they had any tricks up their sleeves. Bang! Lu Ziqing slashed at the wind wall with her sword, but even with her true energy, the strike was still bounced back by the wind wall, numbing her hands. It's useless. This wind barrier formed by my Frostwind Pearl is difficult to break even with a full strike from a cultivator of the Void Realm. No one can come to save you. The tiger demon laughed contemptuously at Lu Ziqing. At this point, it had regarded the two as its next meal. I'm sorry, Wu Yu. It's all my fault for dragging you into this. Lu Ziqing, filled with guilt, raised her long sword, seemingly preparing to fight the tiger demon to the death. Lin Buyu, who had always maintained a calm expression, now showed a hint of panic. In the face of life and death, no one can truly remain unperturbed. Roar! At this moment, the tiger demon lost patience and pounced at the two after a furious roar. Sanglong! Boom! In this small wind wall, the two had no way to retreat and could only face the enemy head-on, so one raised a sword while the other struck out their palm towards the tiger demon. Bang! But facing the tiger demon's full force attack, the two were sent flying after only a few exchanges. The tiger demon had a dual advantage in cultivation and physique over the two. There was no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. Hiss! The tiger demon raised its head and took a deep breath, a massive sucking force suddenly emanating from its mouth, pulling Lu Ziqing and Lin Buyu from the ground towards it. Whoosh! Although the two struggled desperately, they ultimately couldn't resist the sucking force, and their bodies were lifted high, about to be swallowed whole by the tiger demon. Boom! Just then, a sound of breaking air suddenly exploded in the maple forest. Out of the corner of their eyes, Lu Ziqing and Lin Buyu saw a lean figure wearing ordinary leather armor and a mask descending from the sky amidst the swirling maple leaves, heading straight for the head of the tiger demon. Bang! With a loud crash, Lin Buyu, who was filled with surprise, saw a masked boy standing on the tiger demon's head, fiercely swinging his fists. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists striking the tiger demon's head resembled the drumbeats on a battlefield, dense, urgent, and powerful, as if it would never cease, preventing the tiger demon from lifting its head at all. This seems to be the signature move of the Qingyo fist, the rushing bull breakthrough. Having fallen back to the ground, Lu Zijing looked on in shock at the boy who was straddling the tiger's back, continuously delivering heavy punches to the tiger demon's head. She recognized the boy's boxing technique, but because of this, she was even more astonished. In her impression, Qingyou Fist was just an ordinary martial arts technique. It couldn't possibly have such power in the hands of an average person. Is this really Qingyou Fist? Feeling the tremors coming from the ground and the illusion of the Qingyou taking shape around Su Taiping, she couldn't help but murmur to herself again. Bang! At this moment, after the boy's already cracked fist came down heavily once more, he did not quickly raise it again as before. Not good. The rushing bull breakthrough only has 108 punches. Lu Zijing was startled and shouted, "Boy, the tiger demon is going to counterattack." As she spoke, she began to channel her true energy, preparing to assist. Roar! Almost simultaneously with Lu Zijing's exclamation, the tiger demon roared angrily and suddenly flipped over, throwing the boy high into the air. Bang! Just then, Lin Buyu appeared in front of the tiger demon, and with both palms extended, she shouted in her slightly immature voice, "Palm like thunder." Immediately, dozens of palm shadows filled with arcs of electricity shot out with her palms, striking heavily against the tiger demon's chest. Bang! The tiger demon was pushed back a few steps by Lin Buyu's palm strength, its body briefly paralyzed. Damn it! The enraged tiger demon roared loudly, unleashing its demonic power, and the wave of air slammed heavily against Lin Buyu, sending her flying. "Girl, thank you." At this moment, the boy's voice suddenly rang out. Although Lin Buyu's strike did not pose a substantial threat to the tiger demon, it bought the boy time to change his attack. Clang! Then, the boy stepped on a branch, lightly tapped his waist with his short sword, and suddenly, a sword's ringing sound erupted. Whoosh! The short sword shot like a streak of light straight at the tiger demon's head. The tiger demon, sensing danger, quickly halted and suddenly turned its head. With a whoosh, the sword light grazed past the tiger demon's shoulder, leaving a deep gash, blood gushing out. Coupled with its bloodied head, the tiger demon appeared particularly disheveled. Bang! Before the tiger demon could turn around, the boy leaped down from the tree again, delivering a heavy blow to the tiger demon's head with a technique called bullhorn crash, causing it to fall over and leave a deep pit in the ground. Roar! The furious tiger demon shook its body violently, throwing the boy off again, then turned its head and spat out a fierce whirlwind of energy at him. If this whirlwind hits, the boy would either die or be severely injured. Bang! Fortunately, the boy had predicted this attack in advance, gathering all his remaining true energy to protect himself and taking the hit head-on. At the same time, he once again tapped his waist with his short sword, sending it flying towards the tiger demon's head once more. "Is this sword your strongest move?" Facing the flying sword again, the tiger demon sneered and spat out the Frostwind Pearl. Boom! In the sound of an explosive blast, the Frostwind Pearl spun with a whirlwind, then, like a magnet, it attracted the flying sword, rendering it immobile. "You probably still don't know that my Frostwind Pearl also has the ability to subdue swords." The tiger demon laughed grimly, then spat out another whirlwind of energy towards the boy. The boy reacted very quickly, wrapping his feet in true energy and leaping up to narrowly avoid the tiger demon's attack. But the space within this wind barrier was indeed too small. Having just dodged one attack, the tiger demon was already pouncing again. This time, he had no space to evade again. Seeing this scene from a distance, Lin Buyu and Lu Zijing had already rushed over, but the two had been injured earlier, so there was no time to spare, offering themselves as blood food. "I will definitely break the Demon King realm today." The tiger demon roared and lunged toward the boy. However, just as it was about to swallow the boy whole, it caught a glimpse from the corner of its eye. A chilling aura suddenly spread from the boy's body, and he also made a breathing motion. The beast's instinct made it feel the approach of death, but now it was too late to withdraw. Chapter 45. Defeating the Tiger Lord. None compare to Su Taiping. Boom. With a sound of explosive energy, a white, chilling aura was exhaled from the boy's mouth, enveloping the massive body of the tiger demon entirely. In an instant, the originally warm maple forest turned into a frigid winter. A large space, including the tiger demon, was completely frozen, the tiger demon standing there like a statue. It can even freeze a demon beast's body. What a powerful spell. Lu Zijing stared in disbelief from a distance. Yet the boy did not stop. He leaped once more onto the tiger demon's back, drew out his long knife, and infused all his true energy into it as he swung down towards the tiger demon's head. Bang! The tiger demon's neck was directly sliced open with a half-foot deep wound, blood quickly oozing out. The tiger demon, despite the pain evident in its eyes, remained unable to move, allowing the young man to swing his knife. It must be said that the body of this tiger demon was as hard as iron. The young man struck several times, but still couldn't completely sever its head. Boom! Just as the young man was about to cut through the demon tiger's cervical vertebrae, it suddenly spewed a blood arrow from its mouth, followed by waves of heat and blood mist rushing out from its body. The young man, having sensed something unusual, leaped and jumped off the tiger's back. Roar! As he jumped down, the previously frozen tiger demon abruptly shook its body and unleashed a whirlwind wrapped in blood mist from its mouth. Damn it! You all should die for forcing me to burn my own lifeblood. The tiger demon roared in anger. However, it did not continue to attack the young man. Instead, it cursed in anger while sprinting away with its nearly severed head. Boy, I know who you are now. Wait for me. I will definitely come to seek revenge, making you wish you were dead. With this roar, the tiger demon's figure vanished into the forest. It didn't even have time to take the Shuafeng pearl. Young hero, can you tell me your name? After picking up the Shuafeng pearl from the ground, the young man was about to chase after the direction the tiger demon fled, when he suddenly heard Lu Zijing's voice behind him. Hearing this voice, the young man seemed to recall something, stopped, and looked at Lu Zijing, saying, "Who I am is not important. This thing is for you, Zijing Jr.'s sister. I brought people to rescue you." Just as the young man was about to take something out of his sleeve, he was interrupted by Lu Chen's voice suddenly coming from the nearby forest behind Lu Zijing. "Be careful of your senior brother Lu Chen. He's not a good person." The young man glanced at the forest behind Lu Zijing, then looked back at the direction the tiger demon had escaped, and finally, after throwing down this sentence, he turned and ran wildly in the direction the tiger demon fled. "Be careful of senior brother Lu?" Lu Zijing stood there in a daze, not understanding why the young man suddenly said this to her, while she also felt that she had heard this young man's voice somewhere before. Meanwhile, Lin Buyu, who was beside her, clearly heard the young man's voice and saw the beautiful eyes peeking out from his half-covered face, and suddenly a face appeared in her mind, Su Taiping. Although half a year had passed, she hadn't forgotten that young man who had ascended the mountain with her and remained determined even after being tested for spirit bones. It seemed he had also found his own opportunities. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure of the young man, a hint of a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Lin Buyu's face, which had always been somewhat cold. "Junior sister Buyu, can you tell where this young man comes from?" At this moment, Lu Zijing anxiously asked Lin Buyu beside her. "I don't know." Lin Buyu lightly uttered 2 words, regaining her indifferent expression. "Zijing Junior sister, Buyu Junior sister, are you both unharmed?" At this time, Lu Chen arrived with a team of Fierce Wind Hall members, rushing up to Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu. "We're fine. A stranger hero suddenly appeared and saved us." Lu Zijing took a few steps back, her eyes wary as she looked at Lu Chen. Clearly, Su Taiping's words before leaving had an effect. Of course, the main reason was that Lu Chen had just abandoned her and fled alone, making her feel disgusted with him. "Buyu Junior sister, what about you?" Seeing Lu Zijing distancing herself, Lu Chen turned to smile at Lin Buyu. "You fled in the face of danger, abandoning your fellow disciples. I will report this to the senior brother and master." Lin Buyu shot a cold glance at Lu Chen, showing no mercy. Upon hearing this, a murderous intent instantly appeared in Lu Chen's eyes, but when he thought of the fact that this girl was now highly regarded by the sect, he had to restrain his killing intent. "Buyu." Just then, 2 figures flew into the maple forest like lightning. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Fairy Xian and senior brother Mo Jun, who had been trapped by the tiger demon and the Shuafeng pearl. "Senior brother, Fairy Xian." Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu both rushed forward. "Buyu, you weren't hurt, right?" Fairy Xian nervously approached Lin Buyu. Lin Buyu was a rare thunder spirit bone, and if anything happened to her, it would not just be a loss for the 6 Peaks, but for the entire Qingxian sect. "I'm fine." Lin Buyu shook her head. Upon hearing this, Fairy Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "What about the tiger demon?" "The treasure that can summon demon winds is very likely the legendary Shuafeng pearl. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to trap me and Fairy Xian," Mo Jun said angrily. Hearing this, Lu Zijing hurriedly recounted how Su Taiping had descended from the sky and repelled the tiger demon to save them. It really was thanks to that young hero. Fairy Xian held Lin Buyu's hand, still feeling apprehensive. "But I wonder what the origin of that young hero is." Although Lu Zijing didn't tell everyone about Su Taiping's last words to her, she felt a knot in her heart. Perhaps he was a disciple from the Seven Peaks who had come down to train. This matter could be set aside for now. The most urgent thing was to find a way to kill that tiger demon. Mo Jun shook his head and then looked at Fairy Xian and said, Fairy Xian, how about you and I go track that tiger demon? Not now. I need to take my junior sister back. Fairy Xian shook her head. Her primary task now was to ensure Lin Buyu's safety. Senior brother, as the saying goes, don't chase a desperate enemy without absolute certainty. If that tiger demon suddenly goes mad and fights back desperately, we would only be burying our lives in vain. Lu Chen also subtly expressed his opposition at this time. He didn't want to take such a big risk to chase a nearly mad demon beast, especially since this area was the territory of outer disciples, and the inner disciples rarely entered. Well, let's report this matter to the sect first. In the end, Mo Jun chose to give up the pursuit. Lin Buyu, who had been quietly observing, subtly glanced at Mo Jun and Lu Chen, and then recalled Su Taiping's resolute figure as he charged out to chase the tiger demon. And she softly muttered to herself, none can compare to Su Taiping. Chapter 46, Slaying the Tiger Demon. This is the final blow, 7 days. Su Taiping chased the tiger demon for a full 7 days and nights. During these 7 days, he didn't drink a drop of water or eat a single grain of rice, and in between, he fought the dying tiger demon several times, ultimately cornering it in this valley with no exit. At this moment, most of the leather armor on his body was damaged, his boots were gone, and his bare feet were injured and bleeding. Besides the flesh wounds, his internal organs had also been impacted during the fights with the tiger demon, and the blood energy within him was uncontrollably crashing against his meridians. However, even so, despite looking battered, he fixed his gaze on the tiger demon ahead, his eyes still shining with determination, showing no signs of fatigue or fear. Boy, do you really want to fight to the death with me? The tiger demon leaned against a large rock, its eyes the size of fists also staring fiercely at Su Taiping. If I don't die, you won't rest. If you don't die, I won't rest. We both know this well. Su Taiping replied, while wrapping a strip of cloth he tore from his body around his hand. Keeping his eyes fixed on the tiger demon, he knew that if he wanted to kill this tiger demon, the opportunity was only this once. Once it recovered and replenished its blood energy, he would be the one dying. I have seen talented cultivators before, those with a will as strong as rock. It has been many years since I encountered one. If I die at your hands, it wouldn't be a disgrace. The tiger demon moved away from the stone and steadied itself, preparing to pounce. If you die, I won't make things difficult for you. I will just eat you and refine you into a ghost, making you my servant for eternity, it said, sinking its body and preparing to pounce. Su Taiping's response to the tiger demon was a powerful leap and a resounding crash, a full-force bullhorn strike against the mountain. Bang! Faced with Su Taiping's punch, the tiger demon did not evade but instead turned to the side to take the hit, then swiped a claw at Su Taiping's waist, preparing to exchange injuries. Clap! But what the tiger demon didn't expect was that just as Su Taiping's fist was about to hit its shoulder, he suddenly transformed his fist into a claw, gripping its fur tightly, and used the momentum to flip onto its back. This move caused the tiger demon's claw to miss entirely. During these 7 days, Su Taiping was not mindlessly chasing the tiger demon. He had clearly etched the gains and losses of each battle with the demon into his mind, which is why he immediately saw through the tiger demon's intentions. After the tiger demon's claw missed, Su Taiping, who was sitting on its back, continued to smash down with a punch. Bang! The sound echoed through the mountains. Following that, Su Taiping grabbed the tiger's skin with one hand and raised his fist with the other, delivering punch after punch, the sounds of collision echoing continuously in the valley. From a distance, Su Taiping, surrounded by remnants of the true qi of the sunset, resembled a charging bull, relentlessly trampling the fierce tiger beneath him. Bang! Accompanied by a sound like a final drumbeat, Su Taiping delivered his last punch, causing the tiger demon's body to sink into the ground. But at that moment, the seemingly dying tiger demon suddenly turned its head sharply and bit towards Su Taiping behind it, just as Su Taiping seemed to have anticipated the tiger demon's intentions. The tiger demon had also seen through the weakness of the blue bull fist, enduring until all 108 punches were completed before launching a sudden attack on Su Taiping. Faced with the tiger demon's surprise attack, Su Taiping's expression showed no panic. Instead, he grinned and recklessly slammed his head against the tiger demon's head. This was the final punch. Bang! The already injured head of the tiger demon was suddenly struck again, causing the wounds at its neck to split open and its head tilted to one side. Clang! Su Taiping had no intention of giving the tiger demon a chance to catch its breath. He suddenly drew the steel long knife from his waist, pouring the last bit of true qi from his dantian into it, and then struck down towards the tiger demon's head. Whoosh! The blade, imbued with a chilling aura, swept through, and the tiger demon's massive head fell to the ground with a bang. Clatter! After the tiger's head was severed, it spewed forth a pile of gold, silver, jewels, and various weapons from its mouth, clearly taken from the people it had killed. However, Su Taiping had no time to care about these treasures for now. He was empty in the dantian, his blood energy weak, and his entire body was exhausted to the limit. Su Taiping let his knife arm drop, exhaling deeply, and his body slid down from the tiger's back, half leaning against the headless corpse of the tiger demon as he began to circulate the sunset technique. Just as Su Taiping's true qi recovered a little, a white-headed eagle landed on a branch in front of him. You actually killed this tiger demon. The white-headed eagle exclaimed in astonishment. By now, it was almost evening, and the reddish glow of the sunset filtered through the gaps in the branches, shining down on Su Taiping, making the blood-soaked, slender boy appear filled with a sacred and majestic aura, especially in contrast to the massive body of the tiger demon. It created an extremely strong visual impact, which is why the white-feathered eagle was so flustered. You're here. Su Taiping looked up at the white feather, revealing a weary smile. He was not surprised by the appearance of the white feather, as it had been agreed upon in advance. The tiger's head and everything in its mouth belongs to me. The tiger's body is all yours, and then you will take me back to the Qingzhou residence. Su Taiping pointed at the tiger's head and then at the tiger's body behind him. He still looked quite weak, but the white feather looked at him with newfound respect, as if he were facing a powerful figure like his father. So much so that even the spirit bird couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. After pondering for a long time, the white feather solemnly nodded. No wonder father told me to get close to him, as it carried Su Taiping into the clouds. The white feather finally understood why its father had asked it to befriend a mere boy of bones. A few nights later, Sister Lingyue, look, I killed that tiger demon. You don't know, the situation was extremely dangerous at that time. I had no time to think and leaped directly from over 100 feet in the air, using the momentum of my fall to punch the tiger demon unexpectedly. As soon as Lingyue Fairy awakened, Su Taiping led her to the woodshed in the backyard, lifted the burlap covering the tiger demon's head, and excitedly recounted the events of that day. Chapter 47. Acquiring Treasures, 300 Years of Fire Spirit Mushroom? Later, it tried to escape, so I chased it for 7 days and nights until it was exhausted and forced it into that valley, where it could no longer escape. Listening quietly to Su Taiping's story, Lingyue Fairy appeared calm on the surface. But the shock in her heart was no less than witnessing her master slay a dragon with his own hands years ago. The perseverance far beyond that of an ordinary person, comparable to the patience of a demon hunter. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that this was a boy just over 11 years old. In Lingyue Fairy's original plan, after Su Taiping mastered the ice breath technique she taught him, he would have the strength to fight the tiger demon, and with the support of the barrier of the Qingzhou residence, it would surely hold out for a while. By then, she would have awakened and could help him slay the tiger demon. She never expected Su Taiping would be able to kill the tiger demon all by himself. Although some credit was due to the efforts of those disciples, it is important to note that this tiger demon was not merely an ordinary demon lord beast, but a tiger demon with the bloodline of the ferocious Shuo Wind tiger, wielding the Shuo Wind demon pearl. Surprised, Lingyue Fairy's gaze gradually fell on the various wounds on Su Taiping's body. Although Su Taiping was now at the opening door stage, and his recovery rate far exceeded that of ordinary people, the numerous wounds still covered in scabs were shocking to behold. Lingyue Fairy couldn't help but feel a pang in her nose. Little Taiping, was it hard? She gently touched one of Su Taiping's facial wounds and asked with a hint of sentimentality. No, not at all. Su Taiping shook his head firmly. Very good. You did very well, even better than I expected. I didn't misjudge you. Lingyue Fairy nodded with equal determination. Just as Su Taiping had a heart of stone in his cultivation, Lingyue Fairy had also firmly resolved in her heart to join forces with this young boy to return to the world of cultivation. Sister, look. This is the Shuo Wind Pearl. Su Taiping happily presented the demon pearl to Lingyue Fairy. Although he hadn't yet examined the treasures in the tiger demon's mouth, he was certain that this Shual Wind Pearl was the greatest reward from his tiger-slaying venture. This Shual Wind Pearl was actually a demon pearl condensed from within the ferocious Shual Wind Tiger. Its malevolent energy was too heavy and unsuitable for human cultivators, as keeping it close for long periods could be harmful. Lingyue Fairy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately informed Su Taiping of the truth. Is that so? Su Taiping couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed upon hearing this. But you don't have to be too disappointed. For now, it is indeed useless. But if you use this Shual Wind Pearl as nourishment for the earth fruit, it might yield a good weapon. Lingyue Fairy smiled to comfort Su Taiping. This Shual Wind Pearl can also serve as nourishment for the earth fruit. Su Taiping was somewhat surprised. The 12 transformations of the earth fruit. Each time the seed is burned, it undergoes a change. After the second transformation, it can absorb the demonic power from the demon beasts and their demon cores to nurture fruits. Fairy Lingyue nodded. That's right. Speaking of burning seeds, Su Taiping suddenly thought of something and immediately turned to the tiger head nearby, lifting it up and pouring out a pile of merit coins and treasures like gold and silver from inside. There are at least 3,000 merit coins on this tiger demon, enough for us to buy a true fire talisman. Su Taiping excitedly looked at Fairy Lingyue while holding a handful of merit coins. Among the treasures stored in the tiger demon's mouth, there was mainly gold and silver, and the merit coins were actually not many. In addition, Su Taiping also saw some cultivation manuals and magical tools. With the true fire talisman, we can burn the seeds and allow the earth fruit to undergo its second transformation, Fairy Lingyue said, her eyes revealing a hint of hope. There was something she hadn't told Su Taiping. After the second transformation of the earth fruit, she would be able to use its power to advance her spirit, reaching the point of being able to cast spells and supernatural powers using someone else's body. At that time, if she encountered a demon like the tiger demon again, she would be able to crush it. The reason she hadn't told Su Taiping was that she was worried he would become overly reliant on her, which would negatively affect his future cultivation. Taiping, come, before we exchange for the true fire talisman, let's count the treasures hidden by this tiger demon together. Perhaps we can find something useful for your cultivation. Fairy Lingyue's ethereal form floated to the pile of treasures, excitedly pointing at them. Late at night, 600 taels of gold, 1,300 taels of silver, 2,300 merit coins, 3 transmission jade slips, 6 magical tools, 8 talismans, 1 set of leather armor made from the hide of a fire rhinoceros, and 2 demon pearls excluding the Shual Foam Pearl. After organizing all the items from the tiger demon's mouth, Fairy Lingyue glanced over them and couldn't hide her disappointment. To her, the most valuable items among them were just a few demon cores and a map marking the location of a 300-year-old fire spirit mushroom. Su Taiping handed the beast skin map to Fairy Lingyue. Unlike Fairy Lingyue, who had seen the world, Su Taiping had never seen so much gold and silver, let alone over 10 magical tools and talismans worth more than 1,000 merit coins each. This fire spirit mushroom should be left for the tiger demon itself to break through. Fairy Lingyue glanced at the beast skin map. The map was drawn very simply, outlining a few terrains and the approximate location of the 300-year-old fire spirit mushroom, likely drawn by the demon tiger itself. This location seems to be the valley where I caught up to it that day. Did it run there just to get this fire spirit mushroom? Su Taiping couldn't help but feel a bit scared. If he hadn't caught up at that time, or if he had been a step late, allowing the demon tiger to obtain the fire spirit mushroom, the outcome would probably have been quite different. Is this fire spirit mushroom useful for me? Su Taiping asked curiously, his big eyes wide open. For you, the medicinal power is too strong. Taking it would not only be useless, but could be harmful. However, Fairy Lingyue first shook her head, then frowned, seeming to hesitate about whether to mention it. However, what? Su Taiping pressed. However, it can be used as nourishment for the earth fruit. If you're lucky, it might nurture a treasure that could enhance your cultivation speed. Looking at Su Taiping's eyes filled with curiosity, Fairy Lingyue ultimately decided to tell him the truth. But the fire spirit mushroom, over 300 years old, is often guarded by a fire python. If you don't know how to avoid the fire python, it would be very dangerous to try to pick it. Before Su Taiping could start to feel happy, Fairy Lingyue added another sentence. Chapter 48, True Fire Talisman. Earth Fruit Burning Seed, Second Transformation. Oh, I see. This statement made Su Taiping calm down immediately. Although his cultivation speed was slow due to his bone quality, and he urgently needed to improve it, if it was really that dangerous, then it wasn't necessary. The matter of the fire spirit mushroom was not urgent. The priority was to burn the seeds and allow the earth fruit to undergo its second transformation. Fairy Linghua looked at Su Taiping very seriously. I understand. Tomorrow I will use these merit coins to buy the true fire talisman. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. Through this period of cultivation, he deeply felt the slow cultivation speed due to his bone quality. So now the earth fruit had become the key to breaking through his bottleneck. A few days later, evening. Su Taiping, your items have arrived. Bai Yu flew down to the front of Qingzhou residence with a beautiful leather bag in its beak. I'm here. Su Taiping's voice rang out from the courtyard. Almost at the same time the voice sounded, Su Taiping's figure rushed out of Qingzhou residence like the wind. Wow, when did you learn this wind shadow step? Bai Yu asked in surprise. Yesterday. Su Taiping answered readily. He had found the wind shadow step among the treasures collected from the tiger demon. Just as he needed a movement technique, so he learned it directly. I won't believe you. Bai Yu rolled its eyes at Su Taiping. Just two very simple moves. Su Taiping walked forward somewhat helplessly. The wind shadow step was a good movement technique from the Qingxin sect, available for both outer and inner disciples to learn. But outer disciples could only practice the first two steps of the wind shadow 7 steps. The technique from the tiger demon came from an outer disciple who had died at its hands. Here, Bai Yu tossed the beautiful leather bag to Su Taiping. Thank you. Su Taiping reached out to catch it. Little Taiping, you must have scavenged quite a lot from that tiger demon, huh? Now you even dare to buy things at Tianbao Pavilion. Bai Yu teased Su Taiping with a smile. Tianbao Pavilion was where the Qingxian sect sold magical tools and treasures. But the prices were very high, and the items allowed to be sold to outer disciples were few, so very few outer disciples would buy things there. I did make some profit. Su Taiping smiled and scratched his head. Seeing Su Taiping so honest, Bai Yu lost interest in continuing to joke with him. Immediately flapping its wings and saying, Little Taiping, I still have things to deliver, so I won't disturb you. I'll come over to eat roasted lamb at your house another day. Sure, when you have time. You can use a feather as a token to let me know in advance. Su Taiping nodded in agreement. All right, Bai Yu responded, and then flapped its wings vigorously. Leaping into the air. Sister Linghua, the true fire talisman has arrived. As soon as Bai Yu left, Su Taiping rushed back to the courtyard like the wind, closed the courtyard door, and called out to Fairy Linghua while walking to the backyard. What he had bought from Tianbao Pavilion this time was precisely the true fire talisman needed for burning the earth fruit seeds. Although it was the weakest type of true fire, its power was far inferior to the 3-flame true fire, but the price was not low, costing him a full 2,100 merit coins. If it weren't for the treasures from the tiger demon, he estimated he would have to wait until he reached the 7 peaks to gather so many merit coins. The fact that this level of true fire talisman dared to sell for 2,100 merit coins showed that Tianbao Pavilion was intentionally making it difficult for outer disciples to buy items. Fairy Linghua only glanced at it and already had a general understanding of the strength of the true fire talisman in Su Taiping's hand. Can it be used to burn the seeds? Su Taiping asked with some concern. It can barely be used for the first burning of seeds. Fairy Linghua nodded. That's good. Su Taiping let out a long sigh of relief. Unlike Fairy Linghua, he had become accustomed to such unfair matters since childhood, so he didn't feel anything unusual. Before burning the seeds, we still need to prepare some things. Follow me. Fairy Linghua reminded Su Taiping. Su Taiping nodded and followed her. Late at night. Qingzhou residence, herb garden. Boom. Su Taiping once again activated the magical artifact, the Dan Ding, obtained from the ghost, and then added the earth fruit bean vine he had dug up from the ground. Next, he activated the true fire talisman and placed it into the furnace. Fairy Linghua nodded at Su Taiping. All right. Without saying a word, Su Taiping took out the true fire talisman he had exchanged for 2,000 merit coins, injected a stream of spiritual power into the talisman, and then threw it into the Dan furnace. Boom. The fire element power in the true fire talisman was suddenly released, transforming into a blazing crimson flame that burst out of the furnace. Even though he had already stepped back a foot, Su Taiping could still feel the immense fire element within the scarlet flame. Even with the protection of the remnant glow true qi, his cheeks were still burned painfully. Although the true fire was far inferior to the Samadhi true fire and the 6-fold true fire, it was a natural enemy of ghosts and similar monsters. And even the demon tiger could not stay in such flames for long, as the true fire began to burn the earth fruit bean vine in the furnace. Fairy Linghua took the opportunity to explain some knowledge about true fire to Su Taiping. When I advance my cultivation further, will I also be able to refine a Samadhi true fire? Su Taiping gazed eagerly at the flames rising from the Dan furnace. Once you cultivate the remnant glow technique to the third level and reach the great perfection of the opening door realm, you should be able to do so. Fairy Linghua nodded. The third level, Su Taiping murmured to himself. Just a few days ago, he had exchanged for the second level of the remnant glow technique from the copper mirror and had not yet fully mastered it. The spontaneous appearance of spiritual energy during his previous breakthrough into the opening door realm was merely a coincidence. More importantly, the third level of the remnant glow technique could only be exchanged by inner disciples. Therefore, to advance further, he must pass the selection of the 7 peaks 2 years later. He wondered if Ling Long and Qing Xiao still remembered him. Suddenly, he thought of Zhao Ling Long and Qing Xiao, who had brought him up the mountain. Buzzing. At that moment, the Dan furnace suddenly emitted a slight tremor. And then Su Taiping saw the originally crimson flame suddenly turn pure azure. Don't worry, this is the earth fruit undergoing transformation. Wait for the azure flame to extinguish, and the seed of the earth fruit will mature, Fairy Linghua reminded Su Taiping. Hearing this, Su Taiping immediately relaxed. Sure enough, not long after, the azure flame extinguished. However, just as Su Taiping was about to reach into the Dan furnace to retrieve the earth fruit, the furnace suddenly cracked and broke into 2 halves with a snap. This Dan furnace is just a low-grade magical artifact. It can't withstand the burning of true fire. I'll help you find a better Dan furnace later, Fairy Linghua said with a smile, seeing the regret in Su Taiping's eyes. Yes, we will definitely find a better one. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. He then cleared the shards of the Dan furnace and carefully searched inside, eventually finding a seed among the ashes. This looks a bit like the gourd seeds I planted when I was a child, Su Taiping said in astonishment, holding the unremarkable seed. That's right. The second transformation of the earth fruit after burning the seed is the gourd fruit. Fairy Linghua smiled and nodded. Chapter 49, Gourd Fruit. Bamboo Creek Valley Fire Spirit Mushroom Little Taiping. The next matter is very important, so listen carefully, she said, looking at Su Taiping with a serious expression. Okay. Su Taiping put away the seed, his expression also becoming serious. The seed of the earth fruit after the second transformation can produce 3 gourd fruits, each one cultivated from the essence of this land's spiritual energy, and at the very least, it will be a spiritual treasure. As for what treasures are cultivated within the 3 gourd fruits, it depends on what kind of nourishment you provide, Fairy Linghua explained in detail. For example, the Shuao Wind Pearl we obtained earlier? Su Taiping immediately thought of the Shuao Wind Pearl he had snatched from the Tiger Demon. Exactly. Fairy Linghua nodded and continued. This Shuao Wind Pearl carries offensive magical power, so once the earth fruit absorbs it, it will also give birth to a treasure with offensive capabilities. Additionally, if you use gold and silver jewels as nourishment, the gourd fruit will cultivate spiritual objects similar to spiritual crystals, but much stronger than spiritual crystals, which is exactly what I need right now. So, I will reserve this gourd fruit for you. No problem. Su Taiping agreed without hesitation. Now, there is one last gourd left. Fairy Linghua smiled, then looked at Su Taiping seriously again. According to what you said, if I use a weapon-type magical artifact as nourishment, will it also cultivate a weapon-type treasure? Su Taiping asked. That's right. Fairy Linghua was very pleased to see Su Taiping grasp the concept quickly. But you currently do not have any weapons suitable as nourishment for the earth fruit. Recklessly using an ordinary weapon as nourishment will only waste 1 gourd fruit. She reminded Su Taiping. I understand. Su Taiping nodded slightly. What I urgently need now is a treasure that can help me speed up my cultivation. If I use that fire spirit mushroom from the Tiger Demon map as nourishment, can the earth fruit produce a similar treasure? He then asked Fairy Linghua. Weapons are indeed important, but what he needs to improve now is his cultivation speed. Due to the limitations of his mortal bones, his cultivation speed was even slower than some white spiritual bones. You're right. If you want to cultivate a treasure that can speed up your cultivation, using the 300-year fire spirit mushroom as nourishment is indeed a good choice. Fairy Linghua first acknowledged Su Taiping's statement, then frowned and said, but the problem is, you'll have to risk encountering the fire python to pick that fire spirit mushroom. Fairy Linghua, do you think it's worth the risk to go after that fire spirit mushroom? Su Taiping immediately understood Fairy Linghua's meaning and confirmed with her. With a 300-year fire spirit mushroom as nourishment, the treasure that is cultivated will at least allow you to reach the Qi refining stage, which is what you call the great perfection of the opening door realm. and it may even allow you to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Fairy Lingwe said. The so-called foundation establishment stage is actually the Wangguang realm. But this is the term used in the realm of cultivation where Fairy Lingwe is, which Su Taiping had already understood. If that's the case, I am willing to take the risk. Su Taiping thought for a moment and then replied. Through more than half a year of cultivation, he had already understood the cultivation speed of White's spiritual bones very well. To reach the great perfection of the opening door realm or break through to the Wangguang realm, even 5 years might be considered short. However, the selection of the 7 peaks occurred once every 3 years, and if his cultivation did not make significant progress, he might not pass and would have to wait another 3 or even 6 years. In that case, wait until you obtain the fire spirit mushroom before planting this earth fruit gourd seed. Seeing Su Taiping's determination, Fairy Lingwe did not oppose further. She actually admired Su Taiping's willingness to take risks for opportunities. In the cultivation world, so-called opportunities are mostly earned by the cultivators themselves, with only a few relying on luck and family rewards. December, the first day, suitable for outings, hunting, and avoiding disputes. In the Shilin Mountains, at the entrance of the Bamboo Creek Valley, gurgling, in a thicket, Su Taiping finished the last sip of water from his water pouch and then looked back into the valley. He saw that the Bamboo Creek Valley was filled with fragrant grass and blooming strange flowers, and occasionally the wind would carry a faint fragrance. However, the most eye-catching thing in this valley was the fire-patterned python coiled by the creek. The giant python's scales were a fiery red, its body as thick as a water barrel, and with each breath, it disturbed the air currents in the valley, causing the surrounding trees to sway. In addition, the fire spirit mushroom, protected by the fire patterns, stood out particularly. Taiping, how many days has it been? The voice of the spirit moon fairy suddenly echoed in Su Taiping's mind. As long as he carried the earth fruit with him, she could communicate with him through his soul. The 5th day? Su Taiping replied softly. It's the 5th day, huh? The fire-patterned python should be getting ready to eat soon. You can take the opportunity to get that fire spirit mushroom then, the spirit moon fairy said quietly. Su Taiping nodded secretly. Before coming here, he had already learned that demon beasts were different from human cultivators. If they did not eat, they could not sustain their bodies, which was also the weakness of most demon beasts. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the Bamboo Creek Valley ahead. Su Taiping focused his energy to enhance his vision and saw that the previously motionless fire-patterned python had suddenly raised its head, warily looking around while its body began to crawl slowly along the ground. It's coming out of the valley, the spirit moon fairy reminded Su Taiping with great delight. I see it too. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement, then pulled up the hood of his cloak and tightened the cloth around his face, preparing to act. The outfit he wore was pieced together from the treasures of the tiger demon, and the cloak had the simple effect of concealing his figure, which was just right for this occasion. Don't rush. I will help you conceal your presence, so you don't have to worry about it detecting your aura. Wait until it's completely out of the valley before you act. The spirit moon fairy's voice echoed again. The reason she agreed to Su Taiping's adventure this time was that, due to her previous retreat, she could use her soul to help him conceal his aura. Otherwise, how could they possibly remain hidden in the territory of a demon beast of the fire-patterned python's level for 5 days? I understand. Su Taiping was not overly impatient. He had been lying in the same spot for 5 days and was a bit worried about becoming sluggish. So he moved his legs slightly. Just then, the fire-patterned python stopped being vigilant and quickly crawled out of the valley, disappearing from sight in an instant. You can act now. The fire-patterned python's hunting time is very short. The spirit moon fairy's voice sounded in Su Taiping's mind again. Chapter 50. Encountering Trouble. The mountain-moving ape battles the fire-patterned python swish. Almost simultaneously with the spirit moon fairy's words, Su Taiping executed the wind shadow step he had learned a few days earlier, darting like the wind through the thicket. Although he had only learned 2 steps of the wind shadow step, with this movement technique, his speed was almost comparable to that of some ordinary demon beasts. In just a few breaths, he had entered the Bamboo Creek Valley. Is that it? Upon entering the valley, he immediately spotted the fire spirit mushroom, which looked like a bonfire growing by the stream from a distance. That's right. Cover it with the tiger skin first, otherwise you will get burned. Although she had already mentioned this before, the spirit moon fairy couldn't help but remind him again. Okay, as Su Taiping replied. He spread out the tiger skin in his hand and wrapped the fire spirit mushroom in it. Swish. He then swiftly drew his steel long knife from his waist and with one stroke close to the ground, severed the root of the fire spirit mushroom. Sheathing the knife, he picked up the fire spirit mushroom. His movements were fluid, clearly having practiced them many times in his mind. This child really puts one at ease when doing things. Watching Su Taiping's clean and efficient actions, the Spirit Moon Fairy felt her worries were unnecessary. Although she was helping him conceal his aura, if he couldn't follow the plan, obtaining the fire spirit mushroom would still be extremely dangerous. It seemed simple, but when actually executed, even adults might not perform as well as this little fellow. She murmured to herself in her heart, "Wait, that aura, not good." Just as Su Taiping was about to rush out of the Bamboo Creek Valley, the Spirit Moon Fairy's soul suddenly sensed two very strong spiritual energy fluctuations approaching rapidly. "What's wrong?" Su Taiping, carrying the fire spirit mushroom on his back, quickly stopped. One hand clenched into a fist, and the other gripping the knife handle, adopting a combat stance. It should be the fire-patterned python fighting something powerful. It's too late to leave the valley now. Quickly find a place to hide inside the valley. "I will help you conceal your aura," the Spirit Moon Fairy said urgently. A demon beast like the fire-patterned python was not something Su Taiping could deal with at this moment. "Okay." Su Taiping glanced around, finally locking his gaze on a deep pool near the cliff wall in the Bamboo Creek Valley. Without saying a word, he used the wind shadow step to leap into the clear water, then leaned against the stone wall of the pool, quietly watching the situation above. Thanks to the turtle breathing technique in the residual sunset scripture, he was not worried about breathing underwater. Bang! Before the ripples on the water surface calmed down, Su Taiping heard a loud noise coming from the valley entrance. Is that a giant ape? Through the clear water surface, Su Taiping saw a giant ape, standing about 10 feet tall, engaged in a fierce battle with the equally massive fire-patterned python. The fire-patterned python had half of a monkey still in its mouth. Though this giant ape was not as large as the one below, it was still about a yard tall. Clearly, the monkey in the fire-patterned python's mouth was prey it had found outside, and this giant ape had come for the prey in the python's mouth. Bang! At that moment, the giant ape suddenly lifted a massive rock from the ground and smashed it down onto the fire-patterned python's tail. Swish! Although the fire-patterned python had its mouth full of prey, it was still quite agile. Before the rock could land, it had already whipped its tail away and skillfully swung its tail to strike the giant ape in the abdomen, sending it flying with wounds all over. This was a mountain-moving ape, and it had purple-gold eyes. It might even be a descendant of that demon saint. However, the bloodline of the one in front of them had already degraded, resembling an ordinary monkey. Otherwise, a true mountain-moving ape would be over 100 feet long and could crush the fire-patterned python with a single step. The Spirit Moon Fairy's voice echoed in Su Taiping's mind. 100 feet? Su Taiping found it hard to imagine that such enormous demon beasts existed in the world. That monkey was swallowed. Just as Su Taiping was feeling contemplative, he was suddenly startled by the scene of the fire-patterned python swallowing the giant ape. He did not expect the fire-patterned python to be able to swallow such a large monkey whole. Roar! As the fire-patterned python swallowed the large ape, the other giant ape, which had just been struck away, roared in immense fury, and its body surged with crimson demonic energy as it recklessly charged at the fire-patterned python. The ape that had just been swallowed was likely the wife of the mountain-moving ape, which was extremely devoted, having only one mate throughout its life. It was now intent on going berserk and fighting the fire-patterned python. The Spirit Moon Fairy sighed. Bang! While speaking, the mountain-moving ape stepped on the fire-patterned python's tail and suddenly smashed the massive rock in its hand down onto the python's head. Bang! In the sound of a tremendous collision, the fire-patterned python's head was struck squarely by the mountain-moving ape, which had gained immense power in its berserk state, forcing it to retreat into the Bamboo Creek Valley. Roar! The mountain-moving ape would not let this opportunity pass, leaping forward to press the fire-patterned python's head to the ground, entwining its feet around the python's body, and then furiously pummeling its head with its fists. The crazed finally had the strength to fight the head-on. The demon beast's frenzy would burn its original demon blood, and even if the ultimately won, it would likely not escape death. The tone of the grew more sorrowful. Boom! Just as the was on the verge of collapse, it suddenly exerted all its strength to open its mouth wide and spat out a cloud of blood mist at the. In an instant, the blood mist transformed into a ball of flames, enveloping me entirely. Howl! They, engulfed in raging fire, let out a mournful cry. Nevertheless, even in flames, that continued to pursue the relentlessly. Taking advantage of the moment, the loosened its grip, that quickly escaped into, heading straight for the location of the. Is it looking for the? Su Taiping conveyed his concerns to. Yes, it must want to use the to quickly enhance its power to deal with the. Agreed with Su Taiping's deduction. If it finds the Gon, wouldn't it go mad? Su Taiping muttered while keeping an eye on the situation. That is a possibility. But you must remember not to make any noise then, reminded Su Taiping again. All right, Su Taiping nodded silently in response. Roar. Just as Su Taiping predicted. Upon discovering that the had been stolen, the became furious and let out an angry roar. Boom. At that moment, the, fully engulfed in flames, leaped up from its spot and threw a punch toward the following the sound. Chapter 51. The Demon Python Dies, S Last Wish. Bang. The S punch struck the, causing it to lean back sharply and crash heavily against the cliff wall behind it. Boom. However, when the stepped on this tail again, the suddenly erupted with a cloud of blood mist, which then transformed into a lightning flame that wrapped around its body. Crack. The, surrounded by blazing flames, suddenly ensnared the. Its immense constricting force causing this bones to crack repeatedly, not knowing how many were broken. In addition to the constricting force of the also had to endure the scorching of the demon fire. Even though its skin was rough and thick, it couldn't withstand the double force of this attack. Some of its weaker areas were either burned or cracked and wouldn't last much longer. Roar. Realizing it wouldn't survive much longer, the suddenly embraced the and bit down hard with its sharp teeth on its neck. The let out a cry of agony and then began to struggle with the on the ground. In an instant, the shook violently, sand and stones flying, trees toppling. Witnessing the fierce battle between the demon beasts, Su Taiping was deeply shocked by the scene before him. However, he soon sensed a looming crisis. He noticed that the seemed to want to drag the into the water pool. Although it had gone mad, it still retained some intelligence, knowing it would have an advantage in the water compared to on land. However, this meant that you must find a way to escape from the water pool. Reminded Su Taiping. I have an idea. After thinking seriously, Su Taiping suddenly said to in his heart. What idea? Asked curiously. Su Taiping then explained his thoughts to. Well, since we can't stay in the water pool anyway, and this strength has already diminished greatly, it is indeed worth a try. But if it doesn't work, you must escape into the mountains without hesitation. After hearing Su Taiping's idea, also found it feasible. All right. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. Holding a bottle of pills he had obtained from the tiger demon in his palm, then he fixed his gaze on the battle between the and the above him. Splash. Not long after, Su Taiping saw the dive into the water first, its tail still tightly wrapped around the, trying to drag it into the water. Lingua sister. Seeing the about to fall into the water, Su Taiping suddenly called out to in his heart. All right. Immediately understood, lifting the concealment of Su Taiping's aura, which naturally included the. Almost at the moment the aura concealment was lifted, the previously frenzied instantly regained its senses and locked onto Su Taiping in the water. It then let out a low growl, no longer entangling with the, and charged towards Su Taiping. Splash. Already prepared to escape, Su Taiping suddenly leaped up, bursting through the water surface, and quickly stuffed the pill into his mouth. Almost simultaneously, the fire python's head emerged from the water, opening its mouth wide to bite at Su Taiping. Facing the fire python that was lunging at him, Su Taiping did not dodge. Instead, he activated the ice breath technique, opening his mouth wide to spit out a breath of ice mist at the fire python. After this period of practice, even without the aid of a gathering chi pill, Su Taiping could still unleash a breath of ice using an ordinary recovery pill. Although its power was not as strong as when using a gathering chi pill, the situation in this water pool was a different matter. Roar. Crackle. Su Taiping's breath of ice did not freeze the fire python like it did with the ice tiger demon, but it did freeze the lower half of the fire python along with the entire water pool, rendering it unable to move. With water as a supplement, the power of the ice breath technique increased by at least 30%. The have nodded in satisfaction. Su Taiping, who was hanging onto a rock on the cliff, also wore a look of joy. The effect before him exceeded his expectations. Roar. Just as Su Taiping was about to leap off the cliff and exit the valley, the, which had been lying on the ice surface barely alive, suddenly struggled to raise its head and looked at Su Taiping, speaking in very stiff human language. This can speak human language? Su Taiping was somewhat surprised. In the western mountain forest, my children are there. I want to see my children again. I can give you. S tone was rough, but its eyes and expression were filled with a pleading look. However, It was too weak, and as it spoke to the end, its head drooped down again with no strength left. Linghua's sister, Su Taiping, turned to look at S, seeking her opinion. Go take a look. The fire pattern python is dead. There aren't any formidable beasts nearby. Fairy Linghua smiled. Although she had been emphasizing the cruelty of the cultivation world to Su Taiping, she wouldn't stop such a kind gesture. If one truly lacked even this bit of compassion, they might as well fall into the demonic path. Watching Su Taiping's figure rushing towards the western mountains, Fairy Linghua murmured to herself. Moments later, Su Taiping reappeared in Jushi Valley, cradling a well-behaved little snow monkey in his arms. Chapter 52. Soul Contract. Su Taiping acquires the little spirit monkey. The little monkey, upon seeing the mountain-moving ape on the icy surface, was instantly filled with terror and struggled to climb down from Su Taiping. Don't worry, I'll take you over. Su Taiping gently patted the little monkey's head, then infused his feet with spiritual power, swiftly flying to the mountain-moving ape in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the mountain-moving ape was covered in burn marks and was on the verge of death, desperately trying to meet the little monkey one last time. The little monkey jumped down from Su Taiping and rushed to the mountain-moving ape, hugging its face with both hands. Su Taiping then saw the two monkeys, one big and one small, start chattering away. The old monkey seemed to be explaining some final matters to the little monkey, but Su Taiping couldn't discern the specifics. Fairy Linghua appeared to understand some monkey language. Su Taiping wasn't particularly concerned about what the two monkeys were saying. However, the scene stirred up memories of his grandfather. After all, on that snowy night, his grandfather had similarly entrusted him with matters concerning the future. Just then, it seemed the mountain-moving ape had finished speaking with the little monkey. It gently tapped the little monkey's head with its finger and looked at Su Taiping, saying, "Can you help take care of my child? I can have it form a soul contract with you, serving you for 100 years. Su Taiping was already familiar with the concept of forming a soul contract with spirit beasts, but he never expected such an opportunity to present itself to him. Fairy Linghua said nothing, quietly watching from the side, clearly allowing Su Taiping to make his own choice. What about you? Do you agree? Su Taiping did not directly agree or refuse, but instead looked at the little monkey. Upon hearing this, the mountain-moving ape whispered a few words to the little monkey, seemingly conveying Su Taiping's question. After listening to the mountain-moving ape, the little monkey turned around and hugged the mountain-moving ape's head. However, after some persuasion from the mountain-moving ape, it quickly turned back to look at Su Taiping and nodded. Then you will follow me from now on. Su Taiping nodded. Seeing how pitiful the little monkey was, he really couldn't bear to leave it in the mountains. The process of forming the soul contract was quite simple. The mountain-moving ape extracted a drop of its original demon blood from the little monkey and dripped it into Su Taiping's palm. Then had the little monkey make a vow. After forming the soul contract with the little monkey, Su Taiping clearly felt he could issue commands to the little monkey with his thoughts, though he certainly wouldn't do so. The main reason he took in the little monkey was out of sympathy, not because he needed a spirit beast. The reason for forming the soul contract was because, according to the rules of the Qingxian sect, spirit beasts without soul contracts were not allowed to enter the territory of the sect. The mountain-moving ape likely knew this as well. Young man, at that moment, the mountain-moving ape suddenly reached into its mouth and pulled out a piece of transparent crystal ore, then lightly tossed the piece, weighing over 100 pounds, in front of Su Taiping. This belongs to you. The mountain-moving ape pointed at the ore that rolled to Su Taiping's feet. What is this? Su Taiping was somewhat confused. Ice Spirit Moonstone. At the same time, Fairy Linghua exclaimed. Ice Spirit Moonstone is a material for forging spirit weapons and is very rare. In my original cultivation world, it is considered a precious ore. She continued to explain to Su Taiping. Spirit weapons? Su Taiping was also surprised. According to his current understanding of magical artifacts and weapons, cultivation world weapons are divided into magical tools, magical treasures, spirit treasures, and the legendary immortal treasures. Spirit weapons are a type of spirit treasure, specifically referring to weapons with extremely strong attacking power. It's worth noting that he hadn't even seen a magical treasure yet, let alone a spirit treasure or spirit weapon. Quickly keep it safe. After the earth fruit undergoes its second transformation, use this ice spirit moonstone as nourishment, and select a spiritual mountain to plant it. Perhaps it will give birth to a high-quality spirit weapon with special abilities, Fairy Linghua said, appearing somewhat excited. If this were in her original world, a piece of ice spirit moonstone would not excite her so much, but in this land, Its rarity could rival that of the Ice Spirit Immortal Stone from her world. As soon as Su Taiping picked up the Ice Spirit Moonstone, a heart-wrenching scream came from the little monkey on the ice surface, and looking up, he saw the mountain-moving ape had closed its eyes. It has breathed its last, Fairy Lingyue said in a somewhat desolate tone. Following that, Su Taiping found a way to bury the mountain-moving ape's corpse in the mountains and took out the python skin and demon gall from the fire-patterned python before returning to Qingzhou residence with the little monkey. In the bedroom, little monkey, my name is Taiping. You will be called Pingyan from now on. Su Taiping placed the little monkey on the table and wrote the 2 characters for Pingyan on a piece of paper with a brush. The little monkey nodded while holding the paper, seemingly understanding Su Taiping's words. Next, Su Taiping gave the little monkey some food. Perhaps it was too tired. After eating a plate of mutton, the little monkey fell asleep on Su Taiping's bed. Taiping, you can plant the earth fruit now? The soul body of Fairy Lingyue appeared beside Su Taiping. Su Taiping nodded with some anticipation. In the deep of night, Sister Lingyue, the holes are dug. In the medicinal herb garden, Su Taiping had dug 4 holes in the pre-reserved area, 1 large and 3 small. The eastern hole, associated with wood, was filled with fire spirit mushrooms to cultivate treasures that could enhance cultivation speed. The northern hole, associated with water, contained gold and silver fabrics to cultivate treasures for healing and restoration. The western hole, associated with metal, held frostwind pearls, tiger heads, tiger galls, snake heads, and snake galls to cultivate slaughtering treasures. Under Fairy Lingyue's guidance, Su Taiping poured the prepared items into the 3 small holes according to their respective positions. Finally, he placed the earth fruit into the main hole and awaited 3 months. After filling in the 3 small holes, Su Taiping took out the earth fruit and carefully placed it in the main hole. Little Taiping, see you in 3 months. Fairy Lingyue's phantom floated above the main hole, smiling and winking at Su Taiping. Sister Lingyue, see you in 3 months. Su Taiping nodded. After the earth fruit undergoes its second transformation, it would take 3 months for the fruit to mature. This was something Fairy Lingyue had previously informed Su Taiping. Speaking of which, it was time to buy some seeds for the medicinal garden. Although the harvest of 9-leaf purple mint last year was good, relying solely on the merits earned from selling the 9-leaf purple mint would only yield about 100 merit coins. After planting the earth fruit, Su Taiping looked at the now bare medicinal garden, which had become empty after selling the 9-leaf purple mint, and murmured to himself. Adding in the merit coins obtained from the ghost and tiger demon, he still had around 500 merit coins left. While that was enough for future expenses, it wouldn't suffice for purchasing medicinal materials and techniques. It seemed this year he needed to plant some more valuable medicinal materials. As he pondered this, he returned to his bedroom. He has come to realize that cultivation requires not only talent and perseverance, but also money. Lots of money. In Qingxian sect, money is represented by merit coins. 3 months, shouldn't that pass quickly? Su Taiping murmured softly and then closed the door. Chapter 53. 3 months later. The gourd bears fruit, and Yu Awaken's time in the mountains is short. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During these 3 months, Su Taiping lived a very leisurely life. Besides the fixed hours for practicing the Zhangxia Gong and several martial arts and spells each day, he either watered the herbs, caught insects, and fertilized in the medicinal garden, or taught the little monkey Ping and to speak and read. Due to the nature of his spiritual bone talent, the progress of Zhangxia Gong has indeed become very slow, and the Qi Si in his Dantian has yet to take shape, remaining a misty haze. However, Su Taiping is not anxious. After all, the current situation is beyond his control. He can only wait for the earth to mature to see if there is a way to resolve it. As for the medicinal materials in the spiritual herb garden, this year he mainly planted snow root He-Shou Wu, which is a good medicine for treating injuries from sword and blade energy. In the secular world, it could be considered a precious medicine. The snow root He-Shou Wu yields once a year, and 1 pound can be exchanged for 10 merit coins. However, only 1/3 can grow into snow roots, so in a 3-acre medicinal garden, it can produce at most about 50 pounds, resulting in 500 merit coins. After deducting the 200 merit coins for seeds, the profit would be 300. However, due to the gathering spirit array set up by Fairy Lingyue, Su Taiping felt that based on last year's experience with 9-leaf perilla, producing around 160 pounds in a year should be no problem. This way, he could earn at least 1,400 merit coins. In addition to snow root He-Shou Wu, Su Taiping also planted many medicinal materials needed for qi-gathering pills, which, once matured within a year, would be enough for him to refine 10 qi-gathering pills. The most expensive medicinal material that outer disciples can buy is this snow root He-Shou Wu, meaning that if outer disciples do not rob, they could earn at most 200 to 300 merit coins after 3 years. It seems all of this was calculated by Qingxian sect in advance. After practicing Tsang Xiaogong for 2 hours, Su Taiping got out of bed and began to think about this year's earnings. Su Taiping, I watered the plants, swept the yard, and washed the vegetables today. Can you play chess with me? At this moment, the little monkey pinged and suddenly poked its head in through the door frame, its big round eyes blinking at Su Taiping. Sure, I'll play with you after dinner, Su Taiping said with a smile as he stood up. More than a year has passed, and he is no longer the frail boy who first came to the mountain. He has grown to 6 feet tall, and his physique has become very well-proportioned and strong. His once youthful face now has more defined features, handsome yet still retaining some boyish charm. Yay! I heard Su Taiping is going to play chess with me. The little monkey pinged and joyfully jumped onto a nearby stool. Although only 3 months have passed, this little monkey with a spirit beast bloodline is exceptionally intelligent. It not only learned human language, but also loves playing chess with Su Taiping. Additionally, the little monkey is so well-behaved that Su Taiping often forgets it is a monster. Every day, it reads and practices writing as requested by Su Taiping, helps him take care of the medicinal garden, and recently even learned to start a fire and cook. By the way, Su Taiping, that person came again. He asked me to tell you he wants to come again, the little monkey said while hopping onto Su Taiping's shoulder. When he comes again, just tell him I want to focus on my cultivation and have no interest in joining the Yunlu Society. Su Taiping patted the little monkey's head and said, the so-called Yunlu Society is actually an organization for outer disciples of Yunlu Mountain. Once outer disciples join, they can receive protection from the society. For instance, if they encounter an attack from monsters like Su Taiping did last time, they can seek help from them. At first, he considered joining this organization, as it could provide him with additional security, but after inquiring about the Yunlu Society's situation from Baiyu, he changed his mind. First, after joining the Yunlu Society, the income from your medicinal garden or spiritual fields, after deducting the portion to be paid to Qingxian sect, must also contribute 1/3 of the remaining to the Yunlu Society. Secondly, you must obey the Yunlu Society's orders at all times and follow the cultivators in the society to hunt monsters. Although there are rewards for hunting monsters, most of it must be handed over to the Yunlu Society. Besides these 2 points, what completely dispelled Su Taiping's thoughts of joining was Baiyu's warning that once cultivators of the Yunlu Society become disciples of 7 Peaks, most would be threatened by the society to provide sect information and pay a large number of merit coins. Because of this, Su Taiping decided to ignore them. According to Baiyu, as long as you don't show up, these people will leave after bothering you for a while, and there's no need to worry. Ping'an, when talking to that person, make sure not to step out of the yard, Su Taiping advised the little monkey again. Okay, Su Taiping, the little monkey nodded seriously. Let's go to the backyard and check on that gourd vine. If all goes well, Sister Ling Yue should also awaken tonight. Su Taiping picked up the little monkey and walked towards the medicinal garden in the backyard. In the medicinal garden, the scene has changed drastically from 3 months ago. It has become lush and green, and one can occasionally smell the faint fragrance of spiritual herbs. Among the waving herbs, a green gourd vine with 3 differently colored gourds stands out. These 3 gourds are the fruits of the earth, after its second transformation. Su Taiping, this gourd smells so good. The little monkey sniffed and licked its lips, looking a bit greedy. Little monkey, if you dare eat it, aren't you afraid of it getting inside your stomach and messing up your intestines? Su Taiping was about to tease the little monkey when the green gourd suddenly made a sound, a pleasant and melodious female voice. Hearing this voice, Su Taiping couldn't help but smile and looked at the gourd, saying, Sister Lingyue, you finally woke up. Chapter 54, Yunlu Society. Invitation fails and seizes the spirit monkey MM. The green gourd shook and continued, but to come out, you will have to wait another day or 2 until these 3 gourds are completely mature. This had been previously explained by Fairy Lingyue to Su Taiping. After this awakening, her remnant soul will slowly nourish itself using this green gourd as a residence, no longer needing to depend on the earth fruit. Little Taiping, although I don't know what treasures are in the other 2 gourds, the aura they emit is very powerful. There might be surprises this time, Fairy Lingyue said excitedly. I also think there will be surprises, Su Taiping nodded. He is equally looking forward to the treasures produced by the earth fruit after its second harvest. After discussing some of the confusions about his cultivation over the past few months with Fairy Linghua, Su Taiping returned to his room to play a few rounds of chess with the little monkey before heading back to his bedroom to continue his evening cultivation. Now, he does not want to waste any time. While Su Taiping began his training, the little monkey pinged and playfully entertained itself in the yard, mimicking Su Taiping's punching stance and climbing up and down the old banyan tree, having a great time. Gurgle as night fell. The little monkey ping and stomach started to rumble. The mountain-moving ape has a large appetite. Even after eating a whole roasted leg of lamb at noon, it still felt unbearably hungry by this time. Even when it was too weak from hunger to move, it still didn't disturb Su Taiping, instead hanging itself on a tree with its tail swaying back and forth, while continuously reciting the three-character classic that Su Taiping had taught it. At the beginning of the monkey, its nature is good, similar in nature, but different in habits. Mutton of the yellow goat, large chicken leg, roasted bear paw. Just as the little monkey Pingin couldn't hold back and wanted to grab some leaves to stuff in its mouth, a sudden knocking sound came from outside the courtyard. The little monkey shook its tail, swaying down to a branch, then used its hand to shield its eyes from the bright glow as it looked outside the courtyard, where it saw a middle-aged man in a blue shirt standing at the door. "Excuse me, is Su Taiping home?" the middle-aged man asked. "Gigi." The little monkey leaped down from the tree, bouncing and climbing to the top of the courtyard gate, then began to gesture excitedly at the middle-aged man. "Little monkey, is your master in the courtyard?" The middle-aged man smiled at the little monkey. Hearing this, the little monkey suddenly remembered that it could speak human language, and immediately shook its head and said, "Not at home. You go, Su Taiping. Not interested. Cloud Tower meeting. Not interested." It had just learned to speak human language, so it could only say a few short sentences. "Oh, I see." The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Then he raised his head to look at the little monkey and said, "Little monkey, I have 2 spirit peaches here. Do you want to eat?" Saying this, he pulled out 2 fist-sized, juicy peaches from his wide sleeves. A unique fragrance of the spirit fruits wafted through the area the moment the 2 spirit peaches were taken out. Gigi, smelling the aroma of the spirit fruits. The little monkey found it hard to control itself and began scratching its ears and cheeks while squatting there. "Little monkey, if you want to eat, come out and take it yourself," the middle-aged man said, while taking one of the spirit peaches and eating it with great enjoyment. Gigi, faced with the middle-aged man's temptation. The little monkey Pingin wanted to jump down several times, but thinking of Su Taiping's earlier warning, it ultimately held back, cursing and pointing at the middle-aged man before returning to the banyan tree in the courtyard. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to tease you. The spirit peach is for you. Come take it yourself." Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled, then placed the spirit peach on the ground and turned to leave without looking back. Gigi, the little monkey, saw that the middle-aged man was leaving, immediately hung one hand on the tree branch and swung like a swing to the top of the gate. Gigi, after looking around to confirm that the middle-aged man had really left, the little monkey finally felt relieved, jumped to the ground, and quickly picked up the spirit fruit from the ground. But just then, as if the middle-aged man could become invisible, he suddenly appeared beside the little monkey. Gigi, the little monkey Pingin didn't even have time to scream before being caught by the middle-aged man and knocked unconscious with a palm strike. "Little guy, since you refuse to drink the wine of friendship, I'll have to serve you the wine of punishment." The middle-aged man glanced at the plaque of Qingzhou residence above the courtyard gate, then flicked his hand, shooting a dart from his sleeve that straightly pierced into the plaque. On that dart was also a letter. After doing all this, the middle-aged man vanished into thin air again. "Taiping, if you want to retrieve your spirit pet, come to Taoyuan Ridge within 3 days. Yunlu meeting, Jian Yuanlu." When Su Taiping saw this letter, it had already been a stick of incense later. He had just been practicing when he reached a critical moment, completely absorbed and unaware of the situation outside. "I'm just a mere opening door realm, and I have no enmity with the Cloud Tower meeting. Why would they do this?" Su Taiping, walking towards the herb garden while reading the letter, found it hard to understand. "What's wrong, Taiping?" At this time, Su Taiping had already stood in the herb garden, beside the gourd vine. "A loose cultivator alliance called the Cloud Tower meeting has kidnapped the little monkey and wants me to visit their residence within 3 days." Su Taiping recounted what had happened today and the recent continuous invitations from the Cloud Tower meeting to the Spirit Moon Fairy. "They probably have their eyes on the herbs in your herb garden." The Spirit Moon Fairy, being an old hand, quickly connected the dots. "That is possible. All the herbs I planted this year are precious. Su Taiping nodded. Don't worry, Taiping. Since their goal is the herbs in your garden, they won't harm Ping'an before meeting you. And tonight, these 3 gourds will be fully ripe, so you should take the treasures to add a layer of protection. And I will accompany you to Taoyuan Ridge. The Spirit Moon Fairy suggested at this time. That's the only way. Su Taiping nodded. This was also the reason why he hadn't hurried to chase them out, but instead came to the herb garden. That night, when the moon was high in the sky, with a thud, the first gourd inhabited by the Spirit Moon Fairy fell from the gourd vine. Then Su Taiping saw the glowing green gourd float directly towards him. Little Taiping, you must take good care of my residents in the future. The playful voice of the Spirit Moon Fairy came from the gourd, and then the gourd opened its mouth, and a somewhat transparent figure floated out. Who else could it be but the Spirit Moon Fairy? Chapter 55. The Gourd Falls, hiding the true dragon in the Green Mountains? Seeing the Spirit Moon Fairy again, Su Taiping could clearly feel that the human aura on her was much richer, and she no longer had the coldness of a ghost from their first meeting. Sister Linghua, it seems your spirit has recovered quite a bit. Su Taiping was very happy for the Spirit Moon Fairy, although this land still lacked spiritual energy. Thanks to the power contained in the earth burial fruit, this time her spirit had indeed recovered significantly, at least to the point of being considered half a remnant soul. The Spirit Moon Fairy smiled and nodded, clearly satisfied with her gains this time. By the way, little Taiping, this gourd not only serves as my residence, but it also contains a universe within it. You can store items like your personal magical tools inside. She pointed to the green gourd in Su Taiping's hand and continued. How much can it hold? Su Taiping asked excitedly. You hold the gourd in your hand and try to channel a breath of true energy into it. The Spirit Moon Fairy didn't answer directly, but asked him to try it himself. All right. Su Taiping nodded and did as instructed, channeling a breath of true energy into the gourd. Immediately, a misty space appeared in his mind, roughly the size of a 10-foot square, equivalent to the size of his kitchen. So big. Su Taiping withdrew his focus, looking at the Spirit Moon Fairy in surprise. It was obvious that this area was the space the Spirit Moon Fairy referred to as containing a universe. That's not even big. The Spirit Moon Fairy smiled and shook her head. This gourd is the first spiritual treasure birthed by the earth burial fruit. Unlike ordinary spiritual treasures, its power will increase as the owner's strength increases. So as long as my power continues to recover, the space within this gourd will grow larger and larger, and eventually, it might even become a world of its own. She then enthusiastically introduced it to Su Taiping. A world of its own. Su Taiping was somewhat moved. He knew that even though there was only this small space for now, it was hard for him to imagine. Sister Linghua, can I put the yellow goat I hunted from the mountain and the previous fire-patterned python into this gourd? He confirmed with the Spirit Moon Fairy. That's right. The Spirit Moon Fairy nodded. From small talismans to large monster bodies, as long as they can fit in this gourd, you can store them. Hearing this, Su Taiping was immediately delighted. The last time he couldn't bring back the body of that fire-patterned python was because it wouldn't fit in the gourd, and he had to settle for just skinning it, leaving behind many valuable items. Not just living beings. Once my power recovers a bit more, even some spirit beasts and demon beasts can be collected. This green gourd has the same ability as the demon refining pot. At this moment, Fairy Linghua added. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was surprised and couldn't help but start looking forward to Fairy Linghua further recovering her powers. Clap. Just then, the second gourd on the vine fell down. This time it was a red-skinned gourd, and on the surface of this red gourd, there were beautiful patterns resembling flames. After falling from the vine, the gourd floated into Su Taiping's arms as if it had just woken up, then became motionless again, as if it had fallen asleep. This fire gourd was formed by absorbing the essence of fire spirit mushrooms and drawing treasures similar to fire spirit mushrooms from this mountain range. Fairy Linghua introduced to Su Taiping. As for the Earth Zong fruit being able to extract treasures buried in this land, Fairy Linghua had explained it to him before, so he was not too surprised. Come and take a look, see what kind of treasure is nurtured inside this gourd. Fairy Linghua, with a hint of expectation, reminded Su Taiping. Bang! Su Taiping gently tapped the mouth of the gourd, and the top of the fire-patterned gourd automatically cracked open. Following that, a wave of hot and rich spiritual energy, accompanied by a low roar that sounded like a dragon's roar, surged out from the gourd. There's a dragon in this mountain, Fairy Linghua exclaimed. Although she hadn't yet seen what treasure was inside the gourd, just from this dragon's roar, Fairy Linghua could determine that the treasure within the gourd must be related to dragons. The only possibility for nurturing a treasure related to dragons is that the mountain range beneath their feet had once seen a real dragon. Thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, and it was a true dragon, not a flood dragon like the Black Dragon Elder. Dragons? There really are dragons in this world. Su Taiping had seen such beings more than once in the ancient texts he had read. However, most of the texts he had perused indicated that since the great calamity of the Dragon Han era 10,000 years ago, true dragons had not existed in the world, and only false dragons like snakes and flood dragons remained. There are certainly dragons in this world. They existed in the past and still exist now, but they have all gone to the upper realm. Long ago, the spiritual energy in the lower realm had already dried up, making it difficult for true dragons to appear. Even the few that remain in our realm have not been seen for nearly 1,000 years. No one knows if they are alive or dead. Fairy Linghua replied with some sentiment, and then, a bit impatiently, pointed at Su Taiping's gourd and said, "Hurry, pour it out and take a look." Okay. Su Taiping then remembered that there was still treasure in the gourd. He turned the gourd upside down, and then a bead the size of a chicken egg, accompanied by rolling waves of heat, poured out from the gourd, instantly making the entire spiritual herb garden feel scorching. Is this really a dragon's gallstone refined from a true dragon's gall? Fairy Linghua exclaimed once again. What is a dragon's gallstone? Although just by looking at Fairy Linghua's fiery gaze, Su Taiping guessed that this bead must be extraordinary, he still couldn't help but curiously ask. Store it properly, Fairy Linghua said with a vigilant expression, signaling Su Taiping to keep the dragon's gallstone safe. Once Su Taiping stored the dragon's gallstone in the gourd and covered it. She sighed in relief and said, although the dragon's gallstone refined from a true dragon's gall doesn't have any particularly miraculous abilities, if used to brew wine, just one sip can greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Additionally, dragon gall wine can nourish the soul, which is a treasure that high-level cultivators dream of obtaining. However, since true dragons are hard to find in the world, and because dragon gall is extremely difficult to refine, this dragon's gallstone has become incredibly rare. As she spoke, a look of helplessness appeared in Fairy Linghua's eyes, and she finally smiled bitterly and continued, I searched through 10 states back in the day and couldn't find a single piece. I never expected to find one in this barren land today. Chapter 56. The Zhangwan Ring. 3 fingers can break clouds and split seas. So in the future, as long as I drink the wine brewed with this dragon's gallstone, I can increase my cultivation speed? Su Taiping's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Exactly. Fairy Linghua nodded with a smile, then continued, but the dragon gall wine is not inexhaustible. One dragon's gallstone can brew a maximum of 3,000 gourds of wine. And with your current physique, let alone a whole pot, you might struggle with even a cup. You need to be mentally prepared. Just like that bone washing and marrow refining soup back then. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately recalled the scene of soaking in the bone washing and marrow refining soup. The suffering to be endured is similar, but the potency of dragon gall wine is even more intense. After drinking it, the true dragon's essence in the wine will continuously impact your limbs and bones, and if you can't control it, you could die from the explosion of your body. Fairy Linghua shook her head. But you don't need to worry too much. As long as you pay attention to controlling the amount, there won't be such a situation. Seeing Su Taiping's serious expression, she added, I'll try half a cup first. Su Taiping did not retreat because of the side effects mentioned by Fairy Linghua. In fact, besides enhancing cultivation speed, using dragon gall wine to nourish spiritual herbs can make them grow rapidly. For ordinary herbs, 1 cup of wine can increase their age by 10 years. Fairy Linghua glanced at the herb garden and smiled. There is such a miraculous effect? Su Taiping was astonished. However, unless you encounter precious herbs, it's best not to use it. 1 dragon's gallstone can only brew 3,000 gourds, and using up 1 pot means 1 less. Fairy Linghua nodded and then warned Su Taiping. I understand this. Su Taiping nodded. In any case, obtaining the dragon's gallstone made your last adventure very worthwhile, Taiping. Fairy Linghua said with relief. You know, if it weren't for Su Taiping insisting on getting that fire spirit mushroom last time, the Earth Song fruit wouldn't have been able to extract this dragon's gall, which has been buried underground for 10,000 years from this mountain range. Clap. Just as the two were talking, the 3rd gourd fell from the gourd vine. Come, let us quickly see what the 3rd treasure bestowed by the Earth Song fruit is. With good things continuously emerging from the gourds, Fairy Lingwei became even more excited about the third gourd. Just like before, after the gourd the color of black iron hit the ground, it automatically flew into Su Taiping's arms, as if it already knew Su Taiping was its master. Bang! Su Taiping easily opened the gourd. Whoosh! As soon as the gourd opened, a silver light in the shape of a bird shot out from the gourd, flying around the courtyard before suddenly heading straight for Su Taiping. Su Taiping instinctively raised his hand to block it, but the light suddenly transformed into golden threads, continuously wrapping around his index finger. In the blink of an eye, a silver ring appeared on Su Taiping's index finger, and upon closer inspection, the ring was engraved with a vividly lifelike bird pattern. Just as Su Taiping was puzzled about what kind of treasure this was, the name and purpose of the treasure began to flood into his mind like a tide. This should be a spiritual treasure that the Earth Zong fruit nurtured using the Suofing pearl as a guide and combining the spiritual energy of this mountain range. After you wear it, your soul will automatically sense its usage. Seeing Su Taiping standing there in a daze, Fairy Lingwei immediately understood what had happened and promptly reminded him. Sister Lingwei, it's called the Tsangwan ring. It is a high-quality spiritual tool nurtured by the Earth Zong fruit, using the essence of this mountain range as iron and a strand of divine essence from the fierce beast Tsangwan as the spirit of the ring. Once Su Taiping digested all the information his soul sensed, he suddenly looked excited and turned to Fairy Lingwei. The fierce beast Tsangwan. Isn't that a fierce bird that has been extinct since ancient times? Fairy Lingwei's beautiful eyes lit up. Ancient fierce beasts? Su Taiping was somewhat surprised because he had never heard of the Tsangwan bird and thought it was just an ordinary fierce beast. During the ancient times when fierce beasts ravaged the world, the Tsangwan was one of the most ferocious among them, and it was said that they were later exterminated by the Dragon Clan. Fairy Lingwei nodded and said, to have such a notorious reputation during the terrifying ancient times, even if it's just a trace of divine essence, it is enough to instill fear. However, I feel that this ring's spirit doesn't seem that fierce. Su Taiping really couldn't associate the little blue bird in his mind with the fearsome Tsangwan bird. Just as he was speaking, a bright shape resembling a flying bird shot out from the ring on his hand, happily circling around him before returning to the ring. Indeed, it is somewhat strange. But your soul sensing must be correct. That ring's spirit must be the Tsangwan. Moreover, regardless of how you look at it, a high-grade spirit weapon with a spirit is considered a treasure even in the cultivation world I originally belonged to. Fairy Lingwei seemed to find it a bit strange. But she didn't intend to delve deeper into the matter. After all, whatever was birthed from the Earth's treasure would not be too bad. Yes, Su Taiping nodded vigorously to express his agreement with Fairy Lingwei's statement. I can sense that there is very powerful divine power hidden in this ring. He looked down at the ring in his hand. What kind of divine power is it? Since this was a brand new spiritual treasure birth from the Earth's treasure, it was now Fairy Lingwei's turn to ask Su Taiping. This divine power is divided into two types, offense and defense. When the thumb and index finger of the right hand are made to form a circle, it represents defense. As Su Taiping spoke, he raised his right palm, bringing his thumb and index finger together to form a circle. Then he used his soul sensing to channel his true energy into that circle. Boom! With the sound of an energy explosion, a wall of wind formed by swirling gusts enveloped Su Taiping completely. It was very similar to the Shuangfeng pearl used by the tiger demon that day. However, unlike the tiger demon's Shuangfeng pearl, this wind wall would follow him wherever he went without obstructing his ability to punch or swing a sword. At this moment, Su Taiping moved a few steps in place and threw a few punches of the Qingniu fist, and the wind wall still accompanied him without dissipating. Not bad. Fairy Lingwei nodded. With her perspective, she could naturally see that the resilience of this wind wall surrounding Su Taiping was sufficient to withstand the full force of the previous fiery pattern python strike. It should be noted that Su Taiping, who was using it, was currently only at the opening door realm. Moreover, it could always accompany the user, which alone made it stronger than the Shuangfeng pearl. Let me see the offensive power of this ring, she then said to Su Taiping. Su Taiping nodded. The offensive power of the Tsangwan ring is divided into 3 fingers. 1 finger breaks the clouds, 2 fingers shatter mountains, and 3 fingers split the sea. Su Taiping first raised the index finger wearing the ring, then made a snapping gesture with 2 fingers, and finally brought 3 fingers together to make a downward chopping gesture. Although Su Taiping's gestures were quite clumsy, Fairy Lingwei understood immediately. This should be the method of utilizing the 3 powers of the Tsangwan ring. Give it a try. Fairy Linghua looked at Su Taiping with some anticipation. Chapter 57 Taoyuan Ridge, Mr. Ye's Hongmen Banquet. Even if Fairy Linghua didn't say it. Su Taiping wanted to try the divine power of the ring himself. He then began to channel his true essence into the ring according to the method he had just sensed, while raising one finger toward the sky. His fingertip pointed directly at a cloud, trying to cover the moon above his head. Boom. The next moment, with just a thought, his fingertip suddenly sparkled, and a spiral wind blade formed from pure vigor shot out like a spear, piercing through the air straight toward the cloud 100 feet high. Bang! A moment later, a slight tremor echoed from the sky. Following this, Su Taiping and Fairy Linghua saw that the dark cloud that had originally blocked the moon was directly pierced by Su Taiping's finger. Through the hole in the cloud, the two could just see the bright moon in the sky. This strike, I'm afraid, even that patterned python wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fairy Linghua's eyes lit up at the sight. One finger is the power to break armor, then the two fingers should be the ability to fight multiple opponents. Taiping, quickly try the two fingers. She urged Su Taiping with curiosity. Okay, Su Taiping was also very curious. However, just as Su Taiping extended two fingers and prepared to perform the snapping gesture according to the method he sensed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His true energy seemed to be exhausted. He used his soul sensing to check and found that the true energy in his dantian had been completely depleted when he released the power of one finger just now. Sister Linghua, it seems I can only unleash the offensive power of the Zhonghuan ring once with this amount of spiritual energy. Su Taiping sighed regretfully. There's no need to be discouraged. Even if you can only use it once, you don't have to fear most of the beasts in the mountains anymore. If you can refine a few more gathering chi pills, you should be able to use it a few more times. Moreover, based on the current situation, your cultivation level cannot yet exert the full power of one finger. Perhaps once you break through to the Wanyu realm, the power of this finger will be even stronger. Fairy Linghua smiled and shook her head. She was very satisfied with the lethality of the Zhonghuan ring. I think so too. Su Taiping's eyes were filled with anticipation. Take good care of this iron gourd. The three gourds transformed from the earth's fruit each have their uses. The green gourd creates its own world. The fire gourd can cultivate pills even without the dragon gallstone, and this iron gourd can nurture weapons. Even ordinary weapons kept inside for a year or two will improve in quality, let alone spiritual weapons like flying swords. Fairy Linghua explained the uses of the three gourds to Su Taiping. Su Taiping didn't expect that these three gourds were also treasures. So he immediately placed the fire gourd and iron gourd into the green gourd. Then can I start a weapon business in the future? Su Taiping suddenly had a whimsical idea and asked Fairy Linghua. For now, your iron gourd can only nurture one weapon at most, and you need to rely on your true essence to gradually enhance its ability to nurture more weapons. So it's still too early to think about using this gourd for a weapon business. Fairy Linghua did not completely dismiss Su Taiping's proposal. After all, as one progresses in cultivation, more natural treasures and resources are needed, and having more wealth is always better. I understand. For now, I can only use it to nurture the Zhonghuan ring. Su Taiping was not discouraged by this. Instead, he became even more determined to improve his cultivation. By the way, Sister Linghua, I want to go to Taoyuan Ridge tomorrow. After putting away the gourds, Su Taiping raised his head and looked at Fairy Linghua with a very serious expression. Go ahead. This time, Fairy Linghua agreed very readily. In her opinion, regardless of what the other party wanted to do, it was a good practice for Su Taiping. As for whether there would be danger, Fairy Linghua felt that with the Zhonghuan ring, as long as he didn't encounter cultivators above the Wanyu realm, there would be no life-threatening danger. And for cultivators above the Wanyu realm, why would they have the leisure to deal with a small outer sect loose cultivator? Moreover, if it really came to that, there was still me, your sister. Fairy Linghua murmured to herself. After the transformation of the earth's fruit, her soul could exert a part of her original power by possessing others. Of course, Su Taiping was unaware of this, and she didn't want him to know. The next day, Taoyuan Ridge. Although this place had nice scenery, it was filled with fierce beasts and poisonous creatures, which Su Taiping avoided while hunting. So this was his first time here. When Su Taiping entered a peach grove, he immediately saw a small courtyard located in the center of the peach grove. The courtyard is not large, similar to his Qingzhou residence, but both the walls and the bricks are much newer, clearly indicating it is a new courtyard. Since my friend Taiping has arrived, why not come in for a chat? Su Taiping originally wanted to observe the surroundings before entering. But as soon as he stepped in, he was spotted by someone in the courtyard. The young man approached him without hesitation. He lightly pushed off the ground and gracefully leaped forward, landing at the entrance of the small courtyard in the blink of an eye. Looking up, he saw the three large characters on the entrance: Lookage, Guest House. Su Taiping glanced at the plaque and murmured in his heart, "Today, no one will be able to keep you here." Just then, the door of the small courtyard creaked open. Two pretty young girls appeared at the entrance. "Young Master Su, please, our master has been waiting for you inside for a long time." The two girls smiled charmingly and invited Su Taiping into the courtyard. Su Taiping nodded and stepped inside, but one hand hidden in his sleeve had already grasped a golden bell talisman. He still had a few talismans left from the tiger demon. "Since my friend Taiping has graced us with his presence, Yuan has failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me." Just as Su Taiping was about to enter the main room of the small courtyard, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar approached him with a beaming smile, gesturing for Su Taiping to enter. Su Taiping halted his steps, showing no intention of moving forward. "May I ask your esteemed name?" he asked calmly, keeping his eyes on the man. "I am surnamed Jian, named Yuan, courtesy name Yashan. Everyone in the Yunlu society likes to call me Mr. Yashan," the middle-aged man replied, stroking his beard with a smile. "I see that, Mr. Yashan is a knowledgeable and reasonable person. Why did you take my monkey for no reason?" Su Taiping asked directly. "Ha ha, Mr. Yashan chuckled at these words and quickly waved his hands in explanation. "My friend Taiping has misunderstood. I merely found your monkey quite adorable. And since it enjoys the spiritual fruits in my garden, I thought I'd take it for a few days of fun." Such nonsensical words were spoken with such grandeur by this man. "Since I am here, please hand over the monkey, Mr. Yashan." Su Taiping remained calm, not angered by the man's blatant lies, and quietly watched Mr. Yashan, extending a hand. "There's no rush, no rush. Please come inside, young Master Taiping. After enjoying some food and drink, we can discuss this matter further," Mr. Yashan said with a smile, waving his hand. "No need for that." Su Taiping shook his head, his gaze firm as he extended a hand, and said, "Hand it over." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yashan's expression immediately darkened. "Su Taiping, do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Inviting you to join the Yunlu society is a sign of respect." Mr. Yashan placed a hand on his abdomen, looking at Su Taiping with a threatening tone. Meanwhile, the two pretty maidens closed the courtyard door behind them, standing on either side of Su Taiping in a surrounding manner. "I have no interest in the Yunlu society." Su Taiping shook his head, his hand now resting on the long knife at his waist, and the true energy in his dantian began to surge through his meridians like a raging river. A powerful aura instantly spread throughout the small courtyard. Though Su Taiping's progress was not fast, it was solid. Every strand of true energy within him had been refined dozens of times, and his meridians were nurtured daily by true energy. Now, he was like a small but very hard stone. "Ha ha ha." At that moment, Mr. Yashan suddenly laughed heartily and said, "Since my friend Taiping does not wish to enjoy this meal, I shall not force it." After saying this, he turned to the inside of the house and continued, "Lao Qian, bring out that little monkey and return it to young Master Taiping." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping frowned, looking at Mr. Yashan with some vigilance. His instincts told him that things could not be this simple. However, to Su Taiping's surprise, the servant named Lao Qian safely brought out the little monkey and held it in his arms without Mr. Yashan showing any unusual behavior throughout. "My friend Taiping, since you are unwilling to stay, I will not see you off." After handing the monkey back to Su Taiping, Mr. Yashan smiled, cupped his hands in salute, and then turned to walk back into the courtyard without looking back. The little monkey, feeling nervous, clung to Su Taiping's arm. "It's all right, we're going home." Su Taiping patted the little monkey, his expression returning to normal as he walked toward the courtyard gate. "Take care, young master." Just as he was about to reach the door, the two maidens smiled charmingly and bid farewell to Su Taiping. "Taiping, be careful behind you." At that moment, the voice of Lingyue Fairy echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Without a second thought, Su Taiping poured true energy into the golden bell talisman in his hand, and a golden bell-shaped barrier instantly enveloped his entire body. Clang! Almost simultaneously, a sound like a bell ringing struck. Su Taiping, who had already turned around, saw that Mr. Yashan had somehow appeared behind him, thrusting a sharp sword straight at him. Upon closer inspection, the sword, wrapped in sword light, had already pierced through the golden bell barrier, nearly touching Su Taiping. When did Yashan appear? Su Taiping was astonished, as he had clearly seen Mr. Yashan enter the house just moments ago. Smash. However, there was no time for him to think. He quickly pushed off the ground with his toes, causing the ground to sink slightly as he used the momentum to propel himself backward. Whoosh. Before his feet even touched the ground, the two originally smiling young women suddenly drew short swords from their sleeves, one on the left and one on the right, and simultaneously lunged at Su Taiping. Clearly, this was a premeditated attack. Clang. Su Taiping crushed another Golden Bell talisman. Bang. Reacting in time, the Golden Bell talisman once again blocked the two women's assault. However, what sent chills down Su Taiping's spine was that Mr. Yashan, who had just been pursuing him, now seemed to vanish before his eyes. Boom. When Su Taiping saw Mr. Yashan again, he had already appeared behind him, striking down with a palm aimed at his back. Bang. The power of this palm was incredibly fierce. The energy blade formed by the gathered palm force resembled a large knife several feet long, heavily chopping down on the Golden Bell barrier surrounding Su Taiping. Crack. Just a few breaths later, the Golden Bell barrier surrounding Su Taiping shattered once more. This low-grade Golden Bell talisman was a one-time use item, difficult to sustain against enemy attacks. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Yashan vanished again, and the two women lunged at Su Taiping's back once more, timing their attack perfectly. Clang. Su Taiping crushed another Golden Bell talisman, once again blocking the assault of the two maidens. This was his last Golden Bell talisman, but he did not feel regret or panic. Instead, a look of clarity appeared in his eyes, because through the two previous attacks, he could confirm that Mr. Yashan's disappearance was not due to speed, but rather the use of some kind of invisibility talisman. Even if you have an invisibility talisman, you must reveal yourself when trying to kill me, right? Su Taiping thought as he formed a circle with his thumb and index finger in his sleeve. Boom. Sure enough, just as the Golden Bell barrier blocked the two maidens' attack, Mr. Yashan's figure appeared behind Su Taiping once more, striking down on the already cracked Golden Bell barrier. Bang. With a loud crash, the Golden Bell barrier shattered. Humph. Seeing this, Mr. Yashan sneered coldly, revealing the other hand hidden behind him, holding a sword gleaming with sword light, and thrusting it towards Su Taiping's back. Boom. But just as he thrust out his sword, a loud explosion echoed through the mountains and forests, and a wall of wind spread out from Su Taiping's body. This wind wall naturally came from Su Taiping's Songwan ring. Crack. The wind wall was incredibly solid, causing the treasure sword in Yashan's hand to snap with a sound. Ding. In a state of inexplicable panic, Yashan was about to escape, but Su Taiping had already drawn his sword, the sharp steel blade whistling as it swung towards Yashan's neck. Just when the blade was about to sever Yashan's head, a jade pendant flew out from Yashan's neck and quickly transformed into a shield. Bang. Although the jade pendant shattered on the spot, Yashan ultimately managed to seize the opportunity to escape. What are you waiting for? Everyone attack. The lucky Yashan, disregarding his poise, rolled and crawled away while shouting loudly. Ding, 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 ding. Just as his words fell, the sound of swords being drawn rang out from outside the courtyard, and 4 or 5 shadows with strong auras rushed into the courtyard, all charging towards Su Taiping. Clearly, there were still ambushes within Taoyuan Ridge. Chapter 59. 2 Fingers Out. Yashan presents treasures. Whoosh. Su Taiping ignored these people and continued to step forward, his figure rushing towards Yashan like a fierce wind. Boom. Just as Yashan was about to become invisible again, Su Taiping delivered a powerful blow to his chest. Bang. The sound of bones cracking echoed with the force. The moment Yashan, who had just stood up, was struck by this punch, he was sent flying straight back, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. However, the cost of Su Taiping's reckless punch was that several figures who had jumped over the wall surrounded him, preventing any chance of escape. Kill this little thief. Let him know the consequences of offending our Yunlu society. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Yashan, after swallowing a few pills, pointed at Su Taiping in immense anger and shouted. In fact, even without his words, the few people who had surrounded Su Taiping had already begun to take action. In the small courtyard, sword and blade energies crisscrossed in an instant. If Su Taiping were truly beaten by them, he would likely turn into a pile of minced meat in no time. However, what surprised Yashan greatly was that Su Taiping did not flee or resist. Instead, he took a deep breath and made a snapping motion with his fingers. Snap! Just as Su Taiping was about to be struck by the chaotic blades, A crisp snapping sound echoed in the courtyard. At first, Yashan looked confused, but soon, the bewilderment in his eyes turned into horror. Boom. With a piercing explosion sound, a fierce wind exploded from Su Taiping's body, instantly shredding the four attackers into a pile of minced meat. In an instant, blood mist filled the air. What Su Taiping had just used was the Zhonghuan Ring's two fingers shatter mountain technique. Impossible. This is impossible. Yashan's face was filled with disbelief, and for a moment, he forgot to escape. By the time he regained his senses, Su Taiping had already approached him with a bloody blade in hand. No, bang. Before Yashan could finish his words, Su Taiping's fist struck his cheek, smashing him along with the wall. After the previous skirmish, Su Taiping had already confirmed that Yashan's cultivation was at most at the opening door realm, and even then, not at the minor level. Su Taiping was not afraid of a loose cultivator of this level. The only thing he needed to guard against was that item that could make him invisible. However, seeing that Yashan had not used it again, Su Taiping guessed that the item must also have a limit on usage or time. Spare me, fellow cultivator, spare me. This matter was my fault from the beginning. Please forgive me. Yashan, with many broken bones and unable to use his treasures, had reached a dead end and could only kneel and beg for mercy. Tell me, how did your Yunlu society target me? Su Taiping stood in front of Yashan. Well, there wasn't any special reason, bang. Just as Yashan was about to make excuses, Su Taiping kicked him down. If you don't tell the truth, next time I'll use the blade. Su Taiping stepped forward and pointed his knife at Yashan. Fellow cultivator, don't be impulsive. I'll tell you. Yashan waved his hands repeatedly. Su Taiping glared at him. It's like this. A few days ago we went to the West Wind Pavilion, and a disciple from the West Wind Pavilion who joined our Yunlu society revealed to me that there is an outer disciple in the Qingzhou residence who has planted many precious medicinal herbs this year, which, when matured, could sell for at least 1,000 or 2,000 merit coins. A moment of greed made me. Yashan's voice grew smaller. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping frowned secretly, thinking, so it was the West Wind Pavilion people who leaked the information about the seeds. Could it be those few people who were reprimanded by Uncle Jiu last time? He immediately recalled those who were scolded by Uncle Jiu that day. However, he decided to keep this matter to himself and asked for other information first. So, inviting me here was your own idea, not that of the Yunlu Society? Su Taiping continued to ask. Indeed, it was my own idea, but I am the leader of the Yunlu Society in this area. I can make decisions on such small matters. When he mentioned being a small leader of the Yunlu Society, Yashan suddenly raised his voice, clearly threatening Su Taiping. What was the treasure you used to become invisible earlier? Hand it over. Su Taiping asked again. This, Yashan was clearly reluctant to hand over that treasure. Whoosh. Su Taiping slashed down from afar. Fellow cultivator, please calm down. This treasure is called concealment grass. If held in the palm, it can make one invisible, but it can only be used 3 times a day, each time for 10 breaths. Yashan reluctantly handed over the piece of green grass. Su Taiping thought to himself, as expected, then took the leaf. Su Taiping nodded and then asked, what benefits would I get if I joined the Yunlu Society now? He asked casually. Upon hearing this, Yashan's face lit up with joy, because Su Taiping wanted to join the Yunlu Society, which would obviously mean he needed something from him. Fellow cultivator, I can assure you, as long as you join the Yunlu Society, whoosh. Just as Yashan relaxed his guard, Su Taiping gathered his true energy and slashed down. If you weren't a small leader of the Yunlu Society, perhaps I would consider sparing your life. He muttered expressionlessly to himself. After experiencing the matters with the ghost and the tiger demon, Su Taiping understood that to survive in this cultivation world, one must not be overly merciful. One's safety is always the top priority. The tragedy of Lu Qingmei is a living example. Well done, well done. At this moment, the soul shadow of the spirit moon fairy floated out from the gourd. She had been watching the show since her initial exclamation, so she was very satisfied with the current outcome. Wasted a few golden bell talismans. Su Taiping felt a bit regretful, thinking that if he had handled it a bit better, he probably wouldn't have wasted those golden bell talismans. Next, Su Taiping followed the guidance of the spirit moon fairy to clean up the traces around the small courtyard, then packed all the bodies, including Yashan's, into the gourd. He couldn't leave any evidence for the West Wind Pavilion and Yunlu Society. Even if these people knew he did it, they wouldn't be able to produce any proof. After handling the scene, he organized what he had obtained from these people. In total, he got 3 fire arrow talismans, 2 golden bell talismans, and 600 merit coins. This is much more cost-effective than planting medicinal materials. Su Taiping joked as he looked at the extra bag of merit coins. But the risk is 100 times that of planting medicinal materials. The Spirit Moon Fairy quickly reminded him, fearing that Su Taiping might go down a dark path. Rest assured, Sister Lingwe, I understand. I don't like such things either. Su Taiping shook his head with a smile. The fairy Lingwe nodded and then pointed to the fire gourd at Su Taiping's waist, saying, Next, you can focus on your cultivation until the grand competition in 2 years. On the second night after returning to Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping opened the fire gourd and carefully poured out a small cup of the dragon gall liquor that had been soaking all day. Sister Lingwe, should I drink this? He raised the cup, hesitantly looking at the fairy Lingwe in front of him. Tonight, he planned to test the effects of this dragon gall liquor. Go ahead. It's just half a cup of wine, and I'm here, nothing will go wrong. The fairy Lingwe said with a smile and nodded. Su Taiping nodded, then lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. In fact, this was the first drink he had ever had in his life. Boom. As soon as the dragon gall liquor entered his stomach, Su Taiping's aura fluctuated uncontrollably, making him appear to be enveloped in a mist. Moreover, compared to the external fluctuation of his aura, the true energy and blood essence within him were even more intense. Under the influence of the dragon gall liquor's medicinal power, his blood essence and true energy began to surge uncontrollably. Focus on your breathing, the fairy Lingwe reminded Su Taiping at the right moment. Su Taiping nodded, quickly sitting cross-legged on the bed, enduring the dizziness caused by the surging blood essence while operating the residual glow technique. As the residual glow technique gradually began to work, the intense fluctuation of his blood essence finally stabilized. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that several acupoints and meridians that were originally difficult to control in the residual glow technique were now surprisingly easy to manage. Because of this, he was able to guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, causing it to grow exponentially. In that moment, Su Taiping finally understood the difference between mortal bones, golden spirit bones, and heavenly spirit bones. At this rate, within 2 years at most, I will definitely be able to transform my Qi Palace into a Qi Sea and ultimately step into the Wangu's realm. The speed of cultivation at this moment filled Su Taiping with immense confidence. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, after sensing that Su Taiping's aura had gradually stabilized, the fairy Lingwe finally felt relieved. After all, she had heard of cases where people had exploded due to consuming dragon gall liquor. Just then, as the fairy Lingwe was preparing to return to the gourd to nourish her soul, the little monkey Pingyan suddenly jumped onto the table and began licking the cup that Su Taiping had used. Gee! Before the fairy Lingwe could stop him, the little monkey tilted his head and fell over onto the table with a thud. The sight left the fairy Lingwe both amused and exasperated. Well, this little monkey, although its bloodline is mixed, still has a trace of the mountain-moving ape's blood. If not, I might as well teach it that set of monkey demon techniques. Looking at the little monkey sleeping soundly on the table, the fairy Lingwe suddenly had an idea. Although the monkey demon techniques have demon in their name, they are not truly demonic techniques. They are simply powerful enough to be given such a title, just like the Green Bull Fist, which is also known as the Bull Demon Fist elsewhere. It's still too early for the third transformation of the Earth Fruit. Since I have nothing better to do, why not let the little monkey practice in my gourd? After thinking it over, the playful fairy Lingwe made up her mind, then manipulated the gourd to open its mouth, directly sucking the little monkey inside. Time in the mountains flows slowly or quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Boom. By a large lake in the Yanglu Mountain, Su Taiping activated the ice breath technique and exhaled toward the vast lake surface. In the blink of an eye, the entire lake was frozen solid. This was the result of his 2 years of cultivation. His cultivation had reached the great completion of the open door realm. The residual glow technique had reached the second major completion. The wind shadow step had reached great completion. The green bull fist had reached great completion. The 7 kills blade had reached great completion, and the ice breath technique had reached great completion. GG. At that moment, a little snow monkey suddenly appeared on the ice surface, happily sliding around. When it reached the center of the ice, it suddenly stopped, its body visibly shooting up to 9 feet tall. Then it punched down onto the ice surface. Bang! With a loud noise, the entire ice surface cracked like a spider web. Sister Lingwe, Pingyan's monkey demon technique is almost at small success, right? Su Taiping turned to smile at the spirit shadow of the fairy Lingwe beside him. Your comprehension is too poor. It took 2 years to reach small success. If it weren't for you feeding it the Dragon Gall liquor, it would probably take several more years. The fairy Lingyue sighed in dissatisfaction. However, Taiping, are you sure you want to break through to the Wangu's realm before the selection? You need to know that if the breakthrough fails, you will suffer severe energy loss. She said, looking at Su Taiping with concern. I'm not afraid. Su Taiping shook his head resolutely. The pills have already been refined. And the magic circle you taught me is set up outside the courtyard. With the Zhongwan ring, I won't be afraid even if the external heavenly demons come. The fairy Lingyue looked at the young man before her, who had already grown taller than 7 feet, with distinct facial features and a handsome appearance, exuding a heroic aura. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. When I first met him, he was still a naive young boy, and now he has grown into an adult. You forgot one thing, she said with a smile at Su Taiping. Forgot one thing? Su Taiping felt a little nervous. In order to successfully establish his foundation and break through to the Wangu's realm, he had spent a full year preparing. And just the materials for the foundation establishment pills had cost him most of his accumulated merit coins. Now hearing that he had forgotten something made him anxious. You forgot about your sister. The fairy Lingyue gave Su Taiping a sidelong glance. Su Taiping was taken aback by her words, then beamed with a bright smile and sincerely corrected himself. Sister Lingyue is like family to me. How could I compare her to these things? Hearing this, the fairy Lingyue couldn't help but feel warmth in her heart. At least you have a bit of conscience, she said, playfully patting Su Taiping's head from a distance. Then confidently added, you can break through without worry. Even without those things, your sister can block the external heavenly demons for you. However, just the night before Su Taiping was about to break through, an unexpected event disrupted his plans. That night, the wind and rain were heavy. Bang! Just as Su Taiping was about to close the doors and windows to prepare for his breakthrough, a loud crash came from the entrance of the courtyard. It's the aura of the spirit bird Baiyu. The spirit of the fairy Lingyue emerged from the green gourd. How did Baiyu fall in front of my courtyard? Su Taiping frowned and quickly walked outside. Over the past 2 years, Baiyu had often brought him things, and their relationship had grown increasingly close, making them good friends. Creak. When the courtyard door opened, Su Taiping indeed saw the giant Baiyu lying in the muddy rain, covered in injuries. Baiyu, what happened to you? Su Taiping rushed out from the courtyard. Don't come over. Just as he stepped forward, Baiyu suddenly raised its head and shouted at Su Taiping, signaling him not to approach. Don't come near me. If you get contaminated with my aura, you will also be hunted down by them. It weakly explained to Su Taiping. Them? Su Taiping retreated cautiously into the courtyard. What exactly happened? He asked again. The West Wind Pavilion teamed up with the Peacock King to slaughter my white-headed eagle clan. I don't know whether my mother is alive or dead. Only I escaped. Baiyu struggled to adjust its breathing and continued, Taiping. I came here to ask you to inform my father, the Peacock King, in order to occupy the blessed land of my white-headed eagle clan, Fenglai Valley. Set an ambush with the West Wind Pavilion's Lu Songshan, trapping my mother and then slaughtering the white-headed eagle clan. Please let him take revenge for me if he is still alive. After saying this, its head drooped weakly. As soon as Su Taiping heard these words, the confusion in his heart was immediately reduced by more than half. During this period, he had often heard Baiyu complain about the enmity between the Bald Eagle and the Peacock King clan. But he did not expect that Shifeng Pavilion would ultimately ally with the Peacock King clan. Su Taiping, don't come to save me, don't intervene. You are no match for the Peacock King. At this moment, Baiyu, whose head was still lying in the mud, once again reminded Su Taiping with great effort. To save or not to save? Su Taiping was caught in a dilemma. Just as he hesitated, a sudden chirp of a bird came from the sky. Even though it was pouring rain at that moment, the sound still echoed through the mountains and forests. Taiping, you can put Baiyu into my green gourd. The fairy Lingyue reminded Su Taiping at this time. Good. Su Taiping's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded, then unfastened the green gourd from his waist. If it weren't for the reminder from fairy Lingyue, he would have forgotten about this. After more than 2 years of nurturing, the space inside the green gourd had grown to about half the size of a courtyard, and it had also gained the ability to absorb some weaker or unable to resist demon beasts into the gourd. Absorb. Fairy Lingyue chanted a spell, and then a force of suction surged from the green gourd, pulling Baiyu into it. Rest assured, the green gourd can shield the aura of heaven and earth. Baiyu will be very safe inside. After saying this, Fairy Lingyue also dove into the gourd. The The Peacock King is about to arrive. Be careful. The fairy Lingwei in the gourd added. Su Taiping nodded, then stood up and returned to the courtyard, closing the courtyard door. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after, the door of Qingzhou residence was knocked on. Without a doubt, the one outside the door at this moment should be the Peacock King. Who? Su Taiping in the heavy rain did not rush to open the door, but asked instead. It is a death sentence for spirit birds to intrude into a cultivator's residence. So he was not afraid that the Peacock King would break in. Fellow inside, I am the Peacock King of Yunling, here to capture the treacherous demon. May I ask if you have seen a severely injured bald eagle? The Peacock King outside the door asked very politely. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping took a step forward and opened the courtyard door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a green peacock standing at the entrance. Much taller than the door, with a pair of cold eyes staring intently at him. However, compared to those cold eyes and its towering body, the overwhelming pressure it emanated was what truly shocked Su Taiping. Just standing in front of it felt as if he were being pressed down by a stone weighing thousands of pounds, making him very uncomfortable. Just now, indeed. A bald eagle fell from the sky when it passed by here. After adjusting his breathing secretly, Su Taiping calmly pointed to the dent in the ground that Baiyu had just created, then continued, but it soon got up and flew away by itself. No one else knew about his familiarity with Baiyu, so he was not afraid of the green peacock seeing through his lie. The green peacock quietly met Su Taiping's gaze, then looked around, sniffed a bit, as if confirming that there was indeed no trace of the bald eagle in the courtyard, and then nodded, saying, "Sorry for the disturbance." After confirming that there was no trace of the bald eagle in the courtyard, seemingly unwilling to waste time, it flapped its wings and soared into the storm. When the Peacock King took to the air, Su Taiping observed closely and discovered that this peacock, like human cultivators, could use its internal spiritual power to repel raindrops. Sister Lingwei, what level of cultivation do spirit birds that can use spiritual power like cultivators typically have? Watching the figure of the Peacock King fly away, he silently asked Fairy Lingwei in his heart. This requires talent. Even spirit birds at the Demon King level may not be able to do this. Bai Hong, whom you are familiar with, might be able to achieve it. Fairy Lingwei said with an unusually serious tone. This peacock, unless necessary, you'd best not provoke. She added. I understand. Su Taiping nodded. By the way, Sister Lingwei, how is Baiyu's injury? He then asked. I need a cup of dragon gallbladder wine. Fairy Lingwei said. Good. Su Taiping nodded without hesitation. In fact, he hadn't drunk much in the past 2 years, only about 3 jars a year. According to Fairy Lingwei, the time to truly use dragon gallbladder wine would be during the Tongxin period, so he still had a lot left. Of course, even if it were just 1 jar, he would not hesitate to take it out since Baiyu was his only friend on this mountain. The next day, in the backyard of Qingzhou residence. I am actually still alive? Baiyu in the courtyard looked curiously at Su Taiping, who was practicing boxing. Su Taiping, did you do something? It then asked again. Can your body be a bit smaller? After finishing a set of Qingniu fist, Su Taiping put away his stance and turned to look at Baiyu in the courtyard. Baiyu nodded, and then a flash of gray light enveloped its body, instantly shrinking to the size of a sparrow. You brought me back, and the Peacock King didn't he find out? Baiyu jumped onto the stone table and continued to ask. I have a gourd that can store spirit beasts. Su Taiping patted the green gourd at his waist. He naturally would not tell Baiyu about Fairy Lingwei's existence, but there was no problem with mentioning the gourd, as everyone has a few life-saving treasures, right? Could it be a demon refining gourd? Baiyu's eyes widened in surprise and retreated a few steps in vigilance. In fact, it was not wrong to say that, because according to Fairy Lingwei, this green gourd could indeed store spirit beasts and spirit birds at the current stage. So it could be called a demon refining gourd without any problem. But the difference is that a demon refining gourd is used to refine demons. While this green gourd can nurture demons, the two are fundamentally different. If this were a demon refining gourd, you would have already turned into a puddle of blood inside the gourd. How could you still be chattering like this now? Su Taiping shook his head. That makes sense. Baiyu nodded and relaxed its expression. This is my secret. You must not tell anyone else. Su Taiping then reminded Baiyu. Am I the kind of person? Baiyu restored its rebellious demeanor. Chirp. Just then, the little monkey pinged and happily jumped onto the table with a large plate of meat. Baiyu eat it. I cooked it. The little monkey picked up a piece of meat and pushed the plate towards Baiyu while eating. Over the past 2 years, it had also become very familiar with Baiyu, and being both spirit beasts, they were very close to each other. Although Baiyu was not in the mood to eat, It did not want to refuse the little monkey's kindness and still grabbed a piece and swallowed it. Bai Yu, what exactly happened in Fenglai Valley last night? Su Taiping then sat down at the table, took a piece of meat, and curiously asked Bai Yu. Although he had saved Bai Yu, he still needed to understand the current situation. Otherwise, it would not be good for him or Bai Yu. Chapter 62 Fengyu Bell. Shifeng Pavilion notifies all cultivators. And last night, Bai Yu only mentioned a rough outline, which made him not fully understand what happened until now. And the Fenglai Valley it mentioned was the territory allocated to the Bald Eagle clan by the Qingxian sect. Shifeng Pavilion took advantage of a bald eagle defecting from the Qingxian sect to falsely accuse the Bald Eagle clan of colluding with the demon cult, gathering all forces to besiege Fenglai Valley. If it were only that, my mother's cultivation level could still lead the entire clan to escape. But who would have known that the Peacock King, who has always been at odds with us, would take the opportunity to sneak attack my mother, causing our clan to collapse, and my mother was captured by them, her life or death unknown. Bai Yu said with a somewhat heavy tone. If it weren't for my father going to the Northern Territory with Uncle Gio, these people wouldn't dare to be so reckless. It added angrily. Does the sect leader, an elder Hiling, not care about this matter? Su Taiping asked in confusion. Sect leader? Humph. He has long been wary of our white-headed eagle clan's power, and this matter last night was likely instigated by him personally. Over the years, he has relied on sowing discord among the demon clans to weaken the balance of power among the demons below the mountain. As for the Black Dragon Elder, he is merely the gatekeeper for the sect leader. Bai Yu snorted coldly. As for this matter, Su Taiping honestly didn't know how to evaluate it. After all, he was still a human and couldn't empathize with the demon's perspective. Moreover, he had seen many tragic incidents in the sect's records, where monks had tragically died due to spirit beast rebellions. All cultivators of the Western Mountain, heed the decree. All cultivators of the Western Mountain, heed the decree. All cultivators of the Western Mountain, heed the decree. At that moment, 3 consecutive voices rang out in the air above Qingzhou residence, like the sound of a grand bell. It seemed to be the voice of the master of the West Wind Pavilion. Su Taiping immediately recognized that this voice must be from Lu Songshan, the master of the West Wind Pavilion. They actually used the mountain's protective artifact, the Wind Language Great Bell, which likely meant that what he was about to say was related to last night's incident. Hearing this voice, Bai Yu jumped onto Su Taiping's shoulder, his eyes becoming vigilant. Su Taiping had also seen the introduction of the Wind Language Great Bell in the transmission jade slip. It was not only the protective spirit artifact of the West Wind Pavilion, but also a treasure used to communicate with cultivators within 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Last night, the White-Headed Eagle clan in Wind-Coming Valley had rebelled, and the West Wind Pavilion had joined forces with the Peacock King of Yunling to repel the rebellious demons and quell the uprising. As Bai Yu had suspected, Lu Songshan's decree through the Great Bell was indeed related to last night's rebellion. These bastards, they clearly attacked my Wind-Coming Valley for no reason, and now they are turning around to accuse my White-Headed Eagle clan of rebellion. It's simply shameless. Bai Yu was furious, almost revealing his true form to soar up and demand an explanation from the people of the West Wind Pavilion. Fortunately, Su Taiping held him down. Don't be so quick to anger. Let's see what else he has to say, Su Taiping said. All right. Bai Yu nodded, suppressing his impulse. Although most of the rebellious demons had already faced justice, there were still many who had escaped. If you encounter any of them in the mountains, those who kill them will be rewarded with 1,000 merits, and those who report the news will receive 10 merit coins. Lu Songshan's voice echoed again in the mountains. They want to wipe out my White-Headed Eagle clan completely. Hearing this, Bai Yu said angrily again, not to mention the 1,000 merit coins for the killers. Even the 10 merit coins for the informants are a significant amount for cultivators from outside the mountains. It's easy to imagine that the scattered cultivators in the mountains would go on a mad hunt for the white-headed eagles that escaped. Su Taiping, if you also covet those merit coins, you can take me to the West Wind Pavilion. With my mother dead, living has no meaning for me anyway. Bai Yu said in a somewhat despondent tone. If you really don't want to live, you can go by yourself. I won't betray my friends for a few merit coins. Su Taiping said, looking at Bai Yu with some displeasure. He couldn't evaluate the sect leader's excuse to weaken the demon clan. But since Bai Yu was his friend and hadn't done anything heinous, he naturally stood by Bai Yu's side at this time. Hearing this, Bai Yu felt warmth in his heart, and his previously despondent eyes brightened considerably. From now on, Wind-Coming Valley will be managed by the Peacock clan of Yunling. And the transportation of goods in the Western Mountain will also be jointly overseen by the Peacock King and the West Wind Pavilion. Perhaps due to the need to activate the treasure, there was a slight pause between Lu Songshan's words. I see now, one of you is eyeing my wind-coming valley, and the other is eyeing the profits from the goods in the mountains. No wonder you hit it off. Bai Yu sneered repeatedly. Lu Songshan's words undoubtedly revealed their true intentions. Lastly, we will display the white-headed eagle Queen Night Sparrow in Wind-Coming Valley for 7 days, and after 7 days, she will be publicly executed as a warning to others. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu stood frozen in place. My mother isn't dead. He was first shocked, and then overjoyed, and then impulsively soared into the air, saying, I want to go save my mother. However, before he could fly far, he was pulled back by Su Taiping holding the green gourd. Su Taiping, why are you stopping me again? Bai Yu shouted from inside the gourd. You can't even break free from my gourd. How can you go save your mother? Su Taiping looked at Bai Yu, who was jumping around inside the gourd. The power of his gourd was currently not strong. Ordinary wild beasts could break free from it, and he could pull Bai Yu back only because he was too weak at the moment. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu immediately drooped his head, sitting limply in the gourd like a deflated ball. But I can't just watch them kill my mother, can I? Bai Yu suddenly raised his head, looking at Su Taiping through the gourd's opening. The usually unruly Bai Yu appeared very helpless at this moment. Seeing Bai Yu's expression, Su Taiping fell silent as well. Su Taiping, is there any way for me to see my mother? I know it's as difficult as reaching the heavens to save her. So I just want to see her once. Bai Yu suddenly pleaded with Su Taiping. As long as you can let me see her once, I am willing to form a soul contract with you, serving you for 100 years. He added resolutely. Chapter 63, Breaking Hope in the Dark. Chu Lingyue battles the celestial demon, a spirit beast with strength equivalent to a Wanyu realm cultivator. Forming a soul contract is naturally tempting. However, Taiping was not the kind of person who would forget his principles for immediate benefits. What truly began to sway him was Bai Yu's determination to forsake his freedom just to see his mother. He couldn't bear to trample on that resolve. I'll think of a way. Finally, Su Taiping nodded. That night, deep into the night, Sister Lingyue, should I be a bit more hard-hearted? In his bedroom, under a flickering candlelight, Su Taiping asked the fairy Lingyue in front of him with a hint of self-mockery. Taiping, having compassion is not a bad thing. Otherwise, how are you different from demons? Just remember, when you show compassion to others, you must never do anything against your true heart. If you feel that helping Bai Yu see her mother does not go against your true heart, then go ahead and do it boldly. We cultivators seek to survive on the path of the Great Way, not to survive by stealth. This cultivation is like sailing in a vast sea at night. That heart of true self is the bright moon and stars in the sky. If you lose it, you will surely get lost in the vast ocean. Lingyue said while sitting beside Su Taiping, guiding him gently. Upon hearing this, the once slightly confused Su Taiping's eyes suddenly cleared. To seek survival, not to steal life. To forsake the true heart is to forsake everything. He murmured to himself, looking enlightened. Taiping, in my lifetime, I have encountered many cultivators. Some have become powerful enough to peek into the secrets of heaven. But even so, even when they foresee the dangers ahead and see death near, they still will not choose to abandon their Tao heart. Instead, they wield their swords, clench their fists, and face mountains and demons head-on. The reason they do this is that they understand that once they choose to abandon their Tao heart, their cultivation path will come to an end. Living in a furtive manner, what good is it if you live 1,000 years? The heavenly way still treats you as straw dogs. Only by embracing death can we cultivators find our only way out on the long path of cultivation. Lingyue suddenly cupped Su Taiping's face, speaking very seriously. I understand now. Sister Lingyue. Su Taiping's eyes regained their determination. Of course, if you agree to help Bai Yu kill that Peacock King for revenge, then just consider what I said as if it was never said. Lingyue added with a smile. Killing the Peacock King and helping Bai Yu see her mother for the last time are not on the same level of difficulty. Sister Lingyue, I'm not an idiot. How could I do something that would lead to my own death? Su Taiping certainly understood what Lingyue meant. All right, let's start preparing to break through the Wanyu realm. If I can't break through tonight, I still won't let you take any risks. The expression of Fairy Lingyue became serious again. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. The reason he responded to Bai Yu with "let me think of a way" instead of agreeing outright was that he was waiting to see if he could successfully establish his foundation and break through the Wanyu realm tonight. If successful, he believed that in a situation where the enemy is clear and he is hidden, he would at least have a chance to escape in front of the Peacock King. Fairy Linghua thought the same way. Little Taiping. That kind of longevity cultivated by sitting in the cave for 1,000 years is the most fragile for such a person. The day of ascension is the day of death. Moreover, this Qingxian sect, as well as this world, is just a corner of the vast cultivation realm. And the road ahead is still long. Fairy Linghua looked at Su Taiping, who was sitting quietly with his eyes closed, and murmured to herself. She previously didn't want Su Taiping to take risks because he hadn't even reached the opening realm. But now he was already a cultivator on the verge of the Wanyu realm, and she had to make him aware of the dangers ahead. Boom. After taking the Foundation Establishment pill, Su Taiping's aura suddenly surged, and he was enveloped by swirling green energy, exuding an invisible might. Then his soul sensed that the true Qi cluster floating like clouds and mist in his dantian began to gradually condense into raindrops. Moments later, he saw heavy rain pouring down in his dantian, and eventually, the rain gathered into streams, the streams converging into rivers, making his originally dry dantian appear intertwined with waterways. This was precisely the process described in the residual sunset technique, accumulating rain into streams, merging streams into rivers, and gathering rivers into seas, ultimately shaping the Sea of Qi. The difficulty of this step lies in the fact that once the spiritual rain above is interrupted, the rivers gathered in the dantian will quickly evaporate and turn back into scattered true Qi, leading to failure in establishing the foundation. Time passed minute by minute, and the spiritual energy gathering around Su Taiping became denser, even enveloping the entire courtyard in rich spiritual energy. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. However, Fairy Linghua did not relax in the slightest. In her view, with that Foundation Establishment pill and Su Taiping's tenacious confidence, breaking through the foundation was only a matter of time. Even if it didn't work this time, it would definitely succeed next time. What really worried Fairy Linghua was only the extraterrestrial demons. Failure to establish a foundation could be attempted again, but once the soul was devoured by the extraterrestrial demons, everything would truly be lost. Boom. At that moment, the spiritual energy around Su Taiping suddenly exploded, his clothes shattered, and foul energy began to surge from his pores, with multicolored radiance flowing on his skin. It was the final step. At this moment, Fairy Linghua did not feel relaxed. Instead, she became increasingly tense because she knew that if the extraterrestrial demons were to appear, it would definitely be at this moment. Whoosh! Just as she predicted. A bone-chilling cold wind blew through the gap in the window, followed by a violent wind that slammed the window with a loud bang. But the next moment, the world suddenly fell silent, and a completely black arm, exuding a chilling aura, reached through the window. Wherever the arm passed, whether it was the window or the wall, a layer of ice crystals began to form. At that moment, Fairy Linghua formed a seal with her hands and shouted, "Divine might, break the golden armor." Yellow turban holding the iron whip. Red robe covers the body, green boots. The wind carries tiger-like eyes. Waist-bound with a dragon rope. Ordered by the three pure ones to chase away evil spirits. Bind quickly and present what does not submit. My command cuts like dust. Urgently as the law commands. As soon as her words fell, the formation she had set up around the area lit up. And then a golden-armored warrior phantom appeared in front of her out of thin air. Roar! The golden-armored warrior shouted like thunder, wielding a whip in one hand and a knife in the other, striking at the arm of the extraterrestrial demon. Bang! With a sound of explosive energy, the window shattered, and the figure of the extraterrestrial demon dissipated. Boom! But the next moment, a shadow, swift as lightning, surged in through the window, and a bony hand emerged from the shadow, tearing apart the phantom of the golden-armored warrior. Bang! The exorcism formation set outside was destroyed, and after crushing the golden-armored warrior, the bony hand directly reached for Fairy Linghua. Clearly, it had sensed her presence. It was even stronger than last time. Fairy Linghua snorted coldly, remaining calm and collected, began to mobilize the power of her soul, preparing to repel the extraterrestrial demon with a single blow like last time. My soul is no longer as weak as last time. This time, I will definitely destroy you completely. As she said this, she raised a finger to point at the extraterrestrial demon. Just then, a screech of a spiritual bird suddenly rang out, followed by a blue light transforming into a massive fierce bird that swooped down in front of the skeletal arm of the extraterrestrial demon. Boom! The fierce bird ripped apart the huge skeletal arm with a single claw and then swallowed it whole. Fairy Linghua was stunned. after devouring the arm of the extraterrestrial demon. The fierce bird flashed and transformed into a small blue sparrow, circling once above Su Taiping's head before flying back into the Zhongwan ring in Su Taiping's hand. Could it be that the one who just devoured an arm of the extraterrestrial demon was the soul of the ancient fierce beast Zhongwan? Watching this scene, an astonishing thought flashed through Fairy Lingyue's mind. No wonder it is the Earth Store fruit. It can even resurrect such a terrifying existence. Looking at the Zhongwan ring in Su Taiping's hand, Fairy Lingyue, still filled with shock, murmured to herself. Although the Earth Store fruit belonged to Fairy Lingyue, she had not had the chance to plant it before encountering disaster and dying, so she had never truly witnessed the power of the Earth Store fruit. The Earth Store fruit must have sensed the potential danger on Taiping, which is why it nurtured the Zhongwan ring. Now it seemed she was a bit envious of this kid. Fairy Lingyue smiled bitterly. However, she thought again that without Su Taiping's diligent cultivation and his repeated adventures, the Earth Store fruit would not have had the nutrients to nurture the Zhongwan ring. So, in a sense, the Zhongwan ring was a reward from the Earth Store fruit for Su Taiping's hard work in cultivation and treasure-seeking adventures. However, according to the nature of the extraterrestrial demons, having lost an arm this time would surely lead to even more severe retaliation next time. Whether the Zhongwan ring given by the Earth Store fruit would be a blessing or a curse for Taiping remained to be seen. Fairy Lingyue murmured with some worry and then dove into the green gourd. At this moment, Su Taiping, having successfully established his foundation, entered a very mysterious state. Now, he could clearly perceive the direction of the true essence in every meridian in his body with his soul, and he could distinctly sense that his bones were being strengthened, and his meridians were being widened, making him feel as if he had been reborn. What delighted him the most was the vast sea of qi in his dantian. With this sea of qi, not only would his true qi transform into pure true essence, but he would also be able to regenerate true essence on his own, automatically recovering the consumed true essence without needing to cultivate. Of course, the most important thing was that he could cast spells without relying on gathering qi pills. For instance, the power of the ice breath technique could increase by at least 30%. 5 days later, evening, on the rugged mountain road to Wind-Coming Valley, Su Taiping, masked and dressed in night clothes, was moving swiftly through the forest. I didn't expect you to break through the Wanyu realm in such a short time. Baiyu transformed into a sparrow and landed on Su Taiping's shoulder. If I hadn't been able to break through, I wouldn't have dared to promise you. Su Taiping replied. As he spoke, he leaped over a ditch. Don't worry, Su Taiping. I'm just going to see my mother. I won't hold you back. Baiyu assured Su Taiping. Su Taiping nodded. However, deep down, he was already prepared for the worst, which was to face the pursuit of the Peacock King directly. Apart from this route, there is also a secret path in Windy Valley that leads directly to Star Observation Cliff. After seeing my mother, you and I will enter the secret path directly and destroy the door of the secret path. By then, even if the Peacock King discovers it, he won't be able to catch up with us. Baiyu said. He had actually calculated this well and did not want Su Taiping to lose his life in vain. He was only afraid that the execution ground would be very far away, which was Su Taiping's only concern. It won't be too far. The only place in Windy Valley that can serve as a public execution ground is Danxia Flat. And below the cliff behind Danxia Flat is where the entrance of the secret path is located. Baiyu was very confident in his guess. Taiping, if possible, let me talk to my mother a little longer. He then quietly requested Su Taiping. Don't worry, as long as there is no danger to your life. I will try my best to buy you time. Su Taiping nodded. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say, which was that if possible, he wanted to try to rescue Baiyu's mother. Of course, he would not guarantee Baiyu anything that he was not sure he could accomplish. Baiyu, come in. Although this route is safe, your aura could still be discovered by the Peacock King. Su Taiping patted the green gourd at his waist. Okay. Without saying a word, Baiyu squeezed into the green gourd. Half an hour later, Star Observation Cliff. Su Taiping looked down from the top of the cliff under the moonlight and indeed saw a white-headed eagle chained with thick chains on Danxia Flat below. This white-headed eagle was enormous, almost occupying 1/3 of Danxia Flat. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be Baiyu's mother. These bastards. How could they treat my mother like this? Baiyu, who had poked his head out of the gourd, saw this and his eyes were about to burst with rage. Trembling all over, Baiyu, calm down. Su Taiping covered the gourd and then used his spiritual sense to communicate with Baiyu inside the gourd. Is the secret path you mentioned right below Star Observation Cliff? Everything inside the gourd can communicate with him through spiritual thought. That's right. When the time comes, you just need to jump down from here, and you will naturally reach the entrance of the secret path. Bai Yu replied. Good. Su Taiping nodded secretly, then looked down at Danxia Flat and continued to communicate with Bai Yu. You stay well inside the gourd, and when I reach your mother, I will let you out. After saying this, he took out the shadow grass he had snatched from Mystery Mountain and infused it with a strand of true essence. In an instant, Su Taiping's figure merged with the surrounding rocks. Immediately, he leaped down, lightly climbing the protruding rocks of the cliff, quickly descending towards Danxia Flat. Chapter 65. Danxia Flat. A parent's heart in distress on Danxia Flat. The moon was bright, and the world was silent. Did you just hear footsteps? A peacock demon guard looked alertly in the direction of the chained white-headed eagle. What footsteps? It must be the wind. The other peacock demon shook his head dismissively. I must have misheard. After carefully confirming that there were no outsiders on Danxia Flat, the peacock demon who first thought he heard footsteps nodded and continued to patrol Danxia Flat with the other peacock demon. Seeing this, Su Taiping, who was hiding under the wings of the white-headed eagle, let out a sigh of relief. Young man, who are you, and why are you taking risks to come here? A gentle voice entered Su Taiping's mind. Clearly, the speaker was the white-headed eagle beside him, who was bound by demon-binding ropes. She was Bai Yu's mother. When Su Taiping landed, Bai Yu's mother had already noticed him, and, when the peacock demon guards were alerted, immediately covered him with her wings. Aunt Night Sparrow, I am Su Taiping from Qingzhou Residence. Uncle Bai Hong must have mentioned me before. Su Taiping communicated with Night Sparrow. This method of close-range spiritual thought communication was very simple. Fairy Lingyue had taught him long ago. You are the child mentioned by Bai Hong. Night Sparrow's voice was very surprised. Clearly, she knew Su Taiping. Child, hurry and leave. The Peacock King will patrol every hour. I have 9 soul-locking nails driven into my body, and my demon power is almost completely sealed. I am also bound with 2 demon-binding ropes. You cannot save me. She communicated with Su Taiping in a somewhat urgent tone. Hearing this, Su Taiping's heart warmed, thinking to himself, Aunt Night Sparrow is just as kind as Uncle Bai Hong. He felt that his decision tonight was not wrong. Aunt Night Sparrow, I brought Bai Yu to see you. As Su Taiping spoke, he opened the gourd lid. Bai Yu? Night Sparrow's voice echoed in Su Taiping's mind, filled with shock. Immediately, Bai Yu, transformed into a lark, landed on Su Taiping's shoulder. Mother. Bai Yu did not avoid Su Taiping when communicating with Night Sparrow. Child, you are still alive? Night Sparrow's voice was full of joy and disbelief. Mother, it was Taiping who saved me. This time, I also begged him to bring me to see you. Bai Yu communicated. You fool. It would have been enough for you to come alone. Why did you involve Taiping? Don't you know that the Peacock King is displaying me publicly for 7 days to lure out the remnants of the white-headed eagle clan? Night Sparrow's tone suddenly changed from tenderness to reprimand and blame. But mother, how could I not come to see you? Bai Yu's tone was full of grievance. Aunt Night Sparrow, Bai Yu and I have already discussed a way to retreat. Even if we are discovered, we can still escape unharmed. Su Taiping explained while pulling Bai Yu to hide in Night Sparrow's feathers. I'm sorry for involving you, Taiping. Night Sparrow's tone returned to one of affection. Aunt Night Sparrow, you and Bai Yu can talk slowly. I will keep an eye on the guards. Su Taiping shook his head and communicated. Then I will trouble you. Night Sparrow's voice was filled with gratitude. After that, Su Taiping did not listen to the conversation between Night Sparrow and Bai Yu, but turned his gaze to the patrolling guards, carefully observing the movements around him. Sister Lingyue, is there a way to save Bai Yu's mother? Su Taiping asked Fairy Lingyue in his heart. If we can't pull out the soul-locking nails or untie the demon-binding ropes, we can't take her away at all. And if there's too much commotion here, it will definitely attract the Peacock King. Fairy Lingyue expressed her helplessness. Hearing that even Fairy Lingyue said this, Su Taiping could only give up the thought of rescuing Night Sparrow. Taiping. After a cup of tea's time, Night Sparrow's gentle voice rang in Su Taiping's mind again. What's wrong, Aunt Night Sparrow? Su Taiping asked through thought. This time, it seems we cannot escape. So I want to transfer all of my original demon blood and demon core to Bai Yu. This will take at least half a stick of incense. And I calculated that I should be able to complete it before the Peacock King comes to patrol. Can you wait for us for half a stick of incense? Night Sparrow asked Su Taiping somewhat apologetically. No problem. Su Taiping thought for a moment and nodded in his heart. Sigh. At this moment, Fairy Lingyue suddenly let out a long sigh. What's wrong, Sister Lingyue? Su Taiping asked in confusion. For demon clans, forcing out their original demon blood and life demon core is a more painful experience than killing them, Fairy Linghua explained. Hearing this, Su Taiping glanced at Baiyu and indeed found that she seemed to be refusing. However, Baiyu ultimately couldn't go against Night Sparrow and was swallowed by her. Following that, Su Taiping saw Night Sparrow's body trembling continuously, and the pores beneath her feathers were bleeding profusely. This is a way for demon bloodline inheritance, allowing demon beasts of the same bloodline to enter their body, absorb their original demon blood, and swallow their demon core. Seeing Su Taiping's confusion, Linghua Fairy explained. No wonder Baiyu is unwilling to listen to my words, and Su Taiping couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Haha, Baiyu. This king anticipated your arrival long ago. Want to inherit the demon blood? Dream on. You and your son will become my clan's blood food. Just as a cup of tea passed, a piercing cackle and an overwhelming pressure suddenly filled the air above Don Xiaoping. Is that the Peacock King? Su Taiping immediately recognized the aura of the Peacock King and became alert. How hateful. It was just a little bit short. Upon hearing this voice, the white-headed Eagle King, Ye Kai, sighed painfully and resolutely said to Su Taiping, Taiping, you take Baiyu and go. I will crush the demon pill and fight it to the death. Chapter 66. Battle with the Sparrow King. Chu Linghua possesses Su Taiping, although Ye Kai spoke with utmost determination. Su Taiping could still hear her deep unwillingness in her tone when she realized she couldn't pass the demon blood to Baiyu. Su Taiping felt equally reluctant. He wanted to help Ye Kai fulfill this wish, but the terrifying aura emanating from the Peacock King above made his rationality overcome his emotions. All right, Taiping. Just as Su Taiping was about to agree, Linghua Fairy suddenly stopped him. What's wrong, Sister Linghua? Su Taiping asked inwardly, puzzled. You let that mother and son continue. I will think of a way to hold off that Peacock King for a while. If I can kill it, that would be even better. Linghua Fairy replied with a hint of killing intent in her tone. Originally, she did not intend to take action, but Ye Kai's act of feeding her child with blood deeply moved her. Sister Linghua, do you really have a way? Su Taiping confirmed with Linghua Fairy. He trusted her. But it was better to be cautious when it came to matters of life and death. Killing that Peacock King is a bit difficult, but holding it off for a while is still not a problem, Linghua Fairy said confidently. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping no longer hesitated and immediately communicated with Ye Kai. Aunt Ye Kai, I have a way to hold off that Peacock King. You and Baiyu continue the demon blood inheritance. But, trust me, Ye Kai was still hesitant. But Su Taiping had already stepped out and flew away from under her wings. This child, seeing Su Taiping rush out recklessly, Ye Kai had no choice but to choose to trust him. Which madman dares to rob prisoners? Come and die? A group of Peacock Demon Guards also noticed Su Taiping at this moment. Without waiting for the Peacock King in the air to descend, they flapped their wings and extended their claws, all pouncing towards Su Taiping. Whoosh! Su Taiping used the Wind Shadow Step to dodge an attacking Peacock Demon and then asked Linghua Fairy in his heart, Sister Linghua, what do you plan to do? While speaking, he drew the long knife from his waist, and with a blade wrapped in knife light, he struck fiercely at a peacock that was lunging at him. Bang! The Peacock Demon was directly knocked back by the strike. After breaking through the Wangyu realm, these ordinary demons were no match for Su Taiping. You first entangle with these Peacock Demon Guards. When the Peacock King descends, lend your body to me, and I will control this body to fight the Peacock King. Linghua Fairy explained to Su Taiping. Okay. Su Taiping, though somewhat doubtful about whether this could be done, nodded firmly, deciding to trust Linghua Fairy. As he spoke, he punched a Peacock Demon. Being cautious, he refrained from using the specific techniques of the Green Bull Fist for fear of being recognized. However, even so, the power of this punch was still considerable, causing the Peacock Demon's head to tilt dangerously close to unconsciousness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a Peacock Demon, glowing with a green light, suddenly flapped its wings, transforming its feathers into sharp swords that rained down on Su Taiping. Clang! Su Taiping unhesitatingly activated a Golden Bell talisman to block this attack. However, after blocking it, the talisman shattered, indicating the power of that peacock strike. Whoosh! Just as the Golden Bell talisman shattered, Su Taiping had already taken down his bow and arrow, accurately hitting the wing of that Peacock Demon with an arrow wrapped in true essence. The Peacock Demon let out a cry and then fell to the ground with a bang. The power of the piercing yang arrow had been brought to its peak by him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Next, while running around the arena, He quickly shot 3 arrows in succession, each hitting the heads of the peacock demons, taking down 3 more. Chirp! At that moment, several other peacock demons seized the opportunity to pounce on him. Clang! Su Taiping remained calm, seizing the opportunity to leap up with his long knife, infusing his true essence into the blade, and slash down at the neck of the nearest peacock demon. Swish! The head of that peacock demon was directly severed by Su Taiping. You dare! Seeing Su Taiping continuously slay his kin, the Peacock King in the air shouted angrily, then shook its wings and shot down toward Dong Xiaoping like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! A pair of claws suddenly reached for Su Taiping. Faced with this scene, Su Taiping not only did not dodge, but also raised 2 fingers and pointed forcefully at the claws of the Peacock King. This was the gesture of the Zhongyuan Ring's 2-finger mountain shatter. Boom! The moment the 2 fingers were pointed, a piercing sound of breaking air erupted, and a cyclone formed by countless fierce winds shot out from the Zhongyuan Ring, piercing straight toward the Peacock King. Bang! The Peacock King seemed to sense the danger and quickly retracted its claws. Its wings, shimmering with a greenish-bronze metallic luster, suddenly closed, shielding its entire body and blocking the 2 fingers of the Zhongyuan Ring. Boom! However, even so, its massive body was still pushed back by the force of the 2 fingers, gliding backward for more than 10 zhong before finally stopping. The Peacock King's wings were actually able to withstand the 2 fingers? Su Taiping was first stunned, then while using the Wind Shadow Step to evade an attacking peacock demon, he drew his bow and shot an arrow at another peacock demon that was about to pounce on him. There must be a spirit weapon. No wonder it dares to come alone to rob the law court. At this moment, the Peacock King shook its wings, stopping its gliding form, then dove down again, using one wing to shield its body while the other wing slashed towards Su Taiping like a massive blade. Taiping, hold your breath and concentrate. I will control your body. Just then, Lingyue Fairy, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in Su Taiping's mind. Su Taiping knew he could not be the opponent of the Peacock King, so he immediately put away his bow and arrow, disregarding the Peacock King's large wing slashing down, and began to hold his breath and concentrate as instructed by Lingyue Fairy. Boom! Just then, the Peacock King's wings struck down from the air, cutting deep and long into the granite ground of Dong Xiaoping. However, what surprised the Peacock King was that this strike, which it thought would surely hit, was actually dodged by the person on Dong Xiaoping, rumbling. Moreover, not only did he dodge, but he also used a very strange body technique, seemingly walking on air, stepping on the fierce wind, and appearing right in front of it, throwing a punch. Bang! Su Taiping, possessed by Lingyue Fairy, with what seemed like an ordinary punch, made the Peacock King let out a cry of pain, its body rolling in the air. Seeing this scene, Su Taiping was filled with shock, thinking to himself, my punch has this kind of power? Chapter 67, 1,000-Layer Strength. Lingyue Fairy displays her divine power. Clang. Before Su Taiping could regain his composure, Lingyue Fairy controlled his body and suddenly drew the sword from its sheath. A blade struck down towards the Peacock King, who had yet to stabilize its form. Boom! Compared to the previous punch, this blade's momentum was even more terrifying, with a long blade shadow formed by the gathered blade light, nearly 10 zhong long. This 10 zhong long blade shadow directly slashed onto the Peacock King's body. Bang! This time, the Peacock King still protected its body with its wings, but the immense force from the long blade knocked it straight down. Ultimately, its massive body crashed heavily onto the Danxiao plain. The same blade, the same body, the same true essence, yet merely by changing the method of application, its power could be so immense? Su Taiping felt that his brain was struggling to comprehend this. Little Taiping, don't just stand there in a daze. Feel the timing of my blade and the way the true essence operates. Although this isn't a renowned sword technique, it is the insight I gained after nearly 10,000 battles. The voice of Spirit Moon Fairy echoed once again in Su Taiping's mind. Su Taiping solemnly responded in his heart, then began to focus his mind, carefully comprehending the battle style of Spirit Moon Fairy. In the midst of this conversation, Spirit Moon Fairy had already controlled Su Taiping's body to strike another blow at the Peacock King below. Bang! The Peacock King, who had just stabilized its form, quickly raised its wings to block. Although it managed to block, the feathers on its wings fell like fluttering petals, dropping many. Get away from me! Seeing this situation, the Peacock King grew anxious and immediately roared, then suddenly spun its body, turning its feathers into a rain of arrows, shooting towards Su Taiping with a piercing sound. Boom. Facing this attack, the wind shield cast by the Zhangwan ring around Su Taiping shattered almost instantly. However, Spirit Moon Fairy showed no sign of retreating. The long blade in her hand burst forth with dazzling blade light, instantly slicing out nearly 100 blades, almost cutting all the feathers that were shot at her. In the end, these 100 blades converged into one, as if it had never deviated from its course, and once again heavily struck down onto the Peacock King's wings. Bang! One must say, the Peacock King's wings were indeed harder than mysterious iron. Even such a ferocious blow could not cut through them. However, under this blow, the Peacock King was not unscathed. The feathers flying everywhere and the blood seeping from its wings were the best proof. Crack! Spirit Moon Fairy was about to swing her blade again, but the steel long blade in her hand shattered directly under the pressure. Seeing this, the Peacock King was overjoyed and struggled to rise. But just as it stood up, Spirit Moon Fairy discarded the broken blade and punched out, carrying a fierce gale. Bang! With a tremendous sound, the Peacock King's massive body suddenly trembled, and a cloud of blood mist erupted around it. Who are you? The Peacock King never imagined that the fist of someone with merely the cultivation of the Wangu realm could possess such terrifying power. Bang! In response, Spirit Moon Fairy unleashed another punch. This punch caused another explosion of blood mist from the Peacock King, and the surrounding peacock demons, who were ready to assist, were directly blown away by the shockwave generated by that punch. Sister Lingyue's punch clearly only used a little true essence, yet it could have such great force. Watching this scene, Su Taiping was filled with shock while beginning to carefully comprehend the way his true essence flowed within him, as well as the actions of Spirit Moon Fairy when she manipulated his body to punch. This is the 1,000-layer force. It seems like just one punch, but in reality, it rapidly converges the power of hundreds or thousands of punches into a single point, then explosively releases it in an instant. As if guessing the confusion in Su Taiping's heart, Spirit Moon Fairy spoke while once again pressing her fingertips against the Peacock King's wings, then suddenly clenched her fist and exerted force, heavily smashing down onto the Peacock King's wings. Bang! With a tremendous sound, the Peacock King once again erupted with a cloud of blood mist. The Peacock King let out another miserable scream. The fact that it could make a royal-level beast scream like this showed just how powerful Spirit Moon Fairy's punch was. And this time, Su Taiping finally saw that the fist controlled by Spirit Moon Fairy trembled slightly as it struck towards the Peacock King's wings. Obviously, this was Spirit Moon Fairy deliberately slowing down the speed to demonstrate for him. No matter who you are ultimately just a practitioner of the Wangu realm. The Peacock King suddenly roared in anger, and its lifeblood transformed into flames, seemingly resembling a phoenix bathed in fire. Boom! It suddenly raised its wings and forcefully slapped towards Su Taiping in front of it. Facing this strike from the Peacock King, Spirit Moon Fairy suddenly raised 2 fingers, forming a seal, and then shouted loudly, "Freeze for me." Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, a radiant symbol abruptly appeared above the Peacock King's head. Then, a semi-transparent golden hand descended from the sky, heavily slamming down onto the Peacock King's body, crashing down with a bang, pressing its fiery body firmly under the palm. This was the first time Spirit Moon Fairy used the technique. However, just this one time, the true essence that had originally been quite ample in Su Taiping's Dantian suddenly decreased by more than half. No wonder Sister Lingyue has always only used blades and fists. It turns out that my true essence cannot support the higher-level techniques she knows, Su Taiping thought bitterly in his heart. It was evident that if his cultivation were a bit higher, the Peacock King would likely have already perished. But even so, with a body of the Wangu realm, he was able to beat a Peacock Demon King to the point of being unable to fight back, showcasing the strength of Spirit Moon Fairy's martial skills. Taiping, this is a rare opportunity. This time, you try it. Spirit Moon Fairy suddenly relinquished control of Su Taiping's body. At this moment, she completely disregarded the Peacock King. Okay, Su Taiping readily agreed. Then, he recalled the feeling of Spirit Moon Fairy controlling his body to punch earlier, and similarly raised his palm close to the Peacock King's wings, before suddenly clenching his fist and exerting force. Bang! In the midst of the enormous collision sound, although the Peacock King's wings trembled violently, they did not suffer any substantial damage. Not bad. You managed to converge 3 punches into one right from the start. The technique of exerting force is learned, Spirit Moon Fairy said with satisfaction. It's really too difficult to converge 1,000 punches into one like you do, sister. Su Taiping shook his head. You really used some kind of evil technique to enhance your strength. Now that your power has weakened, let us see how long you can hold on. Noticing the weakened power of the punch just now, the Peacock King suddenly let out a mocking cold snort. Is that so? Spirit Moon Fairy sneered, then once again controlled Su Taiping's body to punch out. Bang! The force of the 1,000-layer force once again struck the Peacock King, causing it to erupt with another cloud of blood mist. The Peacock King let out another miserable scream. Chapter 68. The Teleportation Order. The Gift from Mother Baiyu. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, Spirit Moon Fairy no longer wasted words, delivering punch after punch onto the Peacock King, battering it to the brink of death. It was not that Spirit Moon Fairy had a tendency for cruelty, but rather that Su Taiping's body was truly too weak, and his true essence was too limited, making it impossible to support her in casting higher-level techniques. Therefore, she could only use the 1,000-layer force to gradually wear down the Peacock King like this. Who dares to offend my Qingxian? At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the horizon, and Su Taiping saw a gigantic dragon wrapped in lightning breaking through the sky from the west. Is this the true form of that black dragon elder? Su Taiping thought in astonishment. I've been waiting for you, little mudfish. The celestial maiden of Lingyue seemed to have anticipated that the black dragon elder would make a move. She curled her lip and let out a cold snort. Then, right before the distant black dragon elder, she struck the Peacock King with a punch. Arrogant, the black dragon elder roared, and then his body suddenly broke through the clouds, arriving above the Danxiao plain in the blink of an eye. He then opened his giant mouth and spat out a breath of dragon fire, resembling black flames, towards Su Taiping below. Boom! The dragon breath, like a pillar of fire, shot straight toward the ground. At this moment, the celestial maiden merely controlled Su Taiping's body to raise an arm, and then fiercely slashed 3 fingers toward the black dragon elder, splitting the sea. As her voice fell, a tremendous blade of air flew out from the Zhongyuan ring, resembling a long knife spanning the entire Fenglai Valley, fiercely meeting the dragon breath. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon breath spat out by the black dragon elder was directly annihilated by the 3-finger slash of the Zhongyuan ring. And the black dragon elder's body, after catching this blow with his claws, slid uncontrollably backward in the air for thousands of feet, with one of his hard claws being directly severed. Is this the true power of the Zhongyuan ring? Su Taiping was stunned. To fully unleash the power within a magical treasure, it requires not only sufficient true essence, but also the power of the soul. My divine essence is much stronger than yours, so the power is naturally greater. At this moment, the celestial maiden explained to Su Taiping while stepping on the gale and flying towards the star observation cliff. Is it just a bit greater? Su Taiping nodded and then smiled bitterly in his heart. The Zhongyuan ring in his hand and in the celestial maiden's hand were completely 2 different treasures. Ask how that mother and son are doing. Just now, that 3-finger slash could only hold back the black dragon elder for a moment. Your true essence is now exhausted, and you cannot withstand another blow from the black dragon elder, and my time possessing your body is almost up. The celestial maiden said to Su Taiping. All right, I'll ask. Su Taiping took back control of his body and landed in front of the night sparrow's body. However, when he landed, the night sparrow's head was still hanging on the ground, and there was no breath left in her body, while Baiyu stood motionless beside her head. Baiyu, we should go. Su Taiping called out to Baiyu. He could guess what had happened. Su Taiping. Baiyu suddenly turned her head. Her eyes filled with tears as she said, I no longer have a mother. Su Taiping's heart trembled. However, his gaze soon became incredibly determined as he grabbed Baiyu's hand and said to the celestial maiden, Sister, let's go. The celestial maiden then took control of Su Taiping's body once more, and with a flash, they disappeared from the Danxiao plain. Seal the mountain, seal the mountain. Seal it for me, don't let him escape. The black dragon elder's roar echoed throughout the Fenglai Valley. However, at this point, Su Taiping had already taken Baiyu into the secret passage. That night, the wind and rain were pouring. Countless spirit beasts and cultivators were dispatched, searching everywhere for the figure of the robber that night. Naturally, these people also found the Qingzhou residence. But Su Taiping had already changed his clothes and hidden the green gourd, leaving them with nothing to find. Creak. After sending away another batch of searching cultivators, Su Taiping closed the courtyard door and returned to his bedroom. Su Taiping, my mother asked me to give you something. In the green gourd, Bai Yu spoke to Su Taiping with a somewhat weak tone. What is it? Su Taiping opened the green gourd and let Bai Yu out. My mother said that your skills and the techniques you use do not seem like those of a cultivator from this continent. Perhaps this half of a teleportation token from another continent will be useful to you. Bai Yu walked out of the gourd with a fragment of a golden token in her mouth. A teleportation token? Su Taiping took the golden token with some confusion, discovering that it was engraved with strange characters and symbols that indeed did not seem to belong to this continent. Huh, it actually leads to the Yuyan continent? Just as Su Taiping was wondering about this, the voice of the celestial maiden suddenly echoed in his mind. What is a teleportation token? Su Taiping asked the celestial maiden in his heart. A teleportation token is a token that activates ancient teleportation arrays, allowing you to teleport to another cultivation continent in an instant. It is extremely precious for your cultivation world, the celestial maiden said with some excitement. What kind of place is the Yuyan continent? Su Taiping asked curiously. The Yuyan continent? I trained there when I was young. There is no distinction between the cultivation world and the secular world here. The people are fierce, and even those who cannot cultivate will practice martial arts. There are many evil spirits and monsters in the mountains, and some cannot be understood by common sense. The spiritual energy in this world is abundant. Even in the most ordinary countryside, it is 10 times more than your continent. In the cultivation world, there is much stronger than yours. Sects like the Qingxian sect would be considered insignificant over there. Although the Yuyan continent is extremely dangerous, it is also rich in heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And there are many ancient immortal family ruins buried in the mountains. Encountering them would be a great opportunity for cultivators seeking the path of longevity. It is indeed a good place for training. Just like my training there allowed my cultivation to advance a significant level. The celestial maiden reminisced with some emotion. I can't believe there is such a place in this world. Hearing this, Su Taiping couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. But soon, after taking a careful look at the teleportation token in his hand, he said with some regret, but this teleportation token is only half. It might be difficult to find the other half. You don't need to worry about this. The teleportation token itself is considered a magical treasure, and even if it is split into several pieces, there can still be a connection between them. I can teach you how to find it later. The celestial maiden said confidently. Hearing this, Su Taiping's heart was filled with joy, and he thanked the celestial maiden, then turned to Bai Yu and said, Bai Yu, I will accept this item. It is indeed useful to me. Bai Yu nodded with a downcast expression. At this moment, he was still immersed in the sorrow of losing his mother, having no mood to think about anything else, not even Su Taiping's ability to fight against the Peacock King. Seeing this scene, Su Taiping couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Having also lost loved ones early on, he empathized with Bai Yu's current feelings. I'm sorry I couldn't kill the Peacock King today, Su Taiping said with a hint of regret. Upon hearing the name Peacock King, Bai Yu's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened. No, I'm glad you didn't kill it. That way, I have the chance to take revenge for my mother and my clan. After saying this, his expression softened slightly, and then he raised his wings, holding up a drop of essence demon blood rich in spiritual power, placing it in front of Su Taiping and saying, Taiping, thanks to you this time, not only did I get to see my mother, but I also inherited her essence demon blood and demon core. You must accept this drop of essence demon blood. Su Taiping thought for a moment, not reaching for the drop of essence demon blood meant for the soul contract, but very solemnly asked Bai Yu, have you thought it through? I won't force you to form a soul contract with me. I've thought it through. If I can't make this promise, I will feel guilty to my mother's spirit in heaven. Bai Yu said firmly. Hearing this, Su Taiping no longer hesitated, nodded, and reached out to receive the drop of essence demon blood. From today onward, I, Bai Yu, willingly become Su Taiping's spiritual pet for 100 years. From this day forth, Su Taiping is my master. Bai Yu vowed. Bai Yu, we are neither master nor servant, so there is no need to address each other as such. This soul contract is merely a promise. Su Taiping shook his head and said. Bai Yu looked deeply at Su Taiping, then nodded heavily and said, from today onward, you, Su Taiping, will be my brother Bai Yu, sharing hardships and life and death together. Brother? Su Taiping recalled how envious he was of the children in his village who had siblings when he was young, and he immediately smiled and nodded. Good. After settling Bai Yu in the gourd for rest, Su Taiping practiced boxing for a while in the backyard, then tried the 1,000-layer force that Lingyue Fairy taught him today. This 1,000-layer force is a martial arts technique for exerting force. which you can use in conjunction with the Qingyo fist in the future, so there's no need to worry about it being recognized as an outer sect technique. Seeing Su Taiping's thousand-layer force becoming more and more proficient, Lingwei Fairy was also very pleased and immediately reminded him. Su Taiping nodded, then curiously asked, Sister Lingwei, I remember that last time when Ziyang Zhenjuan was giving a lecture, he said that martial artists have no power to resist in front of cultivators. But today I saw that your thousand-layer force can actually suppress that Peacock King. It seems that martial cultivators are not that helpless. It's great that you can realize this. Lingwei Fairy smiled with satisfaction. Once cultivation and body refining reach a certain level, there is actually no distinction between high and low. It's just that the spiritual energy in your world is too thin, and there are few heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which makes it impossible to cultivate a proper martial body. In our realm, the indestructible body of the demon race's great sage and the indestructible body of the human race are among the strongest existences in the world. There was once a martial madman from the demon race who, relying solely on an indestructible body, pushed through most of the cultivation world, and even high-level cultivators could not withstand his punch. She introduced to Su Taiping as if chatting. A martial practitioner could actually push through most of the cultivation world? Su Taiping felt it was somewhat unbelievable. This is not surprising. Lingwei Fairy nodded. Do you still remember the body refining method I taught you 2 years ago? And the things you wear? She suddenly smiled at Su Taiping. Of course I remember. Su Taiping nodded. He patted his abdomen and then his thigh, able to hear a clear metallic sound, then said, I haven't taken those things off except when bathing in the past 2 years. And I've been practicing that body refining method continuously every day. Although it was painful at first, especially after putting on these things, even ordinary walking was very inconvenient. But after 2 years of adaptation, it's much better now. 2 years ago, after Su Taiping began taking Longdan wine, his physique further strengthened, and Lingwei Fairy taught him a body refining method. According to Lingwei Fairy, this body refining method is very basic, but suitable for beginners to temper their bones and muscles. So he has insisted on practicing for 2 full years. I didn't expect you to stick with it, but after these 2 years, your bones and muscles have been tempered quite well. Once we go up the mountain, I'll teach you a body refining method passed down from the ancient human emperor. Lingwei Fairy said with great satisfaction. Chapter 70 Borrowing Mist Technique. The 7 Peak Selection Day is approaching. Thank you, Sister Lingwei. Su Taiping was very much looking forward to the human emperor body refining method that Lingwei Fairy had mentioned earlier. By the way, I heard that as long as you become a disciple of the 7 Peaks, you will have the opportunity to choose a technique at the Tianbao Pavilion. He continued, choosing a technique? This can be left to me. Don't mention anything else. In terms of vision, even your sect leader may not be able to compare with me. Lingwei Fairy said confidently. That is natural. Su Taiping agreed. The longer he spent time with her, the more he realized how unfathomable Lingwei Fairy's previous cultivation was. However, before this 7 Peaks Grand Competition, I want to learn another technique, just in case. At this moment, he suddenly took out a copper mirror. Then looked for the directory of techniques that outer sect disciples could cultivate, and then looked at Lingwei Fairy and said, Sister Lingwei, please help me take a look. During the 7 Peak selection, he certainly could not use the ice breath technique in the Zhongwan ring. Otherwise, the secret of the earth fruit would be easily discovered. Okay, let me take a look. Lingwei Fairy said as she leaned closer to him, sitting side by side at the stone table. It seems there are not many techniques that your outer sect disciples can cultivate, and most of them are the weakest in terms of killing power among the 5 elements. The wood and water elements, but it doesn't matter. The killing power of the Qingyo fist combined with the 1000-layer force is sufficient for a cultivator at your stage. You only need to choose a supportive technique. Lingwei Fairy muttered softly while seriously selecting. Taiping, which one did you choose? After a while, it seemed that Lingwei Fairy already had a choice in mind, but didn't say it out loud, wanting to hear Su Taiping's first. If I were to choose, it should be the borrowing mist technique. Su Taiping thought for a moment and answered. Upon hearing this, Lingwei Fairy's mouth slightly curved up. Why do you want to choose this borrowing mist technique? She then asked with a smile, clearly wanting to test Su Taiping. According to the description of the technique in the copper mirror, this borrowing mist technique only requires holding a mouthful of clear water in your mouth, using spiritual methods to induce it, and you can exhale mist, enveloping an area of 10 feet in an instant, causing the opponent to lose their bearings. It seems like a minor technique, but it can give me the upper hand in battle, which is very suitable for my current strategy of quick battles. In addition, In the future, when I encounter an enemy and find myself at a disadvantage, I can also use this method in conjunction with the ice breath technique to escape. Su Taiping explained to Linghua Fairy. Currently, the martial techniques he practiced, the Qingyo Fist and the Seven Killing Blade, are both offensive techniques. If he cannot defeat his opponent in one strike, he will easily fall into a passive position when the opponent counterattacks. Having the Borrowing Mist technique can just make up for some shortcomings, especially in the upcoming Seven Peak selection, where he cannot use the Ice Breath technique in the Zhongwan Ring. Very good. Linghua Fairy was very satisfied with Su Taiping's explanation. Could it be that Sister Linghua, you also chose this Borrowing Mist technique? Su Taiping asked happily. Exactly. Linghua Fairy nodded, then explained to Su Taiping. Besides the 2 points you just mentioned, I chose this technique because it seems useless, but in reality, it is derived from a very significant ancient technique. What ancient technique? Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately became interested. The 5 Elements Escape Technique. Linghua Fairy replied. The 5 Elements Escape Technique. Su Taiping had never seen this name in the directory of techniques at the Qingxian sect. The 5 Elements Escape Technique is divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the Borrowing Mist technique is derived from the water element escape technique's mist escape method. However, the real mist escape technique is not just a simple obstruction of vision with mist. It completely hides one's shape and aura within the mist, making it undetectable even by high-level cultivators. And while you are in the mist, you can move freely and kill invisibly. Linghua Fairy introduced to Su Taiping. The Borrowing Mist technique actually has such a powerful origin. Su Taiping was somewhat surprised. I also happen to know this technique. You can first learn the Borrowing Mist technique, and then I will teach you how to gradually perfect it into the true mist escape technique. Linghua Fairy said with anticipation in her eyes. Now, being hindered by her damaged soul, the thing she enjoys seeing the most is Su Taiping growing stronger bit by bit under her guidance. Then I will choose the Borrowing Mist technique. Su Taiping was also very happy, and at this moment, there was still a month or 2 left before the 7 Peak selection, so learning a basic technique was not a problem. I wonder how Linglong and Qing Xiao have been over the past 3 years, and if they still remember me. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Su Taiping murmured to himself. He suddenly recalled the time when Linglong and Qing Xiao brought him to Yunlu Mountain, and later when Linglong specifically arranged for him to stay in Qingzhou residence. Don't worry, it won't be long before you can cultivate together on the 7 Peaks. Fairy Linghua gently patted Su Taiping's shoulder. Su Taiping nodded, feeling that it was time to fulfill the promise he made 3 years ago to Linglong and Qing Xiao, to win the selection and ascend the 7 Peaks. He then shook his head, stood up, and walked towards the back courtyard to begin his daily practice. In the past 2 years, thanks to the Longdan wine, he could almost go without sleep, and because of this, he had more cultivation time than ordinary people. However, even with the Longdan wine, he couldn't eliminate the fatigue and pain during his cultivation, so the time he endured pain and fatigue was 2, 3, or even 4 times that of ordinary people. Yet, even so, Su Taiping never missed a single day. Those who work hard will be rewarded by heaven. Watching Su Taiping repeatedly wielding his sword in the back courtyard, Fairy Linghua murmured to herself. 2 months later, 7th Peak of Yunlu Mountain. Senior brother, on the ethereal rainbow bridge of the 7 Peaks. A girl in a red dress flew like a red cloud over the arch bridge, heading straight towards a floating sword-testing platform on the other side. Linglong, how many times have I told you? The morning hour is when I cultivate my sword. Don't come up. On the sword cultivating platform, a handsome young man in a green robe opened his eyes and stood up. A flying sword that was originally spinning above his head shot, like a stream of light, into his chest. These two were none other than Zhao Linglong and Du Guxiu, who had brought Su Taiping into the sect that day. Senior brother, he is still alive. Linglong excitedly raised a scroll in her hand. Who? Qing Xiao was confused. Su Taiping. Linglong finally shouted that name she had been holding back for so long. Is it that Su Taiping from Qingyou village? Qing Xiao was also surprised to hear this. Chapter 71, 7th Peak, Linglong and Qing Xiao think of Taiping. In these past few years, Du Guxiu and the others had inquired about Su Taiping's news, but the replies they received were vague. There was even a time when they heard bad news that there were wraiths and demon wolves appearing near Qingzhou residence. And even the spring used as the formation had been destroyed. If it weren't for Qing Xiao stopping her, Zhao Linglong almost violated the sect's orders and went down the mountain that time. It was from then on that the two felt Su Taiping might be in great danger, as it was very normal for outer disciples to not survive more than 3 years in a place where demons roamed. Yes, it's him. Senior brother, look. Zhao Linglong nodded vigorously, then threw the scroll in her hand in front of Qing Xiao and continued. Little Taiping is not only alive, but has also signed up for this 7 Peak selection. Qing Xiao opened the scroll and indeed found Su Taiping's name on the list. The little guy is quite promising. Qing Xiao smiled with satisfaction. It's been 3 years. He is probably taller than me now. Zhao Linglong said with a beaming smile. Yes, it's already been 3 years. Qing Xiao nodded with a smile as he put away the scroll. Senior brother, for this 7 Peak selection, even if Taiping doesn't pass, I want to ask Father to bring him up the mountain. Even if he can't become a formal disciple, it would be good to help manage the herb garden and spirit beasts. Zhao Linglong suddenly looked seriously at Qing Xiao. She must do something for this boy whom she had personally brought to the mountain and severed his ties to the mundane world. Qing Xiao thought seriously for a moment and then nodded. Taiping came to the mountain with you and me. We can't just leave him alone. I'll go with you to ask Master. In his view, being able to survive for 3 years among the outer disciples meant Su Taiping already had the qualifications to stay in the Qingxian sect. Even if he couldn't become a disciple, being a servant was ultimately not a problem. Great. With you with me, Father will definitely agree. Zhao Linglong said happily. The two were not underestimating Su Taiping. They just knew that with his white spirit bone talent, breaking through to the opening door realm within 3 years was the maximum. Among the outer disciples, many could break through the opening door realm, considering that many had been down the mountain for over 10, 20, or even 30 years. There was even a disciple among the 7 Peaks who only passed the selection at 50 years old and eventually became their junior brother. To stand out from thousands of outer disciples and become one of the final 7 was not an easy task. What's more, some of those who had previously been expelled for violating regulations were even formal disciples. This was why they were already considering backup plans for Su Taiping. By the way, senior brother, the 7 Peak selection competition is still at the first peak Sword Town, right? Otherwise, should we sneak down the mountain to take a look? Zhao Linglong looked at Qing Xiao with anticipation. It's still early. Qing Xiao shook his head and explained to Zhao Linglong. The 7 Peak selection is divided into 4 areas due to the large number of participants: South Mountain, West Mountain, East Mountain, and North Mountain. Each area will select 28 from hundreds of people, which is called the 4-mountain meeting. After the 4-mountain meeting, the 112 selected will be arranged to the Dragon Gate Hall for the second competition, from which 28 will be selected, known as the Dragon Gate meeting. After the Dragon Gate meeting, the final 28 selected will be arranged to ascend the main peak's Sword Town platform, where they will compete in the final round under the witness of the sect master and the 7 Peak masters, ultimately selecting the strongest 7 disciples for the 7 Peaks. Also called the 7 Peaks meeting. Qing Xiao was very clear about the selection process since he had previously been involved in the arrangement of the 7 Peaks selection. This process would take at least a month. Zhao Linglong, who usually didn't care about these things, often only went to watch the final round, never expecting the 7 Peaks selection competition to be so complicated. It's going to take that long. She, eager to see little Taiping, couldn't he help but feel a bit melancholic. Wait, does that mean little Taiping can only be seen after the 7 Peaks meeting when we can plead with Father? Zhao Linglong suddenly became worried again. No need. Qing Xiao shook his head and continued. As long as he can hold on until the Dragon Gate meeting. Even if he loses there, I can find a way to have Master keep him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then excitedly whispered, Little Taiping, you have to hold on. As long as you can win in the 4-mountain meeting, we can see each other again. You must not cause any trouble during this time. If Master grounds you, we won't be able to see little Taiping's competition. Seeing Zhao Linglong so excited, Qing Xiao was a bit worried she might sneak down the mountain again. But senior brother, I really want to see little Taiping's competition. Can you think of a way? Zhao Linglong pleaded, tugging at Qing Xiao's sleeve. Qing Xiao sighed, thought for a moment, and said, I'll see if I can borrow the mountain patrol mirror from Master. It should be able to show the competition scenes during the Dragon Gate meeting. As for the 4-mountain meeting, we'll just have to wait for the reports from the senior brother in charge after the competition. You're really the best, senior brother. Zhao Linglong hugged Qing Xiao tightly. Don't disturb my sword cultivation. Qing Xiao pushed Zhao Linglong away with a look of disdain. January 9th, West Wind Pavilion. Today is the first day of the 4-mountain meeting. These people seem to be much older than me. When Su Taiping arrived at the martial arts arena in the West Wind Pavilion, He found himself somewhat out of place among the surrounding crowd, as the cultivators in the arena were either tall and strong youths or middle-aged men, or elderly people with an air of immortality, with him being the only young lad. Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping. He approached the desk of the steward in charge of registration, holding a bronze mirror. Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping. Sign here, number B27. The steward glanced at Su Taiping's bronze mirror and then handed him a bamboo slip marked with the number B27. Find your sign number on the notice board ahead, and you will locate the arena for the competition, as well as the sign number of your opponent. The manager, without lifting his head, pointed with his hand to a huge notice board at the entrance of the training ground. Thank you. Su Taiping nodded, then walked towards the notice board, holding a bamboo stick. Hey, little kid, are you here to participate in the Seven Peaks selection too? Before Su Taiping could reach the notice board, a bald man with a big beard suddenly grabbed him. Brother Tiger, this little kid's thighs are not even as thick as my arms. Is he here to seek death? Could he be brought here by some big shot? Kid, this is not a place for you. Hurry up and find your mother. The group of men surrounding the bearded man started teasing Su Taiping. Although some of these men were not very tall, each had a robust physique with bulging muscles, clearly following a path of martial cultivation. In comparison, while Su Taiping was not short, he appeared much leaner, and with his somewhat delicate face, he looked even more youthful. Brothers, please make way. Su Taiping ignored the mockery and simply gestured for them not to block his path. Little kid, you really are here for the competition. The bearded man, surrounded by the crowd, touched his bald head and looked curiously at the bamboo stick in Su Taiping's hand. Yes, Su Taiping nodded and then bypassed him, quickly walking towards the notice board. Interesting. I want to see who this little kid will face in the next round. Brother Tiger cheerfully followed Su Taiping's footsteps towards the notice board. I also want to see who is so lucky to encounter this little kid. The others then joined in, cheering as they followed. Opponent number 27 for the third group seems to be. Before Su Taiping could search for himself, the group actively helped him find it. It's the Xian Sign Arena, B23. Someone finally found Su Taiping's opponent's sign number on the notice. B23? ISNT that Brother Tiger? The crowd erupted in surprise. Su Taiping, upon hearing this, curiously looked at the bald, bearded man. Damn, it really is me. Brother Tiger glanced at the sign in his hand, realized it was indeed B23, and immediately laughed heartily. Su Taiping didn't react much. He came to the notice board just to confirm where the next arena would be and the sign number of his opponent. As for who the opponent specifically was, he didn't care much. After all, he had prepared for this competition for 3 years. Little kid, are you scared? Seeing Su Taiping silent, the crowd began to tease again. Kid, with those skinny arms and legs, I'm afraid you can't even take one of my kicks. I advise you to surrender in advance. It won't be embarrassing. Brother Tiger looked at Su Taiping with a grin. It was clear that upon discovering his first-round opponent was Su Taiping, he felt much more relaxed. See you on the arena, Su Taiping said seriously to Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing again, pointing at Su Taiping, who was already walking towards the arena. Did you all hear that? The little kid said, see you on the arena. Let us go. We're also at the Xian Sign Arena. Let us go watch together. Brother Tiger, you must not hold back. Otherwise, my brothers won't have a good show to watch. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed together. Most of this group were martial artists. Although they were not bad at heart, they had long developed a habit of bullying the weak and fearing the strong down the mountain. When they encountered someone they could tease, they wouldn't let it go easily. Thus, a group of people began to crowd around Brother Tiger and headed towards the Xian Sign Arena. Next to the Xian Sign Arena, Su Taiping from Qingzhou Pavilion and Sun Hu from Qiyin Village. You two wait here. The next match is yours. The examiner from Shifeng Pavilion took the sign plates from Su Taiping and Sun Hu, then marked them in the register before asking the two to wait aside. Because there were many competitors and they were all not very famous cultivators, there weren't many spectators around the various arenas. Most were cultivators waiting to compete. Little kid, be careful. Fists and feet have no eyes. If you don't surrender now and get hurt, don't blame me. Brother Tiger smiled at Su Taiping again. Su Taiping ignored him and seriously focused his gaze on the arena. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and a middle-aged man wielding a saber were competing in the arena. It was actually Elder Qin and Master Zhao. Both of them were vying for the qualification to enter Longman. It was a pity they met in the first round. Sun Hu and the few brothers beside him initially wanted to tease Su Taiping, but upon seeing the two in the arena, they were all drawn in. Clang. Just then, after some probing, Master Zhao finally gripped the saber handle with both hands and struck fiercely at Elder Qin. Facing Master Zhao's fierce attack, Elder Qin remained calm, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, and then gracefully retreated. Bang! Master Zhao's long saber struck the granite ground, sending sparks flying. Whoosh! Not discouraged by the failed attack, Master Zhao swiftly turned the blade and slashed again at Elder Qin. This strike was executed very smoothly, and the speed was even faster than before. It would be impossible for Elder Qin to evade so easily this time. Slap! But to everyone's surprise, just as Elder Qin was about to be cut in half by this strike, his body suddenly floated up like a feather, his toes perfectly landing on Master Zhao's saber. However, the moment his toes pressed down on the blade, his body seemed to suddenly gain 1,000 pounds of weight, directly pressing Master Zhao's saber down to the ground with a bang. With his saber pinned down, Master Zhao did not give up. Instead, he abandoned the saber and threw a punch, roaring like a tiger as he ferociously aimed at Elder Qin's face. Contrary to Su Taiping's expectations, Elder Qin did not dodge this fierce punch. Instead, he stepped forward, using his forearm to block the wrist of Master Zhao's punching hand, then wrapped his palm around Master Zhao's forearm, using the momentum of Master Zhao's punch to pull him back. As Master Zhao lost his balance, Elder Qin suddenly tensed his body and struck Master Zhao's chest heavily with his shoulder. Bang! With a loud crash, Master Zhao's body was sent flying like a cannonball, directly falling off the arena. Good. Upon seeing this, all the men, including Sun Hu, couldn't help but cheer in unison. It seems Elder Qin will definitely advance to Longmen this time. As long as he doesn't encounter someone from the Wangyujing or someone skilled in spells, he might even have a chance at the Seven Peaks Conference. The previous 2 rounds were all outer disciples. Where would there be so many from Wangyujing or those who understand spells? The crowd began to chatter excitedly. Such a peculiar martial technique, seemingly light, yet when it strikes, it can exert tremendous force, sending a person flying so far. Su Taiping also muttered in surprise. Little kid, this is called transformation strength. Elder Qin has practiced this transformation strength for at least 50 years, and now he has reached a state of perfection. Anyone who encounters him is out of luck. Sun Hu chuckled. It's just a superficial understanding. The spirit of Lingyue, who had been sleeping in the gourd, suddenly spoke lazily. Sister Lingyue, you also know about transformation strength? Su Taiping curiously communicated with Lingyue through his spirit. This is a technique in martial arts known as using 4 tails to move 1,000 pounds, a skill of unburdening and exerting force. However, this old man has only practiced the surface level. Otherwise, dealing with someone who uses a knife wouldn't be such a hassle. The fairy Lingyue yawned and said, if you encounter him, just remember this phrase from your sister. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. She then added meaningfully to Su Taiping. Only speed is invincible. Su Taiping pondered over this. Su Taiping from Qingzhou Residence, Sun Hu from Qiyin Manor, please come to the stage for the competition. At that moment, the examiner by the ring shouted out Su Taiping and Sun Hu's names. Chapter 73, Battling Sun Hu. What does he call himself? I, Sun Hu, am here. Sun Hu shouted loudly, then jumped directly from the spot, leaping at least 10 feet high onto the ring like a fierce tiger. This leap was full of momentum. Great. Brother Hu, you must set a good example for us. Sun Hu's brothers cheered loudly, excited. To them, it was a foregone conclusion that Sun Hu would win this round of competition. Su Taiping, where are you? At this moment, the examiner called out Su Taiping's name again. Here, Su Taiping, who was just about to step onto the ring's steps, raised his hand in response. Why are you going that way? The examiner was taken aback. Isn't it allowed? Su Taiping was somewhat puzzled and thought to himself that if he couldn't go this way, then why set up steps? Just go up, go up. The examiner waved his hand impatiently. The steps could naturally be used. It was just that since the competition started, no one had properly walked up the steps. And now encountering such an honest person made the examiner somewhat unaccustomed. Meanwhile, Sun Hu's brothers below the stage burst into laughter upon seeing this. Little kid, be careful going up the steps, don't fall. Otherwise, shall we help you? The survival environment of the outer disciples at the foot of the mountain has shaped their personalities of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Now, seeing Su Taiping ascend the stage in such a normal manner, how could they not laugh? It's just getting on the stage, why make such a fuss? Su Taiping was very confused. To him, those who leapt up from the side of the ring were like people who insisted on using their feet instead of chopsticks when eating. Little kid, are you tired? How about we take a break and catch our breath? Seeing Su Taiping step onto the ring, Sun Hu crossed his arms and grinned, asking. Although Sun Hu's tone didn't seem to mock intentionally, the disdain and arrogance in his gaze were quite evident. No need. Su Taiping shook his head seriously. He wasn't angry because of Sun Hu's disdain, nor did he underestimate Sun Hu. Because he had already warned himself before coming that until he officially became a disciple by climbing the 7 peaks, every competition was a life-and-death battle for him. And he must give it his all. After saying this, Su Taiping seriously set up the stance for the Qingyo fist amid Sun Hu's mocking smile and the laughter from below the ring. Oh, is this little guy getting serious? Although Sun Hu still had a playful expression when speaking, his eyes became noticeably more serious. Although he didn't want to admit it, after the young man set up his stance, he felt an inexplicable pressure. Pressure? A mere little kid can give me pressure? Sun Hu thought to himself, feeling somewhat amused, and self-deprecatingly thought it was just his illusion. However, if Sun Hu knew that this young man had once defeated a ghost with bare hands and slashed a demon tiger, he probably wouldn't think it was just an illusion. Are both sides ready? At this moment, the examiner standing on the ring asked loudly, I am ready. Su Taiping immediately responded, his gaze still firmly fixed on Sun Hu ahead. I am also ready. Sun Hu shook his arm, which was thicker than Su Taiping's thigh, and grinned at the examiner. In that case, let the competition begin. The examiner saw that both were ready and promptly struck the gong beside him. Little kid, come. I'll let you throw a punch. Sun Hu stepped forward with a loud thud, standing firm in the ring, then waved to Su Taiping. That would be rude. Su Taiping nodded. Boom. The moment the words fell, Su Taiping stepped forward. With the wind shadow step unfolding, his body moved with a sound like a blast of wind, suddenly rushing across the stage towards Sun Hu. Whoosh. Before Sun Hu could react, Su Taiping's fist was already in front of him. Boom. Despite Sun Hu's protective energy already being activated, it couldn't withstand Su Taiping's punch, which was like a bull's horn crashing down. It shattered upon impact. Bang. After the protective energy was shattered, Su Taiping's fist continued unabated, heavily smashing into Sun Hu's arms, which he instinctively raised to block. Crack. With the sound of bones breaking, Sun Hu's burly body flew straight out. It wasn't until he flew more than 10 feet outside the ring that he landed heavily with a thud. The entire arena fell silent. No one paid attention to Sun Hu, who lay on the ground, unconscious. All eyes were fixed on the young man on the stage. With just one punch, he had defeated the somewhat famous Sun Hu, and disbelief was written all over the faces of the crowd. I concede. Facing everyone's gaze, the young man's expression remained calm. After bowing his hands toward the direction where Sun Hu had fallen, he walked straight to the examiner on the side. Sir, my opponent has fallen off the stage. This round is my victory, right? Su Taiping politely asked the examiner. Yes, yes. The examiner was momentarily stunned, then nodded and announced loudly. In this round, Su Taiping defeats Sun Hu, ranking him as 112th. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar below the stage, and Sun Hu's close friends looked at each other, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Brother Hu? Just like that, he lost? The commotion on the stage also caught the attention of the West Wind Pavilion. What's going on? Why is there such a commotion over there? The patrolling officers, Zuoju and Zhou Gu, looked in surprise toward the Xin-numbered stage. The two had been transferred back to the West Wind Pavilion as ordinary guards after offending Uncle Jiu last time. And after pleading with the pavilion master for a long time, they finally got the position of patrol officer for the Four Mountain Conference. Brother Zuo, Brother Zhou. You might not know yet. A patrol officer familiar with them approached. Just now, a dark horse emerged from the Xin-numbered stage. A boy who was only about 15 years old actually knocked Sun Hu from Qiyin Manor out of the ring with one punch, directly injuring him heavily. He vividly described to them. One punch, and he severely injured Sun Hu from Qiyin Manor? Zuoju and Zhou Gu exchanged glances. Sun Hu from Qiyin Manor was somewhat famous among the outer disciples, and Zuoju and Zhou Gu had naturally heard of him. So now, upon hearing that someone could knock him out with one punch, and that he was a 15-year-old boy, they found it hard to accept. I remember Sun Hu broke through to the opening door realm last year, right? Zuoju asked Zhou Gu. That's right. Zhou Gu frowned. Although Sun Hu was only a white spirit bone, his skills were quite impressive, and he had already reached the copper skin iron bone realm. Yet, he was defeated by that young man with one punch. Could it be that a genius has emerged among the outer disciples of the West Wind Pavilion? Brother Lu, what is that boy's name? Zhuju quickly asked the patrol officer. I think it's Su Taiping. The patrol officer recalled seriously before answering. Chapter 74, Being Calculated. Su Taiping faces Qin Yuan. What did you say his name was? Zhou seemed to have a hard time believing his ears and repeated the question to the examiner. Is it Su Taiping? What happened? The examiner looked at Zhou with some confusion. Zhuju and Zhou exchanged shocked glances. Brothers what? Does Brother Zhou know this young man? The examiner looked at the two with curiosity. No, not really. We just saw him in the area we were patrolling earlier. Zhou said with a smile to cover it up. That counts as some acquaintance. Brother Zhou, you two might consider spending more time with this young man. If he wins again in the next round, he could very well become the youngest cultivator from our Shifeng Pavilion to attend the Longmen Conference in a century. And he will definitely be valued then. The examiner smiled at the two. What Lu said is very true. Zhou and Zhuju nodded with forced smiles. But a hint of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. A moment later, at Shifeng Pavilion's Qingxin courtyard, which had temporarily been turned into a resting area for the outer disciples participating in the competition. It's him. Although he has grown quite a bit, it's definitely him. In a hidden corridor, Zhuju pointed to a young man sitting in a square pavilion across the pond, confidently stating. The young man drinking tea in the pavilion was none other than Su Taiping. Big brother, the last time we were harmed by him, we lost the lucrative position in the Lai Feng Hall and ended up in this situation. We can't let this resentment go unavenged. Zhou said excitedly to Zhuju. Don't be impulsive. Although the Sisan conference is held at Shifeng Pavilion, there are mountain patrol mirrors overhead watching us. If we are seen by the mountain patrol mirrors, we won't be able to stay at Yunlu Mountain. Zhuju glared at Zhou. But big brother, if this kid really wins in the Sisan conference, he will definitely enter Shifeng Pavilion. How will we interact with him then? Zhou complained a bit. Winning in the Sisan conference is not that easy. Zhuju shook his head. If they use tricks during the Shifeng selections and get caught, they will be expelled from the mountain. He doesn't have the resolve to do that. This kid was able to defeat Sun Hu. Maybe he received guidance from Uncle Jiu. With Uncle Jiu's guidance, winning shouldn't be difficult, Zhou reminded Zhuju. Upon hearing this, the relatively steady Zhuju began to waver. Big brother, I have a plan. Seeing Zhuju's expression change, Zhou immediately stepped forward and whispered in his ear. The next round will still be decided by drawing lots. I know the kid responsible for drawing lots. We can do a little trick and arrange for him to face an opponent he can't win against. That way, he will be eliminated in this round and will have to stay down for another 3 years. By then, he will be at our mercy. Hearing this, Zhuju raised his eyebrows, clearly tempted. Who do you think we should arrange for him to compete against? Zhuju asked. Qin Yuan. Zhou said with a sly smile. Upon hearing this name, Zhuju's eyes lit up. Big brother, you can rest assured. The people on the mountain hardly pay attention to the Longmen Conference, let alone a small Sisan conference at Shifeng Pavilion. Seeing Zhuju still hesitating, Zhou urged again. What he said is true. The people on the mountain rarely pay attention to the earlier competitions, except for the final Shifeng conference. Firstly, there are too many participants to keep track of, and secondly, it lacks excitement. It's just a bunch of martial artists competing in fist techniques, which they don't care about. If you're worried about his relationship with Uncle Jiu and Bai Hong, there's no need to. The pavilion master investigated last time, and this kid has no background. Uncle Jiu going to Qingzhou residence was purely coincidental. Moreover, both Uncle Jiu and Bai Hong are in dire straits themselves. It's uncertain if they can even return from the northern region. Zhou added a couple more remarks. Upon hearing the last 2 points, Zhuju finally made up his mind and nodded secretly. All right, our luck can't be that bad. In his view, with the thousands of matches in the Sisan conference, the people on the mountain couldn't possibly focus on such an inconspicuous match, so the chances of them getting caught in their scheme were very low. After making arrangements, the two left the Qingxin courtyard and went out to find the disciple responsible for the draws. However, the two probably did not know that although their conversation was separated by a small pond from the pavilion where Su Taiping was resting, it was still overheard clearly by the Spirit Moon Fairy. The Spirit Moon Fairy then relayed their conversation word for word to Su Taiping. Should we come up with a way to expose their scheme? The Spirit Moon Fairy was very curious about Su Taiping's thoughts at that moment. No need, Sister Lingyue. Su Taiping shook his head. He drank the tea in his cup and then stood up, saying, My goal is the Shifeng conference. If I can't even defeat old Qin, exposing these two would be meaningless. Besides that, Su Taiping, who had spent 3 years down the mountain, understood very well that as a cultivator with no background, even if he went to Shifeng Pavilion to report, No one would care, and he might even be accused of slander. So it would be better to use his fists to silence the opponents on the arena. After a stick of incense, the brief rest period ended. The group of promoted cultivators gathered again at the martial arts stage. Some who had confirmed their elimination also stayed to watch the excitement. And in an instant, the martial arts stage was once again crowded. Su Taiping's opponent is Old Qin. The little guy's luck is really bad. Many people gathered early by his stage because of Su Taiping's impressive performance in the last match. When they heard the examiner announce that Su Taiping's opponent was Old Qin, they all expressed schadenfreude and regret. I didn't expect those two really pulled it off. Su Taiping remained very calm, but deep down, he was curious about how those two managed to do it. Chapter 75. Unyielding skill. Young man, your punch is too slow. They must have known the matchup chart in advance, and then found a way to ensure that you drew the corresponding lot against Old Qin. If they prepared ahead of time, it wouldn't be too difficult to pull off. The Spirit Moon Fairy communicated telepathically with Su Taiping. Su Taiping nodded silently in response. Please, young friend Taiping. At that moment, the white-haired Qin Yuan came to Su Taiping and gestured for him to take the stage. I wouldn't dare. Old Qin, please go first. Su Taiping humbly declined. All right, I'll go up and wait for you, young friend Taiping. Old Qin then smiled brightly, lightly touched the ground with his toes, and gracefully floated onto the stage like a feather. This move immediately drew a round of applause from the crowd below, and then everyone turned their eyes to Su Taiping. Why is everyone reluctant to use the steps? Su Taiping still found it puzzling. Taiping, don't use the steps this time. We can't lose our momentum. To Su Taiping's surprise, the Spirit Moon Fairy's competitive spirit had actually been stimulated. Okay. Su Taiping withdrew the foot that was already placed on the step. He could ignore others' words, but he had to listen to Sister Lingyue. Then, everyone saw Su Taiping's sleeves suddenly swell, and with a loud whoosh, he transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared from his spot, reappearing on the stage. This was the result of the second step's mastery of the Wind Shadow Step. Such profound true energy. To have such deep true energy at such a young age. Could it be that this kid has already reached the small success stage of the opening door realm? Some cultivators who had previously doubted Su Taiping's strength, thinking he had only defeated Sun Hu by luck, chose to remain silent at this moment. Young friend, at such a young age, to possess such profound true energy. Future generations are to be feared, truly to be feared. On the stage, Qin Yuan nodded to Su Taiping with a smile. However, the observant Su Taiping noticed that although Elder Qin was well concealed, his eyes occasionally revealed hostility. Elder Qin is being overly modest. It's just a minor skill, Su Taiping said, remaining unfazed by Qin Yuan's praise. At his age, still vying for the position of an official disciple, he must be a person of resolute and ruthless character. Don't be deceived by his smiling face, Lingyue Fairy reminded Su Taiping. I want to be, Sister Lingyue, Su Taiping silently replied. He had already given his all against an opponent like Sun Hu, so how could he be cautious against Elder Qin in front of him? Are you two ready? The referee on the stage inquired as usual. I am ready. I, the old man, am ready, both replied without delay, taking their respective stances. The referee nodded and then struck the bronze gong on the stage. The competition began. The referee's voice echoed throughout the venue. Please enlighten me, Elder Qin. Su Taiping politely glanced at Qin Yuan. I dare not, I dare not. Qin Yuan repeatedly shook his head with a broad smile. However, in the instant his voice fell, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, appearing before Su Taiping as if teleporting. Boom! As his robes billowed, he struck a palm towards Su Taiping with a massive shadow of his hand. No one would have expected that the previously ethereal Qin Yuan would launch a sneak attack on a young man, except for the young man himself. From the very beginning, Su Taiping had noticed the hostility in Qin Yuan's eyes towards him, coupled with Lingyue Fairy's reminder. He had to be on guard. Swish! Amidst the fierce sound of the palm wind, Su Taiping suddenly sidestepped, barely avoiding Qin Yuan's palm wind. Boom! Then, with a surprised look in Qin Yuan's eyes, Su Taiping delivered a powerful ox horn collapse strike towards him. Boom! In a critical moment, Qin Yuan unleashed his robust true energy, forming a thick protective aura around him, successfully absorbing Su Taiping's punch. Bang! Even so, with a tremendous sound of collision, Qin Yuan was still pushed back, sliding back about 10 meters from the impact of Su Taiping's punch. Swish! Meanwhile, Su Taiping, whose stance remained steady, once again activated the Wind Shadow Step. rushing out from his original position. Before Qin Yuan could stabilize himself, Su Taiping launched another ox horn collapse strike at him. But just as Su Taiping's fist was about to hit, Qin Yuan suddenly leaned to the side, narrowly evading the punch. Boom. Although he didn't hit Elder Qin, the fierce punch energy from Su Taiping spread out, raising a cloud of dust beneath the stage, causing the crowd to retreat in fright. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Su Taiping was able to defeat Sun Hu with a single punch in the previous match. Looking back at the stage, although Su Taiping's last punch missed, he did not retract his attack. Instead, he withdrew his fist and drew his sword, slashing towards Elder Qin. The length of the sword perfectly compensated for the range deficiency of his fist attack. Swish. However, what surprised Su Taiping was that Qin Yuan, supported on one leg, was like a weeble. No matter how fast Su Taiping's sword struck, he could dodge every blow and remained upright. It's the unfalling skill. Indeed, it was Elder Qin's unfalling skill. At this moment, someone in the audience exclaimed, "To be able to force Elder Qin to use the unfalling skill. This kid really has some ability." Yes, but if he can't break Elder Qin's unfalling skill, all of this is in vain. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Taiping continued to strike out several slashes without showing any expression, but just like before, Qin Yuan evaded each one. By the time he delivered his last slash, the speed of his strike had noticeably slowed down. Whoosh! Suddenly, the one-legged Qin Yuan leaned forward sharply, placing a seemingly boneless hand on Su Taiping's wrist, instantly neutralizing his strength, followed by a violent shoulder bump into Su Taiping's chest. Bang! With a massive sound of shock, Su Taiping was knocked back several steps before finally stabilizing himself. "Young man, your sword is too slow, and your punches are too soft. You won't win against me like this." Qin Yuan provocatively smirked. Chapter 76. Finding the flaw? Is it really the Green Ox Fist? Truly impressive, Elder Qin. The young lad is still too young, possessing only brute strength. He won't win against Elder Qin like this. As these words were spoken, cheers erupted again from the audience. These people did not find anything wrong with Elder Qin's earlier sneak attack or his current provocation. After all, in this arena, fists are more effective than face. Thank you for your guidance. Amidst the mocking voices, Su Taiping rubbed his chest and then stood firm again. Elder Qin, your stance is also a form of using the transformation technique, right? However, the force is not neutralized by your hands, but by the invisible aura surrounding you. While sheathing his sword, he said expressionlessly. Although he had suffered a minor setback, he had not gained nothing. After several strikes, he finally realized that it was not that Qin Yuan was actively dodging his sword, but rather that the invisible aura surrounding him was pushing him to evade his attacks. In this way, no matter how tricky his sword angles were, Qin Yuan could still remain undefeated. Young lad, don't be too clever for your own good. My unfalling skill is not something you can see through. Qin Yuan coldly snorted upon hearing this. Being exposed about the secret of his technique made him feel very displeased, and his tone was laced with murderous intent. Come, if you have the ability, then break my unfalling skill. After saying this, he provocatively waved a hand towards Su Taiping. Little one, don't fall for his provocation. He is deliberately trying to bait you into breaking his unfalling skill, waiting for you to exhaust your true energy. Then he will strike you down. Exactly, don't rush, take your time with him. As the saying goes, the fist fears the young and strong. This old man is all show and no substance. He can't afford to wear out. At this moment, several of Qin Yuan's rivals in the audience suddenly called out to remind Su Taiping. These people were eager for Su Taiping and Elder Qin to fight to a standstill. At this moment, Su Taiping was highly focused, ignoring the chaotic remarks around him. He merely moved his wrist and stepped forward to stand before Qin Yuan. Not bad. Not bad. Daring to confront me head-on. You still have some backbone. Qin Yuan once again revealed a friendly smile. If Su Taiping were to slowly wear him out, he, although confident of victory, might be in danger in the next round. Now seeing Su Taiping still insisting on breaking his unfalling skill, he was naturally pleased. Once I exhaust your true energy, I will strike you down. Qin Yuan's lips curled up as he raised both palms, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. Su Taiping could guess Qin Yuan's intentions, but at this moment, his mind was filled with Ling Yue Fairy's earlier words. In all martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. How fast must he be to not allow Qin Yuan's transformation technique to take effect? Su Taiping pondered with anticipation in his heart as he circulated the true energy within him, slightly leaning forward, then activated the wind shadow step, taking a step forward. Boom. With a sound of breaking wind, Su Taiping's figure flashed and appeared behind Qin Yuan, his fist roaring like an ox, heavily smashing towards Qin Yuan. Bang! Just like before. Su Taiping's punch was deftly dodged by Qin Yuan, the punch wind whistling past Qin Yuan's side. However, unlike before, after Su Taiping's first punch missed, his other fist followed up immediately. He unleashed the ultimate move of the Green Ox Fist. Charging Ox breaks the formation. Boom. Unfortunately, Qin Yuan's Weeble-like body still managed to evade this punch. The momentum of these two punches was quite impressive, and even the punch wind spreading from the stage made many onlookers below feel a tightness in their chests. In an instant, everyone was both amazed and regretful, feeling that the young man was truly unfortunate to encounter Qin Yuan so early. Otherwise, he could at least have attended the Longmen Conference. Among the crowd, Zhou Gu and Zhuju exchanged glances and then simultaneously raised the corners of their mouths. Kid, you want to go to the Longmen Conference? You want to become a disciple on the mountain? Dream on. Zhou Gu coldly snorted through clenched teeth. However, soon, whether it was Zhou Gu, Zhuju, or the cultivators watching around the arena, the expressions on their faces changed again. The noise around the arena gradually faded, leaving only the explosive sounds of Su Taiping's punches, akin to cannon fire, breaking through the air. On the arena, Su Taiping was relentlessly swinging his fists, resembling an unyielding charging bull, continuously rushing towards Qin Yuan. How is this possible? This must be the 16th punch in a row, yet the young man's momentum not only hasn't weakened, but is actually growing. Finally, amidst the silence, someone voiced the doubts that were in everyone's hearts. Is this really Qin Yuan Fist? Someone questioned. Qin Yuan Fist is just a very ordinary martial skill. Many present had practiced it, and Su Taiping's current technique, the charging bull formation, could also be executed by many. But the problem is that the charging bull formation is the ultimate skill of the Qin Yuan Fist, requiring profound true energy to fully unleash. And most people can only throw 4 or 5 punches in succession at most. How can Su Taiping unleash it like a storm? Boom, boom, boom. After Su Taiping unleashed more than 10 punches in a row, the confusion and disbelief on everyone's faces turned into shock, because they realized that Su Taiping's charging bull formation was not only like a storm, but also that the force of his punches was increasing with each strike. Bang! At that moment, the astonished crowd noticed that Qin Yuan's body had actually been grazed by Su Taiping's punch. The invulnerable Qin Yuan had failed to completely defend against Su Taiping's fist. Even though he was grazed, a chunk of flesh was immediately torn from Qin Yuan's shoulder, demonstrating the tremendous power of that punch. Even more terrifying was that Su Taiping's momentum continued to rise. His punching speed was so fast that some people could barely see it. Boom. Just as the crowd couldn't catch Su Taiping's fists, Qin Yuan's body, seemingly drifting with the wind, was struck by a massive force and flew backward. Although there was a layer of protective true energy, Su Taiping's punch had indeed landed solidly on Qin Yuan, without him being able to evade it. His punching speed had finally surpassed the reaction speed of the true energy surrounding Qin Yuan. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, many cultivators below the arena couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Elder Qin's invulnerability had actually been broken. Chapter 77, Rushing Water Technique. Comprehending the true meaning of Qin Yuan Fist Bang. Although Qin Yuan was hit by Su Taiping's punch, the unique transformation energy he cultivated still absorbed much of the force from Su Taiping's fist, and just before he was about to fly off the arena, he used a technique to suddenly sink down to the ground, firmly anchoring himself. Boom. However, just as Qin Yuan's feet hit the ground, Su Taiping's fists were already upon him again. At this moment, Su Taiping's momentum was even greater than before. The sounds of the bull's roar, triggered by his punches, made it seem as if he was truly leading a herd of charging bulls into battle. Bang! After several successive punches, Qin Yuan's evasion became far less composed, and he was consecutively grazed by several punches, flowing water to the source. Just when everyone thought Su Taiping's next punch would completely crush Qin Yuan suddenly let out a furious roar, and his aura surged dramatically. A mass of true energy, resembling flowing water, coiled around him, forming a gigantic water sphere that enveloped him. Bang! Then, Su Taiping's fist struck the watery true energy. Unlike before, this punch sank directly into it, instantly dissipating much of the force. It barely pushed the water-like true energy inward, but did not injure Qin Yuan. Elder Qin still has a trump card. Could this be the rushing water true energy? Elder Qin actually practices the rushing water technique. The situation unexpectedly turned around at this moment, and the cultivators below erupted in a clamor once again. This was originally intended for the Seven Peaks Conference, but lucky for you, kid. Qin Yuan snorted coldly, then pressed his palms together and chanted a spell, causing the water-like true energy around him to gather again, forming a massive water sphere to protect him once more. Bang! At this moment, Su Taiping seemed as if he hadn't noticed the changes surrounding Qin Yuan, still throwing punches, and his momentum continued to surge. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the series of dull but powerful collision sounds, both Qin Yuan and the crowd fell silent again. They initially thought that Su Taiping's punch that broke the invulnerability was his limit, but unexpectedly, that was just the beginning. 69 punches. 70 punches. Does this kid really intend to throw a full 108 punches? A cultivator who had been quietly counting Su Taiping's punches shouted in confusion. Impossible. Under such momentum, it is absolutely impossible for Qin Yo Fist to throw 108 punches. Someone retorted decisively. However, these rebuttals gradually became weak against Su Taiping's relentless punching sounds, like a mountain being carved. Bang! When Su Taiping's charging bull formation reached the 100th punch, the water-like true energy surrounding Qin Yuan suddenly burst apart with a loud explosion, directly stripped away by this punch. At that moment, Su Taiping appeared to simply be standing quietly in front of Qin Yuan, with no visible signs of throwing any punches. The essence of martial arts is speed. It seems I finally understand. Only after the charging bull formation was executed with such determination for 100 punches did Su Taiping finally comprehend the profound meaning behind the phrase "the essence of martial arts is speed" that Ling Yue had mentioned. He also understood why the second ultimate move of Qin Yo Fist was called the charging bull formation. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, after hearing a series of 7 explosive sounds like thunder, the crowd suddenly looked on in astonishment as a massive phantom of a green bull appeared behind Su Taiping. Boom. With a resounding explosion, this phantom of the green bull charged towards Qin Yuan as Su Taiping unleashed his final punch. Bang! Another loud noise. The water-like true energy that Qin Yuan had painstakingly gathered was directly shattered by Su Taiping's final punch, followed by a burst of blood mist. As he flew straight off the arena, Elder Qin has been defeated? Elder Qin's invulnerability and rushing water true energy have actually fallen under the Qin Yo Fist? Is this really still Qin Yo Fist? Amidst the uproar, all eyes were filled with shock as they gazed at Su Taiping on the stage. At that moment, Su Taiping's gaze remained fixed on Qin Yuan's body as it crashed to the ground. At this moment, he was flooded with insights, such as his initial confusion while practicing the charging bull formation. Why does the charging bull formation have 108 punches? At this moment, he finally found the answer in his heart. The first 107 punches of the charging bull formation were merely to gather strength for the final punch, akin to a herd of bulls charging forward before the last moment they break into the formation. However, to achieve this, one must elevate the speed and force of the previous 107 punches to their utmost limit. Congratulations, Xiataping. You not only won this match, but also comprehended the true meaning of Qin Yo Fist. Ling Yue's voice echoed in Su Taiping's mind, filled with satisfaction. You are advised to keep your realm suppressed below the great accomplishment of the opening door realm in the upcoming matches, just like in the previous one. Although you currently have the cultivation of the illusory realm, you lack matching martial skills and techniques, which means you can only enhance the power of the Green Bull Fist by a small margin. Relying solely on your cultivation to fight will not lead to long-term success. She added, "Thank you for the reminder, Sister Lingyue." Su Taiping silently thanked Fairy Lingyue in his heart. As Fairy Lingyue said, he could easily win against Qin Yuan in this match, for instance, by directly suppressing him with his illusory realm cultivation. However, this would clearly be a foolish move, as there would be many more matches to come, and once all his trump cards were exposed, he would surely be targeted. According to his plan, all the previous matches before the Seven Peaks Conference would serve as sharpening stones for his martial skills. He needed to take advantage of these matches to hone his weapons to the sharpest point before encountering true masters. As Su Taiping walked down the stage, he murmured in his heart. Meanwhile, in the audience, someone exclaimed, "He can win like this? But that's Qin Yuan." Zhou Gu was still in disbelief when he heard the examiner announce Su Taiping's victory. "I remember at last year's Longmen Conference, Qin Yuan lost because he was crushed by his opponent's cultivation. Why is he losing in martial skills today? Left Ju also found it hard to accept. Brother, don't worry about how he won. We should think about how to deal with this kid next. Zhou Gu interrupted the pondering Left Ju. What else can we do? Qin Yuan is already the strongest among them. Left Ju shot Zhou Gu a frustrated look. You can't just let this kid go. Zhou Gu still felt unwilling. Then what do you suggest? Should we find someone to deal with him? If this kid was still obscure like before, it would be fine. But now that he has made a name for himself, he will definitely attract attention. If we act against him now, you'll be courting death. Left Ju scoffed at Zhou Gu. I should have found a chance to deal with him back then. Zhou Gu gripped his hair fiercely and said fiercely, Can we trust the person who helped you switch the sign? Left Ju suddenly asked Zhou Gu. Of course, we can trust him. Zhou Gu patted his chest and assured Left Ju. That's good. This match was too eye-catching. The people on the mountain will definitely notice it. We mustn't leave any evidence. Left Ju nodded with a frown. Brother, it shouldn't be a big deal. If they investigate, they will only check if that kid took any pills to cheat. They won't look into the sign-switching matter. We can't be that unlucky. Zhou Gu laughed heartily and patted Left Ju on the shoulder. Shut your crow mouth. Left Ju shook off Zhou Gu's hand and shot him a helpless glare. The next day, Senior Brother, how did Xiao Taiping perform yesterday? Early in the morning, Zhao Linglong rushed to the Seven Peaks sword testing platform and immediately inquired about the previous day's Four Mountains conference from Duga Qinxiao. You're just in time. Qinxiao smiled, raising a letter in his hand. I just received this. He added. Let me see, Zhao Linglong said as she stepped on her fairy silk and flew out, trying to snatch the letter from Qinxiao's hand. Qinxiao merely sidestepped slightly and then flicked Zhao Linglong's fair forehead with a snap, saying, Let's read it together. If we're reading it together, why hit me? Zhao Linglong pouted, covering her forehead. Qinxiao ignored her and opened the envelope. This handwriting, why is it so familiar? Zhao Linglong suddenly exclaimed in surprise. It was sent by your sister Xian from the Six Peaks. She has a junior brother who happened to be assigned to supervise this Four Mountains conference at the West Wind Pavilion. Qinxiao replied as he unfolded the letter. What do you mean my sister Xian? She's obviously your sister Xian, right? Zhao Linglong grinned at Qinxiao. If you keep joking around like this, in a few days, even if I borrow the Mountain Patrol mirror, you won't be able to watch the Longmen conference with me. Qinxiao threatened with a straight face. Second Senior Brother. I was wrong. Zhao Linglong quickly admitted her mistake. However, as she said this, Qinxiao, who was beside her, suddenly showed no reaction, completely absorbed in the letter before him. Could it be that Xiao Taiping lost? Zhao Linglong's heart tightened at the sight and hurriedly turned to look at the letter. Senior Brother Qinxiao. The Su Taiping you asked me to inquire about made quite a splash at the Four Mountains conference at the West Wind Pavilion yesterday. He first defeated a martial artist at the opening door realm with a single punch, then broke the old Master Qin Yuan's indestructible skill and rushing water true qi. And then, like a hot knife through butter, he easily won consecutive matches, securing his qualification for the Longmen Hall. Zhao Linglong said, her face filled with astonishment as she withdrew her gaze. She then leaped up and exclaimed joyfully, Great. Xiao Taiping won, and it was a big victory. It's not just a big victory. At this moment, Qinxiao, who had finished reading the letter, suddenly shook his head. Second Senior Brother, what do you mean by that? Zhao Linglong, still full of excitement, looked at Qinxiao in confusion. According to the description from Xian's junior brother, Taiping only used the Green Bull Fist when he broke Qin Yuan's indestructible skill and rushing water true qi. When he broke the rushing water true qi, a bull demon phantom appeared, so he deduced that Taiping must have comprehended the true meaning of the Green Bull Fist. Qinxiao replied with a serious expression. True meaning of the fist? How old is Taiping? How could he possibly comprehend the true meaning of a fist technique? Zhao Linglong said in disbelief. This is merely the speculation of Xian's junior brother. After all, he wasn't in charge of the arena where Taiping was at the time. Hearing is one thing. Seeing is another. To know Taiping's true strength now, we still have to wait until the Longmen conference to see for ourselves. Qinxiao shook his head. That's right, that's right. Zhao Linglong nodded repeatedly, eager to see the Longmen conference. But isn't Xiao Taiping's luck a bit too bad? He encountered two masters in a row. And I saw that Sister Xian mentioned that both of them have the strength to participate in the Longmen conference. She took another look at the letter in Qinxiao's hand and casually remarked, Luck? Qinxiao frowned at her words. Yeah, this luck seems a bit too poor. I'll go to the top of the peak and pray to the 5 ancestors statue later, asking them to bless Xiao Taiping. Zhao Linglong said seriously contemplating. This doesn't seem like luck. Qin Xiao shook his head. Just as Zhao Linglong mentioned it, Qin Xiao's keen intuition as a high-level cultivator instinctively reacted. Not luck. Second senior brother. Do you think this is intentional? Zhao Linglong also realized at this moment. Although her personality was quite carefree, she had gone through years of training. So she still had some vigilance. Sister, you don't need to worry. I'll handle this matter. Qin Xiao took the letter from Zhao Linglong's hand and expressionlessly put it back into the envelope. Although the seven-peak selection relies solely on Xiao Taiping himself, if anyone thinks that Su Taiping has no one backing him and can be easily manipulated, they are gravely mistaken. Qin Xiao said coldly. He had a character that was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Since he had decided to help Su Taiping, he would see it through to the end. Some matters, if the higher-ups want to investigate, no one can hide from them. Bang! At the West Wind Pavilion. The pavilion master Lu Songshan first kicked Zhou Gu, sending him flying, and then slapped Left Ju's face with a loud smack. You two idiots. Lu Songshan, with bulging veins on his forehead, pointed at Zhou Gu and Left Ju, cursing loudly. Do you two dare to treat such important matters of the Four Mountains Association as a joke? You actually dared to swap the signing of the dispatch. You really have a lot of guts. Lu Songshan almost shouted these two sentences. Master, this matter was planned by me alone and has nothing to do with Brother Zhua. Please, Master, plead for me on the mountain and just expel me from the mountain gate. At this time, Zhou Gu climbed up and pleaded with Lu Songshan. Chapter 79, Dragon Gate Meeting. Is Uncle Jiao Baihong still alive? Now you know about loyalty, but why didn't you think before doing things? Was that meal at King's Wood you free? Didn't you see that Uncle Jiao looked at that kid differently? How dare you set your sights on him? Lu Songshan angrily scolded. But Uncle Jiao. Shut up. Zhou Gu was interrupted before he could finish. Can you even call Uncle Jiao? That is Master Dao Xin's uncle. Lu Songshan lowered his voice. His eyes filled with panic. Yes. Zhou Gu nodded repeatedly in fear. Master, my brother and I indeed made a mistake in this matter. We accept whatever punishment, be it death or mutilation. At this moment, Zhuju, who had been silent all along, also knelt down beside Zhou Gu. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I will bear it alone. Zhou Gu looked at Zhuju anxiously. Can you bear it? Lu Songshan shot Zhou Gu a glance. There are already people from Seven Peaks inquiring about this matter. It would be good enough for you two to leave the mountain alive. He then glared at the two. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gu immediately deflated and no longer argued. If someone from the mountain came to inquire personally, then even Lu Songshan would have no way to protect them. Master, considering the years I've spent following you, could you tell me who exactly Su Taiping's backing is before we leave? Zhuju could not help but ask Lu Songshan about his doubts. In his view, if Su Taiping had no background, the people on the mountain would not investigate this matter. Yes, I also can't understand. Clearly, both Uncle Jiao and Baihong are gone. Why are there still people supporting him? Zhou Gu also asked at this time. Do you think I don't want to know? Lu Songshan glared at the two. Moreover, who told you that Uncle Jiao is gone? He lowered his voice and continued. Uncle Jiao and Baihong are still alive? Didn't they say that the demon lord of the Greedy Wolf Kingdom has already emerged? Zhou Gu and Zhuju were both stunned. Forget it. You two are about to leave the mountain anyway, so it's no harm to inform you. Lu Songshan shook his head, then looked at them seriously and said, I just received confidential reports from Yunlu Association that Uncle Jiao not only returned alive from the Northern Territory, but also killed the demon lord and severed the roots of the Greedy Wolf Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gu and Zhuju immediately exchanged glances as if they couldn't believe their ears. So, taking this opportunity to leave the mountain may not be a bad thing for you two. You can also help me take care of some matters at Seven Swords Villa. If the situation at Finglegu is not handled well, I might have to roll back to Seven Swords Villa one day. Lu Songshan then squatted down and leaned close to the two's ears and whispered. Understood. The two, still in shock, nodded in unison. A few days later, King's Wuju, with a bow and arrows on his back, a long knife hanging at his waist, and a gourd in hand. Su Taiping closed the courtyard door of King's Wuju and locked it with an additional lock. Tomorrow is the first Dragon Gate meeting of the Seven Peaks selection, and he must arrive at Longmen Hall in advance. Just then, a small monkey, Pinyin, popped out from the hood of his cloak. This time, when I take you out, behave a little. When there are many people, go into the gourd, understand? Su Taiping patted the little monkey's head and smiled. Although spirit pets are not rare in Yunlu Mountain, he was still a bit worried about those with ulterior motives, so he chose to bring the little monkey. Got it. The little monkey nodded obediently. Boom. At that moment, a crane descended from the sky, flapping its wings and stirring up a gust of wind at the entrance of the small courtyard. Su Taiping of King's Wuju, the day of the Dragon Gate competition is approaching. Hurry and follow me to Longmen Hall, the crane said with a slightly arrogant tone, lifting its neck. Thank you for your trouble. Su Taiping cupped his hands toward the crane, then lightly stepped on the ground and gracefully landed on the crane's back. It's been 3 years. 3 years ago when I came to Yunlu Mountain, the first place I arrived at was Longmen Hall, and it was there that I was identified as having the white spirit bone and could not become a disciple on the mountain. Looking at the golden light shimmering on the sea of clouds under the sunlight, Su Taiping suddenly felt a surge of emotions. This time, the qualification to ascend the mountain will be fought for by me. He clenched his fist and murmured softly. The next day, Qingxian Sect, 7th Peak, Yuxuanju. This house, located on a suspended mountain on the west side of the 7th Peak, is the training ground of Zhao Linglong's second senior brother, Duga Qingxiao. Compared to the simple environment of the outer disciples, this place is simply a fairyland. Second brother, why is there still nothing in the mountain patrol mirror? The competition for Little Taiping and the others is about to start. In the bamboo forest of the backyard, Zhao Linglong, dressed in a green skirt, was shouting while holding a bronze mirror, her frowning pretty face reflected in the mirror. Didn't I ask you to wait until I arrived to say anything? Duga Qingxiao walked in from the courtyard door at this time. Behind him followed a graceful woman and a stunningly beautiful girl. Sister Zian, Sister Buyu. Upon seeing the woman and girl, Zhao Linglong, who had been bored, suddenly became lively. Immediately putting down the bronze mirror and flying over through the bamboo forest on her silk. Sister Linglong, it's been a year since we last met. How have you been? Zian smiled as she looked at Zhao Linglong. How can I be well? After parting from you last year, I was first locked in the Yanxin Pavilion by my father for 6 months, and then because of a minor incident, I was confined for another 6 months. In the blink of an eye, a whole year of good time has passed. Zhao Linglong sighed, while holding Zian's hand as they walked. Losing a fire spirit sparrow is considered a minor incident? Duga Qingxiao shot Zhao Linglong a glance. Sister Zian, please take care of my second brother. He always scolds me for no reason. Zhao Linglong shook Zian's arm. That matter has passed. Sister Linglong has learned her lesson, so don't keep talking about it. Zian turned her head and smiled at Duga Qingxiao, her eyes gentle enough to melt people. I know. Duga Qingxiao was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned his head away. Seeing this, Zian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a scheming smile. I feel a bit unnecessary here with Sister Buyu. Zhao Linglong released Zian's hand and turned to take Lin Buyu's hand. Upon hearing this, Duga Qingxiao shot Zhao Linglong a fierce glare, while Zian covered her mouth and giggled, then changed the topic to the silent Lin Buyu, saying, by the way, Buyu, do you still remember Su Taiping, who entered the mountain with you back then? Chapter 80, Mountain Patrol Mirror, Old Friends Gather at Yuxuanju. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyu turned to look at Zian, then turned away again, shaking her head expressionlessly. I don't remember. Everyone felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. It has been 3 years. It's normal not to remember. Zian smiled to ease the atmosphere. That's right. It's been 3 years. It's normal not to remember. Look, Sister Buyu is already as tall as me now. Zhao Linglong smiled and gestured. If it weren't for Su Taiping being her first disciple, she brought down the mountain. And if it weren't for her having a similar experience to Su Taiping in her childhood, she might have already forgotten that boy. Although Zhao Linglong's father is the peak master of the 7 peaks, she is the child of the peak master and a worldly woman. Having grown up in the mundane world until the age of 7, her mother made a living by washing clothes, and later when her mother fell seriously ill, the 6 or 7-year-old Zhao Linglong actually learned to wash clothes, cook, and even brew medicine. If it weren't for my mother's death and her being found by the master of 7 peaks, she might have left with her mother that winter. By the way, Sister Zian, did you come here today to watch the Longmen conference as well? Zhao Linglong no longer thought about the past and immediately changed the subject, curiously asking Su Zian. I learned from a letter with Qingxiao yesterday that you borrowed the mountain patrol mirror, so I thought of bringing Buyu to take a look. Although it's a competition among outer disciples, it only happens once every 3 years, so if we miss it, we'll have to wait another 3 years. Zian nodded. That's perfect. This year at the Longmen conference, Su Taiping, who came into the mountain with Sister Buyu, is also here, so you can get to know each other later. Zhao Linglong teased Lin Buyu with a smile. To Zhao Linglong and Zian's surprise. This time Lin Buyu neither ignored her nor refuted her. A moment later, at the stone table in the bamboo forest. All right, what is now showing in the copper mirror is the martial arts arena in front of Longmen Hall. Today's South competition will take place on the 4 stages in the center of the arena. After Qing Xiao used his magical power to activate the copper mirror, he returned it to the stone table. Let me take a look. Zhao Linglong leaned over the table, resting her arm on the edge, and then found, just as Qing Xiao said, that the image of the martial arts arena in front of Longmen Hall had indeed appeared in the copper mirror. In the image, the 4 square stages lined up in the center of the arena were the most eye-catching, and the crowd was concentrated around these 4 stages. Second senior brother, do you know which stage Taiping is on? Zhao Linglong suddenly looked up at Qing Xiao. Linglong, the Longmen Conference draws lots on the spot, so no one knows which stage they will be on until today. Before Qing Xiao could speak, Xian, who was next to him, smiled and explained. I see. Then I'll have to look for it slowly. Zhao Linglong nodded. She had never paid attention to the 7-peak selection before, so she naturally didn't know this. Let me find it. Qing Xiao then channeled some spiritual power to his fingertips, drawing a rune pattern on the surface of the copper mirror, and began to gradually enlarge the image of the eastern stage. Let us start looking from the eastern stage. You can watch as well. As he spoke, he waved his finger at the copper mirror, and the image inside began to zoom in on the eastern stage. The perspective of the copper mirror resembled a bird soaring through the air, gliding over the heads of the cultivators in the martial arts arena. No. This eastern stage is filled with old men. There's no Taiping. Zhao Linglong took a glance and waved her hand, indicating for Qing Xiao to look at another stage. Since she didn't know what Su Taiping looked like now, she could only use age as a reference to search. Fortunately, most of the outer disciples who could participate in the Longmen Conference were older and mostly martial artists, so it wasn't particularly troublesome to look. Wait, there's a young man here. Zhao Linglong suddenly called out to Qing Xiao. That person is not Su Taiping. Xian, who had been paying attention to the image in the copper mirror, shook her head at this moment. As the image quickly enlarged, the young man's face appeared clearly in the copper mirror. Although he was also very young, his appearance was clearly not Su Taiping. There were significant differences in both face shape and features. How do you know this isn't Su Taiping, senior sister Xian? After confirming that the person was not Su Taiping, Zhao Linglong curiously looked up at Xian. This person is named Lu Yuan. He came to Yunlu Mountain 7 years ago. Although he is a white spirit bone, he has an excellent talent for martial arts practice and is best at using a knife. He has long been an outer disciple under observation by each peak. Xian explained. Master also asked me to keep an eye on this person. Qing Xiao nodded upon hearing this. There are such formidable disciples among the outer disciples. Taiping must not run into him. Zhao Linglong continued to search for Su Taiping in the copper mirror while murmuring with some concern. All outer disciples who can come to Longmen Hall are not ordinary people. Even if they don't run into Lu Yuan, they will encounter others. Qing Xiao rebutted Zhao Linglong. Can't you say something nice? Don't move. Before Zhao Linglong could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Buyu, who had been silent until now. What's wrong? The 3 of them looked at Lin Buyu in unison. That person looks a bit like him. Lin Buyu pointed at the copper mirror. The 3 looked down and found that the boy Lin Buyu was pointing to did indeed have some resemblance to Su Taiping in their memories. Second senior brother. Zoom in a bit more, quickly. Zhao Linglong urged repeatedly. Don't rush. Qing Xiao glared at Zhao Linglong, then gently moved his fingers forming the sealing gesture, causing the image in the copper mirror to continuously enlarge until only the figure of the boy remained. However, because the perspective of the copper mirror was looking down, and the boy was writing something with his head down, the 3 of them still couldn't see his face clearly. Just when Zhao Linglong was anxiously thinking of how to get Qing Xiao to find another way, the boy suddenly stopped writing and, as if sensing something, looked up at the sky. Thus, his appearance was clearly visible in the copper mirror. It was a slightly childish face, but already showing some angles, especially the eyes under the slightly furrowed eyebrows, which had a determination and sharpness not typical of youth, along with a hint of stubbornness. It's him. P.S. Little Taiping. After a moment of daze, Zhao Linglong suddenly shouted in joy. Although he has grown much taller and stronger, his eyes and brows haven't changed. It's definitely him. She excitedly added. The most memorable thing about Su Taiping was still the gaze that held a hint of stubbornness amidst vigilance when they first met. It should be him. Look at the signboard on the table in front of him. Qing Xiao pointed to the sign in front of Su Taiping in the copper mirror. Hearing this, everyone focused their eyes, and then they found that the signboard clearly had the words King's Hudge, Su Taiping written on it. King's Hudge, that's right, it's King's Hudge. I personally took him there back then, Zhao Linglong said with a nostalgic expression. Wait, she suddenly thought of something, turned her head to look at Lin Buyu, and curiously asked her, Buyu, didn't you say you didn't remember Taiping? How did you recognize him at a glance? Lin Buyu expressionlessly met Zhao Linglong's gaze, then turned her head away and said flatly, I guessed. Chapter 81, Battle with Tianqi. Does this person have such a heavy killing intent? In front of Longmen Hall. Sister Linghua, do you see those light spots above? I feel like those things have been staring at me. Su Taiping looked up at the 2 points in the sky while asking Sister Linghua in his heart. At this moment, he had already drawn lots and obtained his signboard. It should be some kind of magical artifact, like a mirage, capable of transmitting the situation here to thousands of miles away, just like the black mirror in your hand. Sister Linghua speculated. This competition should be of interest to the cultivators on the mountain. She added. Su Taiping secretly nodded, then withdrew his gaze. I wonder if Linglong and brother Qing Xiao can see it. Forget it, maybe they've already forgotten about me. As he thought aimlessly, he walked to the stage marked with D, who is number 11 on the D stage. Before Su Taiping could reach the edge of the stage, a somewhat impatient shout came from below the stage. Number 11 on the D stage? Su Taiping felt it was somewhat familiar and looked down at his signboard. It was indeed number 11 on the D stage. It's me. Su Taiping replied calmly and quickened his pace. Which little brat is this, so fussy? Do you still want to compete? A short but exceptionally strong man in green scolded as he pushed through the crowd to look at Su Taiping. Has the time come? Su Taiping did not look at the man but turned to the supervisor beside him. No, the supervisor replied indifferently before continuing with his own tasks. You and I are the first ones here. Can't you come earlier since the time isn't up yet? You're dragging your feet like a woman. The strong man shot Su Taiping a glare. Su Taiping ignored him, placed his bundle on the seat, and took out a long strip of white cloth, beginning to wrap it carefully around his hands. This strip was woven from silver silkworm silk, which could not be easily cut even by blades. Once wrapped, it provided a certain level of protection for his fists while ensuring their agility, making it suitable for someone who fights with their fists. Su Taiping had accidentally found it in the storage room of the West Wind Pavilion. Hey, is this kid the one who defeated Qin Yuan and Sun Hu a few days ago? At that moment, a cultivator near the arena suddenly recognized Su Taiping's identity. Qin Yuan's reputation was not small among this group of outer sect cultivators, so the news of his defeat quickly spread among the outer disciples. Some people had even obtained a portrait of Su Taiping. That's right, it's him, Su Taiping from Qingzhou residence. It's him. Once it was confirmed that it was Su Taiping, the crowd gradually gathered around him. Kid, I heard you used a set of Qingyo fist to break Qin's indestructible skill? After hearing that Su Taiping was the one who defeated Qin Yuan, the green-clad strong man, although no longer looking down on him, still spoke in a tone that was quite annoying. Just got lucky and defeated Qin's old trick for a moment. After binding his fists with the cloth, Su Taiping raised his head and calmly met the gaze of the green-clad strong man. You do know a bit about yourself. The green-clad strong man sneered, then pointed his thumb at his chest and said, Since you know that old guy Qin Yuan, you must have heard of my name, Ghost Shadowfoot Tianqi, right? Upon hearing this, the crowd around them erupted in commotion. Clearly, many people present had heard of Tianqi. Isn't Tianqi the one who kicked to death someone in the last 7 Peaks selection after winning a match? I remember him. Though he stopped at the Dragon Gate conference last time, in every match he won, his opponents were either dead or severely injured. In that 7 Peaks selection, he kicked to death 4 people. Through the whispers around, Su Taiping finally gained some understanding of the man before him. However, the problem was that he really hadn't heard of this person before. Sorry, I've only been in the mountains for a short time and don't know much about these matters, so this is the first time I've heard of your esteemed name. Mr. Tianqi. Although he heard the whispers around him, Su Taiping thought for a moment and decided to speak honestly. Upon hearing this, Tianqi's face darkened immediately, and a fierce aura spread across his rough, butcher-like face. As soon as this killing intent appeared, the surrounding cultivators hurriedly retreated, each one falling silent. Why does this person have such a heavy killing intent? Su Taiping frowned, his fists clenching tightly, muttering in confusion to himself. However, those who understood Tianqi's personality would certainly not be surprised by the killing intent he displayed at this moment. Tianqi was inherently jealous, irritable, petty, and had a very strong sense of pride. He liked to belittle and mock others, but could not tolerate even the slightest hint of contempt directed at himself. It was this extremely twisted personality that led to his strong killing intent. Over the years, he had killed many cultivators over mere verbal disputes. However, Su Taiping did not show any signs of fear and continued to stare him down. No matter how strong Tianqi's killing intent was, could it compare to the demon tiger of Qingfeng Gorge or the fire-patterned python of Zhuxi Valley? Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence, Tianqi of Liuye village. The time has come, you two quickly ascend the stage. Just as Su Taiping and Tianqi's auras were becoming increasingly intense, the supervisor's voice suddenly rang out from below, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Taiping, this person's killing intent carries a hint of ferocity. He must be practicing some kind of evil technique that nurtures his energy through killing. So be careful. The fairy Lingwei reminded Su Taiping through sound transmission. Su Taiping nodded secretly. He had actually sensed a hint of unusual aura from Tianqi earlier. And now that Sister Lingwei said the same, it confirmed that his intuition was correct. On the 7th peak, in the bamboo forest behind Yuxian residence. What is going on with these people? Why are they surrounding little Taiping? Are they bullying him because of his age? And why does that green-clad chubby guy have such heavy hostility towards little Taiping? What did little Taiping do to them? Seeing Su Taiping surrounded by a group of people in the copper mirror, Zhao Linglong immediately became indignant and wished she could fly to Longmen Hall to defend Su Taiping. Haha. Su Zian was amused by Zhao Linglong's indignant expression. However, she also knew that Zhao Linglong had this personality and often stood up for the disciples of the 7 Peaks. Sister Linglong, don't get excited. These people must have recognized that little Taiping is the one who defeated Qin Yuan a few days ago, so they gathered to watch the fun. She gently patted Zhao Linglong's hand. Because she had been entrusted by the Peak Master to select disciples, Zian had some understanding of these outer sect disciples. This green-clad man is named Tianqi. He came to Yunlu Mountain 7 years ago. Before coming here, he was the leader of a gang and had once killed over 100 people from a rival gang in a fit of rage. Fearing retaliation from enemies, he fled into Yunlu Mountain. At this time, Duga Qingxiao also spoke up. Like Zian, he had some knowledge of these key outer disciples. Why would Qingxian sect take in such a notorious criminal? Zhao Linglong looked at Duga Qingxiao in confusion. It is said that he is willing to offer all the wealth he has accumulated over the years to the Qingxian sect for the qualification to enter the mountain and escape from his enemies, along with the family's superior martial art, Ghost Shadow Foot. This time, it was Zian who answered Zhao Linglong. This person is ruthless in his actions, and he even has such determination. It seems he is not as easy to deal with as you just mentioned, Lu Yuan. Zhao Linglong's tone became serious. She did not overlook Tianqi's strength because of her prejudices. Tianqi's greatest reliance was his family's Ghost Shadow Foot, in terms of killing power. This technique was not inferior to any superior martial art. Otherwise, in the last 7 Peak selection, so many outer disciples would not have died under his Ghost Shadow Foot even with precautions. Qingxiao nodded solemnly. The competition is about to start. At this moment, Zian, who had been watching the scene in the copper mirror, reminded a few of them. Immediately, Zhao Linglong and Qingxiao redirected their attention back to the copper mirror. In the copper mirror, Tianqi and Su Taiping ascended the stage one after the other. Once on stage, neither of them wasted words. Su Taiping took his stance for the Qingyo fist, while Ghost Shadow Foot Tianqi provocatively lifted his left foot, with lines of red-hot, true energy swirling around his strong thigh. Seeing this scene, the people in the bamboo forest held their breath, not daring to blink. On the arena of Longmen Hall, clang. The supervisor on the stage swung his arm and struck the nearby gong forcefully. Boom. Almost the moment the gong sounded, Su Taiping and Tianqi's figures disappeared from the stage. When they reappeared, they were already in the center of the stage, fists and feet colliding in rapid succession. Tianqi's legs were as fast as Su Taiping's fists. In an instant, the fierce winds generated by the clash of fists and legs surged like waves, spreading from the arena. Su Taiping was actually able to withstand Tianqi's Ghost Shadow kick. No wonder he could defeat Qin Yuan. The spectators below the stage were all filled with astonishment. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe that a young boy could match the renowned Ghost Shadow kick of Tianqi purely with the Qingyo fist. Bang! With a huge collision, Su Taiping's cow horn crashing mountain collided with Tianqi's leg shadow that struck like a battle axe. This punch still couldn't determine a victor. They merely held their ground in a stalemate. However, when their energies clashed, they stirred up ripples of fierce winds, giving the spectators below an immense sense of pressure. Boom. Although it appeared that neither of them made any moves, the clash of their true energies was unrelenting. Su Taiping's residual sunset true energy and Tian Qi's unknown true energy seemed to be in a struggle, constantly pushing each other outward. Get down. Suddenly, Tian Qi roared. In an instant, the muscles of the foot he stood on bulged fiercely. With a sudden increase in strength, he stomped down with a bang, cracking the rocky ground. Then, he leveraged the force to flip his body, channeling all his strength into the leg that kicked towards Su Taiping. Boom. With an explosive sound, the residual sunset protective true energy surrounding Su Taiping shattered. A massive force descended like a mountain, heavily pressing down from Tian Qi's leg onto Su Taiping's arm, causing his body to sink, and the rocky ground beneath him began to crack. You little brat, my foot is not only fast, but also heavy. Let's see if I can't crush you. Seeing this, Tian Qi grinned savagely, and his leg muscles swelled again, adding even more force. But this time, Su Taiping remained completely still. Not only did he not sink further, but the breath that had been suppressed by Tian Qi surged once more. Boom. A sound of energy explosion rang out. Su Taiping's true energy suddenly erupted. The arm that had been pressed down by Tian Qi increased in strength and shot upward, directly pushing aside his thick thigh. Small door realm minor success. Su Taiping suddenly burst forth with an aura fluctuation that made everyone present's hearts tremble. Most of the outer disciples who could ascend to the Dragon Gate Hall had already broken through to the small door realm. But there were few who had the aura fluctuation of minor success like Su Taiping at this moment. However, they surely didn't know that even this aura fluctuation was merely a result of Su Taiping intentionally suppressing himself to hone his martial skills. Boom. Just as Su Taiping lifted Tian Qi's thigh, his prepared left fist came crashing down heavily onto Tian Qi's groin. Whoosh. Tian Qi hurriedly retracted his leg, sidestepping to evade. Boom. But Su Taiping seemed to have anticipated his thoughts, and his prepared right fist had already struck towards the direction he was dodging. Bang. With a muffled sound, Tian Qi's protective true energy was shattered by Su Taiping's fist, landing solidly on his waist, causing his entire body to stagger backward for several steps from the force. Whoosh. Before Tian Qi could steady himself, Su Taiping appeared before him again, as if he were a shadow. Get the hell away from me. An enraged Tian Qi roared again. Then, he forcefully infused true energy into his right leg, kicking heavily towards Su Taiping's incoming fist. Bang. The fist and foot collided. Su Taiping merely swayed slightly. Instead, Tian Qi was pushed back several steps by the recoil force. It was during these few steps that Su Taiping found an opening and had the opportunity to unleash the charging bull formation. Bang! Just as Tian Qi had yet to steady himself, Su Taiping's fist crashed heavily into his chest. Then came the second punch, the third punch, the fourth punch. He charged forward like a rampaging bull, continuously using his fists as horns to strike at Tian Qi. Chapter 83. Battling Tian Qi. Is it really the charging bull formation? Just a mere child, just a mere child. Completely suppressed by Su Taiping's fist momentum, Tian Qi felt a humiliation he had never experienced before, and he went completely berserk. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ignoring the impact of Su Taiping's punches, his two thick legs lashed out like whips towards Su Taiping. Boom, boom, boom. The spectators could only see the shadows of fists and legs flying everywhere on the stage. However, it soon became apparent to everyone. At first, Tian Qi's ghost shadow legs could still keep up with Su Taiping's fists, but after more than 30 punches, he gradually could only defend. In contrast, Su Taiping's fist momentum continued to swell, with each punch more powerful than the last, and the speed of his strikes increasingly left only afterimages. Bang! When Su Taiping's charging bull formation unleashed its 90th punch, Tian Qi's legs finally couldn't keep up, allowing Su Taiping's fist to slip past his feet and smash heavily into his abdomen. Boom. Tian Qi's robust body was knocked off the ground by this punch, flying back a few feet before barely regaining his footing. Is this really the Qing Yo fist? Is this really the charging bull formation? Upon witnessing this scene, the spectators below were filled with awe and questions. However, Tian Qi clearly had no intention of giving up. As soon as he steadied himself, his muscles swelled once again, tearing his clothes apart, and he let out a roar, spinning around and kicking towards Su Taiping. Bang! This kick indeed had great power. Su Taiping's fist paused for a moment due to the rebound force before he swung his fist again. But that was all. Because Su Taiping's next punch surged in power once more. Bang! This punch caused Tian Qi to lean back again. As the charging bull formation had only a few punches left, the momentum of Su Taiping's fists reached its peak. Bang, bang, bang. Each subsequent punch sent the crowd's hearts racing, while also causing Tian Qi's legs to bleed and tear. At this moment, there was no longer any doubt among the spectators about the young man's ability to defeat Qin Yuan, not to mention his small door realm minor success realm. Just the understanding of the true essence of the Qing Yo fist was enough to look down upon all the outer disciples. Boom. At this moment, Su Taiping's charging bull formation finally had only the last strike left. The momentum accumulated from over 100 punches was all concentrated in this final punch. So when he smashed this punch towards Tian Qi, everyone suddenly felt as if a mountain was toppling towards Tian Qi. Boom. But just then, Tian Qi, who seemed to have lost all ability to defend, suddenly erupted with a surge of blood-colored true energy, and his originally 5-foot-tall body shot up to 10 feet. His muscles bulging like a ferocious beast. You forced me, you forced me. With a furious roar, the Tian Qi, resembling a monstrous humanoid beast, suddenly supported himself on one leg, raising the other leg like a massive axe, sweeping towards Su Taiping with a thunderous sound. Bang! The fists and feet clashed once more. This time, Su Taiping's long-prepared final strike of the charging bull formation actually matched Tian Qi's leg equally. This scene left the spectators in shock. This is an evil technique. Tian Qi has practiced an evil technique. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, Die for me. However, Tian Qi, at this moment, seemed to have gone mad, completely disregarding whether this evil technique would be discovered, still wildly striking towards Su Taiping with a flurry of leg shadows. Boom. The entire arena shook as Tian Qi delivered powerful kicks, one after another. The crowd erupted in a commotion, and the two supervising elders quickly drew their weapons, ready to intervene. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong and her companions in front of the bronze mirror looked equally tense. Senior brother, Tian Qi is clearly violating the sect's rules. Why aren't the supervising elders stepping in? Zhao Linglong, who had just been cheering for Su Taiping, never expected Tian Qi to use evil techniques at this moment. Taiping was still choosing to fight instead of retreating from the arena, making it difficult for them to intervene. Qing Shao shook his head. Don't worry. Taiping doesn't seem flustered. He must have a plan. He added. Hearing this, Zhao Linglong and the others turned their gaze to Su Taiping in the bronze mirror. They soon realized, just as Qing Shao had said, that Su Taiping showed no signs of fear and remained calm, as if he had anticipated this strike from his opponent. Boom. After dodging several of Tian Qi's kicks, Su Taiping suddenly unleashed the wind shadow step. In an instant, he moved like the wind, closing the distance to Tian Qi. Bang! He landed a heavy punch to Tian Qi's abdomen. However, at this moment, Tian Qi's body was as tough as a demonic beast, only taking a step or two back to withstand Su Taiping's punch. Kid, there's no way you can leave this arena alive after facing me, Tian Qi. Tian Qi laughed madly and swept his thick leg towards Su Taiping once more. Bang! Su Taiping didn't retreat. Instead, he continued to exchange blows with him. Then, disregarding the backlash on his arm, he began to alternate his punches, executing the bull charge formation again. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, the sound of collisions echoed in the arena like drumbeats. How is he still able to execute the bull charge formation a second time? The crowd was once again astonished. Although the bull charge formation consumed little true energy, it was extremely taxing on physical strength and could grind bones. So it was rare for a normal cultivator to complete one set, let alone a second. However, soon, the spectators noticed with astonishment that Su Taiping not only maintained steady punches, but was also gradually keeping up with Tian Qi's ghostly leg speed and force. The exchanges between their punches and kicks resumed. It should be noted that at this moment, Tian Qi was using evil techniques. He had clearly exhausted himself earlier. Why was his speed and strength still increasing? Ziyin looked at Su Taiping in the bronze mirror, her face full of confusion. It's not that Taiping's speed and strength have increased, but rather his understanding of the Qing Yo fist and his mastery of the timing of his punches and his opponent's habits. Look closely. His bull charge formation has no unnecessary movements, and his timing aligns perfectly with Tian Qi's charging and striking. Qing Shao stared intently at Su Taiping in the bronze mirror, murmuring. After his reminder, The others also noticed the changes in Su Taiping, and their expressions shifted from worry to surprise. Chapter 84. Defeating Tianqi. The perfect Qing Neo fist bang. Just as they were speaking, Su Taiping in the bronze mirror landed a heavy punch on Tianqi's knee as he swept his leg, then twisted and delivered another punch beneath Tianqi's hips, causing Tianqi to frown. This was the first time since using the evil technique that Tianqi showed such an expression. And this was just the beginning. With this strike, Su Taiping's second bull charge formation commenced again. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the roar of the charging bulls, Tianqi's ghostly leg technique was gradually suppressed, forcing him to defend once more. Seeing this, the supervising elders who had been ready to intervene put down their weapons. Clearly, this was not the right time for them to act. Moreover, encountering disciples practicing evil techniques was not uncommon for them. It happened every year, so they remained calm. No, this is impossible. How could I lose to a brat like you? Realizing he was about to be defeated again, Tianqi was both shocked and furious. He began to recklessly unleash his evil techniques, crimson true energy surging around him, making him appear even bulkier. Bang! But what filled him with despair was that Su Taiping's bull charge formation was also increasing in power, and the rate of increase was faster than his evil techniques. 100th punch. Su Taiping, having gained something in this contest, suddenly shouted excitedly. Then, his fist smashed down like a cannonball onto Tianqi's thick thigh. Bang! With a loud crash, Tianqi stumbled and nearly fell. At that moment, Su Taiping's 101st punch followed closely behind. Bang! This punch landed heavily on Tianqi's chest, knocking him down to the ground. Roar! Unwilling to accept defeat, Tianqi opened his mouth and let out a roar, his crimson true energy exploding outward as if he was forcibly activating some secret technique. 103rd. In response, Su Taiping unleashed a punch imbued with the power of a herd of bulls. Bang! As the punch fell, the arena trembled, and Tianqi's surrounding blood energy was shattered. No! Tianqi's face twisted in unwillingness. Bang, bang, bang. He tried to fight back desperately, but as soon as his blood energy surged, it was smashed apart by Su Taiping's punches, one after another. 108th punch. Finally, the second set of the bull charge formation reached 108 punches. This was the best punch Su Taiping believed he had executed since practicing the Qingyou fist. Not yet, not yet. Realizing he was at the end of the road, Tianqi suddenly bit through his own tongue, recklessly burning his blood energy with his evil techniques. Roar! With a roar that sounded inhuman, Tianqi's flesh swelled grotesquely, transforming into a half-man, half-wolf monster, lunging at Su Taiping. Faced with this monster, Su Taiping did not retract his fist. At this moment, he was immensely confident in his punch, feeling that even if the tiger demon from that day stood before him, he could still take it down with one blow. Su Taiping's gaze was resolute as he faced the monster's head, delivering a heavy punch. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the monster's head was smashed to pieces. The arena beneath them completely shattered under this punch. Boom! In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air. As the dust settled, the bronze mirror revealed Su Taiping's face. Although it was only from a bird's-eye view, his focused and vigilant gaze, along with his tense physique, still exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Was this really the Su Taiping from 3 years ago? Ziyin stared at the Su Taiping in the bronze mirror, her face full of astonishment. It was hard for her to reconcile the Su Taiping, who had just killed an evil cultivator with his fists, with the boy from 3 years ago who had been protected by Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong. It's him. Qing Xiao, however, raised the corners of his mouth. Although his physique had grown much larger and his appearance had changed slightly, that determined and resolute gaze was unmistakable. He murmured. He still remembered Su Taiping's resolute decision to go down the mountain to train for 3 years after being tested for the white spirit bone 3 years ago. That's right. It's him. Zhao Linglong also nodded vigorously. However, in these 3 years, little Taiping must have suffered a lot. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was actually very perceptive and immediately noticed the scars on Su Taiping's arms and the blood seeping from his wrapped fists. It's okay, once we go up the mountain. I'll protect you, junior brother. Feeling a fleeting moment of sentimentality, Zhao Linglong suddenly regained her optimistic demeanor. She placed a hand on Dugu Qingxiao's shoulder and confidently assured him from a distance. It's too early to say that now. Dugu Qingxiao, who had initially relaxed his furrowed brow, frowned again at the copper mirror, his gaze fixed intently on it. Did Taiping not win this round? Zhao Linglong looked at Duga Qingxiao in confusion. Duga Qingxiao did not explain, but simply pointed to the copper mirror, saying, "You can see for yourself." Hearing this, Zhao Linglong and Xian turned their gaze back to the copper mirror. At that moment, the image in the copper mirror displayed a large announcement board. As Duga Qingxiao continuously zoomed in on the image, Zhao Linglong and Xian immediately saw two familiar names listed, Su Taiping and Lu Yuan. Is little Taiping really going to face Lu Yuan next? Zhao Linglong exclaimed in surprise. The signings of the Longmen Association are managed by Elder Black Dragon. There is no possibility of tampering this time, which can only be said to reflect Taiping's unfortunate luck. Duga Qingxiao smiled bitterly. Senior brother, what is Lu Yuan's cultivation strength? After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Linglong suddenly asked Duga Qingxiao with some concern. Chapter 85. Battle with Lu Yuan. This time I will use a knife. Although Qingxiao had already mentioned to Xian that Lu Yuan was a key focus for each peak this time, Zhao Linglong still wanted to confirm it. From what she observed, if it weren't for the last match against Tianqi, Taiping might still have a 30 to 40 chance, but now, he probably doesn't even have a 20 chance. Duga Qingxiao said gravely. This judgment was based on Taiping's previous performance, combined with what he knew about Lu Yuan's cultivation strength. Taiping's luck was indeed somewhat poor. Xian nodded in agreement, letting out a soft sigh. We've observed Lu Yuan for quite some time across the 6 peaks. Although he has a white spirit bone, thanks to his family's wealth, he has had access to various spiritual herbs and pills since childhood, and his cultivation is now at the intermediate opening door stage. Moreover, the fierce sunblade he practices is a rare martial arts inheritance from his family. Keep in mind that Tianqi's ghostly shadow steps are also considered top-tier martial arts. She continued to explain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's expression of worry deepened immediately. Don't think too much. Just based on Taiping's performance in the previous match, I could also persuade the master to admit him to the 7 peaks. Qingxiao comforted Zhao Linglong. Wouldn't that mean all of little Taiping's efforts over the past 3 years would be in vain? Zhao Linglong turned her gaze to the copper mirror, where the young figure stood in front of the announcement board, her eyes filled with sorrow. Senior brother, did you see the scars on his arm? Look closely. The new scars overlap the old ones, which must be injuries sustained during these years of cultivation. A common greenox fist. And yet he managed to cultivate it to such a level. It must have consumed an immense amount of effort. And all he seeks is simply to become a formal disciple. And just because he is a white bone, just because he has no family background, all his 3 years of hard work and effort are about to go to waste. Isn't that too unfair for him? As she finished her words, Zhao Linglong bit her lip and turned to look at Duga Qingxiao. If she hadn't seen Su Taiping's match, she might have thought bringing him to the 7 peaks was the best choice. But now, thinking about how the countless efforts of this young man over the past 3 years were about to turn to nothing, a deep sense of unwillingness arose in her heart. If she felt this way, how much more so did Su Taiping himself? However, what Zhao Linglong certainly did not know was that everything she saw in Su Taiping was merely the tip of the iceberg of what he had endured over the past 3 years. I don't think he will lose. Just then, Lin Buyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. The others looked at her in surprise. Why do you suddenly say that, Buyu? Xian asked, somewhat confused. Sometimes she really couldn't figure out what her little junior sister was thinking. Intuition. Lin Buyu met the gaze of the 3 with an indifferent expression, then turned her attention back to the copper mirror. She clearly remembered the scene when the boy from the red maple forest descended from the sky and punched the demon tiger. In her view, the boy who had the courage to face the demon tiger alone could not possibly stop here. However, when Xian and the others pressed her for more, Lin Buyu fell silent again, not saying a word no matter how they asked. The match seems to be about to begin. Ultimately, Qingxiao and the others' attention was drawn back to the copper mirror, where Su Taiping and Lu Yuan were stepping onto the stage together. Wait a minute. Is Taiping planning to use a knife in this match? He will use a knife? When they saw Su Taiping untying the cloth strips on his hands and placing his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. Even Lin Buyu was no exception. In front of the Longmen Hall, on the Tianzi platform, a young man dressed in white smiled and cupped his hands towards Su Taiping. Junior brother Su, your previous match was truly eye-opening. Forgive me for making senior brother Lu laugh, Su Taiping replied with a smile. This person in front of him was naturally his opponent for this match, Lu Yuan. I wanted to come forward to get to know you, but I didn't expect to be drawn as your opponent this time. What a pity. It would have been great if we could both ascend to the Seven Peaks platform together, Lu Yuan said somewhat regretfully. Su Taiping could tell that, at least from his tone. Lu Yuan's words did not seem insincere. Of course, he would not be so naive as to lower his guard just because of this acknowledgement from the other party. To him, once they stepped onto this platform, there would only be opponents, not friends. If you two are ready, the match can begin. At that moment, the supervisor on the platform reminded the two. Junior brother Su's Green Ox fist was marvelous in the last match. It has made me itch for a while. Finally, I have the opportunity to learn a few moves, Lu Yuan said as he took 2 steps back, assuming a stance to draw his knife. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, senior brother Lu. Su Taiping also stepped back a few paces, then pressed his hand on the hilt of the long knife at his waist and continued, this time, I will use a knife. You will use a knife? Lu Yuan was taken aback, somewhat doubting if he had heard incorrectly. Su Taiping indeed had a knife hanging at his side, but he had hardly used it. To give up his strongest fist technique and switch to using a knife. Not only Lu Yuan was puzzled, but the surrounding cultivators were also in an uproar, completely unable to understand why Su Taiping would abandon his Green Ox fist. After several matches, due to the stunning performance of the Green Ox fist, everyone had almost tacitly accepted it as Su Taiping's signature skill. Some even began to speculate that the Green Ox fist manual Su Taiping practiced was different from theirs. Furthermore, it should be noted that the Lu Yuan standing in front of him had mastered the martial arts' absolute skill, the Fierce Sunblade. Wasn't this akin to striking a rock with an egg? Many people felt that Su Taiping was just bluffing. They all thought that when the match began, he would surely revert to using the Green Ox fist. Chapter 86, Battle with Lu Yuan, the 7 Kills Fatal Strike. Supervisor, I am ready. Su Taiping turned to glance at the supervisor not far away. I am also ready, Lu Yuan also indicated at this time. At this moment, he no longer wore a puzzled expression but instead looked filled with curiosity and excitement, thinking to himself, interesting, after 7 years in Yunlu Mountain, hardly anyone dares to use a knife in front of me down here. Since you are both ready, let the match begin, the supervisor announced loudly, followed by a wave of his arm, striking the nearby gong with a clang. Clang. Almost as soon as the gong sounded, Su Taiping and Lu Yuan's long knives were drawn simultaneously. 2 streams of blade energy surged forth like 2 fierce winds, howling from the east and west sides of the platform, ultimately colliding with a clash. Boom. In the midst of the collision and explosion sounds, Su Taiping and Lu Yuan's blades touched and then separated, both retreating back to their original positions. This strike was clearly meant to test each other's strengths, and neither used their full power. Yet, such a brief exchange ignited excitement among the watching disciples. This young man really knows how to use a knife. Although it was just 1 strike, it already showed considerable skill, unlike someone who has just started using a knife. Of course, Su Taiping was not using a knife for the first time. Over the past 2 years, in order to have more trump cards for the chiefing selection, he devoted a significant amount of energy to practicing the 7-kill knife. Coupled with Ling Yue's guidance, his improvement was quite remarkable. We underestimated Taiping. In front of the bronze mirror, Qing Xiao smiled upon seeing this, and his previously tense expression relaxed. Besides practicing his punches, little Taiping also practiced with the knife. Did he even take a break in these 3 years? Zhao Linglong, however, looked shocked. The situation was still not optimistic. Taiping had only been training with the knife for about 3 years, while Lu Yuan had at least 20 years of experience and was being taught by a famous master, making his foundation far beyond that of Taiping. Ziyuan still did not have high hopes for Su Taiping. Boom. But as if to refute her words, in the bronze mirror, Su Taiping, who had been confronting Lu Yuan with his knife for a long time, suddenly turned his footwork, his figure darting like a gale towards Lu Yuan. And then his steel-long knife slashed upward diagonally from below. Lu Yuan was also well prepared for this strike. His precious knife, glowing like raging flames, met Su Taiping's blade with a powerful downward slash. However, the momentum of his strike was far beyond what Su Taiping could compare to, and the golden blade energy created was several feet long, and being struck by it would mean death or serious injury. Just as Zhao Linglong and the others felt their hearts tighten, Su Taiping's blade suddenly shifted, and he merged with the knife, transforming into a dazzling blade light that whizzed past Lu Yuan, evading his knife while appearing behind him. From the perspective of the bronze mirror, the blade light surrounding Lu Yuan had yet to dissipate, resembling a full moon. In that brief moment of the full moon's appearance, Su Taiping suddenly gripped the knife handle with both hands and struck down from above Lu Yuan. Bang! Although Lu Yuan reacted at the last moment and used all his strength to block this strike, he was still pushed back several steps by the immense force from Su Taiping's long knife before stabilizing his stance. This was the 6th kill of the 7-kill knife. Full moon. Ziyuan exclaimed in surprise. In just 2 years, he had actually mastered the full moon? She looked incredulous. The 7-kill knife. As a superior martial art of the Qingxian sect, although powerful, was easy to learn but difficult to master. Many outer disciples who practiced for 2 or 3 years often couldn't even learn the 3rd or 4th kill, let alone the full moon, which was among the most difficult techniques in the 7 kills. Little Taiping was indeed well prepared. Zhao Linglong was so excited that she kept banging the table. The full moon technique involves luring the enemy, avoiding the enemy, and striking the enemy, and all 3 steps must be executed seamlessly, without thousands of practice sessions. It would be impossible to be this smooth. It seems Little Taiping has indeed put in a lot of hard work for this chiefing selection. Qingxiao's gaze towards Su Taiping in the bronze mirror suddenly became serious. But relying solely on this full moon technique won't be enough to defeat Lu Yuan's Sunblade. He added, just as Qingxiao said, after being struck by the full moon technique, Lu Yuan instead became excited and began to attack with all his might. Rumbling. Thus, the golden blade shadows of the sun blade began to swirl throughout the arena, forcing Taiping to retreat repeatedly, only able to defend. The situation between the two sides reversed in an instant. Although the 7-kill knife could also be considered a superior martial art, it still fell short compared to the Sunblade. Unless he could master the complete 7-kill knife and learn the 2 ultimate kills, he had no chance of winning. Ziyuan frowned. Perhaps Little Taiping will surprise us again. Zhao Linglong, who was staring at the bronze mirror, suddenly said with excitement in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly had great confidence in Su Taiping. This time, neither Qingxiao nor Ziyuan refuted her. Both of them even began to anticipate, their gazes fixed on the bronze mirror. Boom. In the bronze mirror, on the Tianzi platform, Su Taiping merged with the knife light, darting out just as Lu Yuan's blade swept past, narrowly avoiding the strike while again using the 6th kill, full moon, to circle around to his back. Junior brother Su, the same move won't work on me, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan suddenly shouted, turning his back to Su Taiping. Just as his voice echoed, his body suddenly spun like a top. Boom. In an instant, golden blade shadows erupted like a blazing sun, roaring and expanding outward. Bang. Su Taiping's full moon was directly shattered by these flying blade shadows. Whoosh. But just as the full moon was broken, Su Taiping's figure suddenly vanished from its original spot. Whoosh. Then, Su Taiping's 7 afterimages suddenly surrounded Lu Yuan from all directions. It was actually the ultimate kill of the 7-kill knife, the life-seeking kill. Upon witnessing this scene, Ziyuan at the bronze mirror suddenly stood up, her tone filled with disbelief. Chapter 87. Battling Lu Yuan, the fool who came to learn the knife technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Ziyuan's words fell, Su Taiping's 7 afterimages transformed into 7 dazzling knife lights. These 7 blinding knife lights struck Lu Yuan in succession, directly slicing through his surrounding blade energy. Whoosh. Then, these 7 afterimages suddenly merged into one. Su Taiping, holding the long knife with both hands, appeared above Lu Yuan's head. Boom. Without hesitation, he slashed down. Bang. Although Lu Yuan exerted all his strength, he still couldn't block this lethal strike and was sent flying from his original position. As he flew, his protective energy was sliced apart, leaving a large gash on his chest. Delightful. However, in the end, he managed to stop himself just before falling off the platform and let out a loud roar. Then, flames surged around him again as he gripped the hilt of his precious knife with both hands and shouted, "Flame slash." Boom. Just as his voice fell, the fluctuations of his aura surged like a tide. Waves of fiery true energy erupted and then all fused into the precious knife in his hand. Clang. With a piercing metallic sound, Lu Yuan, merging with his knife, suddenly transformed into a knife shadow over 10 feet long, slashing horizontally towards Su Taiping. Boom. The terrifying knife shadow over 10 feet long swept across the platform. Whoosh. But at that moment, Su Taiping and his long knife transformed into a spinning silver blade light, like a flying knife breaking through the air, suddenly cutting across the entire platform, slicing through Lu Yuan's blazing knife energy and striking him. Bang! The caught off guard Lu Yuan was hit squarely in the chest. Crack! The protective heart mirror he used to save his life shattered in response. Then, a cloud of blood mist rose around him, and his body was sent flying straight out of the platform by the immense force from Su Taiping's strike. This blow also came from the 7-kill knife. It was the second ultimate move of the 7-kill knife, the soul-seeking kill. The supervisors on the scene, as well as the spectators below, were all dumbfounded. Lu Yuan lost. Not only did he lose, but he lost in terms of knife technique. The young man won. Not only did he win, but he did so using the opponent's best martial art. The two ultimate kills of the 7-kill knife, life-seeking kill and soul-seeking kill. In front of the bronze mirror, Ziyuan, after being stunned for a while, finally murmured in disbelief. There really is someone who learned these two moves in 3 years. She turned to look at Qing Xiao, who was also filled with surprise. Senior brother, is the 7-kill knife really that difficult? After Su Taiping won, Zhao Linglong looked at Qing Xiao with a face full of joy, curious. Rather than saying it was difficult, it was more accurate to say it was foolish. Qing Xiao thought for a moment before responding. Foolish? Zhao Linglong looked puzzled. The moves and mental techniques of the 7-kill blade are not complicated. In fact, understanding them is even simpler than the Qing Yo fist. The difficulty lies in the fact that you must practice each move to perfection. You need to make the execution of these moves an instinctive reaction so that your muscles and bones remember them, rather than your mind. Therefore, to master the 7-kill blade, there is only one foolish method. You must practice day in and day out, year after year, without interruption until the moves are perfected. Moreover, the two ultimate moves, chasing soul and taking life, can only be practiced further after your body remembers all the moves of the 7-kill blade, making it as difficult as the foolish old man moving a mountain. Hence, many say that the 7-kill blade is a technique for foolish people. Qing Xiao explained to Zhao Linglong very seriously. This method of practice is extremely tedious, and mastering the ultimate moves in 3 years requires immense willpower. At this time, Ziyan also nodded. After hearing their explanations, Zhao Linglong was momentarily stunned, then looked again at the somewhat thin figure in the copper mirror. How much has Xiao Taiping put in over these 3 years? She suddenly found it hard to imagine. Chirp! Just then, a snow-white lark flew over the bamboo forest. This seems to be the communication spirit bird of your 6 Peaks leader. Qing Xiao glanced at the lark and then at Ziyan beside her. Yes, it should be the leader looking for me. Ziyan nodded. Saying this, she reached out a hand to the lark, bringing it down and taking the letter from its foot. Sister Ziyan, what does your leader want from you? Zhao Linglong asked curiously. At this point, Su Taiping had already emerged victorious in the Longmen meeting, and her previously anxious heart was now at ease. Ziyan scanned the contents of the letter and then smiled. The leader asked me to inquire about Su Taiping's news, and if possible, she would like you to connect him to our 6 Peaks. Clearly, the 6 Peaks leader has learned something about Su Taiping and the 7 Peaks past. Impossible. Zhao Linglong flatly rejected, then took Ziyan's hand and said, Go tell that bad woman that Su Taiping is a disciple of the 7 Peaks. So she should give up on this idea. Hearing Zhao Linglong call her own leader a bad woman, Ziyan chuckled. Then she patted Zhao Linglong on the shoulder and said, All right, I will tell the leader about this, but, as she spoke, she suddenly turned to Qing Xiao, smiled brightly again, and said, Based on Taiping's performance today, it seems that not only our 6 Peaks, but the other 5 Peaks will likely send people to negotiate with him, and the conditions they offer may even be better than ours. What do you think he will choose? Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao frowned immediately. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong also realized this problem after hearing it. She thought, if Taiping really stands out from the selection, he might be fought over by all the Peaks, right? Our 7th Peak ranks the lowest among the Peaks. Would Taiping really choose us? Don't worry, at least before the final 7 Peaks meeting, Taiping won't make any choices. Qing Xiao glanced at the worried Zhao Linglong and smiled lightly. Zhao Linglong thought for a moment and then shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, saying, If Taiping doesn't choose the 7th Peak at that time, I can understand. After all, my lazy father is so uncompetitive, always coming in last in the 7 Peaks competition every year, claiming it's about being indifferent to fame and wealth, causing the best medicinal garden and spirit beasts to be taken by the other 6 Peaks. If Master hears you say this, you'll probably be confined for half a year again. Qing Xiao couldn't help but laugh. You mustn't tell him. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Zhao Linglong quickly warned Qing Xiao. It's still too early for us to be talking about this. Qing Xiao shook her head, then took out a scroll from her bosom and spread it out on the table. This list is something I got from a senior who supervises the exams this morning. The 7 people on it were originally my predictions for those who would become formal disciples, but now we need to remove Lu Yuan. He raised his hand and wiped Lu Yuan's image from the scroll, then continued. As for the remaining 6, if Taiping encounters them, his chances of winning are less than 30%. Chapter 88. Half a month, strengthening the body. You said the same when Taiping encountered Lu Yuan earlier. Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes at Qing Xiao. Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao's mouth twitched. Then he cleared his throat and said, "These 6 are different. None of them have the white spirit bone. Among them, 2 have likely already broken through to the Wanyu realm and can already cast some low-level spells. The other 4 are all at the peak of the Kaimin realm, also practicing spells, and each has their own martial arts skills." Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong frowned slightly. Puzzled, with such cultivation and strength and decent roots, why are they still placed in the outer sect? Lin Buyu, who was nearby, also turned to look this way, clearly very curious. They are either outer disciples who violated the rules or have some bad records, and some voluntarily went to the outer sect for training to seek breakthroughs. Ziyan answered for Qing Xiao. Isn't that very unfair? Zhao Linglong was quite surprised. Fair. Qing Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. The 7-peak selection created by the sect leader was originally just to appease some outer disciples, allowing them to manage the medicinal fields and spirit fields for us down the mountain in peace. Linglong, think back carefully. How many white spirit bones have won in the 7-peak selections over the years? Ziyan reminded Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong thought carefully and indeed found that among the disciples who entered the inner sect from the outer sect, there were really not many with the white spirit bone. The reality of cultivation is so cruel. Roots matter more than anything. Qi refining cultivators surpass body refining warriors. Even if Taiping has mastered the 7-kill blade and Qing Miao fist to the peak, it might still be difficult for him to withstand a spell from a cultivator. Even after watching today as competition, Qing Xiao remained pessimistic about Su Taiping becoming a formal disciple. However, you don't need to worry about him staying on the mountain. He then comforted Zhao Linglong again. Being able to keep Su Taiping on the mountain is already a very good result. But for some reason, Zhao Linglong just couldn't feel happy. Brother, the final 7 peaks meeting should be in half a month, right? Zhao Linglong asked Qing Xiao. Yes. Qing Xiao, who was talking to Ziyan, turned to Zhao Linglong and nodded. I would like to trouble you, brother, to reserve a spot for me to watch the battle. I want to go into seclusion for half a month at the Yangxin Pavilion. Zhao Linglong said seriously. You want to enter seclusion? Qing Xiao couldn't believe his ears. Half a month's seclusion, do not disturb. A few days later, Su Taiping, who had returned to Qingzhou residence, hung a wooden plate on the courtyard door. Due to his performance at the Longmen meeting, many cultivators had been visiting him these past few days. Su Taiping felt somewhat overwhelmed and could only hang up this sign. Su Taiping, I just took a look at the list of participants for the 7 peaks meeting on your table. At this moment, a small sparrow transformed from Baiyu flew onto Su Taiping's shoulder. Do you know anyone on it? Su Taiping asked curiously. This list was sent by the West Wind Pavilion the day before yesterday. It briefly introduced the 28 outer disciples participating in the 7 peaks meeting. There are a few people on it that I have heard my father mention. They were said to be disciples on the mountain, but were expelled due to mistakes. Both their roots and cultivation are far beyond ordinary outer disciples. Baiyu said with some concern. It has formed a soul contract with Su Taiping, sharing honor and disgrace together. Regarding cultivation, I have already reached the realm of Wang Yujing, Su Taiping said while walking. It's different, at the 7 Peaks conference. You can't use the Zhongluan ring or the ice breath technique, while they all have their own specialized techniques, relying solely on martial skills. It's hard for you to be their match, Baiyu continued. Baiyu had actually witnessed Su Taiping's strength that day at Don Xiaoping, but after spending time together, he had learned that Su Taiping's ice breath technique and Zhongluan ring both involved certain secrets and could not be used at the 7 Peaks conference. In this situation, he was undoubtedly fighting with shackles on. The little guy observes quite carefully. The voice of Fairy Ling West suddenly echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Her existence was unknown to Baiyu until now. Because of this, Baiyu, with his keen intuition, regarded her as a secret of Su Taiping. I considered this 2 years ago. Su Taiping continued walking. You mean you've made some preparations? Baiyu was somewhat surprised. Yes, Su Taiping nodded. Could it be that you've secretly cultivated a technique? But that can't be right. The techniques provided to outer disciples by Qingxian sect are mostly just names, and cultivating them is useless. Su Taiping's words made Baiyu even more puzzled. I indeed cultivated another technique. But that was not my preparation for the 7-peak selection these past 2 years. Su Taiping walked through the back door towards the herb garden in the backyard. What exactly is your preparation? Bai Yu grew increasingly curious, flying directly in front of Su Taiping to block his path. Tempering the body. Su Taiping thought for a moment and then replied. He originally had no intention of hiding it. Tempering the body? You spent 2 years preparing just for that? Bai Yu felt it was somewhat unbelievable. In this world, whether it be cultivators or spirit beasts like him, they all prioritize refining qi over refining the body. Some cultivators even believe that tempering the body hinders the speed of cultivation, hence Bai Yu's strong reaction. To be blunt, if you want to rely on martial skills to earn a spot at the 7 peaks, it's impossible, Bai Yu said disappointedly. A martial artist tempers their body naturally to better cultivate martial skills. So in his view, Su Taiping was indeed on a misguided path. Su Taiping originally did not want to explain much to Bai Yu. After all, he would see it at the 7 Peaks conference in due time. However, at this moment, Fairy Linghua suddenly called out to him. Little Taiping, you've been wearing that thing for 2 years. It's okay to take it off occasionally now. Hearing this, Su Taiping thought for a moment and then nodded casually. He actually wanted to confirm the effects of the body tempering he had done over the past 2 years, as this was the method taught to him by Fairy Linghua. A moment later, boom! A heavy sound of something large hitting the ground echoed in the backyard of Qingzhou residence. Even the house shook slightly. Immediately after, Bai Yu exclaimed in disbelief, You're crazy. You wore that thing for 2 years just to temper your body? Aren't you tired? Doesn't it hurt? Following that, Su Taiping's calm voice drifted with the mountain wind. I'm used to it. Chapter 89, 7 Peaks Conference. New friends and old friends fill the seats half a month later. At the first peak of Qingxian sect, Qianglu Peak, Xinjianping, a giant sword dozens of meters tall was slanted into the center of Xinjianping, giving off an inexplicable sense of oppression. The arena facing the giant sword was the final stage for the 7 Peak selection. Today, 28 outer disciples would compete here for 7 spots to ascend the mountain. Surrounding the vast Xinjianping were rows of cloud pavilions. These cloud pavilions, built against the mountains and clouds, mainly served the first peak disciples for cloud appreciation and heart cultivation during normal days, and during events like the 7 Peaks Conference. They naturally became viewing platforms. Although it was still early, the disciples from the 7 Peaks had already begun to take their seats on either side to watch the competition. Laughter and discussions occasionally rang out from the cloud pavilions. Senior brother, it seems we are late. After searching several cloud pavilions and failing to find seats, Zhao Linglong sighed with a face full of melancholy. It's not my fault. You said you were in seclusion for half a month. But you ended up sleeping for 15 days without waking up, and I had to go wake you up. Qing Xiao glared at Zhao Linglong in frustration. Senior brother, you can't blame me. The heart-nurturing pavilion is just too boring. After I went in, my father even locked it. So what else could I do but sleep? Zhao Linglong looked aggrieved. Senior brother Qing Xiao, Linglong junior sister, there's a spot here. At this moment, a sweet voice came from the front seating area. Zhao Linglong looked up to see it was senior sister Zi Yin from the 6th peak. Besides Su Zian, Lin Buyu was also sitting beside her. So you had this arranged all along, senior brother? Zhao Linglong smiled at Qing Xiao. Seeing this, Qing Xiao shot her a fierce glare. Senior sister Zi Yan. Without a word, Zhao Linglong leaped forward and directly pounced into Zi Yan's arms. Senior brother Qing Xiao, I've saved a spot for you too. Zi Yan called out to Qing Xiao. Thank you, junior sister Zi Yan. A rare smile appeared on Qing Xiao's face. Junior sister Buyu, why are you still looking at the storybook? After sitting down, the restless Zhao Linglong leaned towards Lin Buyu. And when she saw Lin Buyu engrossed in a storybook titled Strange Encounters, she immediately showed a face of surprise. Because I'm bored. Lin Buyu glanced at Zhao Linglong and then lowered her head to continue enjoying her book. It's not like that. It's because Master thinks Buyu only knows how to cultivate and understands nothing about worldly matters. So she gave her a lot of storybooks to read and learn about human emotions and affairs. Ziyin explained with a mix of amusement and exasperation. That bad woman only knows how to stir things up all day long. Zhao Linglong pouted. After that, she forced her way to Lin Buyu's side and started reading along with her. Why does junior sister Linglong always call my master a bad woman? Ziyin curiously asked Qing Xiao beside her. When she was about 7 or 8 years old, your master came to the 7th peak to find our master. They happened to run into each other. And your master found her so cute that she insisted on taking her back to the 6th peak to play for a few days. She thought she had encountered a bad person and hid under the rainbow bridge of the seventh peak for a whole day without daring to come out, which scared her quite a bit, and she has held a grudge ever since. Qing Xiao explained helplessly. Hearing this, Ziyan couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, a crane's call suddenly echoed above Xinjianping. Everyone looked up and saw a spirit bird flying from the horizon, carrying a disciple, heading straight for the arena on Xinjianping. Following that, the voice of the supervisor sounded by the arena. Beishan, Gingyue Pavilion's Gong Sun Sheng, please take your seat. Clearly, this was the supervisor introducing the participating disciples for this Seven Peaks conference. It is unknown when this method of introducing participating disciples began, but it has now become a ritual of the Seven Peaks selection. Gong Sun Sheng, isn't he one of the few you mentioned before, senior brother? Hearing this name, Zhao Linglong straightened up and turned to look at Qing Xiao with a serious expression. Qing Xiao nodded. Just then, several figures flew down from the cloud pavilions, followed by hearty laughter echoing from the Xinjianping below. These people seemed to be welcoming Gong Sun Sheng. Those individuals appeared to be disciples of the fifth peak. Zhao Linglong looked at the people heading towards Gong Sun Sheng. That should be Lu Chun and several of his junior brothers from the fifth peak. Gong Sun Sheng was once Lu Chen's senior brother, but he was expelled from the mountain after violating sect rules and losing his cultivation. However, he has a Xinling bone and is quite talented. Now that 7 or 8 years have passed, if all goes well, he should be able to return to the fifth peak this year. Ziyan, being somewhat familiar with the fifth peak, immediately recognized Lu Chun and began introducing him to the two. Hearing the name Lu Chun, Lin Buyu suddenly raised her head and coldly said, "Scum." After saying this, she continued to read the book in her hands. Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong were stunned. Then they both looked towards Ziyan beside them. Ziyan first rubbed her forehead and then explained with a wry smile. Last time we were ambushed by the tiger demon. Lu Chun left her to find help with another female disciple. That little girl has held a grudge about it until now. The two immediately understood. I also think Lu Chun is not a good person. Every time I encounter him, he always looks at me with those shifty eyes. Zhao Linglong snorted coldly at this moment. If he dares to act like this again next time, tell me, and I'll gouge out his eyeballs. Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao's face turned icy, and a murderous intent rose around him. Senior brother, there's no need for that. Zhao Linglong smiled awkwardly, signaling Qing Xiao to calm down. Junior sister Ziyan. Just as the few of them were discussing the outer sect disciples who would enter next, a handsome young man with a hint of wickedness in his eyes suddenly appeared in front of them. Behind him was a tall and proud-looking young man. Jin Shixiao, aren't your disciples from the first peak over there in Yunlu? Su Ziyan glanced at the Yunlu across and frowned slightly. This person was none other than Jin Heji, the second disciple of the first peak, and the young man behind him was Yi Xian, a newly rising disciple in Kingshuanzong. I came to see if my junior sister is here. Jin Heji smiled lightly, appearing somewhat frivolous. There are no seats left here. I advise you and your little junior brother to go elsewhere. Zhao Linglong shot a glare at Jin Heji. Is that so? Jin Heji smiled. He then patted the shoulder of an unfamiliar disciple sitting in front of Zhao Linglong and smiled at him. Junior brother, could you please make room for me and my little junior brother? Why should I make way? The disciple, who was focusing intently on the arena, was suddenly interrupted and looked displeased. Because I am Jin Heji from the first peak. Jin Heji leaned in close to the disciple and said coldly. Upon hearing this, the disciple suddenly shivered and quickly pulled his junior brother, saying, I didn't recognize the great Jin Shixiao. Please take a seat. We'll go elsewhere. Why should we go elsewhere? The disciple who was forcibly pulled up was confused and tried to argue, but just as he spoke, he was kicked away by the increasingly impatient Yi Xian. Get lost. Yi Xian coldly scolded the two. You, hurry up and leave. The kicked disciple wanted to argue with Yi Xian, but was pulled away by his companion. Are you tired of living? You dare to offend those two? So what if I offend them? Aren't they disciples of King Xuanzong? Can it be the same? One is the son of the peak master of the first peak, and the other is a direct disciple of the peak master. What do you have to fight against them? Their whispers came from a distance. Jin Heji and Yi Xian, however, were unfazed, as if nothing had happened, and directly sat down in the two vacated seats. Junior sister Ziyan, when will you come to my dojo for a visit? The snow tea flowers I planted in my garden have just bloomed. We can enjoy the flowers while exchanging insights about our cultivation. Jin Heji turned with a folding fan, smiling at Su Ziyan. No need. I need to go into seclusion for cultivation and have no time. Su Ziyan flatly refused. Cultivation can be done slowly, but once the flowers wither, you have to wait another year. Jean Haji continued to pester her. You, why are you still pestering when Xian said she has no time? Zhao Linglong pulled Xian's hand and glared at Jean Haji. Little girl, hasn't your mother told you not to interrupt when others are speaking? Jean Haji looked coldly at Zhao Linglong. Senior brother, senior sister Linglong's mother has long since passed, saying that will make her unhappy. Yi Xian, standing nearby, said with a cold face and a sarcastic tone. You. Zhao Linglong was momentarily speechless with anger. Jean Haji, Yi Xian, are you two looking for trouble? Qing Xiao stood up directly, his overwhelming aura sweeping through the entire Yunlu, causing Jean Haji and Yi Xian to feel their blood surge in response. Yi Xian was even pushed to the point where blood dripped from the corners of his eyes, clearly on the verge of collapsing. Senior brother Qing Xiao. Xian tugged at Qing Xiao's sleeve at this moment. If Jean Haji and Yi Xian were truly harmed, Qing Xiao would likely face severe punishment from the sect, which she didn't want to see. Come to watch the Seven Peaks Conference. Just watch properly and don't buzz around like a fly. Qing Xiao snorted coldly and then slowly sat down, retracting his overwhelming aura. Jean Haji and Yi Xian were immediately relieved, but their gazes towards Qing Xiao were filled with resentment. Xishan, Su Taiping, take your seat. At this moment, a familiar name to Zhao Linglong and the others suddenly echoed above the Xinjianping. It's little Taiping. Zhao Linglong exclaimed excitedly and stood up. Lin Buyu, who had been looking down at her book, also raised her head, looking towards the Xinjianping. Above the Xinjianping, a celestial crane flew in with a slightly slender young man on its back, then slowly descended to the ground. Is that kid? Jean Haji also recognized Su Taiping. Although Su Taiping had performed brilliantly in the recent competition, Jean Haji had not been paying attention to the earlier matches. He was only here to watch because of Su Xian. Is that the kid who was chosen by the spirit bone tablet, but ended up as merely a skeleton? Yi Xian said coldly, his face full of curiosity. After 3 years in the sect, Yi Xian's arrogance had only increased. You guys aren't waiting for this kid to win the Seven Peaks Conference and become an official disciple, are you? Jean Haji suddenly turned his head back towards Zhao Linglong and the others, his mouth full of mockery. What's wrong with that? Zhao Linglong glared at Jean Haji. Although she knew Su Taiping's chances were slim, she would never admit that in front of Jean Haji. Sister Linglong probably doesn't know, right? Among the 28 this time, several were previously expelled disciples from the mountain. With them around, how could that Su Taiping get one of the last 7 spots? Jean Haji looked at Su Taiping on the Xinjianping with disdain. Although he hadn't paid attention to the earlier matches, he still had some understanding of those who had the chance to return to the mountain this time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong furrowed her brow, momentarily unsure how to respond. Senior brother, Sister Xian, let's go see little Taiping. Zhao Linglong simply ignored Jean Haji, took Su Xian and Lin Buyu's hands, and headed towards Xinjianping to meet Su Taiping. On Xinjianping, Su Taiping suddenly realized why so many outer sect disciples would stop at the Seven Peaks Conference every year. Seeing that many disciples participating in the Seven Peaks Conference were surrounded by welcoming inner sect disciples while he was alone, he felt a sense of isolation. Are you Su Taiping? At this moment, a very tall middle-aged man walked straight up to Su Taiping. Who are you? Su Taiping didn't recognize the man. I am Gongsun Sheng, a disciple participating in this Seven Peaks Conference, just like you. Gongsun Sheng looked coldly at Su Taiping. What do you want from me, Gongsun Shixiao? Su Taiping had indeed seen Gongsun Sheng's name on the roster, but he didn't quite understand why the other party was looking for him. The battle roster has been released. You will be facing me in your first match. Gongsun Sheng pointed to the huge notice board beside the arena. Chapter 91, Battle with Gongsun. Su Taiping glanced over and noticed that the matchups had already been posted. Then I hope senior brother Gongsun will give me more guidance. Su Taiping calmly cupped his hands towards Gongsun Sheng, thinking that this was just his opponent coming to greet him in advance. Guidance? You think you deserve it? Gongsun Sheng chuckled, then looked at Su Taiping with a face full of sarcasm. Hearing this, Su Taiping frowned. He didn't quite understand why Gongsun Sheng had such hostility towards him. Do you know Lu Chun from the Five Peaks? Gongsun Sheng asked again. Upon hearing the name Lu Chun, Su Taiping's brows furrowed immediately. I've heard of him, but I don't know him, he replied. To be honest, my former junior brother doesn't like you at all, so after the matchup list was posted, he specifically asked me to make sure to beat you half to death during the competition. Gongsun Sheng smiled at Su Taiping. Upon hearing that Lu Chun had a grudge against him, Su Taiping immediately thought of the sisters Lu Qingmei and Lu Ziqin, but upon further reflection, Lu Chen shouldn't he have known that he was the one from that day in the red maple forest? Could it be that he has been holding a grudge just because I spoke back to him a few times that morning? Su Taiping speculated in his heart. If that is the case, then Lu Chun's pettiness is truly unprecedented. Are you suggesting that I should withdraw from the competition? Su Taiping looked up and met Gong Sun Sheng's gaze. If you have any sense, that would be best, Gong Sun Sheng sneered. Ultimately, he was revealing his true intentions. The earlier provocation was fake, but the threat was real. Gong Sun Sheng had watched Su Taiping's 2 matches at the Longmen Conference. Although he considered himself unafraid, he knew that the opponent's fighting style was extremely draining on the opponent's true essence, and he didn't want Su Taiping to affect his next match. So he thought of threatening him in advance. Even if the threat didn't work, it could at least disturb Su Taiping's state of mind. See you on the arena? Su Taiping replied decisively, then turned and walked towards the edge of the arena. This surprised Gong Sun Sheng. Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Boom. Just as Gong Sun Sheng was about to step forward to stop Su Taiping, several sounds of breaking air suddenly exploded above his head, followed by several figures landing in front of Su Taiping. Little Taiping. Among the figures, a girl in red quickly ran towards Su Taiping. Su Taiping was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes lit up with surprise. Sister Linglong. Taiping, it's been a long time. At this moment, Qing Xiao and Zian also walked up to Su Taiping. Brother Qing Xiao. Sister Zian. Su Taiping greeted them happily. He thought that Linglong and the others had forgotten about him. But he didn't expect them to come personally to greet him today. Taiping, don't lose to these useless people. Lin Buyu also walked up to Su Taiping, glancing at Gong Sun Sheng as she spoke. What do you mean? Gong Sun Sheng was about to explode with anger when he suddenly saw Dugu Qing Xiao flash in front of him. Gong Sun Sheng, you waste. Have you fallen to the point of needing to threaten an outer sect disciple to win? Qing Xiao coldly stared at Gong Sun Sheng. As he spoke, his heavy pressure felt like a fierce punch, hitting Gong Sun Sheng squarely in the chest. Humph. Gong Sun Sheng snorted coldly, then glared at Su Taiping with malice. See you on the arena. After saying this, he turned around and left without looking back. Brother Qing Xiao, you shouldn't provoke Gong Sun Sheng at this time. It's not good for Taiping, Zian said with some concern. Su Taiping didn't expect that Sister Zian and the others not only came to welcome him, but also cared about his competition. This long-lost feeling of being remembered by others warmed his heart inexplicably. Sister Zian, you don't need to worry. He smiled and shook his head at Zian, then said, I want to lose to that Gong Sun Sheng. The competition is about to begin. All unrelated personnel, please leave quickly. At this moment, the voice of the supervisor echoed through the air above the Xinjiang Ping using a sound transmission talisman. Little Taiping, remember, don't push yourself too hard in the competition. Even if you can't win at the Seven Peaks Conference, we will find a way to bring you to the 7th peak. Seeing the supervisor walking this way, Zhao Linglong hurriedly reminded Su Taiping in a rush. This was also the main reason she came down to see Su Taiping. Su Taiping was taken aback upon hearing this. In fact, during this time, people from various peaks had approached him through the West Wind Pavilion more than once, but no matter what conditions they offered, they couldn't compare to Zhao Linglong as promised today. No. To Zhao Linglong and the others' surprise, Su Taiping suddenly smiled and shook his head at them. No. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao were all stunned. I will definitely fulfill my promise to Sister Linglong and win the 7 peak selection, becoming an official disciple of the 7th peak. Su Taiping looked at Zhao Linglong earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and the others stood there in a daze, momentarily unsure of what to say. You all, hurry and leave. The competition is about to begin. At this moment, a supervisor came up behind them and sternly reprimanded them. I'll be waiting for you, little junior brother. Qing Xiao smiled and patted Su Taiping on the shoulder, then took Zhao Linglong and left on a flying sword. Back then, I just casually said for him to practice hard and participate in the 7 peak selection after 3 years. I didn't expect him to really remember it until now. On the flying sword, Zhao Linglong looked back at the boy behind her and couldn't help but murmur with emotion. With this determination, even if he can't become a cultivator, he will surely achieve something in the future. Zian also solemnly evaluated Su Taiping at this moment. Previously, she hadn't thought highly of Su Taiping. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and her attention was more because of Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong. But at this moment, Su Taiping's steadfast gaze made her understand why, after 3 years, Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong still remembered this young man. In the first match, Su Taiping versus Gong Sun Sheng. Moments later, Su Taiping and Gong Sun Sheng both stepped onto the arena, and the supervisor used the sound transmission talisman to announce their names once again. Don't think that just because you have Dugu Qing Xiao as your backing, I won't dare to kill you. You will regret not withdrawing from the competition in advance. Gong Sun Sheng cracked his knuckles on the arena, stretching his muscles while coldly glaring at Su Taiping. Being unable to threaten him, Gong Sun Sheng felt extremely displeased after being humiliated. Chapter 92, Battle with Gong Sun. Qing Miao Fist versus Golden Bell Shield. Supervisor, I'm ready. What Gong Sun Sheng didn't expect was that Su Taiping not only didn't feel the slightest fear from his threat, but rather a strong fighting spirit surged in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to battle him. Gong Sun Sheng, are you ready? The supervisor slightly nodded to Su Taiping, then turned to Gong Sun Sheng. I'm ready. Gong Sun Sheng put on a pair of gloves made from spirit beast fur, squinted his eyes, and assumed a fighting stance. Since both sides are ready, let the competition begin. The supervisor's voice echoed across the entire Xinjiang Ping through the sound transmission talisman. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously with his voice, two extremely intense fluctuations of aura suddenly erupted on the arena, creating ripples of power, followed by a lion's roar sounding on the arena. Gong Sun Sheng unleashed his ultimate skill, the Killing Lion Fist, as he struck forward with a fist that embodied the furious lion's phantom formed from his punch's aura. This set of boxing techniques, because it must combine with true energy to be performed, and during cultivation, it will also involve the use of incantations, can no longer be considered martial arts, but rather a type of sorcery. Boom. Before the punch reaches him, the furious lion formed by the punch's energy has already pounced at Su Taiping with its bloody maw wide open. This phantasm formed by true energy is not an illusion. Its power is nearly equivalent to a physical attack. Bang. But what surprised everyone was that the furious lion phantasm created by the true energy was shattered by Su Taiping's single strike of the Bullhorn Mountain Smash. Immediately after, Su Taiping's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he enveloped Gong Sun Sheng with dozens of shadow punches. Just a distraction. Gong Sun Sheng snorted coldly, ignoring the surrounding shadow punches, and focused all his strength to deliver a punch at Su Taiping's body. Bang, bang, bang. But before his fist could even touch Su Taiping, the shadow punches instantly turned solid. Heavy fists came crashing down one after another on Gong Sun Sheng, causing his protective energy shield to explode, and his body was sent flying backward. Good. On the spectator stand, Zhao Linglong cheered loudly for Su Taiping, disregarding the gazes around her. However, Jin Heji's expression was somewhat unsightly. This was not a mere distraction. The reason so many shadow punches appeared was entirely because Taiping's punching speed was too fast. Too fast for ordinary people's eyes to follow. At this moment, Qing Xiao also nodded in satisfaction. After all, boxing techniques are martial arts. Although Gong Sun Sheng was stripped of his high-level sorcery cultivation when he was expelled, even low-level sorcery is not something a small martial artist can break. Jin Heji sneered at this moment. His lack of faith in Su Taiping was not entirely due to prejudice. Ding! Just as the few were talking, a golden light suddenly illuminated the arena, and then they saw Gong Sun Sheng surrounded by a golden light shield. He actually recultivated the Golden Bell shield down the mountain. Senior Sister Ziyuan frowned at this moment. The protective power of the Golden Bell shield sorcery is much stronger than that of the Golden Bell talisman. It is not something that can be easily broken. Bang! At this moment, Su Taiping's Bullhorn Mountain Smash heavily struck Gong Sun Sheng's body. But not only was Gong Sun Sheng unscathed, but the energy surrounding Su Taiping's fist was also directly dispersed. The Qing Miao Fist cannot break the Golden Bell shield sorcery. Qing Xiao also frowned at this time. If even the Golden Bell shield cannot be broken, then the outcome of this match is already determined. Jin Heji unfolded his folding fan with a snap, then smiled as he gently fanned himself. Roar! As if to confirm Jin Heji's evaluation. The moment Su Taiping's punch force was blocked by the Golden Bell shield, Gong Sun Sheng unleashed a long-prepared lion-killing fist, accompanied by a roar like a lion's. And the lion phantasm formed by his energy fiercely smashed towards Su Taiping's chest and abdomen. Bang! This punch heavily struck Su Taiping's abdomen. Crack! Just when Zhao Linglong, feeling nervous and breathless, thought Su Taiping would be severely injured by this punch, she suddenly heard a sound like ice shattering coming from Su Taiping's body. Upon closer inspection, large chunks of ice crystals suddenly fell from Su Taiping's body, as if a plaster mold had fallen off a sword embryo. The Xianbing armor of the remnant twilight technique? Su Ziyuan suddenly stood up. Being able to condense ice armor around his body means he has completely grasped the true meaning of the second level of the remnant twilight technique. Qing Zhao's eyes also flashed with excitement at this moment. Cultivating the remnant twilight technique to the second level is entirely different from fully mastering its true meaning. Only by completely understanding the true meaning of the first level can one condense energy into ice. And only by fully grasping the true meaning of the second level can one condense the Xianbing armor on the surface of the body. Although this Xianbing armor is not particularly hard, it can help a cultivator withstand an attack in a critical moment, just like what Su Taiping just did. Boom. Almost at the moment the Xianbing armor shattered, Su Taiping's fist suddenly swung out. With a bang, his fist heavily smashed into Gongsun Sheng's body. Despite the protection of the Golden Bell shield, Gongsun Sheng still staggered back several steps under the immense force of the Bullhorn Mountain smash. Boom. And just as he was about to lose his balance, Su Taiping's aura suddenly surged. Then, his figure flashed from the spot, and the phantasm of the Qing Niu appeared around him. Following that, he began to alternate his left and right punches rapidly, one punch after another, heavily crashing down on Gongsun Sheng. Bang bang bang. Amidst the sounds of heavy impacts, from a distance, Su Taiping now resembled a fierce Qing Niu, continuously charging forward. Gongsun Sheng had no opportunity to counterattack, relying solely on the Golden Bell shield for defense. This is the first time I've seen someone practice the Bull Niu drill to this level. Although Su Taiping still couldn't break Gongsun Sheng's Golden Bell shield, Su Ziyuan was still astonished by Su Taiping's fierce punches on the giant pain arena. How did he discover that the Qing Niu fist had such power? She turned to look at the nearby Duge Qingxiao. Perhaps it was simply because the Qing Niu fist was the only martial art he could afford. Duge Qingxiao stared unblinkingly at Su Taiping on the arena, muttering to himself. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyuan and Zhao Linglong were both stunned. Indeed, a boy without any support, living alone in the deep mountains, relying solely on a few acres of medicinal fields. How much merit currency could he earn in a year? It's likely that even this Qing Niu fist was obtained through his frugality, right? Little Taiping, you deserve all of this. Don't give up. Looking at Su Taiping, who was still desperately throwing punches on the arena, Zhao Linglong murmured to herself. Bang! Just then, Gongsun Sheng suddenly took a step to the side, his feet nailed to the ground like iron spikes, then joined his palms together and shouted, immovable as a mountain. As soon as the words left his mouth, golden light erupted around him, and his body became as still as a stone statue, remaining unmoved despite Su Taiping's fierce punches. This guy actually recultivated the Golden Bell shield to the immovable as a mountain state? Zhao Linglong and the others all changed their expressions in unison. Can the Qing Niu fist break Gongsun Sheng's immovable as a mountain? A look of worry appeared on Duge Qingxiao's face. Chapter 93, Defeating Gongsun. Did the Qing Niu fist break the Golden Bell shield? No wonder he was once an official disciple of the Five Peaks. After seeing this, Jin Heji in the Cloud Tower smiled with a smirk. To be able to cultivate the Golden Bell shield to the immovable as a mountain state down the mountain. Even if the Qing Niu fist is practiced to perfection, what of it? In the end, the power of his punches will only weaken, while Gongsun Sheng remains unscathed. He lightly fanned himself with the folding fan. This statement left Zhao Linglong and the others unable to refute. Boom. However, Su Taiping on the stage seemed to have heard his mockery, and after delivering a full 100 punches with the Bull Niu fist, his punch force not only did not decrease, but instead increased significantly once again. Bang! When the 101st punch was thrown, the previously immovable Gongsun Sheng showed a slight tremor. The others' eyes immediately lit up. They did not expect the situation on the field to change so quickly. After the 101st punch was thrown, Su Taiping's aura fluctuations became even more intense. The punch force began to rise again. Boom. The 102nd punch was thrown. Bang. This punch caused Gongsun Sheng's body to show apparent shaking. Before Gongsun Sheng could fully stabilize himself, Su Taiping's punch force rose once more. Bang. The 103rd punch was thrown. This punch caused Gongsun Sheng to stumble, retreating several steps. The inner disciples of the Qing Xian sect on the Cloud Tower were instantly in an uproar. No one expected that the Qing Niu fist, which they usually looked down upon, could actually break the immovable as a mountain. This is impossible. How could the mere Qing Niu fist make his punch force rise so rapidly? At that moment, Jin Heji couldn't help but frown. In contrast, Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao's brows relaxed in unison. How could it be impossible? Isn't there a living example right in front of us? After holding back for a long time, Zhao Linglong directly rebutted. This time, it was Jin Heji's turn to fall silent. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the uproar and murmurs from the crowd, Su Taiping's punches became heavier and more urgent as Gongsun Sheng began to stagger backward toward the edge of the arena again. Trying to force me off the stage? No way. Just as Gongsun Sheng was about to be pushed off the arena by Su Taiping, he suddenly let out a roar. He then slammed both fists down into the ground, embedding his arms into the arena, and with a sinister smile, said, "Come on." In his view, aside from using brute force to push him off the stage, Su Taiping had no other means against his golden bell shield. Bang! Su Taiping, however, ignored his words, continuing to strike down with his fists in rhythm. This punch fell like a massive hammer, crashing down onto Gongsun Sheng. Although, just like before, the moment the punch struck Gongsun Sheng, it was immediately blocked by a layer of golden aura filled with rune patterns that spread out from his body. However, this time was different. The residual force from the punch penetrated through the golden bell shield and impacted Gongsun Sheng's body. Gongsun Sheng felt as if he was being struck by many people simultaneously with heavy clubs, and although it didn't cause severe injury or death, it was enough to make his hair stand on end. Secretly thinking, what kind of punch is this? Why is its power able to penetrate my golden bell shield? He had no idea that Su Taiping's punch contained the 1,000 layers force, which did not exist in this realm. No, it must be because my golden bell shield is not yet fully formed. He continued to exert all his strength to activate the golden bell shield while comforting himself in his heart. In his view, if it weren't for the relentless barrage of punches, one after another with hardly any gaps, he would surely be able to mount a counterattack after blocking this punch. Boom. At this moment, Su Taiping unleashed his 107th punch. That punch, with a force like a mountain pressing down, made Gongsun Sheng's heart tremble. Yet even so, he still had great confidence in his golden bell shield. Just 2 more punches left. Once your punch force dissipates, I will surely smash your head. Gongsun Sheng watched Su Taiping's punch coming towards him, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He even began to imagine how he would torment Su Taiping afterward. Bang! Just like before, Su Taiping's punch struck Gongsun Sheng's head again. But this time, when Gongsun Sheng was once again enveloped by a layer of golden light, Su Taiping's punch suddenly trembled visibly as it fell. And that slight tremor instantly multiplied the power of his punch several times. The immense force directly penetrated the golden bell shield surrounding Gongsun Sheng and transmitted straight to his body. Boom! As a loud explosion echoed, Gongsun Sheng suddenly knelt down, a horrifying gash appearing on his forehead. That night, the scene of Linghua Fairy smashing the peacock, causing blood mist to splash, was strikingly similar to the moment Su Taiping struck Gongsun Sheng, causing his flesh to burst. As the crowd outside witnessed this, some sharp-eyed cultivators, like Qing Xiao and Jin Heji, almost simultaneously stood up from their seats. Su Taiping's bullfighting punch broke the golden bell shield. Many people stood up in disbelief. Unlike before, when Su Taiping's punch merely pressured Gongsun Sheng backward, this time his punch truly injured Gongsun Sheng severely. No, it hasn't broken yet. Gongsun Sheng's golden bell shield is still intact. Someone immediately refuted, as they noticed that although Gongsun Sheng had been impacted by Su Taiping's punch, his golden bell shield was still up. Boom. At that moment, Su Taiping unleashed his final 108th punch. This punch still aimed at Gongsun Sheng's head. No. After a brief moment of daze, Gongsun Sheng suddenly looked terrified. Due to the peculiar force of the previous punch, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition, thinking that even if his golden bell shield was still there, Su Taiping's punch could still smash him to pieces. I admit defeat, bang. Before Gongsun Sheng could utter the word defeat, Su Taiping's punch heavily slammed down on his head. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the ground where Gongsun Sheng's knees were kneeling completely shattered, and thick blood mist spread from his body. Even so, the golden radiance emitted by his golden bell shield still did not dissipate immediately. Bang! After a few breaths, Gongsun Sheng's golden bell shield finally shattered along with his flesh. Gongsun Sheng was dead, crushed to death by Su Taiping's punch, and his body was unrecognizable. The surroundings of the arena fell into silence. The cloud tower above was also silent. Chapter 94. Ji Wuyo, the art of controlling the sword with Qi, an outer sect disciple. a boy with only white spirit bones in terms of talent, relying solely on a martial art that ISNT even considered superior. He killed a Gongsun Sheng who had mastered spells, possessed decent roots, and was once an official disciple on the mountain. This left many upper sect disciples present unable to accept it for a moment. To them, it was like a child with a stick killing an adult. Senior brother, how much effort must one expend to unleash such an astonishing punch? On the cloud tower, Zhao Linglong stood in a daze, muttering to herself. It must take 10 times, or even 100 times the effort of an ordinary person. After all, there are no shortcuts on the path of a martial artist. One must practice day and night. Punch by punch. Duga Qingxiao frowned and replied. Unlike others who were shocked by the power of Su Taiping's punch, these two were more focused on the effort behind that punch. Meanwhile, Jin Heji, sitting in front of them, flashed a hint of malice in his eyes. In this match, Su Taiping won. Just then, the examiner on-site announced Su Taiping's victory. Senior brother, Taiping only has one last match left. Hearing this, Zhao Linglong looked excitedly at Duga Qingxiao. Besides this last match, he still needs to challenge the Seven Peaks disciples. Qingxiao corrected her. Challenging the Seven Peaks, isn't that just a formality? At that time, senior brother, you can just go down and guide Su Taiping. Zhao Linglong thought optimistically. The challenges are selected in the order of the peaks. Qingxiao shook his head and continued. It's still too early to say this. We need to see who Taiping's next opponent is. Whether it's Ji Wuyo or Qi Bailey. According to the matchup chart on the announcement, Su Taiping's next opponent will be chosen from among these people. I hope it's not Ji Wuyo, he secretly thought. Based on his prior investigation, although Ji Wuyo was not the strongest among these people, he was the most dangerous one. On the arena, Su Taiping exhaled deeply. This match was not easy for him to win. During the fight with Gongsun Sheng, he could clearly sense that the opponent was holding back. If he hadn't taken the initiative with the bullfighting technique from the start, forcing Gongsun Sheng to only rely on the Golden Bell shield to withstand it. If he hadn't mastered part of the Thousand Layers force to ultimately break through the Golden Bell shield, forcing Gongsun Sheng to be unable to use his moves, the one lying on the ground now would likely have been him. After this match, it will be difficult for Taiping to seize the initiative. Once the competition begins, they will likely seal off his punching routes immediately, preventing him from using his charging bull technique. At this moment, the voice of Fairy Lingyue echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Su Taiping glanced at the disciples about to take the stage, noticing that each of them was watching him with vigilant eyes. He nodded slightly to himself, thinking, it's quite similar to what we deduced before the match. After all, they had prepared for this competition for 3 years, and he and Lingyue had long since analyzed the various possibilities that might occur during the match. When it comes to that point, you might want to consider removing some of your items first, Fairy Lingyue reminded Su Taiping. In the previous round, aside from not using the power of the Wanyu realm, Su Taiping had almost maximized the power of the Qingyo fist. He had even utilized a bit of the thousand-layer force. This was nearly all he had. I still want to try to see where the extreme realm you mentioned, Sister Lingyue, truly lies. Su Taiping shook his head. When Lingyue guided him in practicing his fist techniques, she had once mentioned the extreme realm. As the name suggests, the extreme realm is to exert a certain ability to the limit of the power you can currently wield. According to Lingyue, it is something that all mortals should strive for. Even experiencing it once will have boundless benefits for future cultivation. Up until this match, my victories have largely been due to my opponents underestimating me, and the surprise of the Qingyo fist and the 7-killing sword, allowing me to seize the initiative in striking. So in the next match, I want to set these 2 points aside and see if I can find an opportunity to defeat my opponent from the competition itself, and also see if I can push myself to the extreme realm. He explained to Fairy Lingyue earnestly. That's good. Fairy Lingyue was quite pleased to see that Su Taiping had not been blinded by victory. This selection for the 7 Peaks is indeed a rare opportunity for you to hone your skills. In the future, it may be difficult to find an opponent of equal strength as today. She acknowledged Su Taiping's suggestion. Taiping. Just as Su Taiping was about to step down from the stage, he suddenly heard a call from nearby. He turned his head in the direction of the voice. Not far away in the Yunlu viewing platform, Zhao Linglong was excitedly waving at him. Seeing this, Su Taiping smiled and vigorously waved his arms in their direction. Just then, a young man in white with a sword on his back brushed past Su Taiping. Little brat, you dare to kill those from Yunlu? Clean your neck and wait for me down there, the man said coldly without even looking at Su Taiping, and with a clang. His long sword flew out of its sheath, bringing him to the stage. Soon after, the voice of the examiner echoed over the arena. In this match, Ji Wuyo faces Qi Bailey. Yunlu Association, Ji Wuyo. Su Taiping glanced at the stage and then at the huge notice board beside him, only to find that his next opponent would indeed emerge from the match between Ji Wuyo and Qi Bailey. Ji Wuyo and the earlier Gongsun Sheng should both be from the Yunlu Association. No wonder one could obtain a golden bell shield technique and the other could control a sword. Su Taiping murmured as he looked at the sword flying around Ji Wuyo. That's not sword control. It's just an ordinary technique of using qi to control the sword, which is between martial skills and magical arts and is far less powerful than true sword control, Fairy Lingyue corrected Su Taiping. After Fairy Lingyue's reminder, Su Taiping indeed saw strands of swirling true qi around Ji Wuyo. The long sword was being guided by these swirling true qi, continuously circling around Ji Wuyo. However, even so, it should not be underestimated. Even using qi to control the sword, its lethality far exceeds ordinary magical arts, Fairy Lingyue reminded Su Taiping again. Su Taiping nodded slightly, then murmured, I need to observe this match closely. Chapter 95. Worry-free battle. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. On the Yunlu viewing platform. Brother, Ji Wuyo was also a disciple from the mountain before, right? Zhao Linglong looked worriedly at Qing Xiao beside her. Yes, Ji Wuyo was once a disciple of the fourth peak. He was expelled from the fourth peak after killing fellow disciples over a spirit herb and had most of his cultivation crippled. Qing Xiao nodded solemnly. In fact, he had not finished his sentence. Ji Wuyo was one of the most watched disciples in this selection of the 7 peaks. However, to avoid making Zhao Linglong too anxious, he did not say it out loud. Isn't it said that no techniques above Xin rank are allowed in the 7 peak selection? Why is Ji Wuyo using sword control without anyone stopping him? Zhao Linglong then asked. That's not sword control. The technique of using qi to control the sword is entirely different from using the spirit to control the sword. It's just that Ji Wuyo's talent is outstanding, making it look like he is controlling a sword, replied Xian, who was sitting next to her. Brother, isn't Ji Wuyo the disciple we want to recruit in the first peak this time? At this moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting in front, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Jin Haji smiled and nodded, then turned to Zhao Linglong and said, Sister Linglong, the little brat you know is quite unlucky. You said the same thing in the last match. Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes at Jin Haji. Jin Haji's mouth twitched slightly. Then he coldly snorted and said, If you don't believe it, just watch closely. Su Taiping will have a tough time in the next match. Begin the match. At that moment, the examiner's voice echoed across the arena, and the aura surrounding Ji Wuyo and Qi Bailey exploded. Clang! With a sudden sound of a sword ringing, the flying sword circling around Ji Wuyo suddenly shot out, piercing straight toward Qi Bailey. Qi Bailey's weapon was 2 huge bronze hammers. Seeing the flying sword approach, he immediately swung one of the hammers down heavily to smash it. Perhaps due to the use of qi to control the sword, the flying sword wasn't particularly fast, so Qi Bailey's hammer would likely hit. Clang! But just as the hammer was about to strike the flying sword, Ji Wuyo's other hand suddenly formed a seal quickly, followed by a loud shout. Wind come! As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind suddenly swept past Qi Bailey, causing him to sway, and his hammer lost its aim and struck empty. Swish! Just as Qi Bailey's body swayed, the flying sword, controlled by Ji Wuyo, made a sound of breaking the air as it severed Qi Bailey's arm that was holding the hammer. Ah! Qi Bailey screamed in pain. Ji Wuyo, with a smirk on his face, said excitedly, I already warned you to admit defeat. Since you are so unappreciative, I will take another arm. As his words echoed, he pressed down with the fingers of the hand controlling the flying sword. Clang! Another sound of a sword ringing echoed as the flying sword hovering above Qi Bailey's head again fell like a streak of light, cutting off Qi Bailey's other arm. Ah! Qi Bailey screamed again, then knelt down in fear, pleading, I admit defeat. I admit, swish. His pleas were abruptly cut off by a sound of breaking air. The flying sword controlled by Ji Wuyo pierced through Qi Bailey's throat. Bang! Qi Bailey's body fell heavily onto the stage. In an instant, the arena was in an uproar. Some were discussing Ji Wuyo's swordsmanship and spell techniques, while others were commenting on Ji Wuyo's cruel methods. After all, with both of the opponent's hands disabled and victory already assured, there was no need to go for the kill. Ji Wuyo was completely unconcerned about such criticisms. He simply walked step by step to the edge of the stage and looked down at Su Taiping, saying, "It's your turn." Not only was he skilled in using qi to control the sword, but he also had a strong talent in the art of curses. And he was ruthless in his actions. Such a person was born for cultivation. On the cloud building, Jin Heji waved his folding fan and spoke slowly. Zhao Linglong bit her lip and remained silent. Qing Xiao and Xian fell into deep thought. You should still try to persuade that kid to stop while he is ahead. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. He should go out and cultivate for another 3 years before coming back, Jin Heji said, turning to Zhao Linglong and the others. To be honest, Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao did have this thought, especially Qing Xiao, who understood Ji Wuyo's past cultivation and strength better than Zhao Linglong. Even if he had his cultivation abolished and started over, his methods would not be something an ordinary outer disciple could handle. Junior sister, Qing Xiao looked at Zhao Linglong, seemingly seeking her opinion. Senior brother, it's just one more match. If there's one more small victory, he can obtain the qualification to become a formal disciple. Zhao Linglong felt quite unwilling for Su Taiping. Su Taiping 1T agree. Lin Buyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, several pairs of eyes turned to her. Even the proud Yi Xian turned his head. Lin Buyu seemed not to notice the gazes and closed the book in her hands, raising her head to look at the stage below, then said to herself, if he is really that afraid of death, he wouldn't be standing here at all. Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao was first taken aback, then nodded, saying, that's right. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. If it weren't for Lin Buyu's reminder, he would have almost forgotten that Su Taiping is now a cultivator, and facing life and death is the first step on a cultivator's path. Yes, Buyu is right. Since Taiping has already embarked on the path of cultivation, every step he takes in the future should be chosen by him. Zhao Linglong suddenly clapped her hands against her cheeks, suppressing her worries, and once again turned her gaze to the stage below. The words sounded nice. But a person's life ultimately only comes once. If life is lost, then everything is lost. Jin Heji let out a cold laugh, then turned away, leisurely shaking his folding fan. Yi Xian then cast a deep glance at Lin Buyu before turning his gaze to Su Taiping in the stands, muttering softly, Su Taiping. That name is really unpleasant. After a stick of incense, at the Xinjianping. In this match, Su Taiping faced Ji Wuyo. The winner would obtain the first qualification for the Seven Peaks selection and be chosen as a formal disciple of the Seven Peaks. As the announcer's voice sounded, Su Taiping and Ji Wuyo walked onto the stage from either side. Since this match would decide the first qualification, the Seven Peaks disciples in the cloud building no longer laughed and joked, but all focused seriously on the stage. Meanwhile, on the largest 9-story cloud building to the south of the Xinjian Tower, an incredibly powerful aura was radiating outwards. It was clear that the Seven Peaks leaders, the head of the Qingxian sect, and several elders had already taken their seats. Carrying so many knives, are you planning to cook on stage? Ji Wuyo asked, eyeing Su Taiping, who had 3 long knives sheathed at his waist, with a squint and a smile. You'll find out later. Su Taiping tightened the rope around his waist that secured the knives. Chapter 96, Battle Without Worry, Trading a Sword for an Arm. These 6 steel-long knives were the biggest expense for this competition. I'm just afraid you won't even have the chance to draw your sword later. Ji Wuyo placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, still squinting and smiling at Su Taiping. Are both of you ready? At this moment, the announcer's voice rang out. I'm ready. Su Taiping nodded, placing one hand on the knife hilt at his waist and forming a fist with the other hand. His right leg in a bow stance, body slightly leaning forward. I'm also ready. Ji Wuyo nodded with a squint and smile, one hand forming a sword finger, the other making a seal, and the sword at his waist buzzed and trembled in its sheath. Since that's the case, let the match begin. The announcer stepped back from the arena and announced loudly. Clang. The sound of swords ringing and knives being drawn erupted almost simultaneously as the announcer's words fell. Following that, a crescent-shaped blade of light intersected with a flying sword. Su Taiping evaded Ji Wuyo's flying sword with the crescent moon and successfully got behind Ji Wuyo. But the knife in his hand shattered with a crack due to the impact of the sword clash. Swish. However, Su Taiping, who had long been prepared, did not hesitate to channel his true qi and drew another long knife from his waist. Boom. The exploding knife energy transformed into a knife shadow over 10 feet long, slicing straight towards Ji Wuyo's back. 7 kill knife, 3rd kill, break steel. From the 6-kill crescent moon to the broken knife, and then to this third kill. The entire process was executed seamlessly, flowing like water, as if rehearsed countless times, leaving the onlooking cultivators astonished. Clang. However, just as Su Taiping's third kill was unleashed, Ji Wuyo's flying sword, curving through the air like it had eyes, suddenly slashed at the knife shadow. Boom. With a loud crash, the knife energy released from Su Taiping's third kill was shattered by the flying sword, and his long knife also shattered with a crack. Ji Wuyo's flying sword was merely knocked back a few feet by the counterforce. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Boom. But Su Taiping seemed to have anticipated this moment. At the instant his long knife shattered, his hidden fist, roaring like a bull, slammed heavily into Ji Wuyo's back. At this point, Ji Wuyo, wanting to control the sword to defend, naturally had no time. When the sea dries and the stones rot. But at that moment, Ji Wuyo, still facing away from Su Taiping, suddenly chanted a spell loudly, then shouted, stomping his right leg on the ground. Bang! In an instant, the originally hard ground suddenly collapsed. Su Taiping, standing unsteadily, stumbled and nearly fell. Boom! However, Su Taiping quickly executed the wind shadow step, his figure flickering, stepping out from his original position. Clang! Before Su Taiping could regain his footing, the sound of a sword ringing and breaking the air suddenly erupted, and a beam of sword light stabbed towards his back. Puff! But to the surprise of everyone present, including Ji Wuyo, Su Taiping did not dodge this sword but allowed it to pierce his body. Boom! Just as everyone was puzzled and surprised, a burst of blood mist exploded around Su Taiping. Then, everyone saw that the blood mist instantly froze, trapping his upper body and the flying sword together. The originally soaring flying swords in the arena were now sealed within his body. Ji Wuyo's flying sword was controlled. This is a madman. Seeing this scene, many couldn't help but exclaim in shock, because no one expected that someone would use their own body to seal this flying sword. Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao were so astonished they couldn't even speak. Swish! At the same time as the crowd gasped in horror, another sound of a knife being drawn erupted. Despite the intense pain coursing through him, Su Taiping's movements did not pause for a moment. Boom! The bright knife shadow poured out like a flood breaking through a dam, slicing straight towards Ji Wuyo. 7-kill knife, absolute kill, pursuing the soul. When come, after several attempts to use qi to control the sword failed, Ji Wuyo, with a pale face, finally recited the wind come spell. Boom! In the moment the words fell, a fierce wind, like a giant hand, swept towards Su Taiping's blade light. But it was too late. Bang! Amidst the loud tremor, Su Taiping's blade cut through the fierce wind, striking down towards Ji Wuyo's body. Whoosh! Although this strike was deflected by the wind, it still severed one of Ji Wuyo's arms. Ji Wuyo let out a tragic scream. But immediately after, in his rage, he used his other hand to form a sword finger, channeling all his true energy and shouting, "Sword, come!" With a crack, the mysterious ice armor forming on Su Taiping's chest shattered, and Ji Wuyo's flying sword was pulled out from Su Taiping's back. This time, Ji Wuyo was able to pull out the sword because he had built up power for a long time, and also because Su Taiping was in a relatively weak state after delivering that strike. Ugh! Under the intense pain, Su Taiping let out a muffled groan. But he quickly grinned and looked at Ji Wuyo, saying, "Taking a sword for a hand, worth it." As he spoke, he again used the residual true energy to condense blood into ice, sealing the wound on his back. This scene made all the cultivators present break out in cold sweat. From getting hit to severing Ji Wuyo's arm, and then to having the flying sword pulled from his back, it all happened in just over 10 breaths. Many cultivators only realized what had happened at this moment. Trading injury for injury, severing Ji Wuyo's arm, causing a massive reduction in his combat power. Could it be that this was all part of Taiping's plan from the very beginning? Qing Xiao thought in shock. If that is true, then this little guy's schemes may already surpass ours. Xian also looked surprised. Boom! Amidst the clamorous noise, Su Taiping's long knife slashed out again. Clang! The furious Ji Wuyo fully activated his flying sword to counter. However, due to the loss of an arm, Ji Wuyo could no longer use both the flying sword and spell simultaneously, and the situation on the field gradually began to tilt in Su Taiping's favor. Given this situation, as long as Su Taiping could find an opportunity to unleash the bull's charge formation, Ji Wuyo would undoubtedly lose. Boom! At that moment, Ji Wuyo suddenly used a wind curse again. He increased the distance between himself and Su Taiping, then ran his hand along the blade of the flying sword, smearing Su Taiping's blood onto his palm, and then loudly recited a complex and obscure incantation, finally snarling with a twisted smile, "The pain of my body. Tenfold return to you." Hearing this, Dugu Qingxiao suddenly stood up. This Ji Wuyo actually used a self-harm curse. His eyes were filled with angry disdain. Chapter 97. Defeating Wuyo, what is tenfold pain? Amidst Qingxiao's shock, Ji Wuyo on the stage suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into his thigh. Ugh! The piercing pain made him frown, but immediately, he grinned malevolently at Su Taiping and said, "Let's see how you endure this pain tenfold of mine." As he spoke, he twisted the dagger violently in his thigh. Not far away, Su Taiping was initially puzzled as to why Ji Wuyo would stab himself. But soon, his pupils dilated. An indescribable pain suddenly spread from his thigh. Ugh! Just as he steadied himself, he suddenly groaned in pain, his legs buckling as he knelt on one knee. He finally understood what Ji Wuyo meant by tenfold pain returned to you. Not just him. At this moment, most of the cultivators present realized what had happened. This despicable and shameless man, actually using such malicious curses during the competition. Zhao Linglong shouted angrily, "Is no one going to stop him?" She glanced at Su Zian beside her. Although this self-harm curse is vicious, it's merely a low-level spell, and the competition rules didn't say it couldn't be used. Su Zian shook her head helplessly. "Linglong, can't you see? It's not the curse that's powerful, but Ji Wuyo himself. I've said it before, he's a madman. A normal person wouldn't practice such a self-harming spell to hurt the enemy first." Jin Haji in the front row suddenly fanned himself, looking pleased as he said. Zhao Linglong was momentarily at a loss for how to retort. Ha! At that moment, Ji Wuyo on the stage slowly stood up from the ground, laughing maniacally. "Do you feel like you're in unbearable pain?" He staggered towards Su Taiping, pressing his hand firmly on the wound of his severed arm. Ugh! Su Taiping, who had just tried to stand, staggered down again. "It seems it's still not painful enough." Ji Wuyo, with a twisted smile, bit down on the dagger and cut a gash on the back of his hand, then tore the skin off with his teeth. Ugh! Hiss! At this moment, Ji Wuyo himself winced in pain, let alone Su Taiping, who had to endure tenfold of that pain. Even from a distance, Qingxiao and the others could clearly see Su Taiping, who was kneeling on one knee, trembling. "This competition is unfair." Zhao Linglong was very angry. When did this competition ever say it had to be fair? Jin Haji retorted with a smile. "You, sit down." Zhao Linglong still wanted to argue, but was pressed down by Qingxiao, urging her to sit. At this moment, Ji Wuyo was only 10 steps away from Su Taiping. At this distance, his flying sword could kill Su Taiping in one strike. But Ji Wuyo didn't want to do that. "Severing my arm. How could I let you die so easily?" Ji Wuyo glared at Su Taiping with hatred in his eyes. Then, he put one of his fingers in his mouth, bit down on the nail with his teeth, and twisted his head to tear it off, directly ripping the nail from his finger. Ugh! As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. At this moment, Su Taiping finally cried out in pain from the tenfold piercing agony. Zhao Linglong on the stands couldn't bear to watch and covered her eyes. Ha! Seeing this, Ji Wuyo laughed maniacally again. And as he chewed on his finger without a nail, he slowly walked up to Su Taiping, his twisted smile close to his ear, saying, "Kneel down and lick the dust off my boots clean, and I might consider letting you die a little easier." He raised his voice intentionally so that everyone in the surrounding cloud tower could hear. Those who knew Ji Wuyo understood that he enjoyed torturing his opponents more than defeating them. Hearing this, Su Taiping slowly lifted his head. At this moment, his face was pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Really?" he asked Ji Wuyo. "That will depend on your performance." Ji Wuyo narrowed his eyes and smiled as he stood up. He placed his boot, covered in dust and blood, in front of Su Taiping. Seeing this, Qingxiao and the others in the cloud tower felt a bit unable to watch and wanted to look away. Clang! But before they could turn their heads, Su Taiping, who had been crouching, suddenly drew his long knife and slashed upward towards Ji Wuyo's arm. The suddenness of it left Ji Wuyo no time to summon his flying sword, and he could only rely on his protective energy to defend. But how could such a hastily summoned protective energy withstand Su Taiping's long-prepared strike? Whoosh! With a sound of breaking air, Su Taiping's knife severed Ji Wuyo's protective energy and his last arm in one blow. Ah! Ji Wuyo's scream echoed throughout the Jianjinping. At the same time, Su Taiping's body trembled violently, and a brief dizziness clouded his vision. But that was all. Ugh, impossible. You were hit by my self-harm curse. Hurting me means hurting yourself. The pain on your body should be tenfold. In pain, Ji Wuyo retreated to the edge of the arena, staring at Su Taiping with disbelief. 10 times? Su Taiping smiled. He wanted to say that even if you were experiencing 10 times the pain right now, it wouldn't compare to a third of the agony he felt when he soaked in the bone-cleansing and marrow-extracting potion back then. Not to mention the pain he endured later while learning the body-forging techniques taught by the Spirit Moon Fairy. This pain was nothing. He shook his head and then, gripping his sword, stepped towards Ji Wuyo one step at a time. You can't fool me. You're just putting on a brave front. You're definitely putting on a brave front. Ji Wuyo shouted with a twisted face, forcibly channeling his internal true energy to lift his flying sword from the ground, then using it to cut away the flesh from his own body, one slice at a time. The bloody scene was unbearable to watch. Yet, Su Taiping's steps did not falter as he continued to walk towards him. At this moment, not only Ji Wuyo, but even the disciples watching from the sidelines were filled with confusion. Was it possible that he hadn't actually been hit by the two-injury curse? Impossible. The caster would definitely know whether the target had been affected by the two-injury curse. The surrounding discussions intensified. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will die too. You will die from the pain. Amid the murmurs, Ji Wuyo on the stage shouted with a twisted face. Despite Ji Wuyo's threat, Su Taiping still did not stop his advance. Clang. At that moment, the desperate Ji Wuyo suddenly showed a crazed expression, unleashing all the true energy within him and then activating the flying sword in front of him, thrusting it towards Su Taiping with tremendous force. Bang. Perhaps because he could not properly execute the sword technique, the power of this sword was far less than before. Before it even reached Su Taiping, he merged with the sword light, circling around Ji Wuyo, and then struck down at his neck with another blow. You can't, swiveling suddenly. Ji Wuyo looked at the blade's shadow before him, and suddenly, in terror, he shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, a blade light swept past his neck. Bang! Ji Wuyo's voice abruptly stopped, and his head rolled onto the ground. Throughout it all, Su Taiping had shown no hesitation with his sword. Then, an indescribable pain surged over him like a tide. Bang! He stumbled, nearly falling, but instinctively used his sword to brace himself. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent, because anyone with even a basic understanding of spells could easily tell that Su Taiping had indeed been affected by Ji Wuyo's two-injury curse. But precisely because of this, they were even more confused, even feeling it was bizarre. The two-injury curse was unsolvable unless one was proficient in spellcraft. And the only possible explanation for the current situation was that Taiping had stubbornly endured 10 times the pain that Ji Wuyo had suffered. After a long pause, Qing Xiao, with a grave expression, suddenly spoke with certainty. Not just him, but most of the cultivators present had reached this seemingly absurd conclusion in their hearts. 10 times the pain of Ji Wuyo? Zhao Linglong still couldn't imagine how a normal person could withstand such agony. Ziyan also wore a look of disbelief. In this match, Su Taiping defeated Ji Wuyo, earning the qualification to ask the Seven Peaks for a sword. Just then, the voice of the overseer transmitted through a sound talisman echoed across the entire sword town. This sound pulled everyone from their discussions, and they once again turned their gaze to the bloodied, staggering youth on the stage. Regardless of the circumstances, it was indeed Su Taiping who won this match. Moreover, the victory was indisputable. However, Su Taiping felt somewhat dissatisfied. He had hoped to gain new insights through the confrontation with Ji Wuyo, to see if he could find the ultimate realm spoken of by the Spirit Moon Fairy, but Ji Wuyo's two-injury curse had interrupted his plans. Su Taiping let out a sigh of regret. Taiping, there's no need to rush. There's still another sword inquiry to come. And since you won, you should be happy. The voice of the Spirit Moon Fairy suddenly echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Su Taiping nodded. He then raised his head, looking around for something. Eventually, he met the gazes of Zhao Linglong and the others on their cloud platform. Upon seeing them, he smiled widely from a distance. Joyful events should naturally be shared with close ones. In the sunlight, the boy's blood-streaked face wore an incredibly clean and pure smile, reminiscent of how they looked when they first met years ago. Seeing this smile, the others couldn't help but smile back. Congratulations, little Taiping, Zhao Linglong said, feeling her eyes warm inexplicably at the sight of his face. Congratulations, Qing Xiao also revealed a comforting smile. Although they hadn't officially ascended the mountain yet, He had already acknowledged this younger brother in his heart. Don't rush to say congratulations. The next 7 must still ask the official disciples of the 7 Peaks for a sword. Jin Heji suddenly laughed coldly. For some reason, he just felt uncomfortable seeing that youth on the stage. As long as a peak was willing to choose him, how he performed in the sword inquiry was unimportant. Qing Shao countered Jin Heji. The selection of the 7 Peaks actually ends once 7 outer disciples are chosen. The so-called sword inquiry is merely a test by the 7 Peaks to select the most suitable disciples from these 7. If someone performs poorly, it could lead to no peak wanting to select them, and they might ultimately return to the base. Our 7th peak will definitely choose him, Zhao Linglong immediately said with a firm tone. Now that Su Taiping had already passed the 7 peak selection, she would even throw a tantrum to demand her father select Su Taiping into the 7th peak. What your 7th peak wants to choose him is your business. But our 1st peak has the right to be the first to propose a sword inquiry to him, Jin Heji said with a faint smile. Jin Heji, are you really going to be so ruthless? Qing Shao asked Jin Heji coldly. Ruthless? Jin Heji turned to look at Du Gu Qing Shao coldly. His eyes filled with resentment as he said, more ruthless than when your peak master killed my mother? Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong, who had originally intended to argue with Jin Heji, fell silent. Your mother was corrupted. My master did that out of necessity. He didn't want to. Qing Shao did not shy away from Jin Heji's gaze. Corrupted? Who can prove my mother was corrupted? And if it weren't for you, how would my mother have encountered that demon seed? Jin Heji's face twisted as if Qing Shao had touched a sore spot, and his voice sounded more like a roar. However, his expression quickly returned to calm. In any case, as long as it makes you and your 7th peak uncomfortable, I, Jin Heji, will gladly do it. As he spoke, Jin Heji smiled and turned his head away, showing no concealment of his hatred for the 7 peaks and for Du Gu Qing Shao. Senior brother, can I arrange to go up for this sword inquiry? At that moment, Yi Xian, who was beside Jin Heji, suddenly stood up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong immediately became anxious. Although Yi Xian had only entered the sect for less than 3 years, possessing a golden spirit bone and being a fire variant among them, he had already broken through to the Wanyu realm, not only mastering the family's swordsmanship, but also several profound techniques, and was even likely to have mastered sword control techniques. This kind of opponent was not something Su Taiping could handle at all. Junior brother, do you also dislike this kid? Jin Heji looked at Yi Xian with a smile. He originally intended to let Yi Xian take the stage, and now that the other party has taken the initiative to propose it, he is naturally happy. Senior brother, you are overreacting. I just find his name a bit hard to get used to. Taiping, where is there peace in this world? Yi Xian sneered. Over the 3 years since he came to Qingxian sect, his personality has changed a lot. A year after he arrived at Qingxian sect, he received news that Tianlang Kingdom had been destroyed by Wei Kingdom, and the entire royal family of Tianlang Kingdom was killed or captured. Chapter 99, Sword Challenge. First peak disciple Yi Xian today, senior brother, we are all from the same sect, so why go to such lengths? At this moment, Su Zian finally couldn't help but speak up. Junior sister Zian, if you agree to be my Dao companion, I might consider it. Jin Heji smiled slyly at Su Zian. You bastard, don't think I won't dare to touch you. Upon hearing this, Du Gu Qing Shao coldly snorted, and the long sword behind him unsheathed with a whoosh. Its overwhelming sword aura sweeping across the entire Yun Tower. You two are being reckless. At this moment, an elder of Qingxian sect inside the Yun Tower coldly snorted. If you want a duel, go to the Zhiga Tower, otherwise, sit quietly at your seats. The elder followed up with another warning. Senior brother Qing Shao, don't fall for his provocations. He is trying to force you to make a move. Su Zian tugged at Du Gu Qing Shao's sleeve. Senior brother, don't be angry. Zhao Linglong also advised from the side. Upon hearing this, Du Gu Qing Shao glared at Jin Heji and then cupped his hands toward the elder who was patrolling in the tower, before sheathing his sword with a clang and sitting down without saying a word. Ah, you really scared me. Little Xian, you must fight back for senior brother later. Don't let the senior sisters and brothers of the 7th peak make a joke of us. Jin Heji's corner of his mouth lifted, his expression returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Senior brother, don't worry, I will give it my all no matter who I am competing against. Yi Xian nodded. Then he glanced at Lin Buyu, who was sitting behind him, and upon noticing that she hadn't looked at him even once, a surge of anger rose within him. This is a matter of life and death. If I accidentally injure or kill this little brother, I hope the senior brothers and sisters of the 7th peak will forgive me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's heart tightened, and she coldly stared at Yi Xian, saying, Yi Xian, you can kill him, but I can also kill you. Dugu Qingshao patted Zhao Linglong's shoulder and, without looking back, gazed at the arena below. His tone icy as he said, Junior sister, I won't let that happen. The so-called Sword Challenge of the Seven Peaks involves selecting a disciple from the Seven Peaks to compete against a chosen disciple from the foot of the mountain. In order to test the strength and potential of that foot disciple, which serves as a basis for selecting disciples in the future. According to the sect's rules, the disciple with the best ranking in the last Seven Peaks competition has the right to make the first choice. The first place in the last Seven Peaks competition was the current first peak, Qionglu Peak. Logically, whichever peak is interested in you will send a disciple to challenge you, so it should be the senior brothers of the Seven Peaks. At this time, Su Taiping, who had returned to the arena, was using his divine soul to communicate with the white feather in the gourd. Besides Su Taiping stood 6 other outer disciples who had obtained the qualification for this sword challenge. However, apart from Su Taiping, everyone else's faces were filled with excitement and anxiety. What if another peak wants to challenge you, and then takes a liking to you? You must know that the 7th peak, just like its name, has the weakest disciples in terms of cultivation and resources among all the peaks. White Feather asked Su Taiping again. It understands more about the affairs of Qingxian sect than Su Taiping does. Of course, I will still choose the 7th peak. Su Taiping answered without any hesitation. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. The path of cultivation is long, and today's choice may determine your future, White Feather advised. The future is unpredictable. All I can do now is to ensure my choice is true to my heart. Su Taiping replied as he raised his head to look towards the Yun Tower, where Zhao Linglong and Qingshao were seated. Very well said. At this moment, the voice of the spirit moon fairy echoed in Su Taiping's mind. However, Taiping, if you encounter a situation like the last match during this sword challenge, you'd better take off what you have on you. Even if you can endure it, your divine soul won't be able to hold up and will suffer damage. She then reminded Su Taiping. Okay, Sister Lingwei, I was just trying to test my limits of pain tolerance in the last match. I won't be so reckless next time. Su Taiping responded in his heart. He actually felt a bit frightened after the last match because, at the moment he killed Ji Wuyo, his brain experienced a momentary blank, as if he had truly died once. In the first match of the 7 Peaks Sword Challenge, the first peak, Qionglu Peak, was to select a disciple for the challenge. At this moment, the rough and hoarse voice of Elder Heilung echoed from the highest Yun Tower. Upon hearing this, the 6 outer disciples on the arena, aside from Su Taiping, all showed eager expressions. Qionglu Peak is the strongest among the 7 peaks and has held the title of first peak for 3 consecutive decades, making it their top choice. So they all hoped that the first peak would come to challenge them. Qingjuju, Su Taiping, a strong male voice rang out. Undoubtedly, this was the voice of the master of the first peak sitting in the Yun Tower. However, the commotion among the disciples watching from the surrounding Yun Towers was not due to the identity of the speaker, but rather the content of what he said. Qionglu Peak chose Su Taiping. On what basis? He may have defeated Ji Wuyo, but his bone structure and cultivation level are clearly inferior to the 6 of us. Yeah, why did the first peak choose this way? Not only were the disciples in the Yun Tower discussing this, but even the 6 disciples on the arena were whispering among themselves, their gazes filled with confusion and jealousy as they looked at Su Taiping. At this moment, Su Taiping frowned. He did not want to be chosen by the first peak at all. Fortunately, even if I am chosen, I still have the right to refuse. Su Taiping muttered to himself. Su Taiping, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't refuse it later. White Feather in the green gourd hurriedly reminded Su Taiping. Seemingly guessing what he was thinking, Su Taiping did not argue with White Feather because he saw the elders supervising the arena waving at him. Su Taiping, a disciple from the first peak will soon come to challenge you. During the challenge, you are not allowed to use spiritual treasures or talismans. But there are no other restrictions. However, even though it is a challenge, swords have no eyes, so you are still responsible for life and death. The elder reminded Su Taiping. Thank you for the reminder, elder. Su Taiping cupped his hands to the elder. Please have the first peak send out the trial sword disciple. At this moment, Elder Heilung's voice rang out again. The trial sword disciple from the first peak is the true character disciple, Yi Xian. Before long, the voice of the master of the first peak began to echo in the air above the Zheng Jianping. Chapter 100, Battle Yi Xian. Where does this killing intent come from? This announcement once again stirred up excitement among the disciples of the sect in the Yun Tower. They actually sent Yi Xian to challenge. How much does the first peak value Su Taiping? Yi Xian is now one of the 3 most talented disciples among the true character disciples. And I heard that his cultivation has already broken through to the Wan Yu realm. To everyone, the first peak sending Yi Xian is a sign of their regard for Su Taiping. Thus, Su Taiping on the arena once again found himself submerged in a tide of gazes. Yi Xian? Upon hearing this name, Su Taiping felt it was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Right? The boy who tested the spiritual bone with me 3 years ago was also named Yi Xian. He suddenly recalled the arrogant boy from 3 years ago during the spiritual bone testing in Longmen Hall. Clang. Just as Su Taiping was curious whether these 2 Yi Xians were the same person, a sudden sound of sword ringing split the air, and then a tall, handsome young man appeared as if out of nowhere, stepping on a flying sword above the arena. Although there were some changes in his physique and face, Su Taiping recognized at a glance that this Yi Xian was indeed the same boy from the Dragon Gate Hall years ago. Su Taiping. This Yi Xian is using genuine sword control technique, unlike Ji Wuyo's ambiguous method of using qi to control the sword. Having such a disciple come to challenge you indicates that the first peak truly values you, Bai Yu's voice echoed again. However, at this moment, Su Taiping did not think so. The look in Yi Xian's eyes held no kindness. Instead, it was filled with hostility. Sending him to challenge me does not seem like a sign of valuing me. While Su Taiping was thinking this, he glanced towards the stands where Zhao Linglong and the others were. Although they were far away, with his current eyesight, he could still barely make out their facial expressions. When he saw that both Zhao Linglong and Qin Shao were troubled expressions, Su Taiping felt that his suspicions were likely confirmed. But why do you harbor hostility towards me? Su Taiping looked up at Yi Xian, who had already landed on the arena. In this competition, the challenger is not allowed to use Xian level or higher techniques, magical artifacts, or talismans. Those who violate the rules will be judged as losers. The elder in charge of overseeing the match frowned upon seeing Yi Xian arrive on his flying sword and immediately warned him, "To kill you. I don't need these things." Yi Xian looked at Su Taiping with a disdainful gaze, his tone filled with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the elder's frown deepened. However, he did not say much, just cast a deep glance at Su Taiping, as if reminding him to be cautious, then stepped back to the side of the arena. After hearing this, Su Taiping no longer doubted his suspicions. Little Taiping. The voice of the fairy Lingyue echoed in Su Taiping's mind once again. I know. Su Taiping replied immediately. After 3 years of interaction, he and fairy Lingyue had developed a strong tacit understanding, and he naturally knew that she was trying to remind him to pay attention to Yi Xian. Clang. At this moment, Yi Xian raised his sword finger, and the flying sword above his head automatically flew into the sheath behind him. Then he placed his hand on a treasured sword at his waist. This sword had a hilt and sheath inlaid with jewels, clearly very precious. To kill you, an iron sword is enough. Yi Xian snorted coldly, his eyes fixated on Su Taiping like a beast watching its prey, his body slightly crouching as he prepared to draw his sword. With this single action, an invisible killing intent suddenly spread from Yi Xian's body. Those who initially thought the first peak valued Su Taiping were now speechless, completely perplexed as to why Yi Xian's killing intent had arisen. Su Taiping also did not bother to delve into the source of Yi Xian's killing intent. He wrapped one hand completely with a strip of silver silkworm thread, while the other hand rested on the hilt of the long knife at his waist. At this moment, he still had 3 knives left at his waist. Then, Su Taiping similarly fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, his body slightly hunched, mimicking the action of drawing a knife. If you want to kill me, then I will kill you. The atmosphere on the arena suddenly became tense and murderous, and the gentle breeze that occasionally blew became somewhat icy. The elder standing to the side of the arena had never before witnessed such fierce killing intent between 2 young men. These 2 are not ordinary characters. A thought suddenly arose in the elder's mind. Then, he inadvertently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, cleared his throat, and asked aloud, "Are both of you ready?" Upon hearing this, the 2 on the arena continued to stare at each other intensely, then both slightly nodded. Seeing this, the elder did not waste any more words, crushed a piece of sound transmission jade, and then declared loudly, "Su Taiping challenges the first peaks Yi Xian, the competition begins." Boom. Almost as soon as the words fell, the aura around both of them surged, suddenly revealing at least the aura of the great completion of the opening door realm. No one was surprised that Yi Xian had the aura of the great completion of the opening door realm. What surprised them was that the young man Su Taiping's cultivation had also reached the peak of the opening door realm. He actually had a hidden hand. After sensing the aura emanating from Su Taiping, Jin Heji's eyes shot out a glint of cold light. Meanwhile, Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong exchanged glances. They did not expect that they had underestimated Su Taiping. Clang. Just then, with a sound of sword ringing, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword, and his figure merged with the long sword in his hand, transforming into a streak of sword light, accompanied by dozens of swirling sword shadows, charging towards Su Taiping. Swish! Almost simultaneously, Su Taiping drew his knife from the sheath, slashing towards the sword light. This slash was the third kill of the 7 killing knife, named Breaking Steel. Boom! The clash of blade shadow and sword shadow caused the blade edge and sword edge to collide, resulting in the blade shadow shattering and the sword energy dispersing, with both wielders being knocked back a few steps. However, soon after, both figures disappeared from their spots again, and when they reappeared, the knife and sword clashed once more. The fierce aura wave sweeping the entire Xinjianping with the arena as the center. Following this fierce confrontation, the arena continued to witness relentless exchanges. Seeing this scene, no one dared to look down on Su Taiping, whether in the stands or among the disciples in the Cloud Tower. Even Jin Heji's expression had turned serious at this moment. Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong stared intently at the arena below. The surprises and shocks Su Taiping brought them today had left them somewhat at a loss.